they've made these correlations here that the rock star is the physical manifestation of the angel of light that everybody's worshiping. And this Elvis was just the first to carry this mantle, you could say. Now, it's not a coincidence that David Bowie shares a birthday with Elvis Presley. These birthdays and death days are all highly significant. Bowie's final album, Black Star, has a reference to Elvis, which I'll get into here. And I'll show you how this is all it's really succinctly connected here. We're not grasping at straws. There's a story here. That's why it's significant that the actor who's playing in the new Man Who Fell to Earth is Kanye's age. Again, both born in 1977. Bowie's character in 1972 predicts in 5 years the Savior would be born. The album has a KWEST on it. 5 years later, on the day of the album's release, you have this, or 5 years later on that day, you have Kanye West. And of course, Bowie seemingly designated Kanye as his musical successor, as the most popular rock star icon. Now, whether or not you like Kanye's music or you follow him, he has 40 more #1 hits than Elvis. He has already made these associations. In fact, it's pretty much, he called himself the king of culture. He's been this tremendous influence, and what I'm saying here is that these are roles that they're put into. Now, here's what we can build on from the above. The Man Who Fell to Earth movie has a series, or the series, this new one, and the movie have a similar succession. In the new version, the Martian Savior is a black star savior for mankind. And in the first episode, he shows the audience a black hexagonal star, like it's like a box, and it's somehow involved with this plan to save man. Now, here's where it ties in again. In the new Man Who Fell to Earth, as he arrives on the planet, he's describing his rebirth, and he compares himself to Lazarus. And I have a clip here from the Showtime movie where this man who came from space is coming out of a hole in the ground, and he looks like he's burning. Now, he's in front of that fire. He's not on fire. But the imagery, he looks like a burning man coming out of a pit. And this is your black star savior. Again, we're looking at a clip from the movie, just a still shot, but he's describing it as being like Lazarus. This is an obvious Bowie connection. On that last Bowie album, Black Star, that came out on Elvis's birthday, Bowie dies a couple days later. Well, quote, dies. There's a song called Lazarus, which has all the hints about the real meaning of this black star. Again, Lazarus is the track which has him ascending after he fell, like the rise and fall of Ziggy Stardust. We're looking at this character exiting the world stage. Now, again, Kanye was one of the first stars, and when we use the word star, Hollywood stars, and this, these are characters that I think the word star needs to be kind of focused on here for a moment. We're talking about centers of worship, living idols. That's what we're pretty much looking at. And in the Thelemic cult, Aleister Crowley's cult, they say every man and woman is a star. They use the word star to mean not a big burning ball of gas, but I think it's something else entirely here. We're talking about, I think, idol worship. Now, Kanye was the first one to commemorate Bowie's passing in a tweet. He said, quote, "David Bowie was one of my most important inspirations. He gave us magic for a lifetime." Now, this is the connection. You have the new Man Who Fell to Earth, originally a Bowie role. Now it's played by a black actor. And you'll see here how that initial scene where he comes out of the pit in the ground, seemingly burning, is almost identical to the scene where Kanye West is at his Donda event, which took place on the anniversary of the canceled Burning Man Festival, held in Black Rock City, Nevada. Again, Black Rock City, Nevada, 33 consecutive Burning Man festivals before they were interrupted by COVID. But just look at the terminology here. Again, Black Rock, Burning Man. I think Christopher Dorner, the 33-year-old, had burned. There's quite a lot we could extrapolate from this, but I'm just showing you how both of these individuals are 44 at the time of this production, and they're both, I would say, portraying the same character, the Savior. This man who fell to earth is associated with the burning man. This is symbolism, telling a story. There's more. David Bowie, as the man who fell to earth, represented an alien savior to come. The fulfillment of the prophecy is represented by Kanye West's portrayal of a black Christ. In the symbolism used by the occult elite, the phoenix and the reborn Christ are synonymous. And here you have on Rolling Stone, the Passion of Kanye West. Here he is with a crown of thorns. And he was like, he was hosting the whole Coachella thing. So you have a lot of this Christ stuff. Then you have the Burning Man stuff. And then on the second Dawn Day event, he was there to, I would say, greet Hades, Pluto, the return of Pluto, Hades. He was commemorating it in a very elaborate and symbol-laden event. Very occult. I mean, multiple layers to the whole thing. And this is where you'll see the importance of this character on the world stage. I mean, whether or not I don't know how aware he is. It's hard to say. Are these celebrities all just gate kept, handled like Truman in the Truman Show? But whatever it is, let's continue because I want to show you what this all means. From the bigger metascript perspective, mankind is being prepared for an alien savior. And it seems that the powers that be have chosen rock stars as idols to convey this to us. Elvis Presley, the king, was one of the first, again, one of the prototypes of this. And by the way, Elvis Presley has a black star at the, on Hollywood, where they have the Hollywood stars. His is actually black. He died at 42, August 16th, 1977. After Bowie's fake death in 2016, like Lazarus, he did return from the dead to do a television interview in a barely passable disguise. 4 days later, just like Lazarus coming back after 4 days. The album, Black Star, was inspired by this Elvis Presley song called Black Star. Again, released on Elvis's and Bowie's birthday. 2 days before Bowie's own staged death. Quote, "Every man has a black star. When he sees his black star, he knows his time has come." L is in Elvis. L is Saturn, the black star. 42, he dies at 42. This is another one of these things that they've put in front of your faces, and it's just, to me, it's just why I say a cult, but it's a sigil. The number 42, if you combine them, you do get the astrological symbol of Saturn. And 4 is the cross, 2 is the scythe. It's this agrarian god of the cycles of death and rebirth. He's the reaper, Father Time with the scythe. David Bowie, DB, 42. Also, David Bowie's character is a parallel to David Bowman in the Space Odyssey. David Bowie being the Space Oddity. There's a whole other side of the David Bowie story that ties into the space program. But again, we're talking about what kind of savior? A savior from space. It's part of us believing in this alien. And his music has been a big part of it because there's no separation between the entertainment and the news. These things are all connected. We live in an immersive, hyper-mediated world stage. And his music has been consistent since really the Apollo. And Apollo is another one of these god names that ties into this. Symbolically, again, the phoenix, the burning man, the Christ, king, crown of thorns, resurrected savior, all these things are correlated. And the idea of a savior falling to earth is about a heavenly savior, insofar as space is the new heaven. And salvation now is salvation through technology, and this technocratic elite is going to introduce some kind of a space savior. Now, I do not contend that Kanye West is anything other than an actor and musician. However, the role he is in is a role that was held, or yeah, I would say it's a role, but it was a role that was first held by Elvis Presley, and it's probably dispersed throughout various idols. But definitely Bowie, who again shares Elvis's birthday. And you remember Bowie went into space. He went into space, and I'll get into this in just a moment. But look at the succession here. Elvis to Bowie to Kanye West. We're looking at this rock star icon, idol worship. It's To me, it's to prepare us for the emergence of a savior from what? Again, climate change, misinformation, viruses, memes. But the man who fell to earth is to prepare us for a post-reset world, which will be based on a Martian utopia. Elvis has been strongly associated with the Space Needle, and on Bill Gates's first birthday, the king was on TV getting his polio shot. The Space Needle is a New Age obelisk, a symbol of salvation, an ascension into the heavenly realm known as outer space. The capstone, the UFO on top of the Space Needle, is quite literally that. That's what the symbol is. And if you're going to go to space, be saved by your technologically superior saviors, you're going to go in one of those. Now, the Space Needle and the vaccine have been symbolically linked to salvation. And this is why they had Elvis do this. It's part of reinforcing the role. And of course, the needle going into the skin is all symbolic of the rocket going into space. You know, inner space and outer space have been correlated in this hermetic system, as above, so below, in their symbolism. They're constantly making these correlations. And that's why when the space station's, quote, arm was hit by space junk above the elbow and punctured, that's why it was pointed out that, hey, this is a coincidence that on the space station, the astronauts were performing what they called celestial immunity, some project where they were testing out vaccines in space. So astronauts are jabbing their arms, and the space station's arm gets jabbed. Not a coincidence. But to continue, we're talking about a savior. David Bowie's music and persona have been strongly linked to the space age, paralleling NASA's progression as far back as Space Oddity, mirroring Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey. Bowie's music accompanied Elon Musk's Tesla Roadster, which was sent into space with a dummy called Starman, representing David Bowie. Again, Starman happens to be an anagram for Mr. Satan, which must tie in, I would say, to the falling to earth. Then you have, of course, Starman is the David Bowie song that would relate, one, to the Savior who's going to be born, and two, to the Star Child concept from Space Odyssey. In the movie Space Odyssey, David Bowman becomes a Star Child when he merges with the monolith. Now, the Star Child, I think, is an analogous concept to the every man and woman is a star in the New Age. Starman / Bowie was saved by exiting the world via a space needle, a rocket. When this Tesla Roadster was launched out there, it had on its dashboard a sign that said, "Don't panic." Why don't panic? That's a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The world's about to end, but the main character is spared. He can get off on a ship, and then he's told, "Don't panic." Now, this again is a story about the world being annihilated. We have nowhere else to go. We need a savior. Luckily, we have Starman. Now, what happens next? And now this is an article that I wrote, and let me get the exact date. Okay, I published this on May 1st. And that's why I wanted to start here. Back on May 1st, I published this, although I started this narrative extraction from the bigger picture of Kanye's downfall correlating with the nuking of the West, which is still to come. But I put this back in May just to give you an idea. Quote, "My best guess here is that Kanye's world stage role will correlate to Dawn Day 2, the event that took place on 2/2/2, and welcome the return of Pluto or Hades from the underworld. The event was in a dark and flooded stadium, not unlike the final scene from the new Batman movie. Kanye played the Christ at Coachella, Burning Man at Dawn Day, and then at Pluto's return, aligning with the release of the Kraken, the beast unleashed by Pluto. I suppose we're awaiting this Kraken, the beast from the sea, in Red October, after which the world will cry for a savior." Now here we are in October, and now we can see the culmination of Kanye's fall. It's pretty evident where it's going. And the next thing we're waiting for, of course, is this Red October reference. And just in time, the Rust movie's gone back into production. And it was the Rust movie that brought the Hunt for Red October into this story, because Alec Baldwin and Helena Hutchins both have connections to that story. And the story is about our present day geopolitical situation. Russia's nukes, undetectable subs, threats to the West, Tom Clancy, and we're living in a Tom Clancy. Again, Putin is the chief exorcist, and as such, what's he going to do? He's probably going to exorcise the West, the satanic West. Let's go through some more of these headlines, because these aren't coincidences. International Space Station had to move to dodge space junk. A piece of what used to be a Russian satellite was coming close to the space station. It's a growing problem. Turns out that the piece of junk that almost hit the space station was Russian. Is that a coincidence? Probably not. All right, let's go through some of these new headlines just to give you an idea of how rapidly his life is apparently burning. Talent agency CAA severs ties with Kanye MRC scraps documentary. Now, he has been embraced by white supremacists, ironically. I don't know if he'll make up the numbers that he had as far as like the support. I mean, this is pretty significant. He dropped by talent agency RT Games and Culture. Johnny Depp's lawyer dropped him. Kim Kardashian speaks out against Kanye West's remarks. Aaron Donald, Jaylen Brown severed ties with Kanye West Donde Sports. Foot Locker drops Yeezy. Here are the companies cutting ties with Kanye West. CNN Business, corporate America is canceling Ye. Ye dives into the anti-Semitic abyss and greenlights a wave of eliminationism from the right. Now, this is the key point here that I want to get into as well. It's not just about Kanye causing controversy and blowing up Parler, which he's buying from his 33-year-old friend's husband, Candace Owens' husband. It's not just that it's about this positioning himself to be some kind of social media mogul now, but it's this green lighting of, quote, eliminationism. This is the helter-skelter story I was bringing up, and the helter-skelter narrative of Charles Manson, refined as the Turner Diaries. Again, Turner Diaries is the story that inspired Timothy McVeigh. Which brings us back to Django Unchained and this black skinhead story. I first started noting that Kanye West was going to play a role in this when he was associating himself with certain characters like Marilyn Manson at that event. And when I looked at that black skinhead song, I was like, wait, that's got a Marilyn Manson sample on there. Probably not a coincidence. And now it's all coming together very neatly. And I want to show you a couple of other things that relate to this. This is Kendrick Lamar as O.J. Simpson. Here's a music video I often reference, and we've been talking about the Black Christ symbolism. Well, Kendrick Lamar has himself with a crown of thorns on his album covers, his recent one, and he did this live performance, Crown of Thorns. Very significant here. Now, in this music video, he transforms into, and get these names, O.J. Simpson, Kanye West, Will Smith. I mean, just those names kind of say it all here. Will Smith slaps the comedian. Nipsey Hussle. Nipsey Hussle, another who wore the crown of thorns. Again, Kanye wore the crown of thorns. But what are we looking at here? To me, this is all just about the imagery and the blending of characters like we're constantly seeing. Like this O.J. Simpsonification of Kanye has been ongoing, and they've been merging them in their storylines, just as Kim Kardashian has been merged with Marilyn Monroe through PR stunts. It's all about perception management. They align these characters in your mind. She puts on the dresses, dyes her hair, sleeps with the scalp. Of course, I believe that this is why Kanye's been hanging out with Marilyn Manson. It's about the association with Helter Skelter. It's not necessary. It's not only about Marilyn Manson. I think Marilyn Manson's mostly a prop. I think it's about what Marilyn Manson represents, and he represents the merging of Charles Manson and Marilyn Monroe in this story. Again, Charles Manson came up with the scenario for killing some celebrities in Hollywood and blaming it on the Black Panthers to incite a race war to incite eliminationism. Eliminationism is what Helter Skelter is ultimately about. It was meant to create an outrage, like a shock to the system that would create some blowback. Charles Manson was running a psyop. And again, that's pretty much what Jussie Smollett was doing. Now again, Kanye West comes out with Candace Owens and a White Lives Matter shirt, and I'm thinking White Lives Matters. Let me show you my mind map. That's got to be a call out to the White Album. We're looking at not black and white as in race so much as black and white as in this Masonic Hegelian dialectic they use to manipulate the masses into warring with itself. Here's a mind map, Helter Skelter 2022, and I've been putting a lot of the key figures and events into a context here to show you how what we're looking at, I would contend, is very much engineered. And I think the next stage is this Django Unchained, which has just been referenced. It's the role he's playing right now. It's the role he played in the Black Skinhead song. Again, I'm pretty sure everything we're seeing right now was planned long in advance. Let me go ahead and go through a few other notes that I picked up over the last few days, and we're going to continue to build onto this. Unannounced without invitation, Kanye West escorted out of Skechers building, says Phase Polarizer. Yeah, you can see how obvious this is. It's very obvious. Take a look at this. Here is one of your Proud Boy leaders. Enrico Tarrio, Proud Boy leader, charged with seditious conspiracy. And I've been discussing the meaning of the significance of names and how these things are all coded. You know, Marilyn Manson has this coded reference. Even Kanye West's name, we're watching the West burn. Well, here you have the Proud Boys, the self-identified Western chauvinists. And it was Western Derek Chauvin that was put on trial. You see, the West has been put on trial for its treatment of George Floyd, or the rich versus the poor. Not only that, but the rich versus the environment and how it affects everybody globally. Western chauvinism, you know, is the thing that's been put on display with that ritual. But here you have the Proud Boy leader, one of the leaders, charged with the seditious conspiracy for 1-6, and his shirt says Western chauvinist in yellow font, except the name Chauvin is highlighted in white. I'm just making the point here that that's an association that they intentionally put into our minds. He's supposed to be the poster child for Western chauvinism. Like, you can understand that if our system is predicated upon property ownership and the presumption is that it's inherently oppressive and it leaves these victims, and of course Floyd and BLM representing the communist left, Marxist, the Marxist take, rich versus poor, it all makes sense. The names are that significant. And that's why it's very significant that we're watching the public immolation of Kanye West, because it's about the West itself being on trial because of what we've done, what we're doing. And when you see Putin being called the chief exorcist because the West needs to be desatanized, well, think about it. Even Kanye, he's desatanizing his life. You know, he specifically points out Hollywood as being the baneful influence that has destroyed his nuclear family, and it is the satanic West that is destroying the world from this perspective. And that's why I'm suggesting here that we're watching the simultaneous downfall of both. Okay, now listen to this. This is from Alan Moore. Alan Moore, of course, The Watchmen, V for Vendetta, a big name meta-scripter. Quote, Aleister Crowley once stated that the most important grimoire, or book of magical instruction that anyone could ever conceivably own, would be an etymological dictionary. And in my opinion, he was exactly right. I keep it right here by my desk, and just 10 minutes ago, it confirmed to me that I had the spelling of proprioception right all along, even though my spell checker raised a crinkly red eyebrow. Alan Moore. Etymology, the origin of words. Derek Chauvin, the name Derek, hangman, actually comes from a hangman who hanged 3,000, a very 9/11-y number. I can't breathe, asphyxiation, that was a public lynching for 846, America's hangman. Of course, America being put on trial, And then you have the 9/11 reference inherent in the timing, 8 minutes 46 seconds. 9/11 starts at 8:46. The sun set in the Twin Cities at 8:46. These are, again, reasons why I'm pointing out that the names give away the story more than anything. And I've been looking into Christopher Nolan's connection to this bigger story, like Alan Moore, another metascriptor, and both of them are deeply immersed in Crowley. In fact, I would say that Christopher Nolan is, like I said, the Kubrick of our time, and he's someone worth analyzing because of his role in all these Batman films and in the upcoming Oppenheimer about the nuke. Very timely. We have had a number of other events. I don't want to gloss over it too much, but I'm going to address everything here. But I just want to get everything out I can regarding this narrative of the West being nuked, because even now, that's exactly what Putin is drilling for. They're actually doing drills right now for destroying you all. All right, release date, July 2023. Now look, the world's not going to end. Like, I'm not a doomsayer. The world ended in 2020. To me, this is all about mind war. Otherwise, you wouldn't have these release dates. They wouldn't put money into something. They're so greedy. They wouldn't put money into something if it wasn't going to manifest. They haven't stopped producing things. Oppenheimer 2023. Physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer works with a team of scientists during the Manhattan Project leading to the development of the atomic bomb. Director Christopher Nolan. All right, we have, now I have been keeping up with the Kool-Aid drinkers, and I did mention 107 the other day. 107 is the one that they believe is JFK Jr., and he claims that right now Trump is having his Last Supper. Now, this is a Christian reference, it's a Christ reference, and this is again another example of the Christification of Donald Trump. They do worship him like he's Christ, like he's Kennedy. They've made him into a god. But 107 is a big influencer among the Q politicians. And he said, the ink has dried, and this is from Friday the 21st. Just got word from multiple sources and from inside the family that the ink has dried and the arrest is going to happen within 7 days. Now, this is interesting because, of course, the first Q drop was 10/5/2017. I mean, it's been around for, well, no, it'll be 5 years as of tomorrow. It was 10/28, excuse me, 10/28/2017. Q is going to be 5 years old. And he put this out there on the 21st, meaning within 7 days, Trump's going to be arrested. Would it coincide with the first Q drop? And do you remember the timing? Q drop 1 to the Queen dropping, Q drop to Queen drop, 1,776 days. I mean, lots of interesting coincidences here, but now this is from 107, quote, much like a Last Supper, Trump is having his dinner at Mar-a-Lago. He knew this is coming, hence the trees being cut so the world can watch this horrendous last-ditched effort by the satanic cabal. This will be a very dark time for everyone. The world's on a precipice right now. Even though I know we'll come out okay on the other side, I felt this sadness and has drenched my soul. Please pray. So 107 is claiming here that Donald Trump's about to be arrested. And it's going to happen, I guess, tomorrow. So just a heads up, tomorrow. For some reason that video of Kate Perry doing the Furby eye is getting a lot of traction, and all the anti-vaxxers assume that she's got the eye of the Pfizer. What do you all think? You all saw the video of her glitching out? I just figured she's wearing fake lashes and they're sticking together. It was some kind of a wardrobe malfunction. But, people will run to their favorite explanations and, settle on it. Commenter says it was shown to us for a reason. Yeah, it could have just been a way to flash the all-seeing eye. I mean, they do have a sense of humor about this. Thank you, Uncool Ben. We at IPS appreciate the support. We are a listener-supported, a listener-driven operation. but I'm also expanding into my art business, which I was into before this, and I think that if I augment it, we'll continue to expand into print and other areas um, pretty rapidly in the coming weeks and months. I'm very optimistic about the future, despite all of the attempts to censor our channel. Like it hasn't phased us. In fact, I think every attempt to squash this channel has just caused us to evolve. And what we have now is bigger than any one platform. It's actually a network of minds who are, philosophically on the same sheet. We don't like being lied to, and we're not obsessed with, but we're greatly amused by deconstructing these lies. And we have a pretty good success rate. And we've taken it to the next level. Not just predictive programming, but concurrent programming, real time entertainment, influencing your thoughts on the real time news. I mean, it's pretty remarkable what they've done, but I think we are pretty much up to speed with what the stage magicians on the world stage can do. Phase Polarizer says stress related nervous reaction. Could have been. I've seen a number of things with that particular actress, which makes me question any of her antics. I'm pretty sure she's John Benet Ramsey. And shout out to Human Vibrations. I'll have to reach out to that channel. I'll put a link in my notes here. Human Vibration had done an anagram search on John Benet Ramsey, and it turns out you can discern from that, enjoy your basement. Rishi Sunak to be crowned UK Prime Minister. Again, crowned. Think about these names. You get crown, king, phoenix, Christ, all these things that are correlated. And the 33, the crown, obviously being correlated here. And here you have British Prime Minister walking between two pillars, each one having a 3 on it. And I don't know if it is a big deal, but I just couldn't help but notice the resemblance to the new Prime Minister, to the main character in The Watcher. And it wasn't that they look so much alike, because then they have the same hair, the same eyebrows, similar expressions, but that both of them are shown in a similar, here we go, photograph. Walking between two pillars, you have this image. When you search The Watcher, you see this man coming out of his door. And that's the significance here. You're talking about the symbolism of architecture when you're looking at Masonic symbolism, stairs, doors, arches, pillars. And here he is. This is the lead actor from The Watcher coming out from between two pillars. And I thought, why does he look exactly like the Prime Minister, the way he's posed in this picture? I thought it was the same. I thought, oh, that guy with the newspaper and the bathrobe? Just a coincidence, I'm sure, but maybe not. Like I said, they blend things together with names. They also do it with images. That's why I was pointing out the correlation between the lead character in The Man Who Fell to Earth and Kanye West. Because if Kanye West is inheriting the musical, I guess he's the successor in this sense, the icon, as far as like the level of an icon, if he's the successor of Bowie, and then if Bowie's in The Man Who Fell to Earth, you can see how the new Man Who Fell to Earth would have to be applied to Kanye, and they did it through this actor who has multiple correlations to Kanye, including their birth age. And they represent, again, the same thing as far as iconography, the black star, this fallen or descended savior. And I have something else to add to that. When I watched the new Elvis movie in the theater, it opened up with a trailer for the movie called Black Adam. And Black Adam is starring The Rock. So there you have another Black Rock. And he wears a lightning bolt around his neck. Again, Mr. Satan falls like lightning, Starman. You have this superhero character, Black Adam, played by The Rock, Black Rock, and then he's wearing the lightning bolt. That's the trailer. Then Elvis starts. When Elvis starts, it's Elvis as a kid, as a child, with a lightning bolt around his neck, like a big pendant. Of course, he's the Black Star. It shows him growing up, working for Crown Electric, big lightning bolt and a crown. Again, king, crown. I mean, these symbols are grouped together, and it's so consistent. I just have to point it out. Thank you, Travis Cloud. We at IPS appreciate the support. He says, great work, flat Earth people everywhere. You know, the default position is globe Earth because that's what you're taught, but you've never seen the curve. You just haven't. Like from the perspective of your physical body, you've never experienced a curve, your eyes have never seen it. It's just this hypothetical. You just got to believe. And this curving is interesting, how they curve everything, how time-space is curved, gravity is just curvature of time-space because of large mass. And they say they curve the horizon with their GoPros, but it's all about the curving, the bending. And I found this interesting etymological breakdown, speaking of etymology, as Alan Moore was referencing. It's important, I think, because the word wicker in one breakdown is the basis for Wicca, you know, like witchcraft. And wicker, you get the wicker basket. It's about bending. And I think there's this connotation here about the bending of reality. And that if you can just bend it a little bit at the starting point, you can make anything real. And this brought me back to the idea of newsbenders, which is from 1968. It's from this 30-minute theater. But the newsbenders is about how the news is written decades in advance. And the people who write it are all compromised. You know, they have a job they cannot refuse. They're given a position and they're let in. And I'll play a clip from the newsbenders because I think they bend everything. I think they've bent our reality. And it's all, of course, fundamental to maintaining their mind control, putting us on their world stage. But this is the newsbenders, and it's from the BBC, again, 1968, where this individual is applying at a job at the Classified World News Service. And now the CWNS, the Classified World News Service, operates between government and media companies supplying news footage and stills. And here's where he finds out that, yes, at this place they actually fabricate all of our world events. And here he has shown a mock stage for the Apollo landing, among other things, the faking of the nuke, and he's even told why they're going to be doing these things. Here he's told about the news 5 years to the future.
1973. We've only roughed out the news for 1973. Nothing's been given the go-ahead yet, but this is the kind of thing we have in mind. Come.
He's walking through the stage, and he sees what appears to be the moon landing site, and just a model. And as he walks to the room, he's told why they needed to fake it.
First historic pictures by Radstar of the combined U.S.-Russian landing on the moon. Shown here are Majors Webb and Mikhailovich taking their first steps into the unknown.
He's literally showing him clips of news from the future. I mean, imagine getting a job at CNN or Fox. And I'm pretty sure this happened. You know, like the first day on the job for Sean Hannity was 9/11 in 2001. You know, I can imagine maybe in August of 2001, Sean Hannity has shown, okay, here's what's going to happen in September, and he sees the buildings falling down. I mean, you can tell that many of these insiders have some level of inside knowledge, that there's duper's delight galore. But again, this is news benders and how they bend our reality. And of course, this also would suggest, and this is why I think a lot of this stuff about Russia and Ukraine is just theater. Everybody agrees when it comes to outer space. Everybody participates, as in International Space Station. Sure, they seem to be having some level of space contention. They want to fight over who runs the place, and it seems like China may take over once they take down the ISS. But they all share the same backstage. That's my point. They all share the same special effects department. Or at least they compare notes, and they're on the same sheet as far as we are going to fool the masses. I think China has its own special effects department. They could learn a lot from NASA, to be quite honest. All right, let us continue. David Hogg sent this tweet yesterday. Over 4 years ago, Brian protested with March for Our Lives to demand action on gun violence in our schools and communities. This week, he was shot in both hands, like a stigmata, and through his neck by an AR-15 in St. Louis. He jumped out of a window to save his life. All right, so here you have a March for Our Lives protester. I said they should have named it Run for Our Lives. Didn't get away fast enough. No, anyway, shot him through his hands. Come on. This is This is Christ. This is another bit of symbolism here. And then jumping from the window. By the way, that shooting in St. Louis was at a performance arts school, not unlike Parkland. A bunch of actors. I have some more notes on that, which we'll get to. Most of you here already know what these things are. It doesn't take us long to deconstruct these psyops. Basketball team linked to Kanye West kicked from tournament in response to the artist's statements. Interesting. I want to get back into the Kanye thing here in just a few moments. There's a couple more things we have to touch on. Okay, I had made the connection between Kanye West and Django Unchained because there he is taking credit for it. And this is recent. Django Unchained, based on Nat Turner. Nat Turner, the inspiration for Turner Diaries. Turner Diaries was published in 1978, and 42 years later, it came back to life. If you look at the cover of the Turner Diaries, you have a man and a woman guarding their property from the, I guess, the equality police. Now, if you look at the next image I'm showing you, these are the McCloskeys. They showed up in these exact costumes on their front lawn. He's got an assault rifle 15, and she's got a cigarette lighter that looks like a gun. And they are menacing the BLM, Black Lives Matter. Now, if you compare their wardrobe to the man and the woman on the Turner Diaries, you can see it's the same thing. The Turner Diaries couple grown up equals the McCloskeys. Not a coincidence. Now, it wouldn't be right to stand in front of a giant empty mansion on your front lawn pointing guns at marchers on your street. Like, that's a little outside of the scope of what your Second Amendment would actually allow you to get away with. You can't mow down a parade. Now, if they broke into his house, yes. And even then, I mean, even then, you have to have a reasonable cause to kill somebody. And in this case, the BLM protesters weren't exactly burning anything down. They broke a gate, yes. Police should have been called. But this, I think, was an intentional overreach. And what they were trying to convey here is this. When the McCloskeys were out there pointing guns at BLM, they're in a mansion that's empty. And this is what they're trying to convey symbolically. This is about the system has benefited a privileged group, and they have these big empty mansions that they're very insecure about. Meanwhile, they're surrounded by tens of thousands of homeless. This is all part of the Marxist structuring, rich versus poor, poor versus rich. Now they use environmentalism to advance much of the Marxism. But here with BLM, it still has that traditional framework. And they had to show you an example of some privileged rich people. And again, I think they were Democrats, which some said, that's kind of interesting. The Democrats have to deal with what they've created. But no, I think if anything, these are actors playing a role, and they're playing the role of the Turner Diaries couple. And by the way, when they went on tour after, because they still go on tour, they go and they show the support for Kyle Rittenhouse, they go around politicking, they wear the same uniform. Like, I don't know if they pose like that for pictures, but they definitely wear the same thing. She's dressed up like the Hamburglar, and then he's wearing the polo shirt. All right, let us continue. Again, just making this clear that the Turner Diaries is about Helter Skelter, a real-life Helter Skelter. And Helter Skelter comes from Marilyn Manson. Marilyn Manson is mixed into he's on the Black Skinhead track, he's sampled. And he and Kanye on 222 sang a song together called Jail, about going to jail. Not hard to put the dots together there. All right, let's continue. This is a Q drop thing. Yesterday, Elon Musk, Pope Elon, took over Twitter. He walked into Twitter headquarters carrying a sink. His tweet said, "Entering Twitter headquarters, let that sink in." There you have a very funny dad joke. But it just so happens to be the case that there is a corresponding Q drop that says, "Nobody is sleeping tonight, let that sink in." Now this tweet from Q Stradamus says, "For what reason is nobody sleeping tonight? It seems obvious to me that the timing of Elon's Twitter purchase is not a coincidence. By appearance, we have seen a systematic exposure of corruption at Twitter by a man who cannot be bought or deterred, similar to Trump and Kanye. Alongside Elon's exposure, if all our accounts are restored, I see a huge shift in the awakening." That's from Q Stradamus. The nonners believe that this, tied with Kanye and Parler, Trump and Truth Social, is going to precipitate a great awakening. You have these three right-wing maverick rogue outsiders who happen to be billionaires. Well, Kanye's formerly a billionaire, but maybe Parler can fix that. Also, just a heads up, tomorrow is 10/28, Q's 5th birthday, and 107 107 is highly influential. You might think he's just a fringe kook, but he's well known among all of the Q-friendly GOP, which is pretty much all of them. And 107 says that in 7 days, Trump's going to be arrested. That's tomorrow. Q's 5th birthday, Trump's going to be arrested. So just a heads up. And if he isn't, none of them will lose any of their credibility. Doc, spelled with a Q, D-O-Q, Doc Holliday said, "For those of you who don't know, you're being misled. I'm 99% sure that JFK Jr., if he were on social media, would not promote himself as though he were JFK Jr. What part of thinking logically have you not figured out?" Well, Vincent Kennedy responds. He says, "I imagine Biden's really JFK Jr. in a mask. He's 46 for now," meaning President 46. They call Trump 45, and they're saying that JFK Jr. could be 46. And here's a very poorly constructed meme of Joe Biden ripping his face off and showing JFK Jr. beneath it, which I don't know how that helps. He's still a Democrat. But again, I'm keeping you up with the Kool-Aid drinkers, keeping you up with the crisis actors, and keeping you up with the fall of the West. A friendly environmentalist, nature lover, Jacques Cousteau says, "In order to save the planet, it'd be necessary to kill 350,000 people per day." It's a lot. Again, environmentalism is misanthropy. That's pretty much all that it is. You can send me messages at infiniteplane.media. You can also leave voicemails at 833-311-1984. Someone named Anya sent me this message. Says, "What does U.S. have on Russia? Putin says he's not bluffing on nukes but hasn't used them. He's threatened to blow up a dam in the Ukraine, but he hasn't. Either he is an epic fail or he's scared." I was thinking they were waiting until not just October, but until Scorpio. And we're in Scorpio now. As Scorpio is ruled by Pluto, Hades, and this is the year of Pluto's return, very significant. And here we are in the midterms. So midterms, 2-2, and we're looking at it being right here in the middle of what the right, far right, like Bannon is calling, Steve Bannon, who's supposed to serve 4 months, by the way. You know, he's calling this election the most momentous one since 1862, referring to an election that occurred during the Civil War. I mean, that's how they're framing it. And I would think that Putin's going to strike after the helter-skelter kicks off. I think it's going to be taking advantage of the chaos which they may be helping to instigate. I think that's the story. The nukes will happen, but helter-skelter has to kick it off. So we're waiting on Kanye. Got another message from my website. He said, worth a listen if bored. Okay, I'll take a look. This is a video someone recommended to me. I will take recommendations, and I always share them on my Minds account. If you want to share something with a lot of people, send it to me at infiniteplane.media, and I'll put it on blast if it's something you want me to go through. I watched a lot of great videos the other day on the connections between David Bowie, Kubrick, and Christopher Nolan. I mean, unbelievable stuff. Well, it's not that it's unbelievable. It's stuff that's worth knowing. You know, this isn't conjecture. We're actually, at this point, I'd say, we are reverse engineering the big script real time. All right, let us continue. Just Stop Oil activist explains why she threw soup at a Van Gogh painting. Again, this is a reoccurring theme here. The Stop Oil is part of this. I'm not sure if it's the same thing as Extinction Rebellion, but it's part of the same religion. And if you didn't know, climate change, environmentalism, all of this hyperbolic fear porning, yeah, it's a religion. It's a doomsday cult. And its members feel justified in committing property crimes. They think it's funny. They think they can decide if it is or isn't a crime. You know, if you throw a tomato soup on a painting, just because the painting isn't damaged, well, you could still be liable for damages. I would still sue her. How many hours was that painting taken out of circulation? Among other things. Like, I'm pretty sure that this hypocrite here should be charged with a crime, but won't be. And the museum's probably complicit. And if this person really believed the scientists that say the world's going to end, you must stop oil painting, you would also wear a mask. You would also be social distance. You wouldn't have left your house. It's the same scientists.
Now, I would like to make one thing perfectly clear. We did no damage to the painting whatsoever. I was in court yesterday, heard that there's been minimal damage done to the frame, which is repairable and replaceable, and absolutely no damage done to the painting. It was behind glass, and we never ever would have considered doing it if we didn't know that it was behind glass and that we wouldn't do any damage. I mean, literally.
Okay, they wouldn't have considered doing it if they had any chance of really damaging the painting, but they do damage. They do damage the economy. They do damage people's lives when they block roads. You don't know how much money is lost, how much work is lost, other things. There was some environmentalists on a bridge caused some 6-hour traffic delays, and there was an accident. Someone got hit by a car. They do have blood on their hands. And I think it would be perfectly acceptable to preemptively arrest all of them, just so they could stop being carbon super spreaders.
We were sat there so glued to the wall. They wiped it off with a bit of kitchen roll. I recognise that it looks like a slightly ridiculous action. I agree, it is ridiculous. But we're not asking the question, should everybody be throwing soup on paintings? What we're doing is getting the conversation going so we can ask the questions that matter. Questions like, is it okay that Liz Truss is licensing over
Okay, here we go. Anyway, I'm done with this. I liked Greta better. I mean, at least Greta was just straight up and honest. I don't want you to drive. I don't want you to fly. We're going to cancel out these previous generations and all of their lifestyles. This person here, it's a little disingenuous. It really is. And again, they're hypocrites. It's hard for me to believe that they're even serious. It's hard for me to believe that they're serious if they're not going to wear masks. Like that individual that spit on Alex Stein at that protest. I mean, liberals in mobs are known to spit. And I always thought that's kind of a contradiction that, on the one hand, they want us to, I don't know, it's like they want us to lock down, social distance. You're a bioterrorist just by breathing, and then they can just spit on people, and they don't really recognize, like, that's a weapon of mass destruction. Salty Siren says that was disgusting. It was. Whatever that was that came out of her mouth, out of her esophagus. It reminded me of that movie called Sputnik. It was August 2020 when Putin released Sputnik 5, the COVID vaccine. There was a movie out of Russia called Sputnik. And Sputnik was about cosmonauts in space coming back down with viral infections that were actually the result of aliens that infect them and create this symbiotic relationship. Here's a short description of it. They seem to have developed a completely symbiotic relationship with the creatures living in the esophagus of the cosmonauts, benefiting from their nutrients. That's definitely the vibe that I got. I was like, does this person know a cosmonaut? Like, what was that thing in her esophagus? But she spit it out onto Alex Stein. I don't know if they called the police or anything like that, or if he's just going to use that as an example. All right, this headline again, Kanye West, a musical giant who crashed to Earth. You can see there's a bigger story there. And by the way, in the new movie, Man Who Fell to Earth, there's only one woman. Again, a woman. One woman who can save the species. Her name? Naomi Harris. A woman named Harris being handpicked by Starman, the man who fell to Earth, our savior. Yeah, he found someone who can save us, and the name is Harris. Nothing alarming about that. I've got a pretty good video here. New York City is just a giant Grand Theft Auto server at this point. It always has been. The entire Earth has always been just that. And this is a video from yesterday in New York. It's like a school bus ramming through traffic, and there were police officers falling all over it. I mean, it's just a big chaotic mess. Not hard to imagine. It's just New York. But I'm saying it's always been this. Like, the world's not getting worse. The chaos isn't accelerating. If anything, it's decelerating. The difference is now we are all witnesses to it. Again, chief exorcist Putin will de-Satanize the West and its Hollywood values as Kanye West's world burns in front of us. I think Kanye West is off script in a way, but he's not off stage. He's in his own Truman Show. I don't know if he knows how deep it is, but I'm pretty sure he's being provoked into this very public downfall. Kanye West has been banned from Fortnite, banned from his own school, losing everything. Meanwhile, and this is on the Daily Cause, Ye's dive into the anti-Semitic abyss greenlights a wave of eliminationism from the far right. Not a coincidence he's buying Parler, again, from the husband of his 33-year-old friend Candace Owens. Parler's CEO is her husband, and Parler was the one that was used for much of the 1/6 insurrection psyop staging. Republicans continue their descent into fascist eliminationism, and the masks of plausible deniability they've been wearing begin to slip. It appears we've reached the point, thanks in no small part to entertainer Ye, whose recent embrace of open anti-Semitism has resulted in few repercussions. Well, this article came out on the 25th. There have been a few more repercussions. But it's going on to say this is a week of far-right fringe figures, pundits, and politicians and eliminationists, going from Donald Trump's tweets calling on Jews to appreciate his support for Israel to Laura Logan on Newsmax describing globalists dining on the blood of children. Then you have Tucker Carlson's vicious attacks on black NBC hosts, claiming she is trying to incite a new race war. None of this is surprising. I mean, we're moving toward the midterms. And the point of midterms is this, in this bigger context. America, born 1776, is experiencing the return of Pluto here in 2022. The significance of that is that from the perspective of fake history, or whatever you want to believe about history, it's just supposedly it's synonymous with the overturning of empires. The idea here, of course, is that Pluto return releases the Kraken, and I've been seeing this term of the crack. And what is a crack but a split, like a crack in a dam, or the schism that divides our nation, the schism in the middle. And right now, the midterms is about this very schism. This is the split. I think this is the breaking point. And my take on it is that everything being unleashed right now is to create some kind of excuse for well, I guess you could call it the synthesis. You have the Hegelian dialectic. They create these poles. They make sure that they cannot be reconciled without a third party, and then they ram them together. Worldview warfare. And that's what we're about to experience. It's above, it's below. It's not a coincidence that the International Space Station had to dodge Russian space junk. Again, space junk from a satellite test that Russia did that America can't do because they said they wouldn't in the Outer Space Treaty. And I remember when I was watching these anti-satellite ballistic tests, I'm thinking, why would they be doing this unless they wanted some plausible deniability for the space station falling later? Like, could they not calculate it? Let's blow up this one, and then eventually that field of debris is going to hit the space station. And it seems like that is what they're doing. If they take it down, it'll likely be with some level of plausible deniability. Kanye West wax figure removed from public view. London Museum moves the figure of U.S. rapper due to his racist, anti-Semitic, anti-black remarks. Now, I had mentioned the connection between the BLM, Marxist class warfare view, and environmentalism. Well, listen to this from utilitydive.com. The energy system is, quote, inherently racist. How are utilities responding to calls for greater utility? Climate justice is a thing, but this angle here is really what got me started on this Kanye West thing. When that January 9th fire happened in the Bronx, they said it was because of space heaters, and they said the space heaters were necessitated by the poverty created by this unbalanced system of capitalism. They said that space heaters, these were caused by they were necessitated by climate change. Climate change caused by the rich. But that also the space heaters were then symbols of inequity. Deadly Bronx fire puts focus on space heaters, some see as symbols of inequity. Again, 19 stories, 19 victims, 1-9 Northwest Tower of the Twin Parks. All kinds of 9/11 connections here on this event. But the main thing is this. The space heater as a symbol of inequity. This was blamed on capitalism. Now, space capitalism is the reason for space wars. We cannot let Western, or I'd say manifest destiny, we cannot let that spread into space. The sun has to set on the west. The Great Reset is just that, the sun setting on the west. Now, these symbols of iniquity have also, I think, drawn attention to space wars. We're talking about space heaters. Well, space is heating up. Not just the climate change, which they say is causing space junk to stay up longer, but it's about the political climate heating up. And after that, we had a lot of the contention between America and Russia. Is Russia going to leave the space station? So again, 1-9, I saw this as there's going to be a strike from space from Russia as space wars heat up and the West is going to burn. And of course, Kanye has a kid named North. And I was like, the Northwest Tower burned. And it was all put out by fire truck number 42, by the way. And if you get into the symbolism, you'll find it's all there as well. But it was back in January when these Twin Parks towers were burning that I started realizing, wait, they're using the term West in a very specific way with this celebrity's name, and I'm seeing its correlation to the way the West is being framed by Putin. Climate denial is a gateway drug for racism and anti-LGBTQ plus bigotry. Now, how is that? Again, this is narrative buildup. We got to get rid of conspiracy theorists because it's a slippery slope. Candace Owens has a new book to sell based on attacking BLM, claiming George Floyd was killed by fentanyl. Considering the significance of the George Floyd event, 2020, the George Floyd summer of riots, this stands out to me as important because George Floyd's death is the subject of this documentary by Candace Owens, and I watched it yesterday. She's a 33-year-old Illuminati agitator, obviously, putting this out at this time, calling into question the very narrative. Did George get killed by police oppression? No, she's saying Derek Chauvin did no wrong. That's her basic story. Her basic take on it is that BLM is a scam and Derek Chauvin did no wrong. This is what is being echoed by Kanye West. This is why the George Floyd family threatened to sue Kanye for $250 million. But think about this. Candace and Kanye wearing White Lives Matter, calling out Black Lives Matter as a hoax, as a scam, claiming their martyr isn't a martyr but a criminal. This is instigation. And then the connection to Parler seals it. We're looking at high-level instigation with the self-defined king of culture, one of the most popular figures on the world stage right now, Kanye West, engaging in this helter-skelter Turner Diaries level provocations. And these provocations are meant to cause something. And then you have all of the usual suspects out there like Goyim TV waving flags over freeways in Los Angeles. Kanye West is right about Jews. You can kind of see how this all ties together. Not a coincidence again that Kanye West is the son of a Black Panther. And they couldn't do this with whites. You could not have Tucker Carlson go out there and say these things explicitly. He has to have Kanye come out and say these things. They had to have Candace Owen and Kanye West. Why do they have to have black celebrity political figures advancing the white nationalist Timothy McVeigh helter-skelter narrative? Why is that? I mean, to me, this is all very much consistent with the PSYOP entertainment complex and its Hegelian dialectics, the black versus white. Beyond race, it's really about manipulating the mass mind, where people didn't even really catch it until they never really see it until it's too late. It's way beyond just one celebrity. This is a bigger picture, and her connection to Parler should tell you this is part of the political theater of 2022 and the midterms and the splitting apart of the West. A couple of other things I want to point out, just kind of scouring the related nodes on the mind map here. I think I've made most of the connections. The next thing we're waiting for is this. We're waiting for this Django Unchained thing to pick up. Again, it was just a couple of days ago. Kanye West took credit for the Django Unchained story, which ties into Nat Turner and the Turner Diaries. It's a very interesting story. I mean, what we're looking at here, the burning down of the West, and I don't know what's going to happen as far as how it's executed, other than nuclear winter appears to be a part of the story, which means lockdowns because of fallout. Lockdowns because of nuclear fallout. We've been talking about Putin being appointed the chief exorcist to desatanize and exorcise the West. I've been getting a lot of interesting videos. If you want to follow my Twitter feed, like the CEO of Pfizer, in more videos than one, has that neck thing that kind of inflates and deflates like a frog or a reptoid.
Your medicines, we know from the COVID vaccine, very effective. No.
Now that, again, is unusual, I guess. Maybe not. Maybe it's a nothing. But then I was also sent this one. Kate Perry was showing off how she can inflate and deflate her neck like a frog, like a big iguana, like some kind of a reptoid.
Yeah. Touch it, here, touch it. Oh, this is bad. This is...
Again, this is Kate Perry showing how she can inflate her neck.
Oh, God.
It's a tree frog.
Yeah. Touch it, here, touch it.
Yeah, tree frog. How many of you would touch Kate Perry's neck? If she inflated her neck in front of you, would you be willing to? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Then you have this, speaking of celebrities and reptoids, you have Nicole Kidman, star of Eyes Wide Shut, a movie about Illuminati, total insider, obviously. Every day more actors and singers and sportsmen join the promotion of eating bugs. And here you have it. It's good enough for Nicole Kidman.
I'm Nicole Kidman, and I am going to eat a full-course meal of bugs.
There you have it. Nicole Kidman eating a full-course meal of bugs. Right. Other big story, we have A protest going on at Black Rock headquarters in New York in a heavy police protest. These symbols are all interconnected. Black Rock's significance in the post-reset is very important. Again, Black Rock City, Nevada, the source of the location of the Burning Man festivals, and the Black Rock is being associated with this Starman savior. It's the savior, the Starman. The Black Rock is the star that falls. It's the light falling like lightning. It's the Mr. Satan, again, the star-born savior. I'm not sure if I'm buying this narrative about Kate Perry having some kind of damage, the winking eye, but I don't know. I'm seeing all these celebrities with these glitches. I'm open-minded. Again, there's so many things to cover right now. We got Elon Musk threatening unrestricted free speech on Twitter. I'm looking forward to see what happens with Kanye and Parler. Here's a short clip where Kanye West talks about how his gangster friends kept him from going through initiations, which is why he can speak freely. This is kind of an interesting little soundbite. And we're looking at the point in Kanye where the point in his story, I think, where it's about to go Django Unchained. He's about to I'm not sure if he's chased off the edge, but they're certainly pulling every rug they can from beneath him.
A Lil Boozy or Meek Mills or Puff Daddy, anybody, and say, hey, we need you to talk shit about Ye right now. And also, you're not allowed, if you do want to vote for Trump or vote outside of what this arrangement is, then we're going to put you in jail. We're not going to bring you down. We have this on you. You get what I'm saying? If I had ever killed someone, if I wasn't the bitch with the pink polo on, I wouldn't be able to be the vocal man that I am today. You understand what I'm saying? This is the reason why I'm happy that my gangster disciple brothers kept me from the initiations.
There we go. They kept him from the initiations. And what does that mean? And he goes on to say that they cannot legally speak or they will go to prison.
They legally cannot speak. They legally cannot speak or they will go to prison.
All right. Fascinating. They legally cannot speak or they will go to prison. Considering COVID a hoax is a gateway to belief in conspiracy theories. I guess Infinite Plane Radio, in addition to being mind war inoculation, is a gateway to dis, and misinformation. There's another interesting clip. Ralph Norman says that the cabal is actually still being led by Obama.
We're going to subpoena as many people as we can. We're going to hopefully have consequences, starting with Mayorkas, Ray with the FBI. I mean, a whole host of things. The whole administration is a rogue administration. And I guess we all know Joe Biden is not running this country. There is a cabal of unelected elitists who are running this country. Probably Barack Obama is involved. Probably Eric Holder. But who knows?
Who knows? It's weekend at Bernie's. Echo says they initiate by murder and gangs, Tim, I've heard. Sure. Look, if street gangs will commit murders and worse in order to get in, it's not hard to believe that at some of these higher up elitist gangs, they do much worse. Like, I don't fault the QAnoners for thinking that the Clintons eat babies. I mean, you really can't. Now, I was following up on that story in St. Louis. Again, it's an acting school, a bunch of actors, performance artists. I'll leave it up to you. But one of the very first reports that I saw from this shooting looked like a student reporter, and she was wearing a lanyard. And I've noticed that lanyards are, usually a giveaway that you're looking at some kind of a staged production. But let me just play this short clip. This is from the St. Louis Performance Arts School where the shooting happened, and the only reason the media cares is because it was an assault rifle or an AR-15 like weapon. They will never cover stories that involve handgun murders in Chicago. Wonder why.
Hey, Sydney and Rennie, just really a heartbreaking story we just heard about 15 minutes ago from a freshman. He told me they actually thought this was one of those, active shooter drills.
Okay. Right. thought it was a drill.
Active shooter drills, and then they realized it was actually taking place and there was a real active shooter.
Yeah, okay. Very convincing. Very, very convincing. I'll give her a B. All right, this is JT33, The Masquerade, featuring Symbia. Thanks, everyone. We'll be back later to take calls, and if you want to send me a message, go to infiniteplane.media. You can also leave voicemails. It's going to be a very, very active weekend. Tomorrow is the 5th anniversary of Q. Maybe Trump's going to get arrested tomorrow. The arrest that will shock the world. It's the one that they have been waiting on. Maybe it wasn't going to be Clinton. Maybe it is going to be Trump. Then we have the chief exorcist right now. That would be Putin, who's going to exorcise the West as Kanye West world gets exorcised of the same Antichrist influences from Hollywood. Thanks for joining. Links are below. And I'm going to send out the newsletter, so you want to subscribe to that. Have a good day. I'm going to turn it back over to the 24/7.
You have now entered the New World Order's AI construct, where nothing is as it seems. Your dreams and aspirations have been selected for you. All that makes you who you are was predetermined by the now functioning AI. Free thought is no longer an option. We now have control over all things, including the very thoughts we allow you to have. Do not try to resist. Welcome to the masquerade.
Welcome to the masquerade.
celestial alignments. 8:46 a.m. 9/11 kicks off the ritual, that is. Wasn't a terror attack. I mean, you could argue it was, maybe psychological terror. Alex Jones is back in court. Trial set for the Sandy Hook case. They're just assigning more damages. We've been talking about the QAnon thing because there's always an agenda here, and look at this. Rebecca Landis told the Daily Beast, and Daily Beast and Vice are two of these papers you'll often see overly represented with psyops. They're always the first ones to report. You know, her parents, or her mother was just killed, her father was just killed by the police. The crime scene is still open, and she's talking to the Daily Beast. I find this very, very hard to believe. Rebecca told the Daily Beast that her father became obsessed with QAnon and other conspiracy theories in 2020, consuming huge amounts of online videos and following far-right figures like Alex Jones. He had no history of violence and was extremely loving, but that changed after Trump lost. He lost his sense of reality and started going down these crazy rabbit holes. So they've even blamed Alex Jones for this. And she says, and here's problem, reaction, solution. Problem, misinformation, Q. Shootings, deaths. Reaction, outrage. This is killing us. Solution, here it is. She wants QAnon promoters to be sued for the damage they cause and hopes that the federal government will investigate them. This is typical of PSYOPs. They say, oh, look, all these kids died. We need to do something about the assault rifle 15s immediately. You know, someone's kids are still there at the crime scene, dead on the ground, and the parents are like, we need to do something about our gun control. Like, I don't think they would be political at that moment. I really don't. I find that to be very unbelievable. But that's always the case. And yet, the same anti-gun people who are terrified of assault rifle 15s have nothing to say about handgun violence and about violence in places like Chicago. They only care about very specific types of attacks and very specific weapons. It's because they don't really care in principle. Erica Creech says the Oculus is right by the 2001 Kubrick Hilton monolith. Gypsy says it has PSYOP written all over it. Ooh, I didn't know this. Cat Bunny Buffalo says Gavin McSmollett started Vice. So Gavin McSmollett, again, Gavin McInnes, founder of the Proud Boys, or as we've branded him, Gavin McSmollett, founder of the Fed Boys. He hoaxed his own arrest. He pulled a Jussie Smollett for clout, and he got busted because Owen Benjamin spilled the beans. He's like, this was nice beans you got there, Gavin. Be a shame if somebody spilled them. And Gavin's like, we're over. Oh, you're never going to be able to talk to Gavin again? Gavin McInnes, Gavin McSmollett. Gavin McInnes is the guy that made out with a pederast at the site of the Orlando disco shooting. And they didn't even call it a hoax. They went over there on the presumption it was real. Gavin McInnes and Milo Yiannopoulos. And they made out, for some reason, I'm not against it, I just don't understand the point, of making out over a pile of 300 dead disco dancers. Like, it doesn't even make sense to me. I guess they were trying to be shocking. But now he's been reduced to staging his own swatting, like so many other people on the right. This has been the summer of swatting, and since we've called it out, there have been many more swatties. You had MTG, a.k.a. Dog the Bounty Hunter, without the wraparound shades. Same person, we know this. You're not fooling anybody. MTG was swatted twice, supposedly. If you really read the story, she wasn't swatted. She makes it sound like, had she opened the door with a gun in hand, they would have killed her. They would have had some kind of SWAT response that intense, where they were ready. It was like a hostage situation. They're ready to... No, they weren't. There were no snipers. There were no helicopters, no APCs, armored personnel carriers, nothing. It's a knock on the door. They totally exaggerate. Steve Bannon has been faking swattings for some time whenever he needs clicks. I consider doing it myself. I mean, it really does get you some traction. We're actually trying to predict who's going to be the next far-right person to self-swat. I kind of thought Alex Stein would do it. It's that cringe of a move. But no, it was Gavin McInnes. Let us continue. Angst G says, if only the guy had listened to IPS after the election, he would have been inoculated from the BS. Right. Oh, yes. I mean, there are so many people who could be saved just by recognizing that they've made a huge philosophical error by trusting and giving benefit of the doubt to the mainstream media. Now, this is an update from the Queen's funeral procession, and the QAnoners are really digging into this one. The Queen's flag, the one draping the coffin, was wrinkled. According to the Qs, this means traitor. The license plate, WP4597. They interpret this as witness protection, Trump 45, and 97 is the year Princess Diana died. Now, if this doesn't make sense to you, you're not trusting the plan. What Q is trying to tell you here is that the Queen killed Diana, but Diana didn't die. She's under witness protection. I'm sorry. I'm not quite sure what they mean, but that's what they have found. I found another example of a QAnoner, by the way. I've been finding a lot of these, and I think they're mostly plants. Here is another QAnoner from 2019. I missed this one. His name was Anthony Camello, and he killed some Gambino mob boss. And his defense, and you can see him here with a Q on his palm. His defense is he was fighting the deep state. In the 9 months since that conversation, Mr. Camello, 25, claimed to his lawyer, and this is his defense for killing some mob boss, that he was fighting the deep state. Kind of like the guy who attempted to blow up the dam. But I guess what they're trying to suggest here is vigilantism. Angst G says, Owen Benjamin says, Gavin also engaged in a display on air to own the Muslims. So dumb. Yeah, I don't pay a lot of attention to Gavin McInnes or any of these characters. I knew what they were from the beginning, but I wasn't aware that he started Vice. Very interesting. He's on the far... I mean, Vice is anti-conspiracy theorist. They are seemingly tasked with creating these caricatures of what happens if you listen to conspiracy theories. Again, the term is subjective. You're not considered a conspiracy theorist if you believe we're in the end times because of global warming. No, that's considered to be someone who's got a grasp on the science. Of course, science has supplanted religion. I'm going to play this clip here. This is sort of a side topic. We've been talking about for a little while, this Kraken notion. And a very fascinating topic overall. We're talking about forced memes forced into the zeitgeist, the reoccurring theme of the dam. That's why I brought up the walled lake, the place where the shooting happened by this QAnoner. It seems like a dam reference. Anyway, the dam concept, the Kraken concept, has brought us to look at a few different representations of this idea. The Kraken has been connected with the election. It's also this mythological character connected with Hades/Pluto. We've had the return of Pluto. We also find it represented throughout entertainment. You have a character in particular from science fiction writer H.P. Lovecraft's mythos, and that would be Cthulhu, who is a squid-headed, gigantic, titanic, kraken-like being at the bottom of the ocean at Point Nemo. And this happens to be the place where NASA drops all of its dead satellites. There's a fascinating story here, but my main thing is this. In the Lovecraftian mythos, the ocean is an alien body. The idea is it arrived via comet, some kind of cataclysm, and it brought with it all of these beings that came from above. So instead of flying down in a flying saucer, the big squid-headed demigod thing was in a big chunk of ice, and then it lands in the ocean. Anyway, this is an interesting story because we've been discussing what's more likely. Is deep space up there, or beneath our feet, or beneath the ocean? Well, I came across this TikToker who had this interesting notion about maybe deep space is below the ocean, and maybe that's where, quote, Mars is. Again, I've been open to the idea that they're faking space in deep underground Mars bases. This doesn't seem so far-fetched. Let me play this clip.
Y'all, I am freaking out right now. There's a lot of unexplained things going on in the ocean right now. Hold on real quick. I do not trust them. Just watch this real quick for me.
You get to Mars by going through the ocean. You can't get to the bottom of the ocean because outer space is the ocean.
Now what she just said just blew my mind. Now there's a situation called the Fermi.
So they're referencing some older concepts of the Earth and the idea of space being water and aliens all being aquatic. Very interesting idea. Again, the Lovecraftian mythos does have it that the aliens are in the ocean.
So we know that water is all around us, and it is said that this dome divided the sea into upper and lower sections. You can't cancel this out because they still haven't discovered 80% of the sea. Early civilizations believed that the ocean and the stars above were linked. I mean, just look. Mayan, Norse, Hindu, Hebrew, all of them. Now we already know what spacesuits look like, but they look exactly like sea suits. I know once...
Now, that's an interesting point about space suits looking like sea suits. The amphibious nature of it. For example, the Pope wears the meter, the fish god hat, Dagon. And if you look at the imagery of Dagon worship, they pray with their hands. You know how Donald Trump prays, where he always has his hands like a diamond pointing down? That's how I see the images of them praying to the fish god below. But for the priest to go down there, he has to put on the magic fish costume or the fish suit, amphibious. Not all that different in concept from the spacesuit, which essentially has like a fishbowl on the head. But the aquatic nature of or concept here being space being water, that's kind of a older concept, biblical concept.
Of the Bermuda Triangle. Planes and people going missing in the ocean. There are black holes in the ocean. And I just know once in your life you've heard about sea monsters. When you see a comet, it looks like a boat soaring through water. What if these unexplained species in the ocean are actually aliens? If y'all have ever watched this movie Underwater, they went too deep and found the creature that don't even look like it's supposed to be from this earth.
Very interesting. Anyway, I have a link to everything we reference on my minds.com/infinite plane society. Commenter here says, yes, we are underwater. Our Earth is just an air pocket with mountains, rivers, lakes, and vegetation. We are trapped in a vessel like a fishbowl. Requiem says, I know she didn't use a movie as evidence. This is funny to me. This guy Requiem in Twitter is saying, I know she didn't use a movie as evidence. Oh, I'm sorry, but your evidence for the moon landing was a movie. Your evidence for pretty much everything you believe has been movies. That's all you have. Sometimes they pretend like the movie's, quote, news, but no, it's a movie. News is just a protracted, never-ending, terrible reality TV show. Back to the 9/11 topic for a moment. Donald Trump was a 9/11 witness, quote, many people jumped and I witnessed it. I watched that. I have a view in my apartment, which was specifically aimed at the World Trade Center, Trump said during a rally in Columbus, Ohio. Just bringing this up because Donald Trump is lying. Quote, and I watched those people jump, and I watched the second plane hit. I saw the second plane hit the building and said, wow, that's unbelievable. Donald Trump also figures prominently in some 9/11 predictive programming. He's heavily immersed in, he's Biff Tannen. I mean, he's in Back to the Future, which is replete with 9/11 predictive programming. Joined by Slave Rescue Hound, T-Dog135, Psy-Obstacles. Psy-Obstacles says they always want the humans to believe they're trapped with no place to go. It's obviously the opposite. That's what I think. I think they're trying to keep us in a very small area. They put the human imagination on a leash, 12,500 miles long. No point in thinking any further, because you end up just going back around the ball. And space is space. There's nowhere to go. Now, if the Earth isn't a ball made of CGI like they presented us, then it might suggest that if you kept going south, quote unquote, you would find more land. That's the theory. That's the idea behind why they would falsify the model of the world to keep us from going too far. And the ball concept also tethers your imagination, as in there's no reason to even contemplate going 20,000 miles away because it's all empty space. You have to go a long distance to reach any habitable land or exoplanet. Yet, if the Earth isn't a ball, then you might be able to walk to Mars, assuming it's not deep underground or beneath the ocean. Slave Rescue Hound says, can someone please remind me of Brandon Lee's new name? You must be talking about Christopher Green, who was Brandon Lee before he fake died. Is Brandon Lee actually Chris Green? And it fits a pattern here. It fits the pattern of death faking actors going into alternative media to spread disinformation and false flag theories. False flag theory is actually misinformation. It's put out there in order to prevent you from seeing the fakery. But we do have quite a lot to suggest that Christopher Green is in fact Brandon Lee. And in all likelihood, his father, Bruce Lee, is Michio Kaku. And here's an interesting connection. Bruce Lee, 1-inch punch. Michio Kaku, 1-inch equation.
Brandon Lee died of a single gunshot wound on March 31st, 1993, from an accidental shooting on the movie The Crow. Now you're probably wondering who this man is. He's Christopher Green, host of one of the main alternative media channels on YouTube. One of the only channels we look for real news. Here's some of the allegations against them from a few conspiracy nuts that believe Brandon Lee is still alive. After these slander videos, we will then present our argument, which will debunk yet another false conspiracy that will further back them into a corner.
Hey people, how's it going? Obviously, C Green 34 is Brandon Lee, alright?
Okay, you can look into it for yourself. It's pretty obvious. It lines up. It fits the pattern. And Brandon Lee's role in The Crow is key here. It's another dying and resurrecting character. The Crow is a phoenix-like being in that movie. It represents the same thing. We have Trump's tower brag on 9/11. Yeah, let me play some more 9/11 predictive programming. So many people are familiar with 9/11 predictive programming, but there's as much or more pointing at events we haven't even experienced yet. We're still waiting on Seattle to get the Kraken, whatever that's going to be. And it should be coming up. Gypsy says like they love their phoenix image. Yes, the phoenix is the symbol of the reset. Burn down, build back better. The dying and resurrecting, it's synonymous with the Burning Man, with their version of the Christ figure. Okay, Trump's initial reaction to 9/11 was to claim that he owned the... Oh yeah, this is good. So the Twin Towers go down, and what does Trump say? Now I've got the tallest tower in Manhattan. It's the first thing he thought. Trump's initial reaction to 9/11. Here he is, claiming he now owns the tallest
Did you have any damage
building in Manhattan.
What's happened down there?
Well, it was an amazing phone call I made. 40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest. And I just spoke to my...
Donald,
yeah, so that's something to be proud of.
Buildings down in the
Being proud that your building is now the tallest building in Manhattan is like being proud that you lived longer than all the people who are in the buildings. Strange. Kevin Mooring says, what's the box in the top right corner about? Okay, let me go ahead and demonstrate what that is about. If you're looking at the live stream, and on the top right, you have the Discord chat. And now if you type anything, like if you post any links to an image or a website in the chat, it will open up on the Discord screen, which shows up on the top right. So we will always have an animated meme or some kind of image on the top right. It's a meme stream. You can post URLs and it will open up and appear on the top right. You will also see here I've updated the artwork on the channel here on the top right. It says live call now, infinite plane radio, news commentary, and mass media deconstruction. We're making a lot of improvements. There's just so much going on right now, but I want to make sure that the think tank is always on and always recorded, because they're constantly destroying our channels. They love burning books. We're living through an age of, really, it's digital book burning. It's a travesty what they're doing. However, everything you type now goes into a dedicated Discord server. And if you want to get into that server, just go to infiniteplane.media and scroll down. Aliens are demons created by evil powers to feed on human passions. We may look into this here shortly. The UFO invasion story is picking up traction again. I think this is the main reason why the mainstream media had problems with the quote flat earthers, because they didn't like the idea that there were people contradicting their big psyop narrative. They need you to believe in aliens, I'm pretty sure. Again, we just passed the 21st anniversary of 9/11. Never forget the Twin Towers, but make sure you forget World Trade Center 7. Don't remember WT7, but never forget the twins. Such a great example of cognitive dissonance. How can you not see that? At the time, if you said, what about World Trade Center 7? Like right after 9/11, people would get super offended. You couldn't even mention it. Like, oh yeah, the debris from the other building knocked it down. Like, they don't even think. They just make excuses for the pathologically lying media, trying to fill in the blanks for the media. That's how you know they have Stockholm Syndrome. They're defending their captors. Monkey Tops has joined us, says, you shouldn't feed ducks bread because it fills them up and they get bloated. Seeds and nuts are much better. Angst G says, if we post it in the YouTube chat, yes, you can post anything in the YouTube chat and it will open up in Discord. That's why we added it there. Monkey Top says that we should look into feeding ducks grapes. All right. I don't know what chat room you're referencing or how you got there, but don't give ducks bread. Got it. What about penguins? We just give them krill. By the way, we do feed the trolls at Infinite Plane Radio. We had a lot of trolls last week, and I hope they come back. We don't want to exclude, quote, trolls, even if you're an admitted troll. We feed them. We find that if you fatten up a troll enough, eventually they kind of join you. I think Machiavelli said something like that. The best way to destroy your enemies is to befriend them. And that's what I say. They say don't feed the trolls. I'm like, no, you feed them. Fatten them up. Let's run through some headlines. United Nations weighs in after another piece of space junk in the snowy mountains lands. This is the fourth fragment of SpaceX space debris. I watched this scene unfold. This is totally an actor. He does a creative reenactment of finding this, quote, space junk. I don't know what their standard of evidence is. Could I call NASA and say, hey, there's some space junk in my backyard? I'm pretty sure this thing here was put there by some props department and then he, quote, discovers it. How do people even believe this? How come it didn't leave a crater? How come it's not burned? The Asgardian nation has a CubeSat. If you didn't know, there's actually a space nation. They're called the Asgardians. And the Asgardians sent a CubeSat into space. This is their outer space infrastructure. Anyway, it fell and it burned. The Asgardian nation is in ashes. It burned. Yet space junk from SpaceX lands in these fields. Perfect. No scorch marks at all. Makes no sense. Psyopsical says climate emergency. The sky is falling. Space junk. Helmets and masks mandatory. Hey, they're going to mandate helmets. You thought mask Karens were a pain? Wait until they tell you to helmet up. Electronic warfare in space. I love how all these images of satellites look like they were made with colored pencil. Like, this is pretty much, I mean, it's almost as bad as crayon. I'm so glad I'm not saddled with this belief system. I'm so glad I'm not in this religion. Like, I think about how fortunate I am that I broke away from conventional religion early on. But how sad is it for people to grow up not knowing they're in a different religion, and its graphics are just as cheesy and unbelievable. This satellite in space image is a cartoon, and you have to tell them this. You know what's really sad is the Artemis mission, which hasn't taken off yet. I believe they moved it to the 27th, the Artemis launch. The Artemis mission, which is supposed to go, I guess, to the moon? Well, they ran a simulation in advance, and they said this is what it's going to do on its 42-day journey. And the simulation looks exactly like the real thing. So they actually have to put on the top right of the screen, this is an animation. And they have to put it there because the true believers don't know the difference between the simulation and the real thing, or the quote real thing. They can't tell the difference. It has to be labeled. I almost feel like they were remiss in not labeling this as a quote artist's conception, because the default position that most true believers in the MSM will have is, yeah, it's a photo from space. Let us continue. We're going through some of the fake news of the day. Conspiracist dad shoots his family. Again, this story is just now taking off. It says, our brains are much more malleable than we like to think they are. It's why eyewitness testimony is the least reliable form of evidence, and why we can teach ourselves new habits that become automatic eventually. Now, this is interesting. Eyewitness testimony is the least reliable form of evidence. There's something called the Innocence Project, if you want to look into this, which demonstrates how most people who are wrongfully convicted based on somebody's faulty eyewitness testimony. And the eyewitness testimony that's faulty often is the result of the manner in which the person is questioned. It could be an unethical or an inept interviewer. But eyewitness testimony is not that reliable. And this is the thing that tricks so many of the Mandela effectees. And have there been any Mandela affected terrorists yet? When is that going to start? I'm surprised they haven't had any Mandela affected mass shooters. Anyway, the Mandela affected are all victims of their own inability to understand that eyewitness testimony is the least reliable. They don't want to recognize it. They want to believe their memories are perfect. And I want to believe it too, but I couldn't get straight A's. I had to study for tests. I never aced, like spelling bees, never did that. But if our memories are perfect, it wouldn't be a problem. We would all have straight A's. When I look at the Mandela affected as a community, they often seem to me like the F students all agreeing, hey, we have the right answers. If we just gang up, we can kind of usurp the position of being, quote, right from the students who got A's. That's kind of how it is. It's a form of denialism, reality escapism, refusal to admit they could be wrong. Let me play this clip. This is Donald Trump's son, Eric, who's explaining that no one, and I assume he's including Jesus in this, no one has done more for Christianity than Donald Trump. He just said this at Freedom Fest 2022.
Fighting for religious liberty, there's no one that's done more for Christianity than Donald Trump. No one. Fighting for religious liberty, there's no one that's done more for Christianity than Donald Trump.
There's no one that's done more for Christianity than Donald Trump. Wow. Well, I think he's the embodiment of the Antichrist. If you read the book of Revelation, you have the MAGA, the mark on the foreheads. MAGA actually means witch. It means female witch. It has some very sinister connotations if you dig into the whole moonchild theory, or moonchild phenomenon, or what is it? Practice. The practice of creating the moonchild. It's an occult practice, goes back many, many decades. It's part of the Thelemic cult, and it has everything to do with, quote, MAGA, or the archetype of the witch, the blood witch. The red witch in Game of Thrones corresponds to the scarlet witch in Doctor Strange, the scarlet woman from the Babylon working. The archetype here is the Whore of Babylon, basically, riding on the scarlet beast. Again, Babylon the Fallen, you have the Whore of Babylon on the scarlet beast, drunk on her sorceries. Well, MAGA means sorcerer, basically, witch. Scarlet hat, make America great again, meaning America's not great. Therefore, America is fallen. I think you can connect this to Babylon the Fallen, because America is Babylon in this context. Let me play this clip. Here is an oldie. This is a bit of this is a bit of eyewitness testimony from 9/11, where here's a guy, and it's on TV, so you know it's real. He says, oh, there was definitely a second plane.
Bombed another building, not second plane. That was a bomb. Who said the second plane?
That's what we're told, the second plane.
Oh, this guy's off his script. He says no, it was a bomb, but we're being told it was... Look, it depends on where you were. If you watched it on TV, it was a plane. If you were there in person, it was a bomb. How do you explain that discrepancy? Easy.
And our first call comes...
Augmented virtual reality. CGI layer. You have an image dragged across the screen, overlapping footage. It's very easy. I mean, the type of editing that went into 9/11 is very rudimentary. Final Cut Pro. We have callers from C-SPAN who just know a whole lot about what's going on
From
that
New
day.
York City. Good morning, you're on the air.
Hello?
Yes, sir. What would you like to say?
Oh, wow. Gee, I didn't think I'd get through. Amazing.
You're on.
Yeah, I was down on Rector Street when the first plane hit. And,
Tell us where that is.
Oh, it's 2 blocks south of the World Trade Center.
2 blocks south
I think
of the
it's
World
about
Trade.
2 blocks south of the World Trade Center.
What were you doing there?
Believe it or not, I was actually meeting a deputy commissioner of the TLC, which is the Taxi and Limousine Commissioner, to get a job as an instructor to teach the 80-hour course for taxis. And it just was...
You know, I have to say this. The PSYOP entertainment complex has improved. Their actors used to just read scripts. They knew too much. It was obviously just building narrative. They're a little more subtle now. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I would recommend you go back and listen to Sean Hannity's first broadcast, which was on 9/11, where he has this super informed eyewitness who even knew who did it. He was able to smell the jet fuel and instantly thought, oh, that was Osama bin Laden. All right, so we may be taking calls later tonight. The plan is to do an hour in the mornings. I'm usually doing a lot of work, pre-recording things for the Infinite Plane Society Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction. I'm going to be doing a lot of recording for that earlier in the day, like this time frame. And then we'll be taking calls later in the evening. If you don't want to miss any of the live streams, go to infiniteplane.media and sign up for the newsletter. I'm going to attempt to resume text messaging either today or tomorrow. If you want to help with that, just feed the Kraken. It goes right into text alerts. I'm going to continue to cover many of these stories. Jeff Bezos had a rocket explosion today, obviously staged. It was a, quote, booster failure so they could test the abort system. No one was in it. We've been talking about the QAnon dad gunning down his family because Trump lost. And he killed the dog, which is even worse. They make it sound like if you go into the rabbit hole, as they call it, you come out a killer. This is the replacement again for the Quran radicalized killer. The Quran radicalized killer has been replaced by the QAnon radicalized killer. Same writers, same directors, same staged reality. Hegelian dialectic. This is a meme posted in our Discord server. The framework for guiding our thoughts and actions into conflicts that lead to a predetermined solution. This is accomplished by manipulating consciousness into a circular pattern of thought and action, which never leads to a true solution. The synthetic solution to these conflicts can't be introduced unless those sides being manipulated take sides, and this will advance the predetermined agenda. It's Hegel. The point being, if you're on the narrative or the counter-narrative side, you're part of this program, and you're helping to bring in the synthetic solution. This is why I say Infinite Plane Media is not anti-media. We're not alternative media. We're not counter-media. We're parallel. We are a parallel media organization and network. We're examining it with an objective distance, impartially, nonpartisan, and we're not taking sides. I would never advocate that someone kill their family and their dog because Trump lost. It's the strangest thing in the world, why someone would even allow themselves to be, quote, radicalized in such a way. It's totally unbelievable. I think it's a fake story so they can blame the individuals, as the DHS said. They like to bring that out. The real threat here is the, quote, individual radicalized, meaning the person who's searching the internet without Big Brother's filter in place. Penguin Doctor says, hello, my fellow MDM info penguins. Yes, maldis and misinformation. Mal, dis, and misinformation are considered to be greater threats than bombs, than planes that could melt buildings. Again, it's fascinating how radical Islam got phased out instantly. Look, AI. This is a little code here. AI 1919. Operation AI Pearl Harbor. 9/11, a Pearl Harbor-like event, which was discussed in the CPAC, the PNAC, the Project for the New American Century. They said we need a new Pearl Harbor. Well, 9/11, 19 hijackers. Another Pearl Harbor operation. 19 years later, COVID-19, preceded by the C-19 comet. The 19 is key here. Again, COVID-19, 19 hijackers. They just phased it out. They phased out radical Islam, brought in domestic violent extremists. That's what the Great Reset really seems to be. They're bringing out a whole new cast of characters. I'm waiting for the aliens. Spirit Jordan says, alternate dimensions in the third season of War of the Worlds. Aliens are humans from another space or timeline. Yes. That's kind of interesting. Kind of like Tenet. Tenet, that movie where, and this is the same theme that we saw in Terminator 2. The idea is the aliens are us from the future coming back to stop us from causing climate change. Always the same story. It's so redundant. Monkey Top says, I have felt waves in the future, almost like future me is trying to communicate with me now. But I think I'm schizophrenic. Fascinating. I've been thinking about this quite a lot. The idea of sensing the future or divination. Not a new practice, reading bird signs, cards. The idea here is that the future isn't written yet. The past may be, and the present is sort of malleable, but the future hasn't been created yet. That this universe is not static, that creation is a process, an ongoing process that happens as we experience it. And if that's the case, it might be possible to sense possibilities, and the more likely ones, which might explain a sense of foreboding or a premonition. Maybe you're sensing that this reality that I'm heading towards, this particular one, is possibly bad. I think there may be something to it. My third eye says I couldn't get through 10 net. Yeah, I don't blame you. And the fact that they just threw climate change on there at the end. Jake McIntyre says the biggest threat right now is the low frequency waves pulsing across the country. People are wondering why their bodies are hurting and depressed. I haven't experienced that, except yesterday I did have you could call it, I guess, an allergic reaction. I was running in the Sandia wilderness, and I ran up a hill out of breath, and I think it was the pollen triggered what you would call a spell of exercise-induced rhinitis. It's just like having a cold. It sounded like I couldn't get live yesterday because it would have sounded like I had COVID in my throat. And I read somewhere that there's some kind of COVID detection in your voice. Like they can use some app, and they can determine if you have COVID based the detection of COVID-19 from your voice and your breathing patterns. AI model detects COVID-19 infection in people's voices. So I was afraid of going live yesterday because they would have detected me. They would have said, this guy's got COVID. They would have sent the quarantine van to come scoop me up. But no, it was just pollen. Now, I don't have any such fears. I don't believe 5G towers are scary or anything like that. I think 99% of what they give us is psywar because the placebo effect is damaging enough. And they talk about how psychologically damaging conspiracy theories are. Well, look at the casualties of the mind war represented by the climate change hysterics who literally believe we are in the end times. New Pixar movie, Elio, to tell the story of an alien abduction. Okay, if it's Pixar, it is predictive programming. I'm going to have to watch this one. It's a story of a boy who gets abducted by aliens. This is definitely something to watch. Pixar gave us Wall-E, which tells you everything about the future agenda, about the true meaning of environmentalism, how it's a cover for an authoritarian takeover. It's basically communism run by technocrats disguised as environmentalism. But that was all packed into Wall-E, which also included a retelling of Noah's flood. They brought back that myth and presented it to the brainwashees who have no idea that the Old Testament myths are still a huge part of our modern worldview. You wouldn't think so, but look at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and tell me it's not just the flood myth from the Old Testament repackaged with science. Here's something I alluded to earlier. General Flynn drops a bomb on QAnon. What if it's really an ultra-government operation? This is why I think General Flynn is a major misleader, just a bad actor on the world stage. This is the former National Security Advisor, 3-star General, retired General Flynn, who said that the QAnon thing, in all likelihood, is some kind of psychological operation. And here's what he said. He pointed to his own experience with this. He said that the U.S. government used information warfare against terrorist organizations such as ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Now consider this. Information warfare being used against ISIS and Al-Qaeda. If we know that ISIS and Al-Qaeda are just fronts for these government agencies, just like the QAnon is controlled opposition being used to brand the right wing as a bunch of nutcases, I would say the same is true of ISIS and Al-Qaeda. I think they're run by the same departments. My point being, if Flynn was involved with PSYOPs against Al-Qaeda and ISIS, then why wouldn't he be involved in this PSYOP? He's against the QAnoners, is what I'm saying. Setting them up so they can be scapegoated by all these various operations. This is General Flynn. I really do believe that the QAnon movement is a government operation. Maybe it's being done by ultra-government organizations. And I think he's right. I think he's right. I think he knows more than he lets on. Well, obviously he does. The guy's very disingenuous. Donald Broham says, are we live? Yes, sign up for the newsletter. Go to infiniteplane.media if you haven't yet, and you will be able to join us whenever we're live. Also get in the Discord server. The Discord server is open to anyone. The chat server, it's 24/7. It integrates with the YouTube chat, and it's a permanent record of our research and our discussions. Anyway, thanks for joining. We may be back later tonight to take calls. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms airship. You can stick around for the 24/7. The main YouTube channel will go down, but the other one stays on. Again, we're trying to keep this thing on 24/7. And I can do this infinitely. That's the idea, the infinite plan. I have the next 30 years planned out, kind of roughly, but I have an objective here over the next 30 years, but it's a 30-year plus plan. Technically, it's infinite. Anyway, thanks for your support, and thanks for joining us. We'll be back later on tonight. Phones are back on as well. You can leave voicemails, 833-311-1984. And this is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms airship. And like with all the music, you can find it at Infinite Plane Radio. And I put all of the links at our Minds account.
have a link. Deep into my bubble. It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think,
All right, thanks everyone for joining. It's September the 1st, 2022. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Again, singing the obvious, space is fake AF. I'll put a link in the chat. And as always, you can find anything that we play here at infiniteplane.radio. And I'm building a catalog there. It's always ongoing, there's always work to do, but check it out, infiniteplane.radio. And you can always contact me if you want to find something specifically. P-Trip is here, says commence knowledge download. Oh yes, this is mind war inoculation. It's like your mind gets vaxxed against all the fake and the fake news. I mean, most people don't know about the fake because they think the fake news is real. They don't know how deep it goes. Alright, let's see here. Phase Polarizer, Pete Shea, here's your wrench. Philip LeBlanc, Salty Siren. Nameless Faceless 8 is here. And I see a lot of people saying he's back, and that's because we are constantly having to shift around different YouTube channels. That's why I suggest you get on the newsletter and text alerts. I did blast out text message alerts. Because you never know, it's like whack-a-mole from their perspective. Whack-a-penguin. They're constantly trying to suppress what we're doing, which makes very little sense because really what we're talking about here is a form of media criticism. We're not overtly political, but we get mixed in with it, mainly because of the memes that we share. I mean, the main thing that the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, is worried about is not the weapons of mass destruction. It's the mal and dis and misinformation. It's always been about the infodemic. The pandemic was a cover so they could set up the infrastructure needed to censor the infodemic, which is really just the information that they don't regulate yet or control, or essentially haven't burned yet. Although all of the book burning today is done digitally, so nobody notices. So I'm going to go ahead and go over some things. The main title this live stream has to do with Kanye West, and of course the cracked arrow, the broken arrow scenario, which has to do with a nuclear weapon accident. Now, Kanye West is undergoing what we've called here the O.J. Simpsonification process, where he's been turned into this O.J. Simpson-like character. Like now, everything's on the table. I mean, he's made there's 4 different videos where his rival, Pete Davidson, dies. But he's made several, I would say, threatening moves. One of them posting newspaper headlines, just fake newspaper headlines. He did Pete Davidson, dead at 28, and then he pulled it from Instagram. So earlier today he posted Casper Worsted, also dead at 60. Now, I don't know what it would be also. It'd be also dead, because Pete is not, anyway, he's not thinking clearly here. Anyway, this is the CEO of Adidas. So he has some kind of beef with Adidas about, I'm not really sure, maybe they didn't like having Kanye West's ideas implemented, because what he had done is he had put his clothing brand into trash bags, unsorted, and had them tossed on the floors of the various Gaps. I don't shop there, but apparently the whole aesthetic here is they want it to look like, I guess maybe it's post-apocalyptic, but you're basically all going through a trash bag. So yeah, he's put it out there that Casper Worsted is also dead. I mean, what is this exactly? Now I know he's pulled it down, but is this psychosis? Is it some kind of a hex? If you have any ideas on what this might be, feel free to call in 833-311-1984. The other topic I wanted to get into has to do with the death of Mikhail Gorbachev and Hesh, the death anniversary of Princess Diana, and the failed launch of Artemis, all of it connects very succinctly, as you'll see here in just a moment. Crackle D-Man says Broken Arrow anagram is a reborn work. Nameless Faceless remarks that Broken Arrow Christian Slater John Travolta. Oh, that movie. Now, I haven't watched the movie, but I remember the premise of it. So for people who aren't aware of what Broken Arrow means, and you know this is significant now because they're doing nuclear fallout PSAs in New York. They're telling people to get their go bags in order, like so you can run out, which again doesn't make any sense because in their PSAs they say stay home and watch TV, go in your basements. They're trying to get people to lock down over the idea that you could have nuclear fallout. So Broken Arrow refers to an accidental event that involves nuclear weapons, warheads, or components. So this could be accidental. It could be a transitioning nuclear weapon, like in a plane or something, somehow dropped. But whatever it is, it's pretty much an accident. And now, this is the interesting part here. The U.S. Department of Defense has recognized 32 broken arrows. And this is all just military nuclear incident terminology, but 32 broken arrows. So we all know the magic number here, whenever it comes to a Major League PSYOP, tends to involve 33. So what's the 33rd broken arrow? Well, here's what we were discussing yesterday. So yesterday, August 31st, 2022, was the 25th death anniversary of Princess Diana. Now, so you know what the broken arrow thing is. Well, that day, Mikhail Gorbachev dies. The significance there, he's 91. The Cold War ended in 1991. We're having the funeral, the wake today, 9/1. So what does this have to do with anything? Well, I think it ties into this. Princess Diana is a huntress with a bow. The Greek name is Artemis. The NASA mission that was about to launch, the one that failed, is called Artemis. So you have a story here where they canceled it because Artemis is cracked. Well, Princess Diana, whose death anniversary just happened, cracked the 13th pillar in the tunnel when she died, when her car crashed into it. So this car crash, I think, has some very important significance in this story here. We recently had the car crash with Anne Hesh, who is also, short, blonde hair, mysterious, kind of enigmatic death, and it also has this theme of possibly a prisoner of some kind. And I think the archetype here has to do with Virgo and Persephone, the kidnapping of Persephone. And I believe what we're seeing with Anne Hesh reflects the same thing. And she's got a movie coming out called Girl in Room 13. She has 13 minutes. And of course, she's in the news because of a Diana-like crash. We're talking about a ritual crash. And I have an image of the actual pillar that Diana crashed into, and it in fact cracked it. So again, Artemis canceled. Artemis is the same thing as Diana. Cracked pillar, 13th pillar. Girl in Room 13. Again, reoccurring themes here. These are both suspicious accidents. So the symbol of the cracked rocket, cracked pillar, obviously it all ties together. Now there's one more element here. Mikhail Gorbachev's associated with the ending of the Cold War. And as we've been going through the metascript and the use of language in the big Psy War, one of the things we've picked up on or noted on is that what they used to bring about this final stage was a cold or the flu. So you could look at the Cold War as a build-up to the idea of afflicting the entire world with a cold or a flu. That it's just all about using the medical tyranny model to complete the process of integrating everybody into a singular world government, the pandemic excuse. And I think that's kind of it's one of these things where there are layers of meanings here. There's a significance here to the fact that the first UFO crashed in a corona field and the first spy satellites were part of a program called Corona. There's a reoccurring theme here. And I think the build-up towards using the medical system to give everybody a cold, essentially, and use that as a pretext for a total shutdown. I think that's been a long-term thing. But anyway, the official Cold War ends in 91. And the fact that he dies at this time, again, a former president dying, is already significant, but it makes me wonder, maybe when one door closes, another opens. And his association with the Cold War having put a stop to it, maybe somehow it goes hot again, especially because now we're looking at Satan 2, Putin's rocket, and open threats from that side of the world regarding maybe even attacks against Americans. I've heard some things. So again, escalation. And it all seems to tie together to the idea, again, of the buildup towards some kind of nuclear attack. And then on top of that, there was an emergency broadcast put out by, of all our favorite people, NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. NOAA put out an alarm. They said, emergency alert. Civil authorities issued an immediate evacuation notice for Eastern North Pacific Ocean. Eastern North Pacific, Los Angeles. And anyway, this was an erroneous error that took them an hour to correct. Made a lot of people mad, but again, what are the odds? Just kind of interesting here, because there's been this reoccurring theme and predictive programming, but they're building it up like a movie theme, that there's going to be this eventual catastrophe. Hunt for Red October was big in the news last year after Alec Baldwin shot that cinematographer, Helena Hutchins, who was from Ukraine. But anyway, the connection there and to all of this, I think, is that Alec Baldwin was in Hunt for Red October. Hunt for Red October is about a nuclear submarine from Russia, undetectable, and it's a Tom Clancy who pretty much wrote 9/11. Now here we are 10 days away from the 21st anniversary of 9/11, and just a couple weeks ago they closed down the Ground Zero 9/11 Memorial. So they close one door, another opens. So I think I'm ready. My expectation is we're going to see another, or the next phase of the big Psy War has to be initiated. I think the next 9/11. And again, the numbers. Gorbachev dies at 91. Cold War ends 91. Today is 9/1. And he has the wake. Again, Broken Arrow, very significant given this entire storyline here. And then finding out that Artemis and Diana are essentially the same character, and Diana's crash into the 13th pillar corresponds to Anne Hash's crash, girl in room 13, a prisoner story, again reaffirming the Virgo connection, because Virgo, personified as Persephone, is kidnapped. It's the main theme here, the trafficking. And that was kind of the theme around the death of Princess Diana, some kind of coercion or control or kidnapping, the story of Persephone's life. All right, let me go ahead and go through some comments, see if I've missed anything. John Cordone says, we're all stuck in some cryo-sleep aboard a giant spaceship. It crash-landed, and it's stuck at the bottom of some great ocean. There's a crack in the bulkhead, and we're taking on the water. Right. It's a good way of explaining it. I mean, it does seem to be that. This reoccurring theme of the crack, I mean, with the crack in the rocket, what is that? And by the way, they're relaunching it in 2 days. John Cordone says there's a leak and somebody's trying to wake us up to escape. Yeah, it's a sinking Titanic. It's what the Tower of Babel has a crack in it. In fact, look, the space station's already undergoing this period of transition with Russia leaving and all of this. But last summer, before any of the dissolution of the relationship above, any of this international stuff with Russia and Ukraine, that had any kind of that would have an effect on our relations above, the space station had already reported cracks, like literal cracks. And this is from September 2021. Bill Shepard, former astronaut, gave Congress details about the cracks on the space station. 12 cracks in the Russian side. And I think this is an interesting development now that we're seeing all of this kind of coming into fruition, that the crack started and now it's splitting apart. And we've been calling this in advance. Okay, PJ says, Tim, John Travolta played Archangel Michael in a yeah, that might be worth looking into as far as world stage characters. Travolta is a Scientologist, which is kind of interesting too. You know, Scientology is a significant player in the world stage. That's why you had L. Ron Hubbard at the very genesis of the space program. You know, the precursor to NASA that was involved in something a little different than what they do today. I mean, it's the same thing. It's just not as obvious. All right. Again, thank you, Vladimir Putin. We at IPS appreciate the support. Russia left the IPS. Oh, I see. He says Russia left the ISS because we exposed that space is fake. Look, everybody's cooperating above. There's a shared backstage. I mean, I noticed there's a different special effects department. China does their own graphics, and it's just ridiculous and they need more oversight. On the Chinese space station, you can see the people hanging there in space, their hair's floating or sticking straight up, and they can just sit there and not even notice that there's a mason jar full of water, just a glass of water right there. And unlike the hair floating around, the water somehow manages to retain its position there in the glass. It doesn't fly out. You would never see a glitch that bad in the ISS. Like, they really kind of stepped down their quality. And I had higher expectations. All right. Wee says, doesn't a broken arrow also signify peace? Could be. You know, I mean, it would be relatively peaceful once the skies turn black and the air's unbreathable and we're all locked down in our basements. But I don't know about peace. I mean, broken arrow, again, military term for a nuke, a rogue nuke, an accidental explosion, and this has been in the predictive programming. The end of Stranger Things pretty much has what looks to be fallout, so I've been expecting it, and it all had to do with the crack and the crack in the dam, the crack in Hawkins in that movie, and now we have the arrow of Artemis cracked. So my thinking on it is no, it's probably not peace, because there have been 32 of these broken arrow events. And we know what they like to do with the 33, so I'm expecting that we're about to see the 33rd broken arrow. Ifepe says nuclear accident or missing nuke. Precisely. All right, Shannon Jones is here, says thanks, Tim. Yep. And look, if you guys want text alerts, just go to infiniteplane.media. I had to update the link. We're building a new list. So sign up for text alerts. You won't miss anything. Interesting. Someone is remarking on the marks on Gorbachev's head and compared it to an azimuthal equidistant flat Earth map pattern. Kind of looks like, I could see that. All right, let's go through some comments here. Oh, look, actually, let's go through headlines first. I want to catch up because Kanye West, now this is what they're saying. He shares a disturbing Instagram post saying that the Adidas CEO, Casper Rorsted, is dead. Now, what I've been describing with Kanye and this O.J. Simpson merging is, I started this back in December. See, back in December, O.J. Simpson was free. And I said, look, the juice is loose. The juice, that's what they said. And I pointed this out, and I'm like, look, they're probably going to reintroduce this for this generation, some other kind of celebrity atrocity with people that we've grown up with, so it's more traumatic and salacious. And it turns out, the Kardashians are already connected to the whole O.J. Simpson thing. Well, anyway, it turns out that people have started comparing Kanye to O.J. because of his treatment towards Kim and Pete Davidson, who are now broken up because Pete's in Australia. Or so he says. Maybe he's just hiding from Kanye, because he's been, you could say, ritually killed 4 times. I mean, in the movie Suicide Kings, in a Kanye West video, he gets beheaded in a very gruesome way. Then they put roses on the grave, takes the flowers, puts them in the bed of a truck, and then sends it over to Pete and Kim's house. And the truck says on it, "My vision is crystal clear." Then he dies in the Saturday Night Live episode where Elon Musk is the host, and that's Kanye's friend, by the way. He was actually there at the Dawn Day event. And when Pete Davidson takes his helmet off on Mars, his head explodes. So then you have another instance of Pete dying in the new movie Bodies, Bodies, Bodies that just came out. And I just saw still shots where he's covered in blood. I don't know how or if he dies specifically, but I'm assuming so. But the movie takes place during a hurricane, and that also has some very special significance for Kanye West. His latest album, the Dawn Day 1 release party, was on the anniversary of the Katrina hurricane, and it had a track 5 called Hurricane. So and I've been saying for some time that the Dawn Day 2 or 1, both these events are about the West burning, but also Kanye West's world burning. There's a couple of stories being told. Kanye West actually performed a Burning Man ritual at the first of his record release parties for the Dawn Day thing. And it was on the anniversary of the date that they would routinely have their Burning Man festivals in Black Rock City, Nevada, but they had to cancel because of, COVID, because of the new crown. So anyway, he performed it there before, which is also kind of interesting to me considering that Pete Davidson's dad was in the World Trade Center on 9/11 and burned at the age of 33. Now, again, this is all scripted ritual. So the more I looked into it, the more I'm seeing here, maybe we're being set up for something. There's something to this O.J. Simpson thing. And, fast forward a little bit, more recently, Kendrick Lamar releases an album in which his face is morphing. And it morphs into Will Smith. It morphs into Kanye. It morphs into Nipsey Hussle. And it morphs into O.J. Simpson. I mean, yeah, watch Kendrick Lamar morph into Kanye, OJ, and more. Kendrick Lamar morphs into Will Smith, Kanye. But anyway, Will Smith slaps a comedian. Kanye is going after Pete, not because of Kim, but because he was insulted by Pete's ridiculing of his mental health. So then you bring in the mental health element. But you got Will Smith, who slaps a comedian. You have Nipsey Hussle, who wears a crown of thorns, murdered at 33. Kanye wore a crown of thorns, interestingly enough. Hosted the Coachella thing. So he's done the Jesus thing, the Christ thing. He's done the Phoenix thing. And he presided over the event on 2/22, which was a very CERN-like ritual. You know how they do these opening of the portals? Worth looking at. If you haven't seen the Dawn Day 2 event, the timing of it says it all. But my picture I'm getting here from the OJ, Will Smith, and Kanye, it's looking pretty dark for Pete Davidson. And again, Kanye had put out a similar fake newspaper headline that said Pete Davidson is dead. Now, just given the Kardashians and their proximity to the PSYOP entertainment complex and these reality TV shows, which are just mind control for the government, I don't think there's any reason to think that Pete Davidson's separate from any of this, nor is Kanye. And I've been looking at some fascinating reoccurring themes here that would kind of foreshadow another OJ-like event. And so here he is. Kanye West took a jab at Kid Cudi and Adidas CEO. He's been engaged in separate feuds. Now, on his last birthday, didn't he release a new song talking about Kanye West? Let me bring this up really quick because he just turned 44. And he's been wearing these masks everywhere. One of the masks he wore kind of reminded me of Michael Myers. Here we go. Kanye West celebrates his 44th birthday by dropping another piece. I'm going to find the name of the track. I thought there was something kind of related in the name of the track. Now, he turned 44, which may also play into what's to come. I'm not too big into numerology, but I'm just pointing out the patterns as we discern them. I'm pretty sure the new song had something to do with blood or death or stabbing annoying comedians to death. I'll have to find the name of it later. My point is the O.J. Simpsonification of Kanye West is nearly complete, and he's throwing his entire reputation and credibility out the window here. And I'm getting a little vibe of Manson in here as well, Charles Manson. And maybe it's just the influence of his association with Marilyn Manson. But that connection there, it brings in the mental side, the Hollywood side, and of course the movie stars. It was a movie star who was killed by the Manson cult. It was Sharon Tate, interestingly enough, killed by the witch Susan Atkins, one of the Church of Satan witches. And you have Marilyn Manson, part of that cult or group right there as well. But the Marilyn Manson kind of vibe there is also reaffirmed when you look at how Kim has been wearing the dresses of Marilyn Monroe, which probably drives Marilyn Manson crazy. And she ripped one of them. So that alone probably set him. But my point is, she's idolizing a dead woman, associating herself with a very famous dead celebrity icon who died under mysterious circumstances. So it's just very macabre what's building this vibe. And I am not at all surprised to see that Kanye is continuing to travel down this road. And look, Adidas CEO Casper Rorsted dead at 60. I mean, how is that not a death threat? It's very, very shady territory there. I mean, restraining order at a minimum. Surprised he hasn't lost his Instagram. All right, thanks everyone for joining. Looks like we have 71 people so far. We're on 8 platforms. We're on Rofkin, Odyssey, YouTube, Twitch, DLive, Twitter, and FakeOTube. FakeOTube is from fakeologist.com, and I'm going to start putting my archives there, and I'll keep you all abreast of this. There are a number of platforms that we are actually kind of building our numbers back up at, so YouTube is not going to matter in the very near future. Not that they do anyway. We're just here to annoy them because we like their chat rooms. Wee says, I think Davidson dying is too obvious. Oh yes, absolutely. I think it's so scripted, but I think it ties into a number of agendas here. One, these comedians being killed. Offensive writer Salman Rushdie getting stabbed in the neck for his offensive speech about Islam. And apparently the guy who stabbed him only read like 2 pages. I mean, if I get stabbed by somebody over something I say online, and it's someone who only heard like 5 minutes, I would be pretty offended. But there was a 33-year hit on Salman Rushdie. The fatwa was 33 years ago, and it was up to 3.3 million. I guess someone just decided, okay, that's their Powerball, that's the jackpot. I'll go, and they went and they did it. If you believe it's real. Now I'm in. I don't know. I'm not even on the fence. I'm just saying it's fake. I'm in team fake. It has to be. 33 years, 3.3 million. A totally unbelievable story anyway. Like you're going to kill someone over a book that you didn't even read. Pete Shea mentions Roman Polanski. Oh yes, Roman Polanski. Another one of these Holly weirdos, but connected very much to the whole Hollywood Satanist theme, and it kind of brings in Johnny Depp into the conversation. And we need to do some examination here with Johnny Depp's relation to Marilyn Manson and Roman Polanski, this Hollywood Satanism thing, and whatever comes next. I think that the Amber Heard Johnny Depp is all theater. I do not believe that I think it's just like a movie. They're actors, and it's like what transpired between them, I think, was all scripted, is what I'm saying. But he was in Ninth Gate, directed by Polanski, a movie about Satanism, and he's been in several music videos with Marilyn Manson, where it's pretty clear. I think they even performed together live, so it's pretty clear they're in the same club. And then you have his association with River Phoenix's mysterious death, brother of Joaquin Phoenix, the Joker. And of course, River Phoenix may in fact be Mark Dice, but I mean, I brought this up to Mark Dice. Now, I don't know why he would pay attention to me, given he's got millions and millions of followers. But I said, Mark Dice, this you? And I sent him a tweet. And it was his face next to River Phoenix. And below it, I had the Joker. Because I thought it would be funny. I said, it's just funny that the Joker is literally the brother of Mark Dice, who used to go by John Connor. Well, anyway, you're blocked. I can't read Mark Dice's tweets just because I asked him if he's River Phoenix. Anyway, there's a River Phoenix Viper Club connection to Johnny Depp, Marilyn Manson, and Roman Polanski, who directed Rosemary's Baby. And of course, his wife was Sharon Tate, the one who was killed by the satanic witch, Susan Atkins. Topless dancer, satanic witch, popping acid in a coffin during rituals so people could go in the coffin with her. Very trippy stuff. But anyway, that was also probably fake and likely directed by Polanski, who was convicted of drugging some girl with Quaaludes at a party, maybe with her mom's permission. Very bad people is what I'm saying. And that is also part of the story of Rosemary's Baby. And in Rosemary's Baby, her husband, Rosemary moves into this Rosemary and her husband kind of move up, get a new job, more money. It turns out that her husband's joined a cult and didn't tell her. So she wakes up in a drugged state, probably Quaaludes, and she's in a ritual and the devil's having sex with her, and then she gives birth to the devil's baby. And that came out in the 60s. In fact, just coincidentally, I was kind of looking into this because I'm looking into this thing called occult eugenics, which has to do with maybe not actually copulating with the devil, but invoking into an already gestating baby, as in having the spirit of something else replace the human soul. Very dark stuff. But this is just where we go when we follow the research. All right, let me see here. Roxy W says, Johnny Depp says he is 33 different people at times. 33 is tattooed on Marilyn Manson's hands. Going through your comments, I missed a few things. G33 says 44 is a kill number. See, I've heard that, but I don't know specifically what that means. But in context, Mr. 44, Son of Sam, 1977, during the blackouts that I often refer to, the blackouts, July 13th, 1977, the Son of Sam, Dave Berkowitz, part of a satanic cult, we keep arriving at that, this undercurrent of nefarious cults, but he said he was working for a cult. Mr. 44. There's a movie about it called Summer of Sam, directed by Spike Lee. Spike Lee is a big name in meta-scripting. I think he directed the death of George Floyd and all these, probably Michael Brown and Trayvon Martin. I think Spike Lee's a big player in the PSYOP entertainment complex with a number of these various PSYOPs, but he directed Summer of Sam, about the Son of Sam killings. Mr. 44. The number 4 seems to mean a cross if you get into the symbolism of it, and it's referenced with the 4 seasons encoded into the playing cards in the 4 suits. But when I see 44, it just makes me think it's a second coming number, and I think Mr. 44 may actually be a reference to the second coming or something along those lines. I mean, it's a different take on the second coming than what you might expect. I believe, and it's a separate discussion, but I believe that there's quite a lot we could unpack from the Son of Sam ritual and everything that entailed. Because again, it started on 7/13, 1977, and 42 years to the day, 7/13, 2019, there was a corresponding similar parallel blackout, and it was from 42nd Street on, and it put 42,000 people in the dark. And when I saw this, I was like, no, this can't be. Someone has to point out that this is just a weird coincidence. 42,000 people blackout, 42nd Street, 42nd anniversary. New York City power outage comes on the 42nd anniversary of the 1977 blackout, which plunged most of New York into 2 days of darkness. Manhattan blackout leaves 42,000 people without electricity. The sun sets behind 42nd Street in Manhattan during a power outage. 42,000 people in the dark. Massive blackout happens on the anniversary of the 19th. So it goes on. So many people did kind of pick up on it. It even said 42,000 people in the dark. Now, this is all just occult ritual scripting. It's not coincidence. And it has to do, I believe, and this might sound kind of crazy, but I'll show you my sources. I think it refers to their New Age Christ and his birth, likely in 77. Like, I think he'd be 44 right now. And I can point to my references here, but I'm not a believer, but I do believe, or I do know, that they use scripts, and they love to recycle biblical scripts. That's why you're constantly hearing Noah warning you of the floods. These are all scripts and stories. And right now they've been working pretty hard to introduce the Black Christ. In fact, if you look at the screen, this is an image I was looking for yesterday. This is from Akron. So right after Jalen Walker was shot 46 times by 8 cops. 8:46 echoes George Floyd, 8 minutes, 46 seconds, I can't breathe. Echoes 9/11, starts at 8:46 a.m. So here you have what looks to be a crucifixion, and these Patriot Front types, Patriot Feds, they're all looking sort of like Roman soldiers, and like they're taking Jesus up to a cross. It's exactly what this looks like. And again, the George Floyd event, the asphyxiation, was for all intents and purposes a crucifixion. And that's a reoccurring theme. So the 8 cops shooting the guy 46 times, yeah, that was scripted. I don't think they actually pulled the trigger 46 times. I think it was a bunch of simunition. And it's a story, but... Okay, let me see. Going through your comments. Maskless Faceless says, a 13-year-old. Oh, you're talking about Polanski. Yes. Yeah, and so Polanski, we'll throw him in the mix of meta-scripters. G33 says, Moonchild. Crowley talks about it. Yes, I have an article on it, on the Moonchild thing. That's what the occult eugenics is a reference to. So according to Gematria, kill equals 44. Again, I have to look for the patterns. I don't think these things, it doesn't stand to reason that it means this, because you could find many other words that add to 44 and have no relation to the topic. It's all about context in that specific moment, or in the story, like how it's told. But there's always a relationship between these things that makes sense. That's what we're pointing out here. Like 8 cops shooting the guy 46, and of course you had Amir Locke shot earlier this year. His name, Amir, and the whole month of palindromes. But here he is, a 22-year-old shot on 2/2/2022. And the timestamp, and they made it really obvious to see it, was 6:48, Amir of 8:46. And it was also in the Twin Cities. But I'm very interested in all the patterns, because what it constantly belies is the monolithic control over media, quote, globally. That's what they don't want you to know. They don't want you to know that there's a shared backstage that everybody at the top of the pyramid shares. They want you to think that there's still competition, so you take sides. When no, it's really not. It's really not like it is on TV. I mean, unfortunately, it's not that simple. The space station proves that everybody shares the same special effects department. Pete Shea says, Tim is one of a kind. Spirit Jordan says, I'm traveling to south of France this morning. It's 4 a.m. here. Awesome shows lately. Thank you. And we get awesome content. I mean, awesome comments and leads from people who are listening all the time. So let's move on through some of the notes that I've taken. So again, there was a National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, emergency alert. But it was, it was just an error. Hey, Los Angeles, evacuate. Hey, Pacific Coast, might want to run. And like an hour later, oh, sorry about that. Now again, here are the connections I was making with Gorbachev's death. Death at 91. Ends Cold War. 1991. Funeral Wake 9-1. So these connections here, I'm just saying, okay, there's a pattern, looks sort of scripty. We're 11 days from the 21st anniversary of 9/11. They just closed the 9/11 museum down at Ground Zero at the memorial spot. And I'm thinking they're probably bringing something else in. And all the talk, all the hype, all the programming has been for a nuclear fallout. It's in all the movies, it's in all the PSAs. And here you have Putin dangling Satan too. And now he's probably thinking about his own mortality, his own legacy. And he's like, well, I'm going to be in a casket like this on display soon. Do I want to go down, with a whimper, with some TV star beating me, or am I going to drop the big one? And I think Terminator 2 foreshadowed it. This West Coast nuke, I think it's been foreshadowed everywhere. Seattle's definitely in the crosshairs, but Satan 2 is what the rocket's been dubbed, and that name is key. It has to do with the return of Pluto to where it was in 1776, where we are right now. This second coming theme has been brought back again and again. That's what I mean. We've been covering this since, well, I would say February, when it became very apparent that this number 2, that the repeat or the pair, the twin, the mirror, has been this a reoccurring theme. But at this point, it looks like the broken arrow is the likeliest scenario. We're poised for the 33rd broken arrow incident. Artemis rocket has a crack in it. On the anniversary night, or a couple days from the anniversary of Diana cracking a pillar. Diana is Artemis, and we've had the entire month to look at the girl in room 13. Again, 13th pillar, girl in room 13. We've had the whole month to talk about Anne Hesh and that crash. So it's been a theme, a recurring theme here with the crash, the pillar, the goddess names, Diana, Artemis. So I'm also thinking here that this ties into Gorbachev ending the Cold War, meaning it's time for another hot one. Like symbolically, that when he dies, it's one of these things, like I said, the 9/11 museum closing, yeah, I think it foreshadows something opening. Thank you, Nikotromus. We at IPS appreciate the support. He says, happy to keep the lights on. Love the new time slot. I'm going to keep this time slot, and if anything, we'll expand it. I like the idea of maintaining this time slot because we have the same people, and of course, if I can't get text messages out, people still show up anyway. All right, let's see. John Cordone says, I might go Viking. I want to worship a god that carries a battle axe and shoots lightning bolts. I've been watching Game of Thrones, and as always, you can catch propaganda in all these movies, but it's actually surprisingly well written, and whoever wrote it, they borrow a lot of decent pull quotes, I think, from Robert Greene, 48 Laws of Power, 33 Laws of War, a lot of Art of War, Sun Tzu, very Machiavellian, and the violence is obviously extreme, but everything is on Netflix. It's really remarkable just how graphic everything is these days. I mean, the programming is never ending, though. I mean, I watched the first half of the new season where the dragon, House of the Dragon, has the 666 built into it now, and I just started watching it, and I had to stop myself because I want to start from the beginning, season 1. But immediately, I could tell that this was geared, that the new season of Game of Thrones is geared towards the present news, geared towards Roe v. Wade and women's rights. And I'm not even commenting on those issues, but I'm saying they made it central to the story. Like, oh, these royal women are broodmares for the state, the men make all their decisions, and even if the birth of the baby will kill the mother, she has no choice because it's all about the patriarchy, etc. And they made that a huge part of the storyline. And I thought at first, I took notes, and I said, I can't be the only person to have noticed that they've put Roe v. Wade into Game of Thrones. And we all know that the episode had to have been written some time ago. Roe v. Wade inspired Game of Thrones House of Dragon Episode 1. Others have taken note of this. But my point is, this episode was produced before everyone knew there was going to be a leak. Now again, the Roe v. Wade leak happened in 2022, but it also happened in 1973. Originally, it was a leak. Just like Watergate, which, another reference to water, but maybe a dam, which has been a reoccurring theme. Watergate, 1973, was when it really, that's one of those peak years I think that you would associate with Watergate, because it was a build-up. But 73 seems to be repeating right now with Donald Trump and 1/6, the 1/6 insurrection and Trump's involvement. It's another Watergate. And of course, it was almost spearheaded, I mean, pretty close, by Roger Stone. He's a key player in it. And Roger Stone was also connected with Nixon and Watergate. So there's reoccurring themes, reoccurring stories, reoccurring characters. Also, Elvis, 1973, was beamed to more than 1 billion people from the satellite, and here we have it, a new movie about Elvis, and it probably hit 1 billion sets of eyeballs, easily. Repeating themes. So the Roe v. Wade thing inspired episode 1, and this is significant because it shows that they knew in advance that this would be the story for the summer. Just like Stranger Things was written with foreknowledge that there would be all these various shootings that they could incorporate into the general theme. Just like the new Batman movie even incorporates the theme of flooding the polls. You know, the QAnoners in the movie are the radicals who are listening to the Riddler, you know, the question mark. The guy who asks the questions, who challenges authority, who sends videos to the mayor. I mean, the concurrent programming's just off the charts these days. You got Frank James shooting 33 rounds into a subway after sending messages to the mayor. They called him the Prophet of Doom. Just like the Riddler. I mean, these aren't coincidences, is my point. But the Riddler gets his followers to break a dam, cause a flood, and on 11/6 flood the polls. In other words, they flooded the elections. And right now, the GOP, what are we gonna, is it still GOP, Grand Old Party? I almost want to call it the QOP. Their whole slogan now is flood the polls. It's like right out of the movies. So these are not coincidences. Even a movie as big as Batman is written to correspond to what the news is going to be. This is all about, I mean, this, to me, this is proof of newsbenders being reality. If you're not familiar with newsbenders, I highly recommend watching it. It's from this 30-minute theater series, but the newsbenders episode, I'm not going to give you any spoilers, but the long and short of it is a journalist, an upcoming journalist, is given a job offer to make the news in advance, to script the news, like we always talk about it. But this is about actually doing this. And what's more, the prospective employee is shown all the props that they would be using in the coming years, like a lunar lander, among other things. Newsbenders, 1968. You know, I'll play a clip here. If you want to just hear a short, I'll find a couple of good clips. But I think that Newsbenders is how it actually works. It's not just a play or a hypothetical.
73, no rescue work. Radiation scare.
I think he just mentioned 1973. Okay, here we go. This is from Newsbenders, 1968.
I mean, you invented this village on the Indo-Chinese border.
Oh, yes.
Well, somebody could check up.
Very mountainous territory up there. There'll be no survivors in 1973. No rescue work. Radiation scare.
So here he is in 1968 talking about 1973, how they won't have any survivors, there will be a radiation scare. He's taken the prospective employee through the props department, showing them what the news is going to be in the future.
Yes. You can do it. This could be the news for 1973.
No.
Now, it's entirely a coincidence that I just happened to scroll forward to where they're talking about news in 1973. Now, that's just a random coincidence. I'll put a link to Newsbenders on my minds.com account if you want to watch it. Definitely a good watch. Yeah, Phase Polarizer points out we're at 42% of IPS's fiscal goal. I set a goal in the super chats, and I figured, by the time we get to, I don't know, I'm not sure if it's 10,000 or something. I had an arbitrary number, but once I reach this number of sales, I should be at a certain level of subs and as far as the development of our channel goes. I was expecting a few milestones to be reached by that point, and I think we'll get to that point before we get to 100%. David Wilcox said the collapse of Netflix is one of the major signs the elite were losing ground. I don't know if Netflix is collapsing, but if it is, then yeah, that's one of their major propaganda outlets. Spirit Jordan says, somebody commented on my channel that I wasn't a cop for 26 in Vegas. I'll call on Saturn Day to clarify. Oh yeah, by all means. The main thing that you brought up that everyone here heard most likely is that the swatting doesn't happen like the way Marjorie Taylor Greene explained it. And funnily enough, we had this live stream called Summer of Swatting, and we're like, which right-winger is going to fake swat himself next? Alex Stein was my guess. No, Gavin McInnes, leader of the Proud Boys. I saw it on Drudge. Leader of the Proud Boys arrested because Drudge doesn't investigate. And I thought, wow, obviously it's a hoax because we're hoax savvy here. They aren't. Well, sure enough, it was a hoax, as we called. If you go to Drudge, in fact, they probably have a line-up about it. What happened was he spilled the beans to Owen Benjamin in a private text message, and then Owen Benjamin said that this was an attention grift and blew his cover. Anyway, Gavin McInnes has been dubbed Gavin Smollett. Gavin Smollett of the Fed Boys tried to psyop his viewers into caring about what he had to say. Again, pathetic attention grift. Crisis acting. I mean, what is with all this crisis acting? Now, there does seem to be a lot of money in crisis acting for moneypox on the TikTok. I have a clip here I wanted to play yesterday. This is Marina Abramovich mentioning that Trump's a magician, which is what MAGA means. It means he's a 5th level wizard in the Temple of Set. It's also the feminine of Magus, MAGA.
Share with you one really funny opinion, but there is in Lapland there is a group of the shamans there who.
Okay, Marina Abramovich is talking about a group of shamans, and here's what she says: Trump is a magician. And I got into this because we were examining the golden statue of Trump and his magic wand, and so I was thinking this magic wand may have a tie-in here to what Abramovich has to say. Marina here, who may be the sister of Ghislaine Maxwell. I've heard she's the aunt of Lady Gaga. I mean, I've heard so many stories about this person, but I do know she likes to smear bodily waste on walls and spell bad words, and people call it art.
Do something called collective dreaming. They will go together in seclusion and do the rituals with, eating very little food and being in a solitude for a long time. And they will go and dream the dreams. And the dream have to be collective, same dream. So coming out of this dream, this once of the shaman told me.
Okay, so she's talking about a shaman who had a dream, and I think this is where she's getting into Trump. I know it's a little low.
Because before it will be another guy and everything looks similar, but he's so different than anything else. So he's the magician who's waking us up.
He's the magician who's waking us up. According to the shamans who are in the know about this, Trump, and they have dreams and visions, Trump is a magician who's here to wake us up. Pete Shea says Donald J. Trump. The J is his magic wand. I'm not sure what that means. I mean, a magic wand has to point out. It seems like the J would kind of hook it back. Yeah, Abrina Abramovich, spirit cooker for the elite. I wouldn't go to any barbecue at her house. These people simulate cannibalism for fun. Check this out. I'm watching Game of Thrones, and there's this character called the Red Witch. And I'm thinking, wait, Red Witch? This kind of reminds me of the Scarlet Witch from Doctor Strange and the multiverse. So Red Witch, Game of Thrones. Scarlet Witch, Doctor Strange. In Thelema, you have the Scarlet Woman. Doctor Strange is clearly based on Jack Parsons, and Scarlet Witch is clearly based on Jack Parsons' girlfriend, Marjorie Cameron. So Red Witch, Scarlet Woman, and then Virgin Galactic, another reference to the same goddess. The owner of Virgin Galactic, Richard Branson, has a ship called Scarlet Lady. So this Scarlet Lady, Scarlet Woman, Scarlet Witch, Red Witch, all the same character. We're talking about the priestesses of Thelema, which is the religion that runs the world. I mean, if you wanted to find what they actually believe and what the New Age is about, their book of the law explains it. It even predicts Greta. Greta and the Great Reset. There's a connection here. It has to do with the New Age, as in the occult New Age or the New Age movement, Wicca, etc. But also has to do with the Freemasonic Great Work and the Thelemic Great Work. And the Great Work and the Greta Work are synonymous. It's the Green World Order. It's the sustainable, lockdown society, the perfectly sustainable model that they've envisioned for Mars. And it's not a coincidence that their new god is Horus, the god of Mars in the Egyptian pantheon. But it was said that he would be presented as the crowned conquering child, meaning a child representing a new beginning cut off from the traditions of the past, and that the child would emerge to chastise the old aeon, to tear it down, to call them out. The crowned conquering child would be the divine incarnation of Horus and would be an androgen of some kind. So here you have Greta at the UN with her "How dare you" speech, and the meaning of her "How dare you" speech was the old generation, the old way of doing things needs to be phased out. This is why every single time you see Greta Thunberg's promo pictures, and I just search Greta one eye, you will find that she's often got one eye covered. She's got the black goo over one eye. She puts objects in front of one eye. Very consistent. This is the Eye of Horus. The crowned conquering child thing probably relates to Corona, the new Corona, the new crown, meaning the new Christ, the new ark, the new, I guess the new, because they have to have the character that personifies the new age, and so that's kind of who we're looking at here. Again, the Horus is a child, again, to reference cut off from tradition, and also the newness of it. It's all a brand new start. And the Great Reset is the Greta Reset, and this is all timed astrologically. The Great Reset was a conspiracy theory up until the point where Saturn had its conjunction with Jupiter on the winter solstice. When we had the Great Conjunction on 12/21/2020, suddenly the Great Reset was real, because that was when they hit the reset button. So the crown child thing is just, I think, the herald of the new age, who would basically say, "How dare you fly? How dare you do anything, anything further to damage the planet that's going to phase you out?" And one other side to it, and this is all in their book of the law. It's like their Bible. One other side to it is, before the New Age, it said the world would have to be bathed in blood 3 times. And so I think we're waiting for the third, the World War III scenario, however that plays out. A couple other points here. Lean Dion mentions this as well about the Starks. So I think Arya Stark, who kills the Winter Night King, could be Greta. Well, Greta was built into Disney's Frozen. Elsa, definitely based on Greta. Disney admits it. And it's all about the old generation destroyed the environment. They brought out too many guns, and the young had to have what they called a children's crusade after Parkland. Now, it's fascinating that the House of Stark has the Iron Throne, and we're entering into the age of Mars, and iron is associated with Mars. And on Mars, you can find the logo or the sigil of the House of Stark. Now think about that. So House of Stark on Mars. Then you have Elon Musk, who's taking us to Mars, and he's got Falcon 9, the whole Falcon rockets. Well, Falcon is Horus, the falcon-headed god of Mars. Elon Musk has been associated with Iron Man. Again, iron's already associated with Mars. Every one of these so-called planets has a metal associated with it in this symbolic system. And so the Mars thing also ties in with Tony Stark. Tony Stark is Iron Man. House of Stark is on Mars. Elon Musk was written about in Werner von Braun's book, The Mars Technical Tale, which has a dictator on Mars called the Elon. Lots of scripting that kind of suggests that these are all just, I would say, fake stories meant to draw your attention, get you to believe these things to be real. I mean, Musk has the Starship, and then you can also find the Starfleet logo or emblem on Mars. It's like a big plateau. We've talked about this before. You can find Mickey on Mercury. You can find the Death Star as one of the moons of Saturn. And again, Darth Vader is the personification of Saturn. So it all makes perfect sense. Now, we were talking about the Red Witch, the Scarlet Woman, the Scarlet Witch, Scarlet Lady, etc., because one of the topics I want to get into today is the occult eugenics thing. And this is where there are a number of people who think that Trump is the Antichrist. Now, again, it's a story, but we know how they love their stories. I've been speaking about Jeff Bezos being a representative of Nimrod on the world stage. Nimrod, the founder of Freemasonry, builder of the Tower of Babel, built the first civilization post-flood. Again, this is all just story, lore, myth, but you can see these stories are used for a reason. That's why we have Noah saying, evacuate Los Angeles. There's going to be a flood, or whatever they're saying. They are recycling these stories. Now, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn has a few writers and members who've spoken about this occult eugenics thing. Occult eugenics in the practices and books of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, a very influential occult society in the late 19th century. Its members believed they could use sex magic to engineer the incarnation of highly evolved beings, an idea which appears in Frank Herbert's Dune. Now, I haven't read Dune, but the idea, here we go. Lady Jessica in Dune is a member of an occult order dedicated to creating eugenic super beings. And I've looked into this topic, and I've read it from some of the sources, like Aleister Crowley's secretary had some things to say about it. And I'll see what I can dig up on the matter. But listen to this. In this is again from julesevans.medium.com, we examine the idea that magic can help not just personal evolution, but it can be used during procreation. It can assist in the spiritual evolution of the human race. This was attempted by W.B. Yeats, Aleister Crowley, and L. Ron Hubbard. And it has a list of people who have tried this and discussed this. And the Babylon working is the one I'm referencing. Jack Parsons, Marjorie Cameron, L. Ron Hubbard did a specific ritual intended to incarnate the spirit of the Antichrist, and it happened to be during the time in which Donald Trump was preparing to be born. Very interesting subject, though. If anyone wants to dig deeper, I'll put a link to this in the Discord server, and I'll find whatever materials I can on it and see what else we can find. But it's very fascinating overall. The idea of consciousness being displaced, and this explains quite a lot. It really does. When you talk about non-biological entities, non-corporeal beings, the idea of AI or some kind of sentience, just needing a medium to manifest through, well, that's kind of what they're doing here. They're looking at replacing people before they're born with, they calls it positive eugenics, breeding super beings. The Golden Dawn believed this could ensure your progeny are the reincarnation of highly evolved souls. Very interesting. Let me go ahead and move on here through some other headlines before we go too much deeper down this trail. Spirit Jordan says, Golden Dawn is what the Q-tards call the White Hats. Right, the white hats. The white hats versus the black hats. And of course the white hats is stolen from, I would say, the Church Universal Triumphant, which they've repurposed as the Church Universal Trump, and they've replaced the Great White Brotherhood with the white hats. And if you don't know, the white hats are the people in the military who are fighting the deep state, but the media won't tell you about it. They won't tell you about the children who are being saved. That's why you didn't know about the children that were being trafficked in the tunnels below Los Angeles. Maybe you didn't know that a lot of Chinese troops are going to come through Canada through underground tunnels and invade New York, but luckily Queen Didaloo of Canada, the QAnon queen, had them bombed. I mean, you can find stories like this, and if you don't believe it, it's because you didn't do your own research. It's one of these things you can't even, it's not falsifiable, the QAnon story. It's just not. All right, let's see. I'm going through some comments. G33 says, Albert Pike and the Booth guy that shot Lincoln, both Golden Dawn. Now, the Booth guy was an actor and definitely involved in that. And his brother also had some interesting, eerie coincidental connection to Lincoln at some point. I'll go through the connections between Lincoln, his assassination, and Kennedy at some point here soon, because it's been building. This has already been noted for a long time. The eerie coincidences connecting the death of Kennedy and the death of Lincoln. But there's quite a lot more in recent days that I think you can add on to that. There's literal Kennedy worship in this day and age. The QAnoners do worship the Kennedys. It's unbelievable, but it's true. They believe that the second coming already happened. And on 11/22/1963, the second coming was stopped because it was JFK. But luckily he had a son, and he's going to come back and save the world with his secret plan and his white hats. All right, so we were talking about the connection between the Broken Arrow theme and the cracked Artemis rocket, and how this relates to nuclear disaster. How Artemis is Diana, or rather, they are corresponding goddesses, and how Diana's crash 25 years ago yesterday into the 13th pole correlates to this storyline, which also includes Anne Hesh, who crashed, and the mysterious circumstances, similar themes are repeated there, and she's associated with an upcoming, soon-to-be-released TV show called Girl in Room 13, about a captive. She was also in 13 Minutes, 7 Days, 6 Nights, which adds to 13, multiplies to 42. The Artemis mission is a 42-day mission. But there's some kind of storyline here, and I think it connects with the nuclear threat, specifically from Russia. Then you have Gorbachev dying today. 9/1 has a wake. He's 91. And the Cold War ended 1991. And I'm thinking they're probably going to bring something else in. You know, they close one door, another opens, someone big leaves the world stage. It makes room for someone else. Spirit Jordan says, in the summer of love, Trump ordered the Albert Pike statue protected and erected somewhere else after it was dumped. Well, he was a Confederate general. Some say he was a founder of the KKK. I don't know if that's all true, but the rights, the Scottish Rite, would constitute the 4th degree through the 32nd. The 33rd degree doesn't have a ritual. It's an honorary. Or maybe, I mean, that one's kind of interesting to me, the 33rd. But I did find something, and I'll bring this up soon in one of the podcasts that we're working on here with a deeper dive into some of the nuance. But I did find a very interesting reference to something that would correspond to a 34th degree. And it has to do with going through the Devil's Pass into the north to a place called Shambhala. I'll find what I can on it, but it's some kind of Templar rite. Very interesting stuff. Wee says, great connection with Hesh and Diana. Tim. Yeah, we're talking about the crash, also the short blonde hair, the captive. And they all correspond to Virgo, personified as Persephone, who's kidnapped for the dark half of the year. And so Anne Hesh seemed to have some kind of theme here with being trafficked or kidnapped. And then Girl in Room 13, Diana hitting Pillar 13. Was she a prisoner of the royals? Was she... There's a lot of interesting intrigue here, but it all connects. Diana, Hesh, and again, Diana, moon goddess. Artemis, moon goddess. Artemis's missile cracks, so they couldn't launch. Cracked arrow, broken arrow, code for a nuke. And if you look at the pillar where Diana crashed, you can actually see it's a cracked pillar. G33 says, Pike says you have to be asked for the 33rd. Yeah, I kind of thought it might be more of a personal thing. Like maybe the devil pays you a personal visit, pins something on your chest, some kind of hazing. All right, let's continue. Biden says, Trump is a threat to America, and Trump vows to pardon the January 6th rioters. Arrest Trump was trending today on Twitter, which does kind of give you a feel for where everyone's leaning. It's like a weather vane. New World Order was also trending. The thing about the New World Order is it's not coming. Don't listen. I mean, you can, but you have so many people crying wolf. The New World Order is coming. Well, the New World Order is the old one. It just has a new paint job. It's the same people in control. So it's not all that new. And it's not really coming. It's like you were born into it. But a lot of people are becoming increasingly aware of this centralized, or this desire to centralize and uniform, make everything uniform. But people are agreeing it's for the reasons that if we don't cooperate, we're all going to die. Like climate change. America is something of a pariah. We are responsible for most of it, I guess. But the New Order was, I think, more or less made real in 2020. The world ended in 2020, if you didn't notice. It actually ended. But when the world ends, it just means the next cycle begins. And so they did hit the reset button. That was year zero for all intents and purposes. Now, didn't Princess Diana's bodyguard end up becoming the CEO of Pfizer? Spirit Jordan says, a very protected site in Diana's crash. Even regular officers could not access it. Yep. All right, let's take a look. Princess Diana, bodyguard, Pfizer. All right, looks like we have found, yes, bodyguard survivor of Princess Diana crash, Trevor Rees Jones, the only survivor, recovered and landed a job as the global head for AstraZeneca. Okay, AstraZeneca, which, by the way, has a very conspicuous 666 encoded into its logo. It's the first thing I noticed. It's like, if you want to stop scaring people about this, stop making everything so mark of the beastie, because it looks like the mark of the beast. I almost said mask of the beast because I actually believe it was mask of the beast, but the devil, his greatest trick, wasn't convincing the world he didn't exist, because a lot of people still believe in him. It was switching the S for the R. So nobody noticed that they took on the mark of the beast because it was a mask. We says, remember, Twitter's fake. Right, what percentage of them are bots? And what percentage of them are just NPCs? And is there a difference? I would say no. I would say that what the bots are saying is trending reflects what the NPCs are going to go with, and reflects the world we're going to live in. Unfortunately, the reality impaired are in control. Okay, let us continue. We're just talking about the AstraZeneca logo made of 3 6s Nothing to see there. But yeah, the bodyguard survivor of Princess Diana is a global head of security for AstraZeneca. Make of that what you will. Is it his reward? The Queen's like, you take care of this, and we'll make sure you're taken care of. He does look a little bowl cutty, a little sinister. Again, Casper Rorsted is not dead at 60. Kanye West made up a fake headline. Very passive aggressive, but given his influence. And again, this is a CEO of Adidas. All right, let's move on. It's been an interesting week. Steve Bannon had something notable to say here about Greta, and he describes that way in which people kowtow to Greta is very similar to how the Maoist Red Guard would have their struggle sessions. And I think it's a solid connection here. I do think we're looking at,
as the French
watermelon Marxism, green on the outside, red on the inside. I think we all know that class warfare has just been rebranded as climate justice.
By people in power that are not just simply destructive. They're so destructive, you're not going to be able to turn this around. This is what I keep saying. You saw Powell yesterday. Powell's up there talking, big talk. We played from a year and a half.
Now, again, this is Steve Bannon from War Room, and I think he was recently charged with contempt of court or something, but he's talking about the end of civilization, and he gets to Greta and makes these comparisons between her and the communist Red Guard.
All that, hey, it comes out of the earth, okay? Let me repeat that. It comes out
now,
of
I'm not sure if I'll find the exact clip. He's really hard to listen to.
Oh, why Macron's up there telling...
But what I will say is this. Agitator, 100%. He's up there with Alex Jones, Roger Stone, and all the others. They kind of play a role here. All right, let me continue here. John Cordone says, I was listening to a legit rabbi on YouTube. He said the devil and demons work for God. I tend to think that part of their mind control operation, the monolithic mind control that governments all use, perception management, I think it involves tapping into people's subconscious. It taps into whatever makes them suggestible, whatever gains their trust. So I don't even think that the elite would be all that interested in all the biblical stuff, so much as a lot of it I think is just for influence operations. Like it suits their purposes if you think that Donald Trump is working for Jesus. And a lot of people do. People pray to Donald Trump all the time. People pray to Trump when they get pulled over. People pray to Trump just in general. I even saw someone with their car on the back of it. Look at this one here. None saying, this is all insane. People praying to him. I've seen him signing Bibles too. By the way, if you want a press pass, I'll put a link below. The Infinite Plane Radio Press Pass is in the hands of, I think, 185 people. After about 150 of them were distributed during the Empty Hospitals season, the Dancing Nurses Empty Hospitals, that was like the first quarter of 2020. After that, I switched to this new version. So we have 35 of this version, and these two-sided press passes have the newsroom phone number. It explains who you work for, where your press credentials can be verified. And if you have a press pass and you want to be listed at infiniteplane.media, just contact me there and I'll show you what I've done. So if you go to infiniteplane.media and you click IPR reporters, what it will do is it'll take you to a listing of all of the various card holders that have Twitter accounts where they publish blogs or TikTok accounts. And so I don't even have to reach out to people, or they don't have to contact me. I just automatically get their most recent updates here on this site. And it's going to expand over time as I get more and more of our independent field reporters involved in the social media network we have building here. We do have a parallel news network. We're not really on the same stage. We're not in the same universe as many of them. Let me go ahead and play this clip just so you can see how, like, I don't exaggerate. I don't. This is exactly how it is. This is a regular QAnoner.
48 is Michael Brian Protzman. He is teaching...
And he's explaining how JFK is Jesus Christ and Michael Jackson's alive and he'll be back soon.
Michael Jackson sang about it. A, B, C, easy as 1, 2, 3.
And so what is gematria exactly?
A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. A being 1 and Z being 26.
So Michael Jackson, was he part of Negative 48?
No, but he is...
You keep saying is he...
He's alive, brother. Michael Jackson's not dead.
Michael Jackson is alive?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay, let's bring him back here for a second.
JFK
who do you think...
not dead.
Really?
He was resurrected 4 days later as Jesus Christ. Just like
Wait,
Lazarus. Yeah,
JFK was resurrected as Jesus Christ?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And he is your president. And Junior is your vice president as we speak.
As we speak, right now, JFK Sr. is president and JFK Jr. is vice president.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. He absolutely believes it. And he puts his arm on the reporter's back like you'd only see a true believer do. Like, I think he believes it. Save me, Donald Trump. And along with it, you have this promise of what they call Nasara and Jasara. Without getting too deep into it, free money, ubiquitous, universal, basic income, all your debts forgiven. So Trump can also forgive all your sins, forgive all your debts. And people take it so seriously that many of the followers of the QAnon queen in Canada, Queen Didaloo, are not paying their electric bills, and they're all going into the dark. And I remember the QAnoners kept saying, we're going to experience 10 days of darkness. It's going to go dark. And it appears that the Canadian QAnoners are going into the dark. Here's a scene from the death, or the lead up to the death of Princess Diana. There's a different license plate on the car that she was crashed in and the one that she actually entered. The story's obviously full of holes. I've come across a number of similar theories, but we'll go on. Breaking: California Power Grid has a flex alert, and they're saying don't charge your electric vehicles and turn down your air conditioner. So they're basically going to say go ahead and voluntarily black out. You know how the lockdowns are voluntary? They want you to voluntarily black out. If they can't get enough people to do it, they'll probably somehow mandate it. Just in, Pope Francis declares mankind is, quote, experiencing the outbreak of World War III during an audience at the Vatican. Then that means something. If the Vicar of Christ, which is, Pope Francis, if you believe it, he's the guy with the costume, he's the guy at the Vatican, he says now it's World War III, I would say, yeah, makes sense. I mean, I had predicted, more or less, that there would be an end to the calm before the storm this August, just based on their own predictive programming, which you can use as a model to predict the future. But yes, Donald Trump's going to pardon the January 6th group. Donald Trump is retweeting all kinds of, well, he's retruthing Q drops. Commenter says, it's funny how Donald Trump show's called The Apprentice, then he becomes president. Well, when you go into the Masonic lodge, you're called the entered apprentice. And then they raise you. After they kill you, you're raised in the 3rd degree, and you're called the master. So it goes from apprentice to master, and there might be something in there. Although he says he's not, or it's been said he's not a Freemason. Donnie Darkin tweets, these are the end times, make no mistake. So I don't believe in the end times, whether it's God or climate change or aliens. I don't think we're in the end times. I think end times is a psyop. And the purpose of it is to prevent you from thinking 100 years ahead. To prevent you from thinking any a significant distance ahead because the world ends next month or next year, or in 1,028 days if you're an environmentalist. They want you to be in the end times because it makes you easier to control. It's like keeping you in a small area of land, keep you in a small frame of reference. Appreciate the support. Again, thank you, Vladimir Putin. We at IPS appreciate it very much. It says, make a dead drop at the Moscow Circus. Place IPS press pass under seat number 42. Oh yes, if you need an IPS press pass, and if you need it dead dropped, we can arrange. We have beaks everywhere. I have a short video here. This is a clip from Vegastar on Twitter, and I was talking about this yesterday, how, in fact, I showed a rocket that launched sideways. Well, it didn't launch sideways. It was vertical, but it flew sideways like a balloon drifting in the wind. Physically, it should have been impossible, unless the thing is just a hollow blimp, a cylindrical blimp, an airship with jet-assisted takeoff, which is what it looks like. Because rockets are fake. They're real, but they're not what we've been sold or told or what we've been extorted for. They didn't sell it to us. We paid for it. But here we go. Space rockets are balloons from Vegastar.
Rockets are balloons. Look at that. A typical NASA rocket or SpaceX or whatever. In this case, I think it's NASA because of the black and white stuff. And it's a balloon. Balloons are not just globe shaped. They can be any shape. Rocket balloon. So a balloon with the shape of a rocket, and down we have like, you know, the force, and it's just, this is just like typical science class, like nothing special. You can do it in.
And he's showing some of these rockets falling apart like balloons.
Science and whatever. Like school science. So that's the type of things they use. We're gonna see another video afterwards regarding the actual rockets of SpaceX and stuff, but they're balloons. You know, when they fail, that's what happens because they're balloons, and that's the typical explosion of a balloon in the atmosphere, in the sky, when something happens or when it burns down or whatever, and it's just like it's a balloon. Okay, even like the pieces, they're balloons. And here, for comparison purposes, your typical balloon. That's the type of technology they use. Therefore they never go to space. I think you knew this before, but
yeah. So what they do is the balloon goes high enough so it's out of sight, out of mind, thanks to the jet assisted takeoff, and then it just flips on over to the next scene, which is pre-produced CGI.
Just so we can enjoy the awesomeness of supreme technology, and that's it in a balloon, you know.
Somehow he has a picture here of has the engines of a rocket, but it's deflated at the top. I mean, NASA does have a big helium bill. In fact, let me just go ahead and see what it's up to. NASA's helium bill. And I think it all makes sense. It really does. The use of helium for a few reasons, but also because it's ultimately just a theater. It's just a big show. And this would be the easiest way to perform this feat. Senator authorized House bill to avoid the closure of a helium reserve. I'm trying to find some articles here. Here we go. Why does NASA buy so much helium? NASA uses helium as a purge gas and a pressurizing agent for ground and flight fluid systems. Helium is used throughout the agency as a cryogenic agent for cooling various materials, and it has application in precision welding. The biggest consumer of helium is NASA, using annually 75 million cubic feet. That's a lot of helium. Why is NASA the owner of the world's largest helium reserve? Nothing to see here. Just a coincidence, I'm sure. I have a video here. If you are just listening, what you're seeing are hyper-realistic masks being demonstrated. And this is on my Twitter feed at Real Tim Osman, where you're looking at people who are apparently 70 or 80 years old, but then they rip off the hood and they're very young. And I wonder, you know, are these our presidents? You know, is Kamala Harris? In fact, I've seen a number of people in high places who look like they could just be rubber, you know, rubber made, and that's what you're seeing here. And what I'm showing are these masks that are so form-fitting, so flexible that you can actually emote through them. You can have facial expressions, literal foolproof deep fakery. Nothing to do with computer filters or a screen. Okay, Crackle D-Man says, who are any of us to say that anything took place at Roswell over 7 decades ago? I went over there when the Corona lockdown started and they said don't go anywhere. I drove to Roswell to Corona Field where the UFO crashed. Or supposedly. And I've been to the funeral home where they took the alien body, supposedly, when I was working in the transport industry, but I think it's all just story for sure. I don't necessarily believe it's aliens from another planet or something, but it's part of a ritual of some kind. And the flying saucer is a symbol. It's not just some corny B-movie prop. The UFO symbolizes the capstone, the same exact symbol as the capstone on the pyramid. You know, the eye in the triangle, the unfinished pyramid, that's the capstone descending. The Space Needle is really just a pillar with the UFO on top. Every obelisk has the golden tip, represents the elite, the elevated ones, those from above. Every rocket, which is the modern obelisk, has the capsule. Same exact meaning. So the idea of a UFO descending has very special significance, especially to this cult, and given the significance of the Corona Field, even Men in Black, Corona Park, the spy satellite Corona, on and on. I have a short clip here of Gavin McInnes being fake arrested for clicks, and he has a shirt that says censored when the cops come to take him out. So corny. Supposedly it was a comedy bit. I don't believe it. I'm auto-hoaxing it. And I've branded Gavin McInnes, founder of the Proud Boys, Gavin Smollett. Like, if he criticized Jussie Smollett and then he pulls a stunt like this, he's a major league hypocrite. Anyway, that would be Gavin Smollett of the Fed Boys. If you're looking at the screen, I have Donald Trump compared to the Illuminati playing card Enough is Enough, which trended last month with 245,000 hits, at the time that we were saying that the storm was over. This was at the same time that there were many people suggesting that there would be some kind of an assassination attempt. Then you had the Oswald in the headlines because of Highland Park shooter. And Enough is a card about a sniper. But behind the Donald Trump-like face happens to be a lot of COVID-looking marks. And you can see it's supposed to symbolize a sniper. We are in the Biff Tannen stage of Donald Trump, apparently. Yes, I've been talking about the Queen of Canada, Romana Diallo. But now we have a king in America. His name's King Carlson of the Kingdom of America. I'm going to see if I can get an interview, or maybe I can go visit His Grace. And I'm not sure if he's related to Tucker. I'd like to find out. Appreciate the support, says new shop sale from Salty Siren. We have, if you click the link, the Ko-Fi link below, we have a lot of press passes, decals, stuff always in production. And there's still some original artwork. Not just by myself, but I'm also listing some art by our main designer, X-Pac, as you'll see. Joe Rogan calls for he called for everyone to vote Republican. So now there are demands to boycott Spotify. All these platforms, I think, are just full of all kinds of plants who are there to eventually get these platforms taken down. And I think podcasting has been in the crosshairs of the media the monolith for some time. They want to control. I say monolithic media because it's about one vision, one set of standards. And it seems like there's still free speech over here. It escaped over to the podcasting area. And I could just see them spreading out. And they use people like Joe Rogan to make inroads into the censorship agenda. I remember specifically When they pulled 42 of his tracks, I said, hey, this is a sign they're going after podcasting. And sure enough, they've put all the same rules that you have on YouTube with regard to what you can talk about. Although now I think on Twitter you can criticize masks. All right, let's continue here. J.K. Rowling has a Baphomet tattoo on her wrist, or at least the same phrase that the phrase of Salve Coagula. It's on her wrist, and that's on the wrist of the Baphomet. So what does that mean? Nothing. It just means that your children are reading books written by Satanists in high places. Nothing to see here. Here's a telegram message sent to the Queen. This is Jenny. I'm requesting assistance. My electricity has been cut off. I have 2 small children. Her Majesty Queen Ramona, please, can you get our electricity back on and hold the executives accountable? Our bank account's been frozen since May. I requested assistance in getting our money out, and our car was repossessed. I have all your decrees, and I'm standing up for your decrees. We need your help. So she's taken the decrees from the Queen and trying to get out of paying her bills. And I believe the Queen has her people arresting the police. Here's some good news if you're looking for some hopium. Apparently, Q phones are on the way. Quantum phones. This was a message sent by someone pretending to be Kayleigh McEnany. Isn't that the former Speaker of the House? Yes. Okay, the QAnoners believe that Kayleigh McEnany, who was the 33rd White House press secretary, and anyway, she's believed to be the daughter of JFK Jr. They have this incredible fan fiction, and I think it probably mirrors the whole thing with the Kennedys and Camelot. But Jesse Waters, Kayleigh McEnany, and others are all believed to be family of the Kennedys. And then Trump, of course, is working for them. It is fan fiction. There's no other way to explain it. Thank you, mister. Appreciate the support. This is crowd-sourced intel and a crowd-funded independent media network. And we're never going to be anything but, because we're a breakaway. We are, in fact, a breakaway movement because we're not trying to compete. We're not trying to kowtow to their standards. And I'm not trying to recruit. What we're doing is separate. And it shouldn't be as censorable as it has been. By the way, I have a new YouTube channel URL. So if you're on the YouTube channel, take note of the URL. It's Infinite Plane Society, which was my original channel name. So if you go to youtube.com/c/Infinite Plane Society, this is the new one because they blocked the other one because of something I said. But we're past 500 subs, 543. Again, tonight is Kanye going OJ? Broken arrow incoming? Question mark. I'll put the link in the chat. Again, just search Infinite Plane Society on YouTube. It should be easier to find us, and I expect our sub count to go up. I'm going to be putting the archives on here as well. And the 24-hour stream is ongoing. So the stream that you're on isn't going to go off. But the replays will be on the same channel. You'll get notifications. And if you didn't know, the think tank on the live streaming channels is also now integrated with a Discord server. It's called the IPR 24/7 OmniChat. So if you see anyone from Discord, it's because we're fully integrated. And the reason I did this is it allows us to maintain a record of all of our chats, a searchable record indefinitely. We lose so many valuable puzzle pieces. They're constantly destroying what we're creating here, and this preserves it. Phase Polarizer says only 2 auto hoax stickers left. And I will be re-upping, so not only are you supporting this channel, but you're also supporting the artists who supply our decals, our stickers, and our shirts, and the art. All right, let us continue. Is Kanye going OJ? Yes. Broken Arrow incoming any day now. Artemis is scheduled to launch on September the 3rd. So in 2 days. Musk just launched 46 CubeSats, building up towards 42,000. Jackson, Mississippi, out of running water. I guess this is what it looks like when an empire collapses.
At the end of last week, I was briefed by the State Health Department on the discovery that Jackson's main water treatment facility has been operating with zero redundancies. We were told on Friday that there was no way to predict exactly when, but that it was a near certainty that Jackson would fail to produce running water sometime in the next several weeks or months if something did not materially improve. Unfortunately, that failure appears to have begun today. Until it is fixed, it means we do not have reliable running water.
They do not have reliable running water at scale. So just a heads up there. Biden's speech will deliver a hard truth. American democracy is under grave threat. They're hyping up the threat of the MAGAs. Just a heads up. Yesterday they had the evacuation order for Eastern North Pacific and Los Angeles, and the officials say it was an error. An immediate evacuation notice from the emergency alert system. See, when the emergency alert system took over the regular TV programming in Los Angeles, this is probably, here we go. LA evacuation order for entire North Pacific area, an error. They interrupted the regular scheduled programming. And now this is probably not not an accident or even an error. It says LA County Office of Emergency Management told Fox News that the message was properly formatted and should not have triggered an EAS evacuation, but didn't have an answer on the root causes. The root cause was this was an intentional act to possibly test or prepare, but there's always a one-to-one relationship between drills and the real thing. I had pointed out how Stranger Things ends with a nuke-like scenario in Hawkins, which I believe corresponds to Seattle, and it has the ground literally crack open in a scene reminiscent of Dawn Day 2 with the burning chapel. And then you have what looks to be fallout from the sky. And I said, hey, look, Season 4, Episode 2, 4-2. Looks like a fallout, looks like some kind of an earthquake. And in this TV series I'm talking about, Stranger Things, it said a 7.4 earthquake. So again, Stranger Things, Season 4, Episode 2, has a 7.4 magnitude earthquake that splits Hawkins. The next day, after I watched this, Seattle is going through all kinds of simulated drills for a tsunami, triggered by a 7.5 magnitude earthquake. And that the tsunami would bring forth 42-foot tidal waves into Seattle. So I've been looking at the Pacific coast for some kind of event, Hunt for Red October, some kind of nuke, some kind of EMP. Almost seems like a guarantee if you go by what was revealed in the Westworld programming. Let us continue going through my notes here. Someone gave Roger Stone money to make a cameo for Canadian Queen. I think he was paid, and I think he's reading a script. Let me play this again.
Stone, I know that you're on a mission to expose the deep state and the epic corruption in Canada under little Fidel. God bless you. I want you to know that many people across the globe appreciate what you're doing in the fight for freedom and liberty and all that is good. God bless you.
So there's Roger Stone throwing his support behind the QAnon Queen. I wonder if he's going to support King Carlson, King of America. FBI facing unprecedented MAGA threats. Time to hunt Fed boys. Research shared with the Daily Beast by Advanced Democracy Inc. fills in some of the landscape of what the FBI has characterized as an unprecedented threat environment. Immediately after the news of the 8/8 search, again, 8/8, interesting. 8/8, 2022, that was the anniversary of, I believe that was an anniversary having to do with Nixon. Let me bring that up. But it's also the text number. If you wanted to get text alerts from Donald Trump, you would text 88022 and it happened to be the date. Okay, here we go. Did Nixon resign on the 8th or the 9th? On the 8th. President Richard Nixon addressed the American public from the Oval Office on August 8th, 1974, to announce his resignation from the presidency due to the Watergate scandal. Again, Donald Trump, if you wanted to tweet Trump, I believe it's 808022, which corresponds to this date, another Nixon-Trump connection. Again, Roe v. Wade, 1973, Elvis, 73, so many 73, 2022 connections here. All right, let's see what else we have here. Turbo Nibero says, will King Carlson hand out big checks? I think they'll just tell you not to pay your bills. And then it all goes dark. I mean, I don't understand how people are falling for this stuff. All right, earlier this week we talked about Trump's storm has arrived. Beto has monkeypox. We've been discussing AI demon aliens, non-biological entities. The death of Mikhail Gorbachev, does that have any sort of foreshadowing? Anything we can take out of that? Well, dies at 91. 1991 ends the Cold War. 9/1, we have the wake. And also we're 10 days away from the 21st anniversary of 9/11. We're waiting for the next Broken Arrow event, which again would be the 33rd Broken Arrow if that is what they decide to do. And I think that's pretty much been the story, and the fact that they're doing drills for that, the DHS even expects that there's going to be some kind of white nationalist terror attack involving dirty bombs. They just arrested the Oath Keeper lawyer. Now, when she gave her deposition, I pointed this out. I said, hey, look behind the head of the Oath Keeper's lawyer. Now, the leader of the Oath Keepers is the guy with the, is his name is Travis Rhodes. The guy with the eye patch looks kind of similar to, I would even say looks kind of like Alex Jones in a way. His name's something Rhodes. Oath Keeper founder Stuart Rhodes. Okay, yeah, Stuart Rhodes, founder and leader of the Oath Keepers. Now, of course, Oath Keepers are a terrorist organization according to the SPLC and the MSM. Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes tried to contact Trump during the January 6th attack. All these people are friends. All, you know, Roger Stone, all the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, they all know each other. But the very conspicuous one eye symbolism here kind of tells you what you're looking at. But also remember, it was the QAnon shaman who really became the face of the 1/6 event with his buffalo horns. And so that's why I'm pointing out here that the attorney for the Oath Keepers, behind her head on the wall, has big paintings of buffalo. So she's got buffalo horns behind her head, just like the QAnon shaman. Kind of interesting. Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence that the buffalo shooter was a QAnoner, if you judge by his Twitter account. He changed it to QAnon 1/6/2021, and he said Q sent me. And he was a buffalo shooter, buffalo horns, sent by Tucker Carlson, because he was motivated by white replacement theory, so Tucker sent the shooter. Which also ties into this Riddler theme, because Riddler sends the shooters, Riddler sends the radicals, and the Riddler's weapon is a Tucker, a carpet Tucker. But there's that name. And they love their word games, their names, that have some tie-in, like King, Carlson. That's just too perfect. I think every person arrested on 1/6 was a crisis actor or crisis actress. Every single one. Outrage as Berkeley is now demanding that students wear masks if they're not vaccinated against the flu, which is prompting a torrent of criticism and ridicule. So if you're not vaxxed against the flu, you must wear a mask. Now, is it for your own protection? Or is it for the protection of the people who are already protected? See, we're back to 2020 again. Apparently, we haven't learned anything. Now, this is interesting. The New York Hudson Yards, the Edge. The Edge is the highest viewing platform on the Western, quote, hemisphere. And it's a building that opened on March 11th, 2020. And the building happens to look like a giant penguin. And you stand out on its beak and you can see to the edge of the world or something. Anyway, it's called The Edge, and it's out there in Hudson Yards. And someone pointed it out to me because it opened on 3/11 and it looks like a big penguin. But it also features in Westworld.
Try this strange 10-second technique tonight
Strange
to reverse
World Season 4. I would play the video preview of this thing, but YouTube's going to give me gross commercials because I'm not giving them $20 for YouTube Red. And now the sex bots come in. Nude HD. Go ahead and just kill the bots. Abuse the power responsibly. Power of the wrench. Alright, let's move on here. Going through your comments. We're at 42% of our goal. When we reach 100, we will have reached critical mass. I have an exchange here. This is a private message exchange between Jesse McGinnis of the Fed Boys and Owen Benjamin. You going to reveal it's a prank? Because I have friends writing blogs about it. No, I'm not going to reveal it. It's a prank. Don't tell. And then he did. He revealed it. So Gavin McGinnis. Now I call him Jussie McGinnis because it was reported as a real swatting, as a real arrest, until it was uncovered to be a hoax. One giant step backward. Artemis 1 moon launch canceled after engineers discover a, quote, crack. A leak and a crack in the $22.2 billion rocket. Now, 22.2222 is the Kraken Day, the day of Hades' return. All of this very significant. Again, Artemis and Diana, interesting connection. Artemis is also the twin of Apollo, meaning Apollo mission, Artemis mission. These are some kind of there's some twinning going on here. Here's a Twitter account called Christian122561. There's got to be a better name than Christian. I don't know how. Kennedy. How would you form Kennedy into like a religious name? Like how would you name a religion after the Kennedys? A Kennedian? Our prince will bring peace. God's will is my way, says Christine. And when she says this, she has a picture here of John F. Kennedy Jr. So I said that they literally worship the Kennedys, but yes, our prince will bring peace. Dove, dove, heart emoji, American flag, dove. John F. Kennedy is their savior. John F. Kennedy Jr. Unbelievable. I could find many examples like this. I just point out a few here and there to let you know. I have my finger on the pulse of the QAnoners. Tyrone says Kennedianites. Kennedianites, I like that. Kennedianites. We'll have to come up with something. Following up a report that the self-crowned Queen of Canada is expanding her QAnon-inspired movement into the United States. They have the newly anointed, which that's what Christ means, right? The newly anointed King of the U.S. Like, is there a power vacuum here? can I declare myself the king of the infinite plane or something, and then just get? I mean, what are the credentials? How do you get into this Game of Thrones that's going on? Crackle D-Man says the Kennedy name etymology is helmeted leader. Well, it has a few different connotations. Helmeted, others it's ugly head, others have pointed out cane head, but the head wound is kind of implicit in the name. Now, here's what the Queen, this is, again, this Queen stuff, King stuff, it's Game of Thrones, and I've been watching Game of Thrones, so it should get interesting to see. Are they going to fight it out? We've had a lot of interesting conversations about Jack Parsons and Marjorie Cameron. And it's so much a part of what we're talking about because it's a huge part of what the space age is and where it's going and the pageantry of Mystery Babylon that I do plan to do a deeper dive into all of these different topics. And that's why I'm creating this separate podcast. And I appreciate everyone's patience as I get that rolling because it's an important part of what we do, all this deep dive. But I don't want to every day have to reiterate things that might throw people off who aren't really up to speed or aware of where we're coming from. This is why we also have the Infinite Plane Society Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction. Again, it's really about putting our best ideas in the most concise format forward. This is why I recommend watching the Newsbenders, because the Newsbenders is quite literally reality. Our news is bent daily. Check this out. Speaking of Newsbenders, if you ever wondered what would happen if truthers took over the ministry of truth, if we were the ones who were able to control the fake news, because apparently that's happened. Some people are using deep fake to make fake predictive programming. So here you have Jay-Z and Kanye West predicting coronavirus in 2011.
In 2020, there will be a little pandemic named COVID-19.
Yeah, COVID-19, that's what he said. So all y'all better wash your hands.
In 2020, there will be a little pandemic named COVID-19.
So it's not an original song. It's obviously deep faked. But it actually sounds good. But this is fake predictive programming. I don't know what you call it, how you categorize that. I believe it's called UberDuck. UberDuck is a site where you can mirror the voices of various celebrities and have them say or rap anything. You still run into copyright errors, troubles, but QAnon forums are ecstatic and bloodthirsty after Trump promotes their memes on Truth Social. We'll keep an eye on that. Watch out for wooden tanks and wooden decoys if you're Russian. Apparently, Ukraine is investing a lot of money into wooden rocket launcher systems and wooden tanks. We've said this for some time, that it's fake and Alright, that is the 33rd degree, Lucifer Tim. It is 7:30, 9/14, 2022, Infinite Plane Radio Live. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Just throwing a lot of numbers at you right away. A lot of very important numbers. Go ahead and kill the troll. I'm pretty sure 69 Mega is a troll bot. We have all these troll bots, and look, we just lost our biggest channel. 1,300 subs and growing, metastasizing in fact. And then here you have these troll bots advertising for dating apps. In the age of social distancing, it's irresponsible that YouTube lets them run amok, and then I get flagged for spam. They say, oh, this channel's being used to advertise dating apps. No, I'm sorry. I've been invaded. Our channel's been infested with troll bots with really dirty X-rated names. I'm trying to purge it, and YouTube does nothing. And I'm not comfortable with these bots being on my screen. Not a problem, though. We're no longer YouTube-centric. That's been sort of an issue, and there's a good reason for it. The reason why Infinite Plane Society has been somewhat YouTube-centric is, one, that's where the people are. It's sort of a commons, and that's where you interface with the mainstream media. That's the playing field. You don't want to be shoved off the playing field to some small platform that they can nuke later. So we stay in. It makes sense. However, we also stay in because the chat module itself is very conducive to our think tank format. This think tank format is designed to foster a lot of debate and discussion and add a lot of new facts. I describe what we're doing here as putting together a multi-million piece puzzle. And people are putting their puzzle pieces in. And unlike gate-kept talk radio, everything is gate-kept. You can't get through their filters very easily. We don't have that filter. This is a very effective way to deconstruct these very big puzzling events, these events which are largely staged. And you know, we're talking about the large psyops over time, but also the smaller events. And it takes a lot of people to understand how big the deception actually is, how monolithic it is. One person cannot figure this out. So we have our Discord server with 500 people. There's 1,000 eyes watching, 500 people listening. And we get a more cohesive picture about what is actually going on. And again, the YouTube chat made it very easy to interact in this way because everybody's on the platform. And it's convenient. However, that time has passed. We no longer need it. Because now we have another chat room that interfaces with not only YouTube, but every other chat room that we use. It's called the IPR Omni Chat. It's open to anybody. It's replacing our dependence on YouTube. And of course, anything you type there gets mirrored. In fact, if you look at the top right of the screen, all those images that you see are being posted real time in that chat room. Unlike the YouTube chat, you can actually have images show up here. So I would recommend migrating to Discord. However, if you like the YouTube chat, I'm not going to leave. We're not backing off the field. What we're doing here is we're reinforcing what we're doing with our own independent platform that won't be subject to fluctuations, because they do cause fluctuations in our attendance when they chop off one of the heads of our Hydra. We lost a 1,300 sub count head there. Well, that's why we don't have the usual number of people here tonight. Not a problem, but now that we're building separately, it won't be a problem in the future. But I think we've kind of moved past it. We no longer need YouTube. All right, let me see who's here in chat. Joseph Bender, Lean Dion, Portal Complex, Frank Muir. Again, thanks to everyone here who's killing the bots. Robert Bell, Peter W., Travis Cloud, Osher, Mom with Sons. Yes, I appreciate all those who are tirelessly killing these bots. Look at this one. Tired of being alone? We will help you. Drooling face, kissing face, hearts, hearts. Does this actually generate traffic? I find it to be very unlikely that somebody would see that and think, I'm going to that site. Just like this bot suggested. I'm going to find love. I don't believe it. I think this is part of a takedown tactic. I think there's actually a strategy at play here. And one of their tactics when they want to take down a channel like mine is they have employees deep fake as bots. So that's actually a live YouTube employee pretending to be a sex bot on YouTube, solely for the purpose of getting my channel flagged for advertising dating apps. And it's worked. Wayne Dion says, paper planes and collapsed Jenga towers, painting from Epstein. Oh, that's right, I've seen that one. He's got Bill Clinton in a blue dress and high heels. I guess it's the dress that Monica Lewinsky wore. Then he has George W. Bush with paper planes and the Jenga towers collapsed. And reportedly, there's a 6-foot painting of Ghislaine Maxwell, nude, with a knife. I'd like to see that one, and they say it was in the basement of his New Mexico mansion at the bottom of an elevator shaft. So the newbies would show up and they would see the madam or whatever just laying naked with a big knife. I've heard about it, haven't seen it. I thought about recreating it. You know, would someone here pay for it? If I decided to do a life-size painting of Ghislaine Maxwell with a big dagger, you think I could sell it? Because I would if the price was right. I would live paint it. In fact, I have this notion that if I do get hit with a $600,000 lawsuit, I'm probably going to do a painting of the defendant counter plaintiff. I'm not sure if it'll be nude, but I do like the idea of doing live paintings, live portraits. It really throws people off if they don't like you. And they see it as it's an advanced form of meme tech. GCF says, we'll follow you off YouTube when this is banned. Hey, we're always going to have YouTube channels, but look, I just said get into the backup room. Get into the bunker, the IPR 24/7 Omni chat, and I witnessed some things that are really exactly what we wanted to happen. For example, someone who's not in Discord goes into YouTube and they say, what's the name of that channel where that person's always talking about Elvis being the Antichrist? Someone in Discord responds, and of course it gets relayed back to YouTube. It's a great way to channel information, and it also goes into a permanent record. Joined by Shannon Jones. Thanks for joining. I'm going to resume text message alerts very soon. We're low on credits. We're low on a few things, but that's just the playing field. But we're catching up rapidly. In fact, last night I got back onto eBay, where I used to make my living before I got into this. I was mostly selling art on eBay, and I'm getting back into it. And eBay is where the traffic is. I'm not going to really advertise much of it here because it's not all that relevant to what we're doing, although I considered maybe dedicating some artwork specifically to things that, you know, let's test the boundaries here. If you remember, there was that book called Nobody Died at, that school, published by Jim Fetzer. Amazon pulled it. He republished it as a fictional book. He had it rewritten as fiction, and it got a pass. So I'm thinking, what kind of banned ideas can we, as far as banned ideas or just concepts that they want to exclude from the conversation, can we bring back with artwork? Because if you didn't know, there's a war on memes. The infodemic, which was the purpose to the pandemic. The pandemic, or plandemic, was really about gaining power in key areas to dictate the new paradigm. And a major part of it has to do with censorship and control of the flow of information, controlling all these platforms. The infodemic was the objective. And the infodemic, of course, just refers to the information that is not regulated by the cult of the monolith, the monolithic media, which is what they are banking on you not seeing. They don't want you to know how monolithic it is. There is a conspiracy. The media, quote, globally, does conspire. And when I say media, the term is just so vague. We have to include, I would say, religion. In fact, media has supplanted religion for the purposes of this conversation. We're just talking about a wing of government. My point is, government is or has always been, quote, global. The New World Order isn't coming It's not something to fear. It's going to happen. No, actually, the old world order was already established. The new one is the old one with a paint job. It's some new decorations. That's about it. Billy V Official says, hey man, what's that song you opened with? 35th Degree? It's 33rd Degree. That'd be Lucifer Tim, the 33rd Degree. I'll put a link in the chat. I have a few other tracks from him. One of them he sent me to use was the International Flat Earth Anthem. Very interesting videos as well, but the lyrics are key. I put the link in the chat, and for the most part, anything we discuss, any song I play, I do post in minds.com, but if you don't use Minds, you can just join Discord, because as you can see, these links are always stored. Like I said, it's a permanent record. Portal Complex says, it's a great book, The Capstone Event. Yes, The Capstone Event is a fictional retelling of the Sandy Hook event. But not just the event itself, but the idea that the whole thing was staged. But it shows it in the fictional context, because if you put it out there and say it's real, you get open to all kinds of censorship measures. Crisis actors have feelings too. It's like, look, I understand the whole premise of defamation suits and where it may and may not be warranted, but if you're going to say that you have emotional distress, you got to show us some tears. And for the most part, they seem to enjoy their gigs. They don't really come up with tears until after the fact. They show up in the courtroom with the neck brace and the crutches and all that. It's all theater. I think, in my opinion, it's all theater. If you find facts to contradict that, I'm open to those facts. David A. Pryor says, a fictional retelling of a fictional event. Exactly. And it gets a pass. Unless somebody reads it and determines. I mean, who knows? I've had a book pulled, and all I was doing was talking about deepfake technology. Nothing that's even all that sensitive. Just the premise that we are already deep faked. It's not something that's coming. They love to scare us with these hypothetical future situations when we already live in that nightmare. We really do. All right, let us continue going through some notes. There's quite a lot to cover today. Let me just go through some headlines to start. One, Mike Lindell, the pillow guy, was at a Hardee's. Hardee's is the one that looks like what we have here, Carl's Jr. It's got the face in the star. I always thought it was a very subtle Baphomet. Anyway, there he is at Hardee's, and the FBI comes in and they steal his phone. Hardee's is making fun of him, and they've posted some kind of ad. I think it was, try our pillowy biscuits. Now, I don't know how Mike Lindell got my number, but I get 3 or 4 text messages from him a day, and that's not cheap. The reason why I don't send live texts every night is that it's an investment in marketing. I look at it as advertising and, community building. We're maintaining the integrity of our raft with this penguin signal, but it is expensive. You pay for every text, and he's just blasting and blasting text messages out there. I have no intention of buying any of his pillows. But Mike Lindell had his phone stolen, which might be good if you want to see the truth behind everything, assuming that there's... I don't know. The whole thing is such a rigged show. The guy just seems like a showman, in fact. I find him really hard to believe. I don't know if you've seen his story. Over at Hobby Lobby here, there's a whole shelf full of unsold autobiographies of Mike Lindell. And it's like 6 feet tall, just Mike Lindell books that nobody buys. And I guess it's meant to be inspirational, but it has this like hologram cover. So if you lean to the left, he looks like a crackhead, and the background's red, and he's all raggedy. And then you lean to the right, and he's all clean cut. Now he's a CEO. And it's like Mike Lindell from crackhead to CEO. And he's, of course, the guy who's going to save America. But he was mugged by the FBI. They raided him at Hardee's. I guess we can just add that to the list of victims. We talked about the summer of swatting and how everybody on the right wing is going to be persecuted by the feds. They're all going to get swatted. And it's happening. Someone said that Tim Pool claims he got swatted 13 times. 13 times. Those are 13 PR stunts. That's what you're actually saying. 13 PR stunts to boost his ratings, and it works. It worked for MTG. It worked for Steve Bannon with the War Room. He gets swatted frequently. I'm surprised that Alex Stein hasn't been swatted yet. He seems like the type of person who would enjoy that. Echo Charlie says, headline, tonight's TV news was supply chain disruption coming. Due to an impending rail strike, everything is higher in price. Oh, that's true, I saw that. It does look like Drudge is pushing that. Rail strike. Very Atlas Shrugged, like Atlas Shrugged of the, it's kind of a turn towards that particular script, which is relevant. If you haven't read Atlas Shrugged, there's no time before the world ends. It's like 2,000 pages, but the purpose of the book, it's to put into fiction her philosophy. The idea here, though, is kind of very elitist. The idea here is that society is parasitic and socialist, and John Galt goes around finding all of the very successful people, and he gets them to abandon society and to destroy what they've created. Then they all move to a place called Atlantis, and like a bunch of terrorists, they put the world into the dark. The whole idea is they want to get rid of the parasitic system. They never want to pay taxes again. And once the world has been subdued, they will come back from Atlantis and bring back their technology. John Galt has the free energy, the perpetual engine, some kind of advanced technology, but he's not going to share it with the world. If he's going to have to share it with the governments. John Galt does this emergency broadcast thing like Q is supposed to do soon, or Trump, or somebody's supposed to do it. John F. Kennedy Jr., perhaps. But John Galt does that. He does this broadcast where he takes over the media, and he explains, your system is run by a bunch of parasites, and I'm going to tear it all down. It's a fascinating story, but again, Atlas Shrugged is about a reset. Everything goes dark. Right before the COVID-19 lockdowns, there was a comet called C-19, or it was the Atlas comet, which had broken apart. And I thought the comet called Atlas breaking apart is somewhat reminiscent of Atlas shrugging. And that's just the idea of Atlas dropping the burden of holding up the sky. Okay, I'm going through your comments. Angst G says, Ayn Rand objectivism. Correct. Supposedly. I mean, you people argue about the nuance of Ayn Rand and was she actually philosophically pure. Her work is very interesting. And I do think that if there is any objectivism in the world today, it's not with the objectivists, because they believe everything they see on TV. They were very enthusiastic about NASA. They see it as a triumph of man's rational mind. Like, what an irony there. They worship the rational mind. They venerate it. They think, oh no, we are the purest and objective, we're the most objective minds out there. But they believe everything they see on TV. They're against religion and mysticism, just in principle, but they don't recognize that media has become a replacement for both. Not just religion, but also it provides mythology. It is a religious system. If you're an objectivist, you probably believe in climate change. If there are any real objectivists, today they would be auto-hoaxers. And I determined this a little while ago. I realized, that is kind of what we're doing here with our approach to media and the hyper-mediated world stage that we share. Portal Complex says that Don Petit sells pillowcases late night on TV in Canada. I didn't know he was Canadian. Now, Don Petit's one of these ISS astronauts who figures prominently in many of their more embarrassing glitches. One of my favorite ones is where Don Petit is drinking coffee from a packet. Now, they use packets because presumably the liquid would fly all over the place. But in the Chinese space station, they don't even bother with packets. They just pour it in a mason jar and somehow it magically stays in the jar. Like, really, the Chinese space station's graphics are an embarrassment. But anyway, Don Petit was using one of these packets and he's drinking coffee, and you could see how the coffee was outside and then inside of the packet, like they were two different layers. In other words, the liquid was on a different layer. It was a bad CGI glitch. And we have so many bad examples. I mean, well, great examples of bad effects, like this guy here, NASA's coffee balls. How many of you remember this embarrassing episode? On National Coffee Day, they did this coffee in space thing where they were taking mocha latte shots in these chocolate balls. Well, because they're spraying it out and it just floats around. They're teaching kids how fluid behaves in microgravity, talking to children basically. But you have him here talking about how much he likes the floating chocolate balls. And then we have Don Petit here, and this is the Capillary Beverage Investigation, exploring the process of drinking from specially designed containers that use fluid dynamics to mimic the effects of gravity. Anyway, in this experiment, there's a few glitches where you can determine that the coffee isn't actually in the packet. Watching astronauts eat is always just comical. But this is all it takes. It's so childish. It's like if they can convince a preschooler, I think that's their mentality. And the graphics might be convincing if you just look at it in just by itself, insulated from any criticism. But the fact is, when you compare the graphics in the space station from the early 2000s to today, there are iterations of development and improvements. There are differences. Scott Kelly, Mark Kelly, the twins, you got to look at some of their old footage, and you can tell. Well, maybe most people can't, sadly. Well, I shouldn't say sadly, purposefully. The public has been visually dumbed down, where essentially they're visually illiterate when it comes to special effects in plain sight. That's why on the Artemis mission, they released a promo video and they had to put on there in flashing letters, animation, animation. Otherwise, people would think it was the real thing. People are reality impaired. And we have a great example of this just by pointing out the space sausage that we've been speaking of lately. Again, $10 billion telescope, million miles away, no getting a refund, can't return it, and we get a picture purported to be a star 4.2 light years away. And it turns out it's a piece of meat, and 99.9% of the population fell for it, including the smartest people in the room, like NASA scientists, rocket scientists. They all fell for it. Astronomers, they all fell for it. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Let's go ahead and go through some more of these headlines. We got into Mike Lindell, had his cell phone seized at Hardee's. I find these characters so difficult to believe in, but apparently the QAnoners don't. They're totally being radicalized. Trump has come out wearing a Q lapel pin, and this is very alarming to the media. Trump publishes a photo of himself wearing a QAnon button, thereby eliminating any kind of plausible deniability, which is something they were careful to maintain until recently. And then you have this. In addition to the guy who kills his family because of his obsession with Q, they said, in a fit of election denialist rage, he killed his family. Well, here's another one. Armed clown in a rainbow-colored wig goes to a Dairy Queen to reinstate President King Trump. Again, this is in Pennsylvania. We discussed this last night. Rainbow clown wig, armed, many weapons, and he said he was going to kill liberals and Democrats, and proclaimed that Donald Trump was king. I'm trying to figure this one out. I'm really trying to decipher this one. Queen just dies 1,776 days after the first Q drop. That alone is a heavy spike of hopium to a QAnoner. It suggests, hey, look, one of your main bad guys, one of your main villains, the Queen, dies exactly that many days from the first Q drop. So Q drop, Queen drops, then he goes to a Dairy Queen because this somehow makes sense to him. And then he says Trump needs to be king. And this might sound crazy, but then you have the Canadian Queen, Queen Didaloo of Canada, who tells her followers, I almost said patients, like her followers to not pay their electric bills, and they're not. And there's a new king. If you're in Arizona, you might want to look into him. He might be, I'm not sure how they're going to assert power. It seems like some kind of Game of Thrones situation, but there's a king of North America. And I know North America would include Canada, so I don't know if Queen Didaloo and King Carlson, I don't know if he's related to Tucker Carlson. But if King Carlson and Queen Didaloo, are they going to have some kind of conflict? Will there be another, we got Civil War, we got World War III, there's going to be some other kind of war splitting this place right down the middle. Again, man in a safety vest, a rainbow wig, goes to Dairy Queen to reinstate Trump as king. His name is John Stavy, 61, Pennsylvania, had a .40 caliber handgun and 2 more guns in his vehicle. He said he was undercover, working to restore Trump as President King of the United States, and he was armed to kill Democrats and liberals to stop sex trafficking. Multiple calls about a man in a wig with a gun walking into the Dairy Queen was made. This isn't the first time MAGA and QAnons have crossed paths. The two frequently overlap. Yeah, this is almost exactly like the Comet ping pong thing. And I'm not inclined to think this is real. I'm really not, but there are many stories like this. Yep, a man who walked into a DeMont, Pennsylvania Dairy Queen with a vest and a rainbow wig said he was trying to restore Trump as the...
And it's fortunate no one was hurt. Delmont police say this all started as a 911 call for an erratic driver along State Route 66. Police say the caller reported seeing a man wearing a safety vest and rainbow clown wig get out of his vehicle with a gun in his hand before walking into this Dairy Queen. Delmont police say an officer was nearby and responded immediately and met the man as he was coming out of the store, taking him into custody without incident. Police say the man had a loaded .40 caliber handgun in his pocket. A search also found 2 more loaded handguns in his vehicle. When police asked him about the weapons...
Now here's the explanation. It says possible mass casualty incident prevented. And this is where he explains to the police that he's undercover.
Police tell us the man said he was, quote, undercover and working to restore Trump as President King of the United States. Police say he also said he was armed to kill Democrats and liberals and protect himself from drug traffickers.
It's actually sex traffickers, but he altered it. I can understand why. I mean, what are we talking about? This is beyond just clown world. And now he's actually wearing an, clown wig. Iron FE says everything about an armed clown is over the top. Yeah, how often do you see clowns with guns? It sounds like something out of The Purge. Which reminds me, and someone in the chat had mentioned this. Sophia says, Chicago's decriminalizing crime. Yeah, they're not going to detain you if you go on a crime spree in Chicago as of New Year's. So 2023, The Purge is on. If you're out there in Chicago. Angst G says, Media Bear wears a rainbow clown wig. He does, but it's meant to be ironic. He's showing that you are the clowns. You wearing the masks are the clowns. I didn't get it at first. A guy wearing a mask mocking people for wearing masks. But now I understand. I understand the method there. Adam Geringer says the Queen's got to be the biggest death faker of the year. I don't know if she's still alive, but I'm inclined to think that she might have died a long time ago. It wouldn't be difficult. In hologram. In fact, I have a clip from a video someone sent me a couple of days ago, and it's got Will Smith describing how everything on TV is fake. It sounds like a generalization, but it might even be better to say everything on TV is fakeable. But it references the Queen on Jubilee being paraded around as a hologram. I'm expecting her to show up at Coachella with Tupac. I mean, the way they just, I don't know, it's shameless, but here we go. This is actually a really good video. This is by Conscious Daughter. I linked it in Minds. I'm going to also post it below because it goes into a lot of the things that we talk about regarding deepfake technology. But specifically, how advanced it likely is, like far beyond what I think where, in other words, they mock the technology, I think, openly, and that's what she's showing here. They make a mockery of it because they know they use this to rule our minds.
Open your minds, I put truth in the song, but you want lies. I put real in rap music, but you want fake.
It says this video is for educational purposes only. Maybe if I put that on my videos, I won't get them flagged so often. Okay, here we go. This is Will Smith warning us about, quote, everything we watch is not real.
I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. I haven't looked like this good in years. I've been totally computer generated since like the 90s. You know what? This ain't even real blue screen. It's 2019, y'all. Nothing's real.
It's like that episode of Black Mirror. I believe Miley Cyrus is in it, and her aunt is her manager, and she's a pop star. And there's a point where she no longer wants to do it anymore. So her aunt replaces her with a simulation, just a computer-generated version, a hologram. And this is totally believable. I'm not saying that Will Smith has been replaced, but what this video shows, what this commercial, what this little skit he does shows, is what is actually possible, even though they're mocking it. So they're showing how they replace bodies. I mean, these are all easy to understand special effects. But this is what they used on September the 11th. This is how they inserted planes into the situation. CGI planes do not melt steel buildings. The people who were there didn't see the planes, and that's a very important point. Okay, let me go through your comments. Ready or Not says, a story came out last week about U.S. soldiers in Kentucky selling automatic firearms to gangs in Chicago. These guys got caught, and I believe indicted, but the mainstream media isn't talking about it. Interesting. Yeah, I'm going to continue to follow that story. I've seen the memes. I haven't checked Snopes, but it is pretty provocative. I've seen this story circulating that they're going to cease to detain people for things like, rape, robbery, threatening people. I mean, it's pretty bad sounding. Anyway, that video, this video here that I was just kind of perusing, goes through many of these various facets of deep fakery that are worth considering. And let me go ahead and bring up the section with the Queen, because we're talking about, did she die just the other day? 1,776 days from the first Q drop, and I believe it was 911 days after novel corona was declared. So the timing of her death is very, very conspicuous. And what this video is just bringing up is, again, it raises the possibility that this could all be true, and that the Queen could have been not just a hologram for this Jubilee, but even further back. In fact, here's a clip where it shows the Pope made an appearance, and it was definitely a hologram. He didn't stay, he just sort of blinked out of existence. Now, it might have been a glitch, although it's possible that they thought this would impress a lot of the Catholics or something. Like they would think it was a miracle or a sign from God. The church is not above that kind of trickery. If you look at PSYOPs, we talk about perception management, psychological operations. I think that you could make the case that PSYOPs originated with religious theater and mythology. I mean, what I'm referring to is just this idea that you can control people through mind war much easier than through physically restraining them. And people are very easy to control if they think that their behavior might trigger a flood. And that's true for the people who believe in the Old Testament God literally, and that's true for the people who believe in the globe literally. Same story repackaged. Okay, now here's the clip of the Queen. The Queen is being paraded around in this carriage, but she's a hologram, and it's the version of her from like 60 years ago.
Majesty made a high-tech cameo in a parade through London as a hologram of her younger self. The golden carriage is from her coronation 70 years ago.
70 years ago. Computer-generated imagery, or CGI, is a term that describes digitally created images in film and television. It's a subcategory of visual effects. Imagery filmmakers create or manipulate that does not exist in the physical environment. This is the stuff that you would learn if you were in video editing, and I was, but if you weren't, you might not be appraised of all the technologies. And this is where I think the public has been bamboozled. They don't know what is actually fakeable. Here's a convincing clip of the moon being nuked. Now, if somebody says they saw the moon getting nuked, and you didn't, but you saw it on the TV screen and you trust them, you might pass that on. People claim they saw JFK getting... I mean, there are so many examples of people claiming they've seen something. There's a pretty good clip of Conan O'Brien talking to Buzz Aldrin, and Buzz said, "No, you didn't see me walking on the moon. You saw an animation, a recreation." He had to explain it to him that he didn't actually see it. Now, if they wanted to nuke the moon, they would provide a video like this, and they'd have crisis actors saying, "I saw the moon I saw it get nuked, and I knew it was Osama bin Laden instantly." And people would believe it. It's the same idea, the same approach. By the way, I saw something about the Queen's funeral. First, there was the rainbow that appeared over the land when she died, and then a beam of light came down. There's some interesting stuff happening around this thing. Why the Queen's procession left at 222? We'll get into that here in a moment. Eric Trump, "My dad is bigger than Jesus." I'm kind of paraphrasing, but he basically said that. Okay, here's what I was looking for. Touching moment, the heavens opened up, and a single ray of sunshine shone down on Queen Elizabeth II's coffin, as hundreds of thousands lined the street to bid farewell. How do you explain this? Miracle? God? Transcendence? Think about it. In front of a lot of people, they had a beam of light come down. Is this Project Bluebeam? I don't know. I really don't know how this was pulled off. I don't think all these people are crisis actors, so I'm kind of curious how they did it. Ready or Not says nothing's real, and whatever you think is real is really not real. No, I would say this. Reality's real. The augmented virtual reality imposition of the world stage is fake. And the war is on real. It really is. It's the metaverse versus the meatverse. They don't like the meatversers. They're trying to get rid of us. They don't want you to know the difference. Everything has to be filtered through their screen. But we can never cede territory and say we don't know or we're confused. The world is confused. I'm not. I haven't been made to believe absurd things. Penguin Doctor says CGI light beam. I'm thinking blue beam. You know, I find the thing to be too perfectly timed. And again, timing. Like I mentioned a moment ago, the procession left at exactly 222. Why? The Queen's procession left at 222 from Buckingham Palace on Wednesday, Buckingham, and arrived at 3. The reasons have not been disclosed. So 222, for me, would represent, of course, the return of Pluto to the position that it was in 1776, February 22nd, also the date of the Ukraine-Russia thing. I mean, this number has been very prominent this entire year. However, they have speculation as to why they would have chosen this time. Again, it's significant, too, that 911 days after novel corona, she dies. It says it could be the journey time. Between Buckingham and Westminster Hall, it's 38 minutes. So to be there at 3, they would have to have left at 222. Others say it's a tribute to King George VI. In 1952, after his death, the bells sounded, and they tolled 56 times, one for each year of his life, from 127 to 222. Again, this is the time the Queen's procession started, and it could have been chosen as a tribute to her father and a way to link the deaths of the monarchs. Interesting. I don't have an explanation for the beam of light. If anyone has one, I'm interested to know. You can call in 833-311-1984. This account has been terminated for violating YouTube's community guidelines. Yeah, really briefly, I just want to point out that we are no longer YouTube-centric. It's not a big deal. This is actually progress because now we're using a separate chat module to keep the think tank open 24/7, and YouTube will not be in a position to affect our traffic. They won't be able to cut off our conversations. We won't have people scattered for months. It'll keep everything consolidated. So I think this is actually an improvement. And if you go to infiniteplane.radio or infiniteplanesociety.com, I've made everything very easy to find. I don't need to promote any of these platforms. In fact, if you go to infiniteplane.media, for example, we have the radio player right on top. You can contact me in this forum anonymously or otherwise. And right below that, we have the permanent video embed, which is from Rumble. I don't really use Rumble all that much, but their player is perfect for this purpose, so I leave it here. And right above it, I have a link to enter the chat. We have more than 100 people now, and we just opened it. And the plan is to get as many people as we can to join that so I can use it to do notifications. It'll be far more effective than text alerts. And as long as we can have a surge of a few hundred people showing up within a few minutes, it doesn't matter what platform we're on. So we are truly decentralized, no longer YouTube-centric. And YouTube has attained something of a coercive monopoly over ideas, or at least they would like to have that. Now on the screen, this is a good opportunity here to demonstrate how we need to have this comprehension, this ability to know when something is real or fake, when something is manipulated. So on the screen, you see a member of, I don't know who this is, but he's obviously in government. He's some kind of bureaucrat, some kind of politician, and his eyes are rolling around in his head, and his tongue is wagging in circles. It's very disturbing. And this has been shared many times. And one of the persons who shared it, and this is how I got it, said, "When you sold your soul." Yeah, sure, it looks like the guy sold his soul. But the fact is, this is some kind of an app. It is a filter. It's a CGI manipulation. And most people don't question it. So you might see some politicians doing some crazy things. And, there have been studies that show that something like 90% of the people who receive some kind of fake news like that, or some kind of fake bit of footage, they will share it anyway. I mean, I have to admit, I'm guilty of it. There was this video of Bill Gates circulating where he had these enormous breasts. And we said it was Bilfame or Baffagates. We thought it was funny. We shared it. I knew it was fake. But it took Snopes. It took Snopes to go out and correct the record. Like, that is not Bill Gates. He's not. I mean, it was not. It was a little exaggerated. Angst G says this is to support the divine right of royalty. Oh yes, the signs in the heavens. You had a cloud that was shaped like the Queen's head or face. Then you had the rainbow. You had the beam of light. And there was one of the members of the guard that fell. I don't know the meaning of it. And again, the 222, you have the occult numerology encoded into the death ritual. It's definitely more religious theater than anything. And I have a few ideas too. I've been looking into this Princess Diana's death and this interesting connection between the goddess Diana, the goddess Artemis, and the timing of the Queen's death, which is something we'll be discussing. The Queen left the throne in good hands. Yeah, I've seen this image circulating of the king, the new crown. Unbelievable. I don't know what to say. I mean, what do you call those? Do you remember when Elon Musk referred to fingers as slow meat sticks? He said that we need Neuralink because our hands limit how fast we can type and that they are, quote, slow meat sticks. It's like, I like my hands. The idea that these are slow meat sticks, it kind of denigrates the human body. Like, I don't want to be some computer-generated avatar in some metaverse. Like, I like the meatverse. Sausage digits, exactly. Frank Zen says, regarding QAnon, it's all about the Qs. Al-Qaeda, Iraq, Gaddafi, Q. There is something to the Q in the code. Quran, QAnon, they have made a perfect transition from Quran radicals to QAnon radicals. It's definitely there. It's the same costume department, same special effects, same writers. And they have created the perception that QAnoners are radical and violent and crazy. In fact, they've out-crazied the radical Islamists. I mean, you can look at these radical religious types and see them as extreme or fundamentalist, but at least you know where they're coming from. Like, they haven't completely lost it. At least they think they're fighting for good. But in this case, it's somewhat deranged. Again, the stories they've given us, and I don't think these are true. Like the guy that stabbed his kid 17 times with a spear, yeah, I think that's fake. They said he was a major Trump supporter. I'm sorry, but there are magazines that are dedicated to the Coleman family, the guy who stabbed his kid for Q. There's no MAGA. There's no Trump paraphernalia. There's no indication that he was a Trumper. No postings, no tweets. There's no way you can be a hardcore QAnoner without having some kind of paraphernalia. I think these are made up stories. And now you have the guy, of course, with the clown wig going into Dairy Queen trying to reinstate Trump as President King. And then you have the guy who kills his wife and dog and attempts to kill his daughter. Trump fully embraces QAnon on Truth Social just hours after obsessed reporter killed wife. The FBI has labeled QAnon as a domestic terror threat, but Trump is going all in. Yes, Trump has gone full Q. This is from Salon. My contention with Q, and I've arrived at this because of what General Flynn said about his involvement with PSYOPs. I believe that Q is a PSYOP to create the perception of the American equivalent of radical Islam, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and they have succeeded. And the war against the deep state, the war against the great Satan, these are identical. I think it's a huge trap. Despite the dangers of endorsing a movement the FBI has labeled as a domestic terror threat, Trump posted a picture of himself with a Q lapel pin. The storm is coming. Patriots in control. I have been following the Patriots, and what they say is that the first Q drop was the first arrest will shock the world. And most nonners figured this meant Hillary Clinton would be arrested because Trump was going around chanting, lock her up, lock her up. But now they're saying the first arrest that will shock the world will be Trump being arrested. And word on Q Street says, when they go to arrest Trump, every Capitol will be stormed, or something along those lines. Goes on here. This is from Salon. His latest embrace of QAnon comes as no surprise, since Trump spent much of his presidency praising followers who are part of the movement, and he's endorsed a Republican candidate for Congress who's a prominent QAnon supporter. He previously defended the movement, saying it consisted of people who basically believe in good government. So here's a tweet from Ben Collins. Trump going mask off with the QAnon stuff on Truth Social today. Now, he has 47 people on Truth Social who have white check, or you have the blue check on Twitter that shows that you're an approved propagandist for Big Brother. On Truth Social, there's a similar validation system, and there are 47 QAnon accounts that have been validated. And Trump tweeted or retweeted 88 QAnon related postings, which is a very significant number. And that's in one day. That's a lot of retweeting. Goes on to say, in the years since, the movement has grown and has become tied to a number of violent deaths, including the killing of 2 infants by their father, who told investigators that his belief in QAnon made him do it. A man ramming his pickup truck filled with guns to the gates of Prime Minister Trudeau's home, and the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Social media platforms like Twitter have banned accounts linked to Q, and so they have moved to Truth Social. Users continue to post content that espouses violence, and Trump promotes these messages. Trump has, quote, retruthed a post calling for civil war, calling the 2020 election a coup. And the QAnoners do believe, and that's what the storm is, that the storm is the rounding up of the bad guys. This is from Salon.com. Trump's recent posting of his photo with the phrase, quote, the storm is coming, days after the death of Queen Elizabeth's death, led many QAnoners to believe that the storm is now coming, and this refers to the day when Trump will expose the cabal and the elites and make the arrests of all of his political rivals. The storm will trigger their savior Trump's return to power. Most of you here are already quite familiar with the story, but they've doused it in hopium. This is pure accelerant here, what they've done. Q was almost gone. They were losing hope. They didn't have anything to cling to. They were going over what Lynn Ertel calls pissed on breadcrumbs, going through old Q drops, trying to find meaning. They were saying, maybe the Q drops were telling the future 5 years ahead. So they have these things called deltas. And this is maddening. Let's say the prophecy from Q says, the storm's going to start on 9/13. Of course, 2017 is when this whole thing started. So 9/13/2018. And it doesn't happen. They'll say, well, maybe it meant the 2-year delta. So they just add a year. And they say, well, no, it's going to be next September the 13th. So they find themselves looking at the date and comparing it with Q drops from years past. And from this, they look at timestamps of Trump postings, and they're able to find meaning. And they are finding meaning in much the same way that people find meaning in just going through the Bible and reading verses on the random. Like, I think this is a form of self-consoling. I would almost say, you know, in a way, it almost comes down to just like when people read a horoscope. You know, they read it and they don't like it. They read the next one. Bias confirmation coupled with they just want to hear good news. They just want that hope. That's why I say it's hopium. It's an addiction. They need that hope. And so the Queen dying on a day linked to Q in a very direct way, that tells me, look, this is not going away. Penguin Doctor says, Tim, you should publish the Q drops like scripture. Oh, you know, I did. I had the Q drops made into a PDF and I put them on Teespring. And I believe I sold it for $5, the PDF, which is funny. You can just find it and download it. I sold it for $5 to a bunch of QAnoners just to show how eager people were. And look, I sold 200 copies before Teespring pulled it. An ebook of Q drops. If Q would just come out and take ownership, they could probably sell it. Like if Marcus Goldfinch is listening, if you want to be able to fund the incoming legal issues you're going to have for felony identity theft, cyber squatting, and more, maybe you should just sell your Q drops. I mean, who owns them? It's not General Flynn. It's not Ron Watkins. Although I do believe the Q story, I mean, look, I can point to a few things that can show you that this Q story goes back. The story of the divine Kennedys. And this is why they're so obsessed with royalty. They see the Kennedys as royalty. Not only royalty, but divinely mandated rulers, the bloodline of Christ. And this is why the deep state shot JFK. This is Q lore. JFK was shot because he was the second coming. This is why his son went into hiding and they're waiting for the sun to return, the sun to rise, the Father to return. It's so much of this is just straight Christianity, kind of like repackaged. Again, rapture. What's the difference between the rapture and the Great Awakening? The opening of the seals, the judgment of the damned. We just got to find out who their names are, then we watch them get judged. There's so much to this story that they have, in fact, many of them do in fact believe that this is, and even General Flynn goes around saying this is not politics, this is a spiritual war. Why are they saying these things? Why is Roger Stone, who's one of the main instigators of 1-6, going around saying that he's a spiritual warrior who's praying to close the satanic portals above the White House? All right, let us continue. Penguin Doctor said that would flush out Q. Yet I don't think the Q operation is meant to be exposed and stopped. I think it's meant to destroy the political remnants of American conservatism. They're perfectly happy with right-wing fascists, as much as they are with left-wing fascists. They all agree that Big Brother needs to get bigger. They just fight over who controls Big Brother. Soy Boys versus Proud Boys, what's the difference? I can't tell. If you notice on the screen, this is the new edition. We have a real-time meme stream in addition to our regular chat. If you want to be involved, just go into that Discord server and all of your comments show up in the same place. It relays back and forth. So nobody's left out of the loop. Everybody sees what everyone else is chatting, no matter what platform you're on. So we're no longer YouTube centric. If you like YouTube, stay there. I like their chat module, but eventually we'll have something better. And I will be speaking with developers soon about totally going independent. But even if we are entirely independent on InfinitePlaneSociety.com, we're not leaving. We are going to encroach deeper into onto the world stage. We have to have our eyes and ears on the ground. And we're not anti-media. I don't really see it as this antagonistic relationship. That's what they have on the world stage. It's Fox versus CNN, supposedly. But they both agree that 9/11 was real as presented on TV. From our position, we are nonpartisan because there are no sides to take. It really isn't like that. It's far more philosophical and apolitical. Penguin Doctor says, Tim, Bezos' last rocket blew up. Only the capsule survived. You capitalized capsule. Again, the capsule of the rocket equals the golden tip of the obelisk, representative of the heroic elite, the ones who are going to be given a ride up into the heavens. The obelisk upon which it rests is a symbol of the resurrecting Savior, the risen Savior. That's why the rocket rises up. The capstone is the same capstone on the top of the Illuminati pyramid. Again, it refers to the elite, the illuminated elite who know what's really going on, the ones who will rise above the floods. If there's a big flood, because you didn't recycle, you didn't do your part, you're a carbon super spreader, and you didn't pay your carbon taxes, and God Globe decides to flood the place, yeah, we're going to sink. But Bezos and the saved will rise on their arcs, their mega yachts. If you look at the Space Needle, which is the modern iteration of the obelisk, I mean, the rocket is too, but the Space Needle, it's another bit of architecture. Its capstone has been fashioned into the UFO, the flying saucer. Same exact symbol. Saviors from above, lights from above, descending down to beam you up. The obelisk shaft represents the tractor beam that the elect will take. Again, elect, elevated, elevator, all pertain to El, or Saturn, the deity that they're all worshiping here. And the elevator ride on the Space Needle in Seattle, which is in Washington, the 42nd state, is a 42-second ride. The UFO is 42 meters. And if you're into gematria, UFO adds to 42. There's a reason for it. 42, the number, is how the elite represent Saturn in plain sight. They're constantly using numbers as code. In the case of 42, it actually constitutes a a bind rune or a sigil when you combine it, and it gives you the symbol of Saturn, the astrological symbol. And it also makes sense when you look at the meaning of the characters. The number 4, a representative of the 4 seasons. That's why you have 4 suits in your card deck. 4 suits in the tarot. It refers to the 4 seasons. Again, we're talking about Saturn, the agrarian, god of the harvest, god of the earth, the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. God of recycling in the modern context. And of course, the number 2 attached to the bottom of the 4 gives you the symbol of Saturn. And 2 would be the scythe, the thing that cleaves, that cuts. Again, you have Saturn, death, Grim Reaper, Father Time, always carrying a scythe. It's not a murder weapon, it's a weapon for harvesting and beginning the cycle anew. Again, the new year starts on the 13th month. So the first month of the new year, or the first of the new cycle, is actually the 13th. This is where you get the number 13 associated with death. And of course, the tarot card has 13 being death, but it doesn't mean the end. It refers to the end of a cycle. Like right now, we're living in the post-reset. The world ended in 2020. And so if you're here, you survived, and it started again. It doesn't quite end in the way that you think. It's just more of a manner of speaking. Certain things are ending. Iron Effie says the rocket show looked pretty bad, low budget and fake. I couldn't be bothered to watch it. Jeff Bezos' latest rocket launch, nobody was in it. The last time he launched into space, it was 9:11 a.m. Then he sent Shatner up into space, who came down crying because the Earth is so wounded because of people like Jeff Bezos with their unsustainable carbon footprints. Crackle D-Man says, when they have an accident with the ISS, I wonder if they'll script it for the astronauts to die or survive. The capsule from the rocket has me wondering about this. If you look into the symbolism of the Apollo missions as described by William Cooper from Behold a Pale Horse, there is some indication that the capsule might somehow correlate to the Masonic coffin and the period of uncertainty and darkness in the death part of this ritual before the person's resurrected. There may be some kind of symbolism inherent in that. I think you might be onto something. That they may survive, but it's going to be theatrical. There might be a loss of contact. Again, I think they are going to pull the ISS for the same reason that they pulled the towers. It's an extension of the same show. It's tearing down the Tower of Babel. I'm going to spend some time going through the transcripts of William Cooper's breakdown of Mystery Babylon. I think he was legitimate. I think William Cooper came to the right conclusions. I don't necessarily believe everything he said. He made some statements about saucer craft coming out of the ocean, I believe, but listen to this. I mean, maybe, I don't know, but his breakdown of NASA and the Masonic symbolism inherent within the Apollo missions is unmatched. And much of what he noted here has not only is it internally consistent, but the same numbers and symbols have repeated in rituals that have occurred after his death. This is from WilliamCooper.com. To make interstellar travel between NASA, to make it believable, NASA was created. The Apollo space program foisted the idea that man could travel to and walk upon the moon. Every Apollo mission was carefully rehearsed and filmed in large sound stages. At the Atomic Energy Commission's top secret site in the Nevada desert, in a secured and guarded sound stage at the Walt Disney Studios, within which was a huge scale mock-up of the moon. Sounds legit? But here's where William Cooper gets into the symbolism. All the names, missions, landing sites, and events in the Apollo space program echo the occult metaphors, rituals, and symbology of the Illuminati secret religion. The most transparent was the faked explosion on Apollo 13, named Aquarius, which is the New Age, at 1:13 on April 13th. Now, an explosion at 1:13 is interesting again to me because the Challenger exploded at 1 minute and 13 seconds into its flight. 113, or November the 3rd, is when the new tower opened up, the one that replaced the Twin Towers. Originally, it was going to be called the One World Trade Tower Phoenix, and having been erected and opened 13 years after the Twins fell, you have that number 13 again, very conspicuous. And now listen to this. This is what the commenter here referenced regarding the capsule. It says here, the ceremony, this is talking about the explosion on the Apollo 13. This was a metaphor for the initiation ceremony involving the death and placement in the coffin, communion with the spiritual world, and the imparting of esoteric knowledge to the candidate, and then the rebirth of the initiate and the rising up of the phoenix, the new age of Aquarius, and the recovery of Apollo 13. 13 is the number of death and rebirth, death and reincarnation, sacrifice, the phoenix, the Christ, perfected soul imprisoned in matter, and transition from the old into the new. All of these pertain to the 9/11 ritual. 33-year-old towers brought down 13 years later. The new one, almost called a phoenix, but it would have been too obvious, opens on 113. And that number and that date is extremely pertinent to much of what we talk about, specifically with this idea of this climate change Armageddon scenario. The Pixar movie Wall-E gives it away with their Directive 113. It all has to do with the post-reset world after they take down, well, capitalism, freedom, private property. Okay, here's more from William Cooper. Another revelation to those who would understand the symbolic language that is hidden in the names of the space shuttles. Quote, a Columbian enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and all challengers shall be destroyed. How's that for metascript? It tells a story over a period of years. And the Challenger's explosion is connected with many other events, NASA tragedies, 19 years after the Apollo 1, where they burned in the capsule. Okay, I'm going to move on from this for now, but I will return to this. I have a separate podcast where I will be delving into the esoteric, the occult, where magic and media mix, and why it's necessary to be symbol literate to know what is actually going on the world stage. Going through your comments, Peter W. says removing the fake ISS would be a good thing. They need it up there so they can maintain the illusion of continuity of man in space. And also it has to do with the Tower of Babel concept I've been describing, meaning all the world. One singular mission from the earth into the heavens. It's international. Everybody's a part of it. We may not be friends on earth, but we're all friends up there. And once it breaks, it signifies the dissolution of this unity. And it's coming. This is why they said last year that there were cracks on the ISS. I said it's foreshadowing. And of course the Russians are talking about leaving, building their own space station. You have the cracking up of this relationship right in the middle of this thing. And I believe Russia is also going to break away with the Antarctic Treaty. But we're seeing indications that the Tower of Babel is going to fall. And when you look at the architecture on the space station, it's hard not to see it once it's been pointed out. That the solar array, in many of the ways they photograph it, look conspicuously like Twin Towers. And again, this is very consistent with Kubrick's work. And you cannot separate Stanley Kubrick from the space program and the rollout of the space age. And it's very significant that Tom Cruise, Top Gun, Tom Cruise is on his way up to the space station very soon. Major Tom, Ground Control to Major Tom, Space Oddity, I do think it's about Tom Cruise and the historic role he is playing. This is why, at the beginning of the new Top Gun movie, he reprised the role of Yuri Gagarin. If you didn't know the story, Yuri Gagarin's first man in space lands in a field, and some child asks if he's an alien. Well, in the new Top Gun movie, it opens up with Tom Cruise looking a lot like Yuri Gagarin, wearing a space helmet, going Mach 10, lands in some rural area, goes into a diner that looks like it's out of the early 20th century, and some kid asks if he's an alien. It was a repeat of the Yuri Gagarin first man in space story, a man who died a fiery death, a very important national hero. And I think Tom Cruise fits that same mold and archetype, and he's been presented to us repeatedly as a hero. And hero, Horus, we're referring to the dying, resurrecting sun god archetype, which was made very clear in the new Top Gun movie, that is what he is embodying here. The new Top Gun movie is replete with all sorts of symbolism that isn't specific to Christianity, but it has everything to do with death and resurrection. I'll go through some of it. If you haven't seen the new Top Gun movie, I went to go see it because people in chat wanted me to review it and they didn't want to have to go see it. And I said, I'll go watch it for you. And I'll bring my composition notebook and I'll take notes. And I did find quite a bit. Every single character's name had a direct connection to the concept of a dying, resurrecting Sun King. Starting with Tom Cruise, Thomas twin, the meaning of the name Thomas. Cruise, obviously cross. And the twin cross has a meaning that relates to the first bar being death, the second bar being resurrection. So the twin cross has a second coming meaning tied into it. Another character named Rooster. Rooster has some very specific connotations for Christ. It's part of classical Christian symbolism. I mean, even the phoenix has been a symbol of Christ in the past. Let me go through a few more of them. Let me start with this, though. Because again, the number 33 is connected with Christ, and we probably start with this. This is from an article in Culture. After 33 years, we finally have a trailer for Top Gun Maverick. So Top Gun 2 starts 33 years after the first, and chronologically 33 years after the first. Top Gun, does Maverick save himself? No, I'm sorry, does Maverick sacrifice himself to save Rooster? Now, what does this mean? Rooster is, in Christian tradition, a symbol of Christ, like the eagle and the lamb, emphasizing solar symbolism, light, and resurrection. As Christ, the rooster, announces the light that follows the night. So you have a character named Rooster who is a repeat of his father who died 33 years prior. So it's like a second coming built into Rooster. Then you have, of course, the sun. He's the son of the original wingman. And sun, S-U-N, S-O-N, both of these are related to the sun god and the sun. Of course, we're talking about the second coming, and his relationship with Rooster is a second chance because he's reliving the relationship he had with the kid's father. It's another resurrection story. Tom Cruise's name in the movie is Pete. You have Peter, Petra, the rock of Christianity, the rock upon which Jesus would build his church. Jesus changed Peter's name to Petros, meaning rock. Again, Thomas, twin, and then Cruise, the patriarchal cross, symbol of resurrection. So Top Gun 2 is the second crossbar. Maverick risks his life, seems to die to save Rooster. Rooster saves him, and they're both shown hanging in the sky. They converse about how I saved you, no, I saved you, constantly reiterating the self-sacrifice theme. The character Hangman, who happens to be played by an actor who's 33 years old, kept reiterating that he's, quote, good, and I am your savior speaking. Then you had a character named Phoenix, which again is another synonymous symbol with Christianity and Jesus. That was another name that just was so blatant. Then you have the Top Gun school opened on 3/3. It took 33 rounds to take the Darth Vader looking guy out. Top Gun flight helmet, Maverick F-14, Tom Cruise HGU-33. Yes, his helmet had the HGU-33. Divorced all his wives when they turned 33. What is Tom Cruise's 33 problem? He split with all his wives at 33. There's even more. There's this flat earth joke in the beginning where he goes off the radar, he hits Mach 10, and on the way up, the camera pauses at 7.3. Very significant. 7.3 is Tom Cruise's birthday. 7.3 was the first day of the dog days of summer this year, and I was paying attention to that date for a few reasons. 73 seconds is when the Challenger exploded. And the Challenger is the sun god that challenges the darkness. That's kind of the story here. And my contention is that Tom Cruise is playing the role of the Challenger, who will necessarily be destroyed. The camera focuses at 7.3, and then he goes off radar. He goes off the radar, and the crew members joke, and they say, it's because of the ballage, the Earth's curvature. And they start laughing. Why is it funny to laugh about the Earth's curvature? Now, the Tom Cruise-Yuri Gagarin connection is very significant for a few reasons. Again, the first man in space, beyond just being the first man in space who died in this mysterious crash, it's likely that Yuri Gagarin is the same man who played Neil Armstrong. So this brings Stanley Kubrick into the picture. And we all know, or most people here are familiar with, his involvement or suspected involvement with Apollo 11. The same clues that would attach him to Apollo 11 point to his deeper involvement in other worldview shaping psychological operations. Kubrick worked with Tom Cruise on Eyes Wide Shut. So this is a link between Cruise, Stanley Kubrick, the early space program, and then you have Cruise going into space very soon. I have a lot more about this, the symbolism regarding Tom Cruise and the new movie. I'll put a link in the chat if you want to read it. It's on my blog. But in summary, with regard to this, Tom Cruise seems to have a significant role to play. He's been typecast as a hero, a sacrificial savior. And then you can add in the Scientology connection and the space program's inception, the Babylon working, L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, Marjorie Cameron, where you have black magic, science fiction, and movie magic mixing together, and you end up with Mystery Babylon redefined as travel to, quote, outer space. We've been presented with the savior archetype. As the world is being prepared for this second coming world savior, there is a build-up here. It has everything to do with this reset. I don't think Tom Cruise is a savior of anything, but he's in a very important role here in terms of the meta-scripted meaning of him. And there is quite a lot more. I put a link in the chat if anyone wants to read it. It's also very significant that after the 9/11 event, which all indications suggest that Kubrick was part of that production, Tom Cruise was the first to speak at the Oscars. He was the first. He was the first Oscars after the towers fell. And what did he do? He came out and he spoke about his love of movie magic, and he gave a shout out to Stanley Kubrick of all people. And he said it made him want to be an astronaut. There's quite a lot here to delve into. Top Gun Maverick lights the fires with $33 million through 2 days at the international box office. Just scratching the surface there. Got into some William Cooper. If you haven't read Behold a Pale Horse, it has some initiation oaths from various secret societies, and it's interesting to connect them, just to contrast them and see how they're all kind of swearing to the same idea. Now here's some more predictive programming. This is from George Carlin. This is an article that was published in the New Yorker in 2016. In a previously unreleased album recorded September 9th and 10th, 2001, George Carlin was joking about Osama bin Laden, exploding airplanes, and his own fascination with disaster and death. I'm going to go ahead and remove that bot, Nude HD. What is it we're saying? Whenever we get into something really interesting, we get flooded with bots. R. Cook says Yuri Armstrong Cruise. Yep, you nailed it. Yes, comedian George Carlin was giving a comedy performance the nights before 9/11, and he was joking about Osama bin Laden, explosions, disasters. He was at MGM Grand Casino in Vegas, working through material he planned to use on his next HBO special. It was going to be called I Kinda Like It When a Lot of People Die. On the morning of September 11th, a lot of people did die, and Carlin abandoned much of the material. It was considered to be off limits even for someone combative like Carlin. They found this in his archives. The most striking thing about the show is that George Carlin made jokes about Osama bin Laden in an exploding airplane in a fashion typical of the comedian, who always passed easily between corporeal and the sublime. It started as a joke. These planes flying so fast, they build up pressure. It goes on about something, but basically says this. The whole end blows off and they blame Osama bin Laden. Terrorists get blamed for the explosions. Fascinating. The album's climax explores an idea that would have been no less incendiary in the months after 9/11. What Carlin really likes, he tells the audience, are, quote, big fatal disasters with lots of dead people. As in his best works, Carlin luxuriates in the cumulative effect of lists, running off his favorite form of cataclysms, from global to the specific. Earthquakes, tornadoes, airplane crashes, food poisonings at church picnics. Life is worth losing. Goes on to say, he said, I'm always rooting for the really high death toll. I know people think these kinds of thoughts are ghoulish and demented and sick, but they're not. They're normal and quite common. Society has told you that nice people don't take pleasure in mass death, but you're wrong, because I think mass death is terrific, and I'm a really nice guy. Okay, there's George Carlin the night before 9/11, calling it before it happened, and then he had to edit his work after the fact. I can see we have about 60 people in the chat room, and I think another 20 people on the audio only stream, and those numbers are going to go up. Our average number each night is going to increase. We would have fluctuations because we were YouTube centric, and we are YouTube centric no more, and it's not going to go back. We have plans for endless expansion, and I will be returning a few of the features that we have kind of dropped, or things that I've not been able to maintain, like text alerts, will return very soon as well. I'm going to run through my headlines. Again, we barely got through anything. Germany and Japan follow the US in abandoning destructive anti-satellite tests. They're making space junk into a, quote, globally uniting situation, kind of like they have with environmentalism. Travis Cloud said, I never knew about George Carlin calling it the night before. I didn't know either. Lean Dion posted it in Discord, and this is why you should join the Discord server. Go to infiniteplainsociety.com and join. The reason why is that you will not only get the cutting edge research, you will not only know the future, but you will also have a clearer picture of the past, as we don't leave it behind. We're constantly investigating, constantly finding more pieces to this puzzle. All right, Trump fan in a clown wig threatening to kill Democrats in a Dairy Queen to reinstate President King Trump. QAnon believers, far-right influencers are reigniting fears of a satanic panic. The satanic panic thing is intrinsic to QAnon. It always has been. It's not even all that new. That's why they're paying attention to the signs and the symbols. But to call it a satanic panic is kind of dismissive. If you don't want a satanic panic, why are you putting Satan on everything? And I mean that literally. Every logo, for every vax, every celebrity, everywhere I look, I can find the occult signatures. It's everywhere. So it's not a panic. I'm sorry, we're just observing it. Hardee's pokes fun at Mike Lindell after FBI agents seized his phone. Yes, they're pillowy biscuits. I find Mike Lindell to be very unbelievable. He just stumbled into the White House and said, I have an idea, and he was in. Happy Hoaxiversary Tupac, 9/13/2022. Yep, shout out to Akil the MC. The hoax continues. A QAnon killer dad kills his family. General Flynn dealing bad hopium. Yeah, General Flynn is dealing bad hopium. I mean, there's no other way of describing it. Hope in saving the world. But it's saving the world in a jihad, holy war kind of way. And it might be fine if that's part of your religion, but their religion is... I can't tell who they're actually worshiping. Whether it's Trump, JFK, JFK Jr. It could just be power. Andrew Callaghan, Channel 5 documentary on January 6th riot coming to HBO. You might find this interesting. Andrew Callaghan is a guy from All Gas, No Brakes. And he went to the Flat Earth Conference and he got a lot of interesting statements, put it together, and you get a pretty clear picture of what those people and that idea are really about. Apparently he spent a lot of time among QAnoners. So all this strange stuff about resurrected dead celebrities, it's going to be given a lot of attention in the near future. Just a heads up there. These headlines are just unbelievable. Father shoots family, killing wife, daughter blames QAnon. The main reason why I don't believe this story, aside from the fact that it's been reported by mainstream news with no kind of facts other than, I mean, it's all hearsay, it's reporting, but we don't have any, quote, evidence. Show me something that could eliminate the possibility this is just a PR stunt timed to go along with Trump finally openly embracing Q. I'm thinking it's fake. There's not even a clear motive there. But the idea that someone's family would get killed and then the kid, the child, the survivor would write about it on Reddit and know the motivation and be able to articulate this, it doesn't add up. And I dug a little deeper, and the person stated that the father had mental issues before Q. Again, maybe it's part of the narrative that we have to purify the internet, not because conspiracy theorists, but because of mentally ill people who can't handle this type of information. It could be that, but they are definitely scapegoating the information itself. He caught a bad mind virus. But the daughter's account read like fan fiction, as many had noted. Robert Bell says the cult of Q has many priests. MAGA conspirators swamp election offices with bogus record requests. Well, it is look, it's undoubtedly a religious movement. They are very religious. They all pray. You have prayer patriots. And they do believe that there's a divine mandate, that America was chosen by God for a special purpose. I remember Glenn Beck used to say that God's finger touched the Declaration of Independence, that these are holy documents, sacred documents. The Constitution is sacred and it's from God, etc. But the idea that God chooses a favored nation or the gods choose a special group, it's not new. Not at all. It's a rebranding of something much older. Like everything else. The New World Order, which we're in, is the old world order with a new paint job. And I can't even say it's a better paint job. It's just new. Salty says they are out of control on both sides. I've been entertained these last few days. Oh, I almost wish I could have seen or been there at the Dairy Queen when the Trump guy in the clown wig came in demanding that we reinstate King Trump. Like, what does Dairy Queen have to do with King Trump? QAnon follower who killed wife was severely injured his daughter was into COVID-19 conspiracy theories. Again, the story falls apart when you dig. Trump's not anti-vax. You know, anti-vax was a thing before Trump. And one of the facets of it is it does play into the satanic panic because you have the whole mark of the beast thing. And again, satanic panic is something of a misnomer. If you don't want people to think it's the mark of the beast, and I'm looking at you, AstraZeneca, why did you throw a conspicuous 666 into your logo? And once you see it, you can't unsee it. Crooks and liars, armed man in rainbow clown wig wanted to restore Trump to king. Michigan father shot his family. Police say QAnon's to blame. Now let me play this clip again. This is the DHS Secretary Mayorkas making the case that the threat today, 21 years after 9/11,
Do you own your home in New Mexico?
is not radical Islamic terrorism, but domestic violent extremists, but specifically he names, quote, individuals. Individuals with, quote, false narratives. I mean, this is what they're getting at. Meme carriers, meme super spreaders.
Jonathan, the threat landscape has evolved considerably over the last 20 years. You know, back when 9/11 occurred, in those years, we were very focused on the foreign terrorist, the individual who sought to do us severe harm, to enter the United States and do us harm. It then evolved. We began to be more and more concerned about the individual already resident in the United States, radicalized by a foreign terrorist ideology. Now we are seeing an emerging threat, of course, over the last several years, of the domestic violent extremist, the individual here in the United States radicalized to violence by a foreign terrorist ideology, but also an ideology of hate, anti-government sentiment, false narratives propagated on online platforms.
All right, false narratives propagated on online platforms. What does this even mean? It's all super subjective. Adam Geringer says cow queen, mother goddess represented by a cow, probably a sacrifice to Abraham Trump. Interesting. The queen's death, the timing of it, just to me it's all big. It's a big psyop. Collecting a lot of loosh. The dangerous normalization of lunacy. Michael Flynn and Proud Boys leader are now poll watchers in Florida. Interesting. I predicted in a way where things were going just based on one of their big conferences, the Turning Point conferences. I think what we're seeing here again is a deliberate creation of the American counterpart to Al-Qaeda. As unbelievable and ludicrous as it sounds, they have unhinged people popping off left and right. You remember it used to be suicide bombers in a bomb belt screaming Allah Akbar. Now it's MAGA Akbar, and they're shooting up FBI offices. What's the difference? There is no difference. And then they pretty much assume that every school shooter is on Team Trump, Team MAGA, like Nick Cruz with a MAGA hat popping off the gun, if you with the blanks or whatever. They've made the case for the public that this does exist. Quran, QAnon, Taliban, MAGA ban, they've done it. Daughter says QAnon radicalized Walled Lake father who gunned down his family in election denialist rage. I mean, these headlines are hilarious. Like, what about, climate change alarmist rage, gluing themselves to the streets? They never talk about it like that. Linda Curtis says UK gets holiday pay for the funeral. Oh, you get crisis actor pay? A little stimmy check for going to the Queen's funeral? All right, let us continue. This Q story thing is obviously, in my view, I think it's fake, but we'll see. I'm still looking for evidence. United Nations weighs in after another piece of space junk in snowy mountains is confirmed. So space junk is a thing now. I'm considering, look, this is something you could do if you want to test the system. Could you fool NASA? The brightest minds, the smartest people on the internet, the NASA fanboys, were fooled by a piece of salami, tricked into thinking it was a star. why wouldn't they be fooled by a piece of space junk? What's their standard of evidence? Well, I saw it on a screen. It's real. NASA's satellite capstone experiences an error and it's in safe mode. How come their satellites look like they're from arcade games from the 80s? Like, look at this. This is like Nintendo graphics, like very basic. This is embarrassingly bad. I'm glad I'm not part of this faith. But to me, this is also a religious artifact. Everything about NASA is a replacement for the more archaic paradigm. We're talking about Mystery Babylon. We're talking about a religion that has been dressed up as science. And space is the new universal heaven. And what do you have up there in the heavens? Angels, beings of light that watch you. Now, you can't see them, but they can see you. And they can report to God on all of your actions. Satellites fill in that place, that void where you would have the watching angels at all times. Just like global warming has replaced the wrathful God. Everything is a prop. Every component of this modern paradigm is something that's from the old one. I had a book called Secret Religion of the Elite, which I'm going to be republishing once we go into print, which will be very soon. I am planning on republishing many of the books that have been pulled off Amazon, updating them, and self-publishing. All of our printing will be in-house, so we don't have to deal with any of the types of censorship that we have seen hit other authors. Well, including, I guess, myself. Salty says, the Robert module class in high school looked just like that. Right. It's embarrassingly bad. It looks like a filing cabinet with a radar on the back of it. And you're supposed to believe that this is on the way to the moon. Second time they've lost contact with it. U.S. Navy's secret UFO videos would, quote, harm national security if released. I'm starting to believe in Project Bluebeam. After I saw that beam of light shine on the Queen's coffin, now I'm convinced it's possible. If they can do that, what can't they do? Penguin Doctor says, John the Bond ends all his streams with Bush's gaffe of fool me once, can't get fooled again. Oh yes. Are those gaffes actual gaffes, or are they deliberate? They're so Machiavellian, they're so snaky, that they would fake injuries. Like I seem to recall Dick Cheney looking pretty sick in a wheelchair. And then when no one's looking, he jumps up and sits in the van. Like, I'm pretty sure they play dumb, they play senile. Yes, my dad is bigger than Jesus. This is Eric Trump. I didn't want to get into this, but Alex Stein is beefing with Crenshaw. We're looking at the Jerry Springer side of things coming out. I don't know if I want to delve into it, but basically, Congressman Dan Crenshaw, he's easy to tell. He's got the eye patch, but he's been targeted by Alex Stein for a little while, and he tweeted about Alex Stein. And he said he wanted Alex, he basically retweeted someone else who didn't like Stein. Stein confronts him, and the Capitol Police detain Alex Stein. Now I'm going to play a clip here, in case anyone is curious as to what their exchange was about. Is it staged? I kind of think so. I'm not sure. I mean, Crenshaw seems legitimately mad. I think he actually grabbed the phone. But I'm going to play it, and let me know if you think is this staged political theater, or is this real?
Dan, you're just such a little loser. Yeah. I was trying to grab my thing.
So there you have it. He actually swatted Stein's phone, and it's mostly just a lot of name calling. Stein makes fun of him for having lost an eye in combat, and then the wounded warriors show up, and they don't look happy with Stein. Let me play a few more seconds of it.
Yeah, I make a lot of money. Yeah, I'm a loser.
Warrior Project. This is the guy. This is the guy who tells veterans that their service.
Yeah, because there's a weapons of mass destruction that didn't
so
exist.
he
I'm
says that
anti-war.
everything that we
Yeah.
served for was a
Yeah,
waste
I'm
and a
anti-war
lie.
because
He's
I don't
putting this-
believe.
he's putting
Did
this
you
on
guys
his little
find any
channel
weapons of
right
mass
now.
destruction?
So here's Congressman Dan Crenshaw bringing a bunch of wounded warriors around to gang up on Stein. And then finally at the end, Stein gets detained. I find this to be interesting because he doesn't even look at the police officer, but he's looking into his phone at her on the screen. Very strange. He's live streaming it, and she's explaining that he can't do this.
Going their way.
I'm not trying to talk back. I didn't physically stop anybody.
I'm just letting you know from what we were getting from members of the public was that you were harassing members that were trying to go back and forth to their votes. You are not allowed to do that, so I'm going to let you know the rules and the laws that you are being told that you are breaking.
Interesting. Not sure what to make of all of it. It is fascinating to watch the reactions, I'll say that. Alex Stein trolling these individuals, and I don't feel bad for them. I almost feel like this is some kind of reality TV show in and of itself. You know what they've said about show business being politics for, people can't make it in Hollywood or something, or politics is show business for ugly people. I've heard these expressions, but it's more true than it's not. That there is quite a bit of show business here, and you have a reality TV star here. It looks staged to me. It definitely looks staged. Some people believe that Dan is a globalist, but I don't think that he's much worse than Stein, who believes we're on a globe. Like, they're all on Team World stage, so I don't feel bad for any of them. And I also get the impression that Alex Stein might be getting groomed right now to be the next heel, the next MSM heel, the next Alex Jones. Just a prediction. Going through some comments. Linda Curtis says planned selfie. Iron FE says Stein for Congress. You know who it was Ron Watkins was running for Congress. Me and My Drone says staged AF. I think so too. I think a lot of people in the comments were mad at him. One individual said, to berate someone for losing their eye, slime is nobler. I'm no Dan Crenshaw fan, but insulting a veteran for getting wounded is kind of gross. Harassing a veteran, class act. You call yourself a Christian, but you mock a man for a facial injury. Some people have a problem with his style of comedy. I don't get it, but I've never really liked comedians. Most comedians, in my experience, have basically been mainstream media reinforcement and government gestures. Mostly there to reinforce anything on the world stage. And it seems that most comedians, like Jimmy Kimmel, for example, are less about comedy and more about enforcing the idea that these ideas or these jokes are funny, these aren't. They're kind of arbiters of funny, so they can kind of enforce the standards. We can laugh at this group, not that group, and vice versa. And again, most of their jokes reinforce the psyops. They assume and presume everything on the world stage is as presented. I have another video here from My Pillow Guy, this is really quick, where he's just talking about how he was at Hardee's and they took his phone.
And took my phone that I run all my business, everything with. They could have just, what we've done is weaponize the FBI. It's disgusting.
I don't believe it. I almost feel like this is more of the summer of swatting. Like, do we know for a fact the FBI took his phone? Or did he hire somebody? Maybe he said, hey man, I got a trunk full of pillows here. Go to my car and we'll work something out. And he gets some guy to go in dressed up as an FBI agent, and they take his phone. And then he gets this big story, and then he gets to sell a lot of pillows. It's a perfect scam. He had a lot of time to think about these things on those sleepless nights when he was a crack addict, admittedly. No shame there, but he definitely built his reputation on crack addict CEO. And the significance there, and the only reason I pointed out, is that 2020, the Kraken meme was being forced out into the world. We had 11/3, the date of the election, the Kraken to be released. Was it going to be Sidney Powell, the Kraken, that Trump had hired. Was it going to be broken apart? Was the Kraken going to be released by Hunter Biden's crack pipe and his laptop? Then Sidney Powell exits the stage, and Mike Lindell shows up talking about his crack addiction. And I was just noting, everybody connected to the election is in some way referencing this crack and Kraken. And I don't think it has anything to do with literal crack. I think all of this is about the split, the Civil War, the schism above and below in space and on the earth. Here's a tweet from Donnie Darkened. We are subtly being recruited into the beast's coming war against the harlot. The more obvious the current order becomes, the more we will demand that someone make war against it. When the beast destroys it, the world will marvel after him, and he will establish a new world order. Yeah, that's going to be Trump. Just a heads up there. Okay, a lot of people are suggesting it's staged. Yeah, I believe it's staged. I can prove it. I can prove what I'm about to say. Back in January, I said Alex Stein is going to be on Tucker Carlson. I actually called it the year prior, after I first came across his channel, Conspiracy Castle. I said, this guy's being groomed to be the next Alex Jones. And I think I'm correct about that. Here's what Dan Crenshaw said. Imagine being a grown man and acting this way. Imagine your whole life is about begging Twitter trolls for clicks. This piece of garbage insults every veteran, and worse, the memories of those we lost. I lost my eye in Afghanistan, not in Iraq. Moron. Getting pretty ugly. Do you remember this cover? This is from The Economist from July of 2020. The next catastrophe and how to survive it. It has a family on a couch wearing gas masks. Behind them on the wall, you have a clock, 2 minutes to midnight. You have a picture of COVID, picture of a mass coronal ejection, the sun exploding. You have a nuke. You have an asteroid hitting the Earth, a volcano. You have the swine flu. Even the cat's in a gas mask. The poles have apparently melted. There's a penguin on a chunk of ice in the sun there. The next catastrophe and how to survive it. I've seen this before, and I thought, what is this referencing? And I've been watching Game of Thrones. I actually finished the final season. And one of the phrases they use is winter is coming. And when winter comes, in that series, it lasts for a long time. It's not just a season. So winter is a big deal. Winter is coming is brought up throughout. And when it finally arrives, it looks to me like it's after this big war, after this big struggle, this place gets burned down, and then you have the snow starting to fall. And it looks like fallout, nuclear fallout. So I think that winter is coming is a reference to nuclear winter is coming. Nuclear winter is a severe and prolonged winter. It's been hypothesized that this would occur after widespread firestorms, nuclear war. So winter is coming is probably a reference to nuclear winter is coming. And what struck me is that the end of Game of Thrones' snowfall looked like the same stuff that was falling at the end of Stranger Things after the earth cracked open. So you have the Hellfire Club, you have the underworld they call the Upside Down, and the world, it cracks open. So you literally have hellfire, which I think is a reference to the nukes, and it rains ashes on everyone. And this is at the end of Stranger Things, and it looks like the end of Game of Thrones. The same kind of nuclear winter suggestion is inherent in there. So here I am looking at this Economist cover, the next catastrophe and how to survive it, because it has all of the nuke stuff. And these are the types of masks that you would be wearing for nuclear fallout. I zoom in just to see what are the other articles on here. And one of them is Fortnite as an Olympic sport. And Fortnite stood out to me because Fortnite is a game, a video game, where last summer there was this, it was like a group participation thing where millions of people were playing the game at the same time, and they all collectively shot the space station down. Again, Fortnite escaped the space station. But having I mean, we talk about predictive programming and people watching movies and they're all getting the same images in their heads. Well, here you have a large group of people plugged into a video game where they're shooting down the mothership. Again, just pointing it out because it's on the cover of The Economist. How to survive the next catastrophe. We've talked about the moon landing hoax confession. Bart Sabrow's latest video. I linked it on my Minds account. Definitely worth looking into. This is Bill Gates. You're not worth microchipping. Change my mind. Interesting point there. Bill Gates was actually born in Seattle, by the way. I look at all the world stage characters as simply characters, and their birth dates matter. They do figure prominently into their bigger story, as do the places where they were brought up, where they were born. Bill Gates is a very interesting character. I get some vibes off him, like Marshall Applewhite, Heaven's Gates, and I do think there's a strong correlation between Saint Peter and the gates of heaven, and the book that has the list of the damned and the saved, and the concept of the needle determining whether or not you're saved. And of course, Bill at the gates with the needle, Seattle, Space Needle. Space is the new heaven, and of course the Space Needle represents a vehicle, the UFO, the capstone, the tractor beam that takes you into the heavens, the rapture, the salvation from the fallen COVID and carbon-infested world. Got a commenter here from You Can't Block Me. Hey Tim, great work and shows. Have you heard of this new September 24th event some German politician is warning his citizens about? It's been translated on YouTube. Also, Denver's giving out free bug-out bags. Possible railroad strike on Friday. Release the Kraken. Interesting. I am following this railroad strike story. But bug-out bags, go bags, I've seen that. And I'm recommending more or less snack bags. You don't need a go bag. You're going to be in the center of your house, in your basement, staring at your TV. One Step Too Far says, Alex Stein is a trust fund baby of an infamously quasi-criminal repo business mogul. Wouldn't shock me. I mean, you can't really judge someone by their family or necessarily. However, you know, it's kind of psyop-y. As much as we've seen the phrase Parkland, Highland Park, Kennedy taken to Parkland Hospital, that phrase, I mean, we've been talking about the symbolism and the mind mapping and how that stands out as tremendously significant. And I think it's notable that Alex Stein's mother shot up a Parkland high school. Now, I don't know if the students deserved it. I know she was making some kind of case. I was watching it on some video. But my point is, I think that we're probably looking at someone who's already connected. You have to be an insider in the PSYOP entertainment complex to be put into certain positions, I would imagine. They don't want real loose cannons on the world stage. It just wouldn't make sense. It's a reality TV show. It looks like news. But, and one more point, he came from Cheaters, a TV show about people catching their spouses cheating, but it's admitted that it's all staged. They've all admitted it. There's no secrets there. So reality TV, faking things, yeah, perfect for government. All right, this is great. We're going to continue likely tomorrow morning. Like I said, I'm doing a lot of work in the mornings as well. So we're here both mornings and evenings. If you want to call in, you can leave voicemails, 833-311-1984. It's been an interesting week, 21st anniversary of 9/11. Remember, never forget the Twin Towers, but definitely forget WTC 7. This is the summer of swatting. The summer of, I guess, getting raided by the FBI for clout. I mean, it's a new form of crisis acting for the right. The left fakes hate crimes. They put nooses, they call bomb threats against themselves. They put backward swastikas on their churches or on their synagogues, and they blame these somewhat or apparently ubiquitous MAGA Klansmen everywhere, but they never quite manifest because these things are all fake. And I was always pointing out how the left is always faking events. It's not just school shootings, it's all kinds of things, all kinds of fabricated events. And now we're seeing it's just as bad on the right. They're in on the business. And if they weren't, they would be calling out PSYOPs. And this was my first major insight into how integrated this monolithic media thing is. When I realized if this, let's say the NRA actually cared about the Second Amendment, if the right wing cared about the Second Amendment, they would call out the PSYOPs as such. Oh, these are perception management stunts. You're hijacking media. This is media malfeasance. This is agitprop. But they don't. And I wondered, why wouldn't they call it out? It's one of two things. One, they're dumb, which stood out as a very distinct possibility. Or two, they're complicit. And what's more likely, they're all dumb or they're all complicit. And there's a point where you have to realize that at a certain level of media, it is necessarily monolithic. And this dispels a lot of the narratives they give us, a lot of the explanations for who did what, because we can't even ask the question of who did what if we don't even know if what they're talking about actually happened. So many insiders. And how many of these insiders don't even know they're insiders? Did George Carlin know that his jokes about Osama bin Laden and planes exploding and people dying, did he know that they would have some kind of relevance to what was about to happen? Or was he fed these things? Not quite sure, but a lot of coincidences add up. All right, let's see. Going through comments. My interest in studying various media personalities is simply that I study media itself. And I find it very interesting to look at certain characters who appear to serve as counter-narrative, where it looks like they're opposition, but you look a little closer and you can tell it's more like World Wrestling Entertainment. And I think it's important to understand that there's a world stage and then there's the off-world stage perspective. And the off-world stage perspective isn't simply, I don't watch TV. The off-world stage perspective is more informed than the TV viewer because they know what it actually is. And there are more of us every single day. Yes, Celestial Wonder says, can I have my wrench? I will be handing it out. Our main channel was taken down. And I would highly recommend that you join the Discord server. Just click the link below. That will keep this channel from having fluctuations. We'll continue to grow because we're no longer YouTube centric. They kind of surprised me in the last week. They took down a channel with 600 subs, one with 1,300. It's like, must have been something that I said. This is Space is Fake AF by Chief Crow. By the way, you definitely want to get on the newsletter or sign up for the Discord, because tomorrow morning I'm going to be doing an interview with Les Luthor. We're talking about top illusion warfare correspondent, top auto hoaxer, top tier auto hoaxer, someone who's been at ground zero over there in Ukraine, calling out the fakery, exposing it. I'm going to let him speak for himself, but you're not going to want to miss it. We're going to go over a lot of the stuff that he's covered out there and discuss his ideas and get a few other, maybe he has a different perspective on things, but for the most part, I think we agree on the basics that nobody died, nobody cried. But the important thing is he's reality testing media claims, which is a very unpopular thing to do, to go against the grain on that level. Again, the channel's Les Luthor. That's going to be tomorrow morning, so get on the newsletter. This is Space is Fake Chief Crow.
Away from Earth into the black void.
I'm going to leave on the 24/7 live stream, but the replay will be on one of these channels, the YouTube channel.
You know,
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF. twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless eyes.
My body.
All right, it's September the 15th, 2022. Live, and we're about to be joined by Les Luther, Illusion Warfare correspondent. Starting a little bit early just to see if we can get as many people in here as we can. If you have any questions or comments, I'll be frequently referencing and addressing the chat. Again, this is really top tier auto hoaxer, Les Luther. And I'll be sharing all of the relevant links. In fact, I put the notes on my Minds account for anyone who wants to follow along. It's twitter.com/Les Luther, LEZLUTHOR. And I put together a number of questions and a number of comments in my notes that I came up with while going through his Twitter feed last night. I've been following his tweets since February. And then recently, John LeBon had retweeted something he had posted and suggested that a number of us ought to interview him and discuss his work. And what he has done for Russia, Ukraine, is what the investigators of the empty hospitals phenomenon had done for the COVID hoax, or prank. What do we call it? Was that a hoax? A prank? The whole pandemic thing was roundly exposed by people who are willing to go fact check the media. Openly committing thought crimes, not trusting the news. Finding that most of the 2020 event was what I would call a decoy operation, much like the empty tanks of World War II, inflatable tanks. And we will discuss this as well. This has been something we've even seen with the Ukraine war, this theater of war, where they are openly employing decoys and publishing it in the newspapers. We have wooden rocket launchers being put out there as decoys to cause the Russians to waste missiles. It's like, don't they worry that the Russians might read their newspapers? Clearly they're not. Alright, if you're in the chat, go ahead and share the stream. Again, we're going to be joined shortly. We're not necessarily in a hurry. I'm still a few minutes early. But I wanted to get everyone here. And of course, let me go ahead and hand over the Zoom link. And if anybody's interested in guesting or just calling in and the 800 number doesn't work, I can accommodate Zoom, Skype, and now the Discord. You know, the live stream, live chat Discord server has a voice room that we can use to take calls if for any reason you want to speak and you're not able to use the 800 number, which is 833-311-1984. We have about 100 members in that chat room so far. And if you're in that chat room, I recommend turning off your notifications, because the purpose of the chat room is to log everything that we discuss, all of our links, all of our comments, and it maintains the numbers in the think tank, even though our channels are being shut down on various platforms, like YouTube, for example. They killed one of our channels. 1,300 subs, that would generally bring 50 to 100 people to the chat. Well, now that we're no longer YouTube centric, it makes sense to build on somewhere like Discord, where no one's going to take that chat room down. But because it gets so many comments, you're not going to want to have your notifications on, because it's constant. And searchable. It's one of the main features. So if you go into, and you can see it on the top right, I'm just going to type in, let's type in any word at all, or by topic, by username, and you hit search. So I typed in GIF for animated memes, and you can see here it brought up a number of animated GIFs that have been posted since, well, last week when we started this thing. Many people post music, or they want to know what song was playing. If you're looking on the screen here, in fact, you can see one of these inflatable tanks I was just talking about. I mean, they've perfected this level of fakery. That inflatable tank looks so real to the camera that it's foolproof. And that's true with a lot of things. It's not just these military props, but it's also faces. Fake faces is a very important topic, and it's been obfuscated by the discussion of deep fakes, but exclusively referring to CGI, computer generated deep fakes, when no, they've been having these deep faked people, politicians and celebrities in our faces since the advent of television. My contention is that television is the replacement religion, that televised media, and I would include entertainment. Let's just say all of it. It's all monolithic in its ability to instill a worldview, but ultimately it's under the control of one group. And this one group, I refer to it often as the cult of the monolith, because of its monolithic vision, but also because the main psyops seem to revolve around this concept that was really put into 2001: A Space Odyssey, about the transition to a new age and about man merging with the monolith, which is a symbol. And I think it's a symbol for man being put on the same sheet, the same stone, the same page, the same Bible. And the Bible for this new world order religion is their curated, censored, televised worldview. It's no longer a book. And the monolith represents that screen. The black screen, the black mirror that we are all bonding with. And as long as we're all on the same sheet, we can all be controlled by this new monotheism, this monolithic cult that controls all media at the very top. And it becomes very evident when you look at it from a bigger, what I call a broader perspective, an off-world stage perspective. When you look at the news media in the context of the concurrent entertainment and find overlapping where there shouldn't be overlapping, unless our script writers on Netflix are all prophets. So predictive programming, concurrent programming, these things are part of the big picture, and it reveals that there is a monolithic vision. All right, I see a few other people in chat joining us here. John Cordone, Hither, Thither, Mom with Sons, Benton G, Penguinati, and a few others. Yeah, please share the stream, but if you miss it, no big deal. Again, like always, these morning live streams or afternoon live streams are kind of random, but I will replay them later. And of course, if you're subscribed to any of the podcast platforms, you get the archives. And I also archive on Rockfin. I'm trying to train myself to say Rockfin. I've been saying Rofkin for so long, I feel Mandela affected. But I was testing it out to see, and look, Rofkin is much smaller than YouTube. And on YouTube, I can barely get 600 subs before they start sniping my channels. I mean, it used to be 100. The furthest we got was 1,300, but I knew that channel wouldn't last. So I went onto Rofkin, which is much smaller than YouTube. And on 9/11, we had 911 subscribers. Every day there's more subscribers. We're almost at 1,000. And I just think it's interesting here just as a metric, because it's a much smaller platform and I get to 1,000 subs in just a few weeks, whereas over on YouTube I have to fight for it and I get penalized and I can't maintain a continuity of archives. That's why I'm on Rofkin. Again, if you go over there, you will find all of this content. And I'm also going back and uploading relevant stuff from a couple years ago, just to see where things are relative to where they were, and to show how spot on we have been with our predictions. Again, we're not prophets any more than the writers at Netflix are. We're just as aware, well, they may not be aware necessarily, but we're aware of the role of media, its true purpose as a conduit for memes and propaganda that soften up the minds of the viewers to accept whatever the government gives them or televises later. And there are many examples we can point to of concurrent programming. We discuss this all the time. In fact, I'm looking forward to watching Girl in Room 13, which will come out in a couple of days. Girl in Room 13 about Anne Hesh, who was also in 13 Minutes. And there are connections between Anne Hesh's crash last month and the Princess Diana crash. And there's a relationship here worth exploring that all ties into this number 13 and this theme of a kidnapped goddess. That's why Girl in Room 13 is significant. It's about a girl who's being trafficked and she's locked up in a hotel room. While 13 is the lunar number, 13 lunar months, lunar goddesses are associated with that number. You have, and it's not just Diana and Artemis, but it's also the Isis. They're all associated with this number for that reason. But you have Diana died in August, Anne Hesh dies in August, and that was the month of the Artemis rocket launch attempts, which repeatedly failed because Artemis was cracked. And this stood out to me because Princess Diana crashed and cracked the 13th pillar under that bridge. So you got cracked pillar Diana, cracked pillar Artemis. There's a pattern here. Car crash, death, Anne Hesh, car crash, death, Girl in Room 13, and the kidnapped goddess theme. Now here's where it all connects. Virgo, personified as Persephone, is kidnapped and taken into Hades every year. The story is we end Virgo on Libra, which marks the autumn equinox and the equal day, equal night, and then it slides the balance over into the dark side. So we enter the dark side of the year in about a week. And this is symbolized by the goddess being taken into the underworld for 6 months, and then she comes back, Spring Maiden. Last year, it was Gabby Petito who personified the Spring Maiden being kidnapped by Hades. In that case, it was Brian Landry taking her in the van, but they made a big story about it because I think it's theater. I think it's all theater and it's interrelated. Then you had Eliza Fletcher was kidnapped. Another, look at the pattern here. Anne Hesh, short blonde hair. Princess Diana, short blonde hair. The goddess with the bow, the archer, the short hair is probably related to archery and the necessity for having the hair tied back or cut. But then you had Eliza Fletcher, another runner. Again, this is all very significant. She's jogging, she gets kidnapped. We're looking for her, then they finally find her. This was the Gabby Petito of 2022. Anyway, her name, Eliza Fletcher. The name Fletcher is arrow maker. Again, Artemis, arrow, the rocket crashed or cracked. Princess Diana cracked the 13th pillar. Again, this is all very significant, but Eliza literally means Fletcher. Eliza Fletcher literally means arrow. I guess it's arrow maker, but the fletching is the feather that goes on the shaft. My point is, we're looking at, I think, theater. And it's interesting, again, 13 is the repeated number. Girl in Room 13, 13 minutes. And of course, Artemis hasn't actually launched yet. It's still a broken arrow. And broken arrow is code for nuclear accident, nuclear weapon accident, or emergency. And there have been 32 broken arrow incidents since 1950. So I think we're prepared for a new one. Okay, it's 1:04. I see a few others have joined in. I have sent out notifications. Again, we don't have as many people as we did before. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. Let me go ahead and bring in our guest, and we're going to go ahead and proceed. Again, I put a link to his Twitter below. I just invited him in, so just in a moment here, Les Luther should be joining. I'll make sure the audio sounds good. Hey, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, and let me check with the listeners. We have a number of people listening. Excellent. Looks like, okay, everything sounds fine on my end.
Awesome. Are we recording right now?
Yes, we are. We are, and I'll go ahead and edit this later, but we're on a live stream, but I record it live. And I have a number of notes, mostly taken from your Twitter account, but your Twitter account for people who just joined is Les Luther, and you are an illusion warfare correspondent.
Yes, sir.
Now,
I am.
Let me go ahead and just tell everyone where I came across your work through a number of people I follow on Twitter who are keeping up with the real-time news and just exposing how much theater is actually posing as news and how it's more fake than real. And what we do on this channel is we always reality test the claims of the media, and here you are on foot, in person, reality testing the claims of the media and finding that they're coming up short. So could you explain to people how you got started in this investigation?
Where do I start with it? So way back before anything in Ukraine started, there was talk in our little corner of Twitter about what was going to happen on the date of 2/2/2/2/2, the Tuesday. A lot of people were, thinking it was going to be something epic like Project Bluebeam, and I always said it was going to be war with Russia, the start of World War III, and it's going to be fake as hell. Lo and behold, and that's all there that could be found on Twitter. Lo and behold, around January time, the little glimpses of propaganda were starting with tension with Russia. And then on the 2nd of February, another date, a 2/2/2 date, which is the 33rd day of the year, they really started with their blitzkrieg of propaganda, Russia will invade Ukraine. And I don't know, man, it just felt like the stars were aligning for me. And then I was kind of like, shall I get over there? Because at the time, we didn't know where they were going to invade. It was just, they're going to invade Ukraine. Now, I thought it was going to be the Donbass region from, a lot of people were guessing they were going to come up through the Donbass region. So I was thinking to myself, shall I go and fly over to Kiev? And I was checking out the plane flights, and it weren't that expensive. To fly from the UK, from London to Kiev, you're looking at about 50 quid. It was nothing. And I was thinking, is this it? Is this my time to shine? Is this it? And then just before I was going to get my first original ticket, which is around the 11th of February, they pulled back. Russia's pulled back. The news was they pulled back. And I was like, fuck, well, I missed the opportunity. And then on the 22nd, the big two day, the once in a lifetime date, Russia had broke the Minsk agreement, and that was it. It was game on. The war had started. They'd broken the Minsk agreement, and I was thinking, damn, I should have really knew this was going to happen, because I was predicting it. This is my guess, and it didn't happen. But I didn't really care, because there was a lot of YouTubers in Kiev doing live streams from Kiev. And they were all kind of on board, like nothing's going to happen. There's no way Russia can get here. And then there was one YouTuber in particular I was following called Johnny FD, who's a bit of a sellout, because on the 24th, he literally said, I've got to get out of here. The tanks are about to roll in. And he'd done a whole series of videos of him being a refugee and having to run away from Kiev. And I thought, this is it. This is my time to shine. And I thought, okay, the next big date is going to be the 3rd of the 3rd. And that's when they're probably going to fake capture Kiev. And so I booked a ticket for the 3rd of the 3rd. Kiev airport was still open. And then a day later, I got the email through saying, sorry, your flight's been cancelled.
Wow. 3-3. So you more or less were able to make a guess based on the predictability of their patterning events off specific numbers, like 222. And you made a guess and you were more or less vindicated.
Yeah, you know how it is. Come on, we all know the
It's-
3-3s, the 2-2s. They're bang on with their numerology, man. They're always with the numbers. We all know that, right?
Oh yeah, I was looking at 222 with a great deal of interest because that marked the return of Pluto to its 1776 position over America, and this meant that America is experiencing a return to its founding days. The spirit of 1776 would be reflected, and also Pluto is Hades, and Hades releases the Kraken, and the media has been pushing this Kraken meme out there so strongly since 2020. I figured they're foreshadowing something, the end of America, some schism. So I was looking at 222 as the release of this Kraken when it opens up, when we find out what it's going to be that splits everything apart. And I think that it's pretty clear it's going to involve what we're seeing right now, the world stage as it looks today, as it's accelerated since 222.
Yeah, and of course, the Ukrainian military has a Kraken regiment who are very much front and center of all the fake capturing and losing of battles and whatnot. So yeah, I mean, it is kind of affecting America and the West a lot, right?
Absolutely.
It's Putin. Putin's to blame for everything, and so yeah. I mean, yeah.
Now,
Here
okay,
we are.
this number though, 222. So I follow your Twitter, and I was looking at your coverage of the Queen's funeral, and of course that's replete with numerology. She has her death 911 days after the novel corona pandemic date of 3/11/2020. Now, that's just too perfect. And you remark that Queen Elizabeth II leaves for Buckingham Palace for the final time at 222.
Right, there you go. Always with the twos. When's the next 2-2 date? It'd be the 22nd of this month, 229. Is that anything? Could be.
That's the end of Virgo. That's pretty much, and I think that's very significant too. There's some kind of astrological story I see at play here, and 922, end of Virgo, beginning of the dark half of the year, could mean something. But I mean, everyone listening for the most part are pretty aware of this numerology that you find all over the stuff, all over the dates and the timing of these things. It's very ritualistic. But what I wanted to get into is, I think as far as I know, you coined this term illusion warfare. And the premise here is that we're looking at Psywar more than anything, more theater than anything. And I've often spoken of the empty tanks, the inflatable tanks from World War II, and I correlated that to the empty tents and empty hospitals of the pandemic. And so what has been your experience there walking on the streets? Are you seeing more or less a big decoy operation? Is that the way to explain it?
Well, just to go back there, yeah, it's a massive, it's the exact same template of the coronavirus when you think about it, right? Because, what they done with the coronavirus is they had the initial, what I call the blitzkrieg of propaganda, which is all nonsense. They told us bodies were stacked to the ceilings, nurses were dying on the job. One in every household was going to die. It was all nonsense. They did the same thing with Ukraine, with Kiev. They told us there was no trains into Kiev. They told us there was no food in Kiev. They told us tanks were in the city center. They told us intense fighting was in the city center. They would constantly show us like a montage of artillery rounds smashing into urban buildings that kind of implied it was Kiev when we know it wasn't Kiev. And yeah, when I got to Kiev itself, it was fine. I got off the train. Don't get me wrong, it was very hectic, the amount of people falling for the illusion and trying to get out of there. But as far as actual bombs and bullets, nothing. I didn't see a single fighter jet. I didn't see a single helicopter. I saw a few, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but overweight guys in, shabby looking guys in crappy uniforms at the train station with a gun. And the best thing I saw was a tank. At one point, I think it was like my second to last day there, I saw a tank driving around. He's obviously doing a loop. In my opinion, he's obviously doing a loop around the city. And this is all part of the what I call illusion warfare. Is that it's that real life thing you can touch that you need to make the psyop complete. Because it's all well and good saying something. It's all well and good saying something. You need to have that physical 4D experience that people can look back and go, yeah, of course it's real. I saw a tank in the street, man. Of course it's real. Same with the scamdemic. you had to have people wearing a mask, queuing up outside shops, empty morgues, like you said, empty tanks. You had to have that 4D element to really get people to buy it. It's not enough to just say it on the Black Cube devices. They need to bring it to life with the 4D, and that's what I call illusion warfare.
Okay, 4D.
That 4D element.
Yeah, I think you're right about the template too, because I recall that during the pandemic lockdowns, there would be, and this was everywhere, ambulances or fire trucks turning on their sirens at random hours, usually in solidarity with the National Health Services, but it created the illusion that there were these emergency situations happening everywhere. There would be helicopters that would be patrolling around, and they do create this tangible sense. And what they did here, and sorry, I've dropped the pen here. What they did here was very disingenuous. They reported that the hospitals were overflowing and that they had to use external morgue trucks. I found out, because I was a decedent transporter, that for the year of the pandemic, they had actually closed the hospital's internal morgue, and they were handling the bodies outside in these freezer trucks. And this was just standard operating procedure, just regular people dying of regular things being processed externally. So in a way, they were like crisis actors, dead crisis actors, because it created the illusion that the place was full and they needed this. And that visual was also accompanied by the sound of the freezers you could hear around the city at night. And the newspapers would write about it. And it did create this tangible sense that something was happening, a perfect illusion.
There we go. I also had friends in the security industry that their job was to be the security guard of the morgue, of the external temporary morgue. So to them it was real, because they'd be like, I saw 150 bodies. And when I try and explain to them, but they would usually be in the hospital. The hospital ones are empty. They just, they couldn't get it. But yet again, my friend who's a security guard is now part of he's participating and believing in the illusion and bringing it to life. And a lot of these illusions, the masses do the legwork.
Yeah, you know what? Yes, absolutely. I said that in 2020. I said they're making us into unwitting crisis actors, and we uphold it's all about the illusion, and we were all participants in it. We put on the costumes, and we played the roles. And of course, it's reinforced by the TV. And the first imagery I saw of Ukraine was some fighter pilot flying around, and then it turns out it's some kind of video game footage. And sometimes I'm watching and I can't tell, am I looking at reenactments? I mean, there was an article that you referenced where I think it was from Reuters. They were talking about this body on the ground, and it's clearly a dummy. I mean, what is with the use of dummies? Why would they even have dummies out there?
Yeah, and a bit of a red flag is there's no warning on these kind of tweets. Like, if that was a real dead body, it would be like a sensitive content warning. There's nothing. So how are they doing that? So that's a bit of a red flag. I mean, to me, nothing went on in Kiev. That was the biggest hoax of this year, maybe of our lifetimes. I don't know. Nothing went on in Kiev, but they so quickly moved it to the far out east of Ukraine that people forgot about it. And it's all taking place in these very, derelict, abandoned old Soviet towns that no one's really there to confirm what's going on and what isn't going on. But as to why they use, I'm going to assume there's not enough dead bodies in reality. This claim that 80,000 Russian troops have been killed is ridiculous.
Yeah,
because if they had images of that would be shown. They don't have the images of that. That's why we're seeing hokey plastic corpses like wedged underneath the tire of a wooden tank and all this kind of garbage. It's like almost that weird thing of they've got to tell us the truth at the same time.
It is weird to me, because when I was in the military, my MOS was 92 Mike, which is mortuary affairs. And we're the ones who train to bring bodies out of the field. And we had a warehouse full of heavy dummies. And they're heavy to simulate a real dead body. And they flex in all the right places. But I understood you would have to have these training dummies for training purposes, but why would you bring them out there to the front lines? It's all photo op is what it looks like to me. And it reminds me of how they were using dummies on vents throughout the pandemic. How many times in the news did we see dummies being ventilated, like literal dummies? And oftentimes, the chaotic emergency room footage would be from another hospital In fact, CBS had to apologize for using footage from a hospital in Italy. And that was a reoccurring theme. And most people don't realize or don't fact check or even cross reference. And so they don't realize that they're using recycled stock footage to create an illusion. And of course, a whole lot of dummies.
Right. And funny enough, my Matrix job, my in real life job, I do like it's called patient watch. I basically have to go into a hospital and look at people that have got challenging behavior. But anyway, I'm in the ICUs quite a lot. And what people don't realize is ICUs are like the hospital I work at. It's only got four stations, 4 beds in there, because the idea is to get them out as quick as possible to move them down to the next level of care. So it's always got 4 people in it, no matter what time of the year it is, because it's only once a new person comes in, they shift the next person off. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
So for people that are not really aware, the masses that are not really aware of how a hospital works, when they show them an ICU with 4 people in it from a certain angle, it makes it look really bad. It's very easy to make something look 1,000 times worse than it is, especially then with the scumbag media overlaying his fictional story on top. We know how
sure.
it works, man.
Yeah, that's basic illusion. There's so many layers to the illusion. You have like you say, the 4D. You have the real life participation, the LARPing, live action role playing, and some of it's simply optical illusions. I've seen this meme of a child on the ground screaming and there's a boot on his face. And the next frame, he has the boot on his own hand and he's photographing himself and he's laughing. Like, it's very easy. Yeah. And the media does this expertly. I think that's their primary job. I'm looking at one of your tweets from a couple days ago and it says, illusion warfare, fake vehicles, fake bodies still used in 2022. And we're looking at a literal wooden truck. Like, the truck's made out of plywood and there's a rubber dummy under the tire.
Right. And this is we're well aware this has been used in World War II, right? We know there was a big whole, everyone from the British, from the Allied to the Axis to the Soviets, they all had their division that was devoted to deception and decoys and ghost armies and notional armies. Big part of warfare. It's still used today. From that picture you're looking at right there, from an aerial view, a fighter pilot doesn't know that's real or not real. The satellite surveillance doesn't know that's real or not real. Someone from a helicopter really far away doesn't know that's real or not real. There's only a very few people actually built it know that that's a wooden thing. It's only when you get up close. But how many of them are being used right now? I reckon a lot. I reckon a hell of a lot. And I people think that we're in this modern age of warfare. Nah, man. The classics like that will always be used. Because why not? It's so effective. And that's, to me, I mean, it's interesting. I didn't know you was in the military, actually, but I've always had what I call the riddle of the tank. Like, why is it in the 2022, we're in the future, yet we're still using World War II weaponry? And my simple answer is because it's the best thing you're ever going to get to hoax the world into thinking there's a war. You're not going to get nothing more effective than a tank rolling down the street to scare the shit out of people.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I remember I think it was probably 2017 or something, there was this thing called Jade Helm, some annual exercise, and you could see tanks being transported by train across the country, usually for National Guard drills. But just the image of tanks being transported around scared a lot of people. They thought they're going to paint them blue and put UN on the side and they're going to come for your guns.
Yeah.
That's a reoccurring theme. Almost every time the National Guard mobilizes, people go into, certain people see it as some kind of a mobilization. I mean, are you familiar with FEMA coffins?
Yeah, I think all that FEMA stuff's nonsense. But please tell me.
Okay, well, FEMA coffins, this has been spread for years, where you'll see trucks with these big stacks of these what look like big black coffins. Well, one of my jobs, I said decedent transporter. I sometimes would work for the funeral homes, transporting to the crematories, etc. And every cemetery has a warehouse full of these things. They're not coffins. It's a plastic shield they put over the casket to keep the land level. It's to maintain the cemetery. It's a vault, a burial vault. So the conspiracy theory is that these are FEMA coffins. And I'm saying that this is all part of the thing that gives a tangible presence to the specter that they're going to round everybody up. And I've tried to clear that misconception up, and it's very hard to do. But my point is, of course, just the appearance from outside is very intimidating. And as you pointed out, how you can't tell from a distance if you're in a plane or from a high altitude photo whether these things are fake or not. That's how it was at the hospitals. Unless you went in, you wouldn't know that it was empty, save for the twerking nurses. Are you familiar with the dancing? I'm sure you are. The dancing nurses of 2020.
Oh yeah, yeah. There you go. I mean, yeah. Well, what's your take on that?
My take on that is simply that because this thing's a hoax, they have a lot of people who might be in the know and they need to distract them. And I think that's, I don't know if they opened the pharmacies or not, but whatever it is, I think they just needed distraction. And so they did some sort of like team building exercises, maybe even had the dancing as for them. Maybe they believed it. They thought, hey, everywhere else people are dying, so we can do our part and we can show our good morale. And they just assume the death is happening somewhere else. And I think everybody assumes it's happening somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. And when at the hospital I was working at during the whole scamdemic, everyone, all the staff that were buying into it, kept saying to themselves, "We're so lucky here in the Southwest. It's over in the East. They got it the worst." Now, let's be honest. If we went over the East, they'd be saying the exact same thing about the West. So that's another thing that these normies do is they fill in the blanks with their own imagination. They do, like we just said, they do a lot of the legwork of the psyop for psyop. So,
okay,
yeah,
well, the news media had to admit, I'm sorry, they had said, though, they had admitted like that Ukraine was using wooden props. And they said they were doing this to cause the Russians to waste their missiles. And I'm thinking, wouldn't the Russians read their newspapers? And what are the odds that only one side is faking it? And someone in the chat had actually asked the same question. Is your contention here that the Russians would then necessarily have to also be in on the fakery? That it's both?
This is the big question of all. Is Russia part of the club? Or when I say Russia, I mean the very, very small people of, the secret unknowns at the top of Russia. Are they in the same club as the British, American, French secret unknowns? I think yes. I think the Russian soldiers, just like the Ukrainian soldiers, are not in on it. They're getting played in a Truman Show-like fashion. And, they're good soldiers. They're just following orders and they're told, this is a need-to-know basis. You're going to go do this. You're going to do, you know how it is, right?
Absolutely.
I think Russia is playing the game as well. Yeah, I do. Right now, I do. Yeah.
I get the sense that at the top, it's very monolithic. You might have the appearance of a lot of division, but there is a point where there has to be some kind of creative control over the top. And I think they're all using the same tactics. If one side's using inflatable tanks, the other side is using CGI missiles, and they're both reporting this conflict, which isn't actually happening. Do you get a lot of critics or trolls on Twitter or people who are convinced that there are actual major atrocities happening? Do you get any blowback or pushback on this?
Not so much now, but yeah, at the time I had an army of people after me. Yeah. And most of them, of course, couldn't point Ukraine out on a map. I've never been there. But yeah, I had an arm. I had an endless assault of people, death threats on the DMs and stuff. It's all kind of died down now, and I'm kind of quite annoyed that they've all effed off, because this is my time to say, hey, I thought you said Kiev was going to get taken. Because that's what they was all saying to me when I left. You're running away because it's just about to get taken. You're a coward. You're running away because the Russians are just about to take it. And I said to them, I bet you Kiev doesn't fall. And then here we are. What is it? 6 months later?
Yeah.
People are out sunbathing and partying in Kiev,
Right. I've seen on your Twitter, I don't see anything other than people partying. And then there's an article you referenced where a couple of friends, two individuals, took 50 empty homes that weren't being used for some reason and set them up for Ukrainian refugees. So in other words, there are many, many abandoned buildings. Is that what we're looking at here? I mean, it just seems like this whole thing is just a big stage.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I think a lot of Western people don't understand about Ukraine is it's an ex-Soviet state. Once the Soviet Union fell in 91, 91 to 1999, as it was falling and falling and falling, a lot of people got out of Ukraine and there's been no investment. There is just plenty of ex-Soviet Union commie blocks that are just empty. You could shell the shit out of and no one would get killed and no one would know. Ideal if you want to stage World War III, in my opinion. Like, this is it. This is why Ukraine never had any investment, because a lot of people thought Ukraine was going to be the center of Europe, right? And a lot of bandit capitalism happened there. But now to me, in the grand scheme of things, it makes sense why they never, ever developed that country, because now you can bomb the shit out of most of it, especially in the East, and no one will care,
Absolutely. And this is something that I think correlates with 9/11. People assume that these two towers are packed full of people and paperwork, copy machines, offices, a lot of chaos happening, a big, busy office place. But, and I don't know your full take on 9/11, but from what I've seen, it's greatly exaggerated, as far as the number of people that were in it and the likelihood that it was packed or full. Not really all that likely. In all likelihood, the thing was mostly a prop, and there were only a few usable floors, if anything. And the idea that it was packed full, though, I think is put into the minds of the people who watch all the movies, like the movies leading up to 9/11, TV shows where you see the towers falling in various ways, but they always show it as a very busy place. And this is just showing how the TV reinforces the psyop. Like, for example, you put in your Twitter here, belief and participation of the illusion manifests the psyop into reality. I don't think people would believe it if they weren't softened up with all the Netflix programming and the television programming.
Yeah, and of course the Russian hate, subliminal messaging that's been going on forever. These subtle, the Rocky films, your James Bond films, this constant idea that the Russian people are these horrible, nasty, is the enemy that's coming to get us, or they're like snakes. When that's not true. They're just humans like everyone else. So yeah, there's obviously the programming, movies, Netflix, all of it. It's all about perception. If you can control perception, you can control the world, and they're doing it. They're doing it. Not maybe on us guys and all your listeners and not us. We can spot what's going on, but unfortunately, the masses, they fall for it every time, man. Oh, and you have to ask yourself, how many times are you going to keep falling for it? Because it seems like it's going to be forever. So yeah,
right.
Definitely a big part of it.
That's why what you're doing is so critical here. This channel took a turn after the pandemic started because I started passing out press passes saying, look, you are considered essential if you're media, and we're media, so let's go ahead and check what's actually going on and cross-reference the reports from the media. And we found that most of these hospitals were empty. And I have so far more than 150 people who carry Infinite Plane Radio press passes. And that's why I find what you do to be very relevant to what we're doing here, because you cannot rely on the media and on secondhand reports. You can't rely on even live streamers. Just because someone's live streaming doesn't mean they're not some mainstream media plant. It's very important to have your own sources. And so what you've done here is you have reality tested the claims of the media, and you've challenged the assumptions that a lot of people just have about what's going on. They think it's Saving Private Ryan over there every day. And I think you've done quite a lot to dispel a lot of these myths.
Yeah, they think it's Stalingrad, yeah. And it's interesting fact. You probably know this, probably the same with the US military, but the British military have always maintained, no matter how good technology gets, their number one source of surveillance is called the Mark I human eyeball, an SAS guy in the bush with a pair of binoculars. So if the military doesn't trust the digital information as true, why should we? So we should have our own Mark I human eyeballs out there to go and see what's really going on, for sure.
Absolutely. Right. I've been saying for some time here that the average person has, just by habit and tradition and conditioning and conformity, they have accepted the TV screen as another sensory apparatus. Everything gets filtered through that. So their eyeball isn't having any kind of connection to the actual environment that they're believing to be real. And that's the screen, that's the filter, and I think that's what they're trying to, it's like a mask for the mind, or it's a filter that they put over your face. And if they get you to make every single decision based on what you see through that screen, you're on their world stage, you're in their simulation. And I feel like we have largely stepped outside of it just by being cognizant of it. This this screen.
That's what I call, that's the false reality. They are choosing to live in the false reality, and they're choosing to use, Google search as their god. And a lot of my naysayers and that they'll say, "But look at this," and they'll show me some, whatever, TikTok video or what's the other Telegram. Telegram's another one. Like Telegram is some beacon of truth, and I'm like, I always have to say, did you take that image yourself? Is that your? No. I'm like, so how do you know it's true? Just because it's on Telegram, I don't get it. So yeah, there's even, and what I've come to realize is there's a lot of even people in the conspiracy world are just as bad as the normies. They're just cherry picking their favorite thing that resonates with them as proof. And yeah, I one thing I can never get my head around is this constant using Google as their god, as their source of reality. And it's just like, surely we got to get past that. I mean, are you familiar with the Dune?
You know what? Yeah, I just came across your reference last night, and I'm going to have to watch it now. Some of your movie references are spot on. Like you mentioned, the West world robots who are not able to understand their nature of the reality. But you mentioned Dune and how in part of the story they have some kind of prohibition on artificial intelligence. Is that what it is?
Yeah, but just to let everyone know, I'm not a Dune expert. I'm mainly like YouTubing like little 10-minute explanation videos. I have seen the film. I haven't read the book, but yeah, the reason in that world, in this fictional world, there's no computers, there's no robots, there's no AI. There was at one point what they call thinking machines, which is pretty much what we have here, our smartphones, and eventually the humans realized that these thinking machines were not good. They were leading them down a very dark path and doing all the thinking for them. And there was what is called a Butlerian jihad, where all the humans united and waged a war against the machines and AI. And they said, never again is this ever going to come into our life. I got a feeling at some point, maybe not in our lifetime, but that's going to happen.
Right. So this Butlerian jihad in Dune is essentially like a Luddite, neo-Luddite revolt against the machines taking over. Like the idea of Skynet and Terminator 2 where the robots take over, I think it's happening in a more subtle way where people are being replaced. But in this case, the movie posits that there's a big revolt, and you're suggesting that they could use AI as a straw man to get people to tear down?
Well, I believe in Dune, like I believe that the AI had pretty much taken over the medical system and was convincing them to have like abortions when they didn't need to, and was convincing people they were ill when they were not. Sounds a little bit on the nose, doesn't it?
Wow. Yeah, a little bit.
Right, and look how TikTok is very much messing with young people's minds and confusing them about what gender they are, and so on. Very on the nose for me when I found that information out.
Sure.
Yeah.
And my take on a lot of that is there seems to be a war on the concept of the individual, and they're destroying distinctions under the guise of promoting extreme diversity. But I think it has a double, there's an ulterior motive there. And when they say you can't use the word uncle, aunt, grandfather, etc., what they're doing is they're destroying the words that you need to understand the concepts of family in the traditional way. And I think it's because they're replacing it, of course, with the global family. The whole New World Order concept is there is no boundary between the individual and Big Brother. It's all one-to-one, and we're all going to have that same relationship.
Yeah. I mean, what I believe there is a black cube god somewhere that's just kind of helping the hidden hand out. What's your thoughts on that?
I look at the symbolism, I look at the iconography, their rituals, and I consistently see this black monolith cube symbol. And I think that when we're looking at the TV screen, that's the altar to the NWO church. It's their church. The mainstream media is the de facto world state church. And I think they've reinvented, or rather rebranded, an archaic religious paradigm, and they've dressed it up as science. But the black cube is one of their most prominent symbols, and I often see it manifested as a monolith. And I think monolith is just another way of saying monotheism, or their new mono culture, the New World Order monoculture. But it's all about unifying everybody on the same sheet, the same screen?
Because I look at all these news stories, and this is what I was doing before I became, Mr. Ukraine, and I'd often point out the timing of the news article, the length of the video, how many likes, how many dislikes back when there were dislikes, how many comments, and I keep pointing to people, look, it always comes 33, 666, 9/11, again and again and again, and there's no way I believe it's a bunch of Jewish people. People think the Jew world order. No. What, you think there's a bunch of Jewish people sitting in a room making sure all of these news stories? There's no way humans have got the time to do that. They must have handed that over to the Black Cube at some point, because it's you can pick, look at your first 100 news stories, you will see the 33, the 9/11, and the 666 in there again and again.
Absolutely. And it is so consistent. And whatever it is, though, it's consistent enough that we can identify it. And I point to the same thing. I just refer to it as the obelisk, the monolith, this black cube thing. And hey, we're reaching the end of this Zoom meeting. It's limited to 30 minutes at this time. So
Okay.
Is there any final comments? And we'll do a follow-up very soon, hopefully. Okay, you know what? We just got dropped. I so apologize for that. Let me go ahead and send him a message. Basically, that's the end of the 30-minute Zoom conference. I didn't realize I didn't have the full version, but I haven't used it in a while. But I wanted to just mainly get everyone familiar with the work of Les Luthor, and I want to bring him back on very, very soon. I'm going to go ahead and message him privately just to let him know that this live stream here, this segment, I think we've been live for about 35 minutes or so. I'm going to go ahead and send him the MP3, and I'll be premiering it on all my channels here a little bit later on today. So I'm going to clip this, put it in context, re-upload it, and everyone will be receiving that here shortly. Again, that's Les Luthor. You can find him on Twitter. It's spelled Lez, Luthor. And I'll be in touch very soon. If you want to get on the newsletter, it's infiniteplane.media. And I'll go ahead and send that newsletter out with the premiere link as soon as I can get that. And I will likely use Zoom more in the future, so I'll make it a point to upgrade to the premium. And yes, I hit the Zoom paywall, kind of like all of a sudden. I'm like, wow, what a time. But anyway, thanks again for joining. I'm going to return to the 24/7 stream, and I'm going to process this MP3.
Gonna filter your eyes and scrub your mind. The weatherman, he's just another bad joke. You can be a dumb little donkey like Eeyore. I'ma be an auto hoax, and it feels so good. You would, like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless eyes. No heart, ain't got no soul. Weather, walks, secrets, symbols, numbers, planets, etc. Nobody, He just has to be. You must know about us. You must know about us.
Hi, this is Sands of Time, remastered, JT33, DJ Freestone, Portal Complex. If you want to go ahead and click the link and subscribe to JT. And I put the link in the Minds.com account as well. So in case you missed that premiere, it's just a remastered version. You may have heard it when I played it a couple weeks ago. All right, so it is almost time. 9:07 p.m. Mountain Time. 9/13/2022. A couple days past the 21st hoax anniversary of 9/11, and also today is the hoax anniversary of the staged fake death of Tupac Shakur, who might be Akil the MC, but I'm not making that claim. I mean, the teeth are identical, the stories match, timelines match, but all right, let's see. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. We are joined here by You Can't Block Me, says Any Humans Around, Jake McIntyre, Portal Complex, Osher, Penguinati, Lean Dion, Kevin Mooring, Frank Murr, Benton G, thanks for joining, Martin Forge, Jenna Lovecraft Reeves, Jerry's here, Mizell. All right, if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. A couple of the things I want to cover today. We got the QAnon killer dad who fell down a conspiracy rabbit hole and then killed his dog and his wife and his daughter. Really horrible story. It seems as phony as the one in Santa Barbara where the scuba diver stabbed his kid 17 times for Q. It seems like one of these made-up stories. Igor Lanis, 53, was gunned down by police on Sunday after he allegedly killed his wife, Tina, 56, and shot his daughter. Again, QAnon fan. I mean, the timing of it. And who didn't predict that we would see an influx of psychological operations as we got closer to the election? Absolutely. This is the case. Joined by John Francis Nico Tromas says, howdy. Thanks for joining us. Feel free to share the stream. I'm going to resume text messages soon. We're just trying to re-up on credits. Another topic, the DHS Secretary Mayorkas has come out saying that 21 years after 9/11, he doesn't care about radical Islam. It's all about the domestic threats. It specifically refers to individuals who spread narratives that are based on misinformation, etc. Basically another one of these type of blanket statements that conspiracy theorists in general are somehow tantamount to terrorists. Nothing new here. You're an idea super spreader. And ideas that they don't regulate are mind viruses. That's how they treat them. We're living through an infodemic. The pandemic was a cover, and it brought about a lot of the infrastructure they would need to go after the infodemic, which is what they're going after right now. If you look at the top right of the screen, we have a meme stream available. You can post links in the chat and the images or the websites. The preview will open up on the top right. I'm doing this because we want to get as many memes out there as we can since they're clamping down on this. Again, this is the 24/7 Infinite Plane Radio Omni Chat Discord server. You can access that at infiniteplane.media. It never goes down, and it records all of our comments, even all of the bots. Nobody here, just an idea, says digital book burning, Kindle. Oh yeah, exactly. Kindling, you have the fire. What they're doing is consolidating everything together. It's a consolidation, then they burn it. I mean, digital book burning has been going on since, it's accelerated since 2017. And Amazon used to be a free-for-all, Kindle, for publishing. But now they go through and they are the YouTube of ebooks in many ways. A couple of my books have been pulled from Amazon. One of them was Deep Faked, which I'm converting into a course for the IPS Institute because it was yanked off Amazon. Why? No reason. No reason given. It's like, it could be fiction. How do you know it's misinformation? I mean, they don't make any clear distinctions, and they're very subtle about it. They don't really want to nail themselves down as we're censoring it because of this word or that word. They keep it very vague, so you can't correct it. That's exactly how YouTube works. You can have a 4-hour video, and it gets taken down for misinformation, and they don't tell you what constituted misinformation in that long 4-hour video. And again, it's not misinformation at all. It's not a conspiracy theory at all to say that literally the sky is falling and the world's going to end soon and we're all going to die if we don't stop driving. Like, that's not considered to be a conspiracy theory. That's not considered to be hyperbole. That's not considered to be anything other than Sound science. We also have the situation with the Queen, who died very conspicuously 911 days after the novel corona pandemic. You have the new crown, 3/11/2020, go forward 911 days, and the Queen dies. And from that date, if you go back 1,776 days, you get the first Q drop. First Q drop, Bill Gates' birthday, 2017. He was born on October the 28th. The anniversary of the date, on that date, on Bill Gates' birthday, I think he was 1. That's the date that Elvis got the polio shot on TV. But sure, first Q drop, move forward 1776, and you get dead Queen. You go to the coronavirus pandemic, novel corona, new crown, go forward 911 days, and dead Queen. Very interesting timing. Nobody here says, I got a book on the world Tartarians, the greatest civilization ever erased from history. I'd be interested in seeing more about that. I don't just completely dismiss it. And we know how trustworthy mainstream media is and whose interests it represents. Why would we assume history is any different? Rourke66 asks, when did the Queen die? I believe she died, let me get the exact time stamp as well. I mean, and it's anybody's guess. She could have died 10 years ago. September the 8th. She could have died years ago, and they replaced her with an animatronic, with Greta Thunberg in a mask. It could be anybody. Again, the timing of it. Salty Siren says at the coronation and funeral, the orchestra played a song called Nimrod. Fascinating. Nimrod, the first Freemason, the builder of the Tower of Babel, and the first to have, I believe, built a civilization post-flood. Yeah, they performed Nimrod. Fascinating. Nimrod the Hunter. Now, Nimrod is the first Freemason. The modern counterpart would be Jeff Bezos. We were talking about Kindle. Well, Amazon, the first Mason, Amazon. Amazon. It looks just like the Tower of Babel, the headquarters out there in Virginia. It's like, I'm pretty sure Jeff Bezos is the character Nimrod on the world stage today. And there are many other things that tie him into this. But again, it's the guy who built the tower into the heavens. That's what Bezos' Blue Origin represents. And it's interesting today, in fact, I believe he had a rocket blow up. He was kind of in the news. Again, Nimrod, richest man in the world, out there on his mega yacht, flaunting the wrath of globe. He knows about global warming, but he still gets on a mega yacht. Major league hypocrite. Again, just like Nimrod from the biblical thing. And again, he is literally building the Tower of Babel in Virginia. I mean, you couldn't make it any clearer than that. And of course, if there is a flood, because the flood refers to, of course, the one that Noah was warned about. And right now we're looking at Noah's flood, as in the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, climate change. And there's been a few developments in this realm. You know, we talk about the flood and the symbolism of the Kraken and everything else. I found some interesting stuff regarding this flood theme, which has been very prevalent as of late. Again, Jeff Bezos, I'm pointing him out, he is the world stage representative for Nimrod. Let's go ahead and play a clip here. This is Nimrod the Hunter played at this is from Prince Philip's funeral. And did he come back as monkeypox? He said he wanted to come back as some virus to wipe out the world and solve global warming. Then he became suddenly pro-vax, which kind of made me second guess it. I thought, well, maybe he's going to come back as COVID-23 or something like that, but no, monkeypox. This is Nimrod the Hunter. I did find a Masonic oath called, I believe it was called the Indentured Apprentice degree, and it was an oath to Nimrod, again, the founder of Freemasonry. Jake says, what's up with the number 923? Okay, now here's an interesting tie-in here. There's a lot of predictive programming with 923. And it all correlates with some kind of a flood in almost every single example. And well, in the movie Evan Almighty, a modern Noah tale, there is a predicted flood for September the 23rd, like in the middle of the day. So 923 is all over that movie. But what awakens Evan to the flood, like the way that God communicates to him, is with synchronicity, and keeps throwing the number 614 at him. 614, as in Trump's birthday, as in the movie Don't Look Up, the comet's going to wipe us out in 6 months and 14 days. So 614 was a number in that movie, and again, it referenced something that was going to happen on September the 23rd. And what is 614? In Evan Almighty, they explain it. It's Genesis 6:14, when God instructs Noah to build the ark. And again, the Nimrod from the Bible built the first civilization post-flood. And if there is a flood, if let's say global warming happened, or all the PPE dumped into the ocean causes the ocean levels to rise a little bit, and we all get flooded, you know who's going to live? Well, Bezos. He's got his tower, he's got his mega yacht, he's got his space program, and obviously he'd likely be the one in a position to begin rebuilding. And rebuilding civilization post-flood, that's all post-reset. That's really what that means. Nimrod was a post-reset ruler. The reset concept we're going through now is obviously not new. I think it's a cyclic thing. And you can look back. The great conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter of 12/21/2020, that marked the beginning of the Great Reset. We have not had such an alignment on a winter solstice, a quote Christmas star, since, well, Jesus was born. If you believe the story 2,000 years ago, the point of it is year zero. That was our last reset. So it makes sense that we just hit this new reset. And Noah's Ark, the symbol of the Noah's Ark, has been brought back in many different ways. It's the space program. With Bezos, you could point at his actual mega yacht. But also, Noah's symbol was the dove, which is also the symbol of Noah, the one that works with NASA that tells us about global warming. And the dove is another way of representing the phoenix. Instead of the fire and then you rebuild from the ashes, it's a flood. And the dove shows up to show that the flood waters have receded. Again, the dove, symbol of the post-reset. That's why Lady Gaga had the dove on her Hunger Games costume at the inauguration. Hunger Games post-reset, dove post-reset. She could have gone with the mockingjay, which is the same symbol, it's analogous, but it would have been too obvious it was from Hunger Games. The mockingjay, instead of holding an olive branch, holds an arrow, but it's also represented as a phoenix. It shows it, so you see it burning. Phase Polarizer said the Queen died at 1:30 a.m. I recall on Jubilee or something, they were pulling around some, I think it was a black cube in a horse carriage, and she was like appearing as a hologram. They should just, I don't know, I mean, that's, in all likelihood, the timing of the death suggests that it's just too perfect. This is a PR stunt. Who knows when? A few other topics tonight. DHS, yeah, we talked about that. They're freaking out. Trump is full-blown Q now. Yes, Trump is full-blown Q. He's just fully embracing it, retweeting things. The storm is coming. And there are many in the Q camp who think the storm is going to start when they arrest Trump. That's going to kick it off. And there are others, I follow a researcher who's very anti-Q, who believes that QAnoners are going to storm every capital in the country, all on the same day. I haven't heard anything like that, but yeah, it's likely. Yeah, by the way, we do have a meme stream on the screen, so be mindful of what you post. But feel free to post animated GIFs, and you don't even have to be in Discord. You can actually post from right there in the YouTube chat. Kevin Mooring says the elite are going underground. Oh yes, they're not going to Mars. They're not going to the moon bases. They're not going out there. They're going to their yachts. They're going to their deep underground bases. Okay, going through your comments. Nobody here says Christmas is huge for Amazon, Nimrod's birthday. Right. Well, Jeff Bezos is a composite character as much as any of these other space popes are, Elon Musk and Branson. Bezos is a combination of Nimrod, Dr. Evil from the Austin Powers, and the man who fell to earth. He's a combination of these three. They even gave him the Dr. Evil laugh, and that showed up much later. Salty Siren says, wearing a $39 million crown and not a crown on them rotten teeth. Yeah, I saw that crown, $39 million. I mean, that's I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I have a problem with NASA spending $23 million on a toilet. And ordinarily I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care. I mean, if it was just, this is a functional piece of equipment they need. However, we know that the space station is a movie. So we know they're literally flushing our money. NASA just sent a new $23 million space toilet to the ISS. $23 million. Microgravity toilet. Yep. They bought a computer model. They bought a movie prop. All right, I have a few things to go through here. This is Mike Lindell, the pillow guy. Again, you had Sidney Powell, the Kraken, and then she passed the torch to Mike Lindell, who I describe as the, I guess we describe him as the, well, he took over the whole election fraud thing. He became kind of a spokesman for it. But he introduced himself as a former crackhead, now pillow salesman. That's his expertise or something. I like the guy. I get multiple text messages from him every single day trying to sell me his pillows. But let me go ahead and play this, because apparently the FBI went to Hardee's and they took his phone. Like, there he is. He does his business on his phone, and he's working. He's at lunch, and the FBI came in and they just took it. Again, this is Pillow Guy Mike Lindell, election expert.
Today, the FBI, you're going to hear this, and you're probably already hearing it in the news. The FBI came after me and took my phone. They surrounded me at a Hardee's and took my phone that I run all my business, everything with. They could have just, what they've done is weaponize the FBI. It's disgusting. I don't have a computer. Everything I did up that phone, everything was on there, and they told me not to tell anybody. Here's an order, don't tell anybody. Okay, I won't. Well, I am. So.
All right. There's that. Nobody here says, on the $5 bill, it folds into a dam, breaking like the 9/11 towers. Interesting. Jake McIntyre says, Jurassic Liars made a huge connection yesterday at the Queen's celebration. The pamphlets read 116 and 184. I'd be interested to see more. I'll have to watch his latest video. Zinvella says, in the Seinfeld episode where they imitate the JFK assassination physics with Kramer and Newman being spit on, that incident happened on 6/14 in the story. Okay, so for people who aren't aware, 6/14, the significance of that number, well, mostly it has to do with, I think it's Trump's birthday. It's Flag Day. In Don't Look Up, it was the day the Earth gets hit. Interesting date. Alec Baldwin shot someone with that birthday. Alec Baldwin, of course, being a twin of Trump, always dresses up like Trump and is very Trump deranged. And it's kind of interesting that he shoots a guy that has Trump's birthday, 6/14, and he says, a couple weeks prior or months prior, he had said something to the effect of he wished for a meteor to hit the White House when Trump was in it. That's how he felt playing Trump on SNL. So I thought 6/14, Trump's birthday, 6/14, again, a meteor, White House, Don't Look Up, 6 months, 14 days, kind of interesting. Then we find a lot of predictive programming pointing towards some flood for 923, and then Evan Almighty brings out this 6/14 as a Genesis reference, which makes sense. There's a lot of 119, as in you got 911 and then you got the reverse or the inverse. There's a lot of 116s. Well, the 119, or that number, the reverse of 9/11, often shows up with reference to things falling, or, for example, the opening date of Donnie Darko, which contains copious predictive programming for Trump in 2020, was released on 119. Patient 0 for COVID got sick on 119 there in Seattle. That date stands out for in a lot of these different events. Even the timestamp, 1 minute 19 seconds, Rodney King beating. So whenever we're looking at 9/11 or 9/11, these things are often interchangeable. So I'm keeping a close eye, but the 9/23 thing has been very consistent, and it's been consistently associated with some kind of a flood. All right, let us continue. Black Apple says, what are your thoughts on Chicago passing the bill that will allow people to do a wide range of crimes? I saw that The Purge begins in Chicago in 2023. Portal Complex says, Operation to Nuke the Moon, A119. Yeah, there you go, A119. David Pryor says that 6/14 is World Blood Donor Day. Okay. Now, this is all very interesting. In fact, it was probably Jurassic Liars that drew my attention to the significance of birthdays on this level. There was a comedian, Heather McDonald, who fell and hit her head, had Trump's birthday. I mean, there are a ridiculous number of synchronicities and incidents that have to do with these numbers, and we just read it because it's a pattern, it's a script. We're just reading it. We're not adding numbers. I'm not doing gematria here. Like, I understand it, but I don't think you can say this correlation equals causation or they're related in some way. No, it's just too subjective. But what we're doing here is we're looking at objective facts, objective things that we can actually annotate and we can point out. I mean, this is how it's so predictable. We have these pop quizzes here all the time. Like, how many bullets did Frank James fire into the subway? How many years was General Flynn in the military before he retired? How old was a QAnon shaman when he stormed the Capitol with a spear? How old was Code Monkey Z when he worked with Mike Lindell to try to flip the election? Every single one of these. How old was Timothy McVeigh when he was electrocuted? You just go down the list, and I can find, like, in fact, in 2021, I said, maybe for next year we can lock down all of the 33-year-olds for a year. Just quarantine them. The first person who blew the whistleblower, that is, for COVID-19, his name was Wei Lion out there in China, 33. Again, what's the significance of it? We have a few different ideas, but I have to interpret it based upon context and usage. I'm not going through some kind of books and then saying it means this because this book. I'm going off of context, and the best I can tell, the number 33 has everything to do with this risen savior character, the Phoenix and the reset. There's a reason why 311 and 11-3, 9/11, look, these numbers are all very coded to the elite. Why else would the Queen? Again, 911 days after 3/11, the Queen dies. That's kind of interesting to me, how all these things are connected by these same numbers. But the significance there, novel corona, new crown. Again, layers of coincidences. But what's going on in Chicago? Is that going to be implemented? Are they going to cease arresting people? And by the way, the Purge movie is where Trump got Keep America Great. They hired the publicist of the Purge for their re-election campaign. Phase Polarizer says they gave McVeigh 33,000 volts. Yeah, he was 33 on a 33-acre prison complex. He had a P.O. Box 33. As he died, the composer, they were playing some classical music while he was electrocuted. The composer was 33. He was inspired by Turner Diaries, written by a guy born 9/11, 1933. Anyway, let us continue here. We just went through Mike Lindell. Okay, this is Alex Jones, 9/12, 2001. So September the 12th, 2001, Alex Jones. Let's see, was he right? Was he right? I'm going to play this entire clip. It's remarkable. It's 50 seconds. But this is Alex Jones responding to 9/11 the day after.
Israel calls the Palestinians goyim or cattle or dogs or subhuman. They keep them on concentration camps. I got video of them taking Palestinian women's tomatoes they grow and breaking their water containers and stealing. That's why you have this crap. And our children are going to die. We're going to get nuked because of this. Iran's got the nukes now. Syria. We're going to have nuclear war because Israel likes to go around bombing everybody. I'm sorry. It's just the facts. And Israel absolutely is beside itself with joy right now. They are talking about how they're going to blow everything up, how they're going to attack everybody, and guess who's going to get bombed because of it?
We are. We're all going to get nuked. Our children are going to get nuked any day now. Did any of that come true? Look, I don't even believe in nukes as they describe them. After Fukushima on 3/11/2011, Alex Jones was selling iodine. He says you got to start taking this iodine because Fukushima, there's going to be fallout. It's going to be raining down, and this will help protect you from the radiation. So it's ivermectin for COVID. It's iodine for fallout. They always have some product. When you got to run for the hills, you can buy the storable food items. Okay, let us continue. We're going through a number of things I highlighted on my Twitter feed. Here we go. Trump embraces QAnon, storm is coming meme. It's almost like he's trying to tell us something. Finally, the people in the mainstream media are noticing that Donald Trump is a QAnoner. Like, he's the number one Q-tard, and none of them wanted to admit it. No, he's got plausible deniability. Right. I know for a fact he doesn't, but that's because I know who Q is. And that's going to get out there soon. Rourke66 says, no doubt Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. I don't have any doubt about it. I'm surprised that gives people trouble. I'm surprised that there are some people that still debate it. There are some people who are still stuck in the past. There are some people who still believe that there were 9/11 jumpers. The 9/11 jumper truthers. There are some 9/11 jumper truthers who believe that the planes were CGI, it was a controlled demo, and nobody died except for the jumpers. Like, you can't fathom that the same people who can fake planes can fake bodies falling. But we have deconstructed that event ad nauseum. Most of you here should already know how that all worked. And if you don't know, you have to watch Fight Club. And Jack Sparrow, back to the window, is talking about gelatin, explosive gelatin, wrapping the columns of major buildings to bring them down. And he's talking about this with the Century City Twin Towers behind his back. And this is, of course, the scene in Fight Club, well, leading up to the scene where all the buildings fall. And what are the odds? And the Century City Twin Towers are the same architect as the WTC. Thirst says falling pixels. Yep. Falling pixels. CGI planes melt steel beams, apparently. Now, this is an interesting one, and I don't really care so much about this. I mean, who didn't know this? Apparently, there are 4,000 Twitter employees that can access all of your information. Look, this is like a given. But anyway, let's go ahead and play it.
Got it. And that means that these 4,000-ish employees would have had access to live user data all over Twitter. They could access individual users' personal information, including their live data. Have I got that right?
Yes, sir. If they so they would have access to the production environment. If they spent the time to meander around and look around, they would find that they could access these large troves of data,
including geolocation data. Did you testify to that earlier today?
They know everything about you and where you are, and what you think, and who knows what they're doing with that information. Okay, let us continue. I got a few more things. Here's King. Is it King Charles hanging out here with Kevin Spacey? I mean, I don't know about guilt by association. I understand it's kind of fallacious, but every other picture he's hanging out with some pedovore, some predator. At some point, you just have to connect the dots. And I know most of the stuff's fake. I know Pizzagate's likely fake. I mean, so much of the stuff is just probably just to cover up anything that's real. But some of it is kind of real, or at least believable. Kevin Spacey's, yeah, I think Kevin Spacey's a sicko. I thought so ever since 7. Like, I think he's literally that guy. All right, let me play some classic 9/11 predictive programming. This is like the night before 9/11 actually happened.
Our government plans to commit a terrorist act against a domestic airline.
There you go.
And this is a show called, or an episode called The Lone Gunman. And this aired in March 2001. First aired in March. But they canceled it. Why did they cancel it? I wonder why. Again, it says The Lone Gunman.
You're saying our government plans to commit a terrorist act against a domestic airline.
There you go. Indicting the entire government as usual. It's a faction. A small faction.
For what possible gain?
The Cold War's over, John. But with no clear enemy to stockpile against, the arms market's flat.
Now again, this was written by Chris Carter, the creator of the X-Files. Now this was, again, right before 9/11, and if you listen, he just completely explains what happened on that day.
But bring down a fully loaded 727 into the middle of New York City, and you'll find a dozen tin pot dictators all over the world just clamoring to take responsibility and begging to be smart-bombed.
I can't believe it. This is about increasing arms sales.
I'm mapping the data now.
Now what you're seeing are planes heading toward the Twin Towers. Again, this is great.
Liberty in Washington. Lower Manhattan.
World Trade Center.
World Trade Center. What a coincidence. This is why I say you can watch Netflix and predict the future. I mean, hindsight 2020, but look at what's going on right now and you'll find out what's about to happen, what's happening. It's quite literally the case that entertainment and government is merged at this level. R. Cook says predictive programming for 9/11 was unmatched. Right, but I'm finding, okay, here's what I'm finding in the metascript, in the big picture. Predictive programming for nuclear fallout. So many movies, whether it's Game of Thrones or Stranger Things or even Westworld, we're being prepared, I believe, for nuclear fallout as the next excuse for them to have us all locked down. That's why they have New Yorkers packing their go bags. That's why they're giving them PSAs. Diana South says the construction of the World Trade Center began in '66. This episode aired 197 days after the groundbreaking. Interesting. There's also many interesting connections between Stanley Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey and the Twin Towers. I thought their construction began in '68, 33 years before they brought them down. Twin 33-year-old towers. And again, I don't do gematria, but I saw in Jurassic Liars that twin is 66, which makes sense, two 33-year-old towers. Let me take a quick look here. I believe it was 68. The North Tower began in 1968, and then the South Tower was 69. There's a 1968 ad that said, these towers will pose risks to airplanes. Would you consider this to be predictive programming? I kind of would. It goes back. My contention here, though, is that the towers were built as ritual props to be taken down. That the planned destruction was something that was inculcated into the very design. And the numbers tell it all. 33 years from creation to destruction, that's your Phoenix thing. This is why they're going to create a new tower called the World Trade Center Phoenix. And Donald Trump was behind that. Think about it. 33 years, creation to destruction. 13 years later, 13 is the Phoenix number, they raise up the new tower, the One World Trade Tower, 1,776 feet high. They open it up on November the 3rd, 2014. Again, 13 years after. 13 is a big number with regard to this Phoenix thing, and also the 33. These numbers tell the story. 1776, very significant to the height of the tower, to the Pluto return. And I also found something else very interesting having to do with the Masonic calendars and the Year of Light. And from the Masonic calendar, you can sort of extrapolate based on the age of Noah and the flood that began supposedly. I mean, this is all biblical lore, but they use it for their worldview. It's their whole framework. You know, it's based on this Year of Light, and it's like 4,000 years added onto the Common Era or something. But I saw this one a explanation suggesting that the Tower of Babel's construction began in 1776 AL, Anno Lucius, the Masonic Year of Light. Very interesting considering the significance of the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill with the 1776 below it, 13 layers of bricks, and of course the eye in the capstone. And that's kind of what I think we're waiting for. I think what we're seeing, what we're living through right now is the Tower of Babel being built up, then it will be pulled down. And that's why we have Amazon, and I described Jeff Bezos as this Nimrod character, and we were talking about the Kindle and Fire and how they're just going to digitally burn all the books. Yeah, they have to consolidate it first, and then they have the EMP blast and they wipe it out. I think that the intention here is it's this infodemic. I think they want to purify. It's a holy war. You got to purify all of the platforms from any kind of misinformation or what they deem misinformation. All right, let's continue. This is some hopium. This is some hopium here. I don't know if you want to call it hopium. I mean, this is very dark stuff. This QAnon stuff. Look, they might be goofy. You can laugh. You might find it funny that they're worshiping dead presidents. However, at the end of the day, their whole plan is to murder a bunch of people on TV. That's kind of psychotic, however you want to look at it. But here's a very popular QAnoner. His name is 107, as in 107, as in John O. Savin. People think this guy is literally John F. Kennedy Jr. He goes by the number 107 because they're really obsessed with numbers and symbolism. But listen to this. Here he is describing how for the last few years, the deep state has been rounded up by Donald Trump, and they've been building these courthouses and detainment facilities and movie studios for the big show where they kill everybody. I'm going to go ahead and play. This is 107.
Many of these people think I'm wrong, and they think that nothing's going to happen, and the Democrats are actually in control here, or the globalists are in control with absolute power. All this time, for 5 years, they've been building out Gitmo, getting it ready. A world-class hospital with a focus on geriatric patients.
So he's suggesting that there's a hospital being built for all of these old deep staters who are going to be killed.
World-class broadcast center, evidence storage area, courtrooms, a docking facility able to handle all the FEMA ships to be used as prisoner ships for the prisoners coming in to be tried. It's going to be world class. Enjoy the show.
Enjoy the show. Okay, let's enjoy watching a bunch of Democrats getting hanged by a bunch of nonners. Zinvella says this dude is trying to sound as spooky as possible. Hey, that's JFK Jr., if you believe some. And many do believe that. Jake McIntyre says there's a tsunami over New York and all the predictive programming makes sense. Look, predictive programming is exactly that. You can use it as a predictive model. And if we had known this before, we could have said, yeah, they're going to knock down the Twin Towers. And 20 years later, 19 years later, they're going to lock us all down. Then 5 years later, aliens. They're going to, you could have read all of this stuff. But the guillotines, and then get the popcorn ready, right? They've been saying this for some time. Get your popcorn ready, the QAnoners. Just enjoy the show, sit back, and let them handle it. But now I look at a lot of these QAnoners who are ready for the Civil War. They've been ramped up ever since the raid on Mar-a-Lago. Ever since then, they've been ready for Civil War. And I see these guys, I'm like, what have you been doing for the last 2 years? Since 2020, most of them have been sitting around eating popcorn. That's what they look like. Like, you're in no condition to fight a Civil War or World War III, whatever it is this week. And many of the people on TikTok, many of these old QAnon TikTokers, look like they fought in the first Civil War. Nobody here says corn pop. Right, I've heard this too. There's a whole lot to go through here. I didn't know this. George W. Bush can't remember where he was on the day of JFK's assassination. There's some interesting people who have been connected with that event. A couple of people, Ted Cruz's dad. I believe he's a friend of Lee Harvey Oswald. And something else, they took JFK to Parkland Hospital. Very significant, Parkland Hospital. The Highland Park shooter had a Lee Harvey Oswald newspaper on his newspaper article on his wall, like a shrine to Lee Harvey Oswald. Highland Park, Parkland High, and then of course Parkland Hospital. Not sure what it all means, but there's a definitive pattern there, tying many of these events together. I thought perhaps they were using the same types of descriptive words here just to get, for example, you say Parkland High, Highland Park. If you're searching for one, you bring up both, and maybe they want that. Maybe they want it to be unavoidable, that you're inundated with reports of shootings, and you get them all mixed up. Okay, Bezos had a rocket crash. I mean, I'm not even impressed by it. It's fake anyway. It's fake. Trump's gone full Q. Okay, we have the killer of his family, this Trump supporter. This is what they actually said. They said that it was a man in a election denialist rage, guns down his family. Crooksandliars.com, by untethering people from reality, conspiracy theories poison relationships on every level. They are really rolling out the crazies. Armed man in a rainbow clown wig wanted to restore Trump to king. A Pennsylvania man in a rainbow clown wig was arrested at a Dairy Queen and charged with firearms without a license, terroristic threats, and disorderly conduct. This Pennsylvania man named Jan Stawovi, 61, walked into a Dairy Queen with a clown wig, and he said that he wanted to restore Donald Trump to President King of the United States. And he said he was going to, quote, kill Democrats and liberals. They found more handguns in his car. Anyway, this was a story from earlier today, and I'm just thinking, they're definitely trying to paint a picture here. And I really do believe that General Flynn's behind it. I think the QAnon movement is a huge setup. Daughter says QAnon radicalized Walled Lake father before he killed the mother, dog, and injured the sister. Again, I don't know exactly how they are able to make this correlation between his QAnon obsession and these killings. The daughter who said this wrote about it on Reddit, and many remarked that her Reddit posting seemed like fanfic. And I thought so too. I was very impressed with the grammar and how collected it was, considering her whole family was just massacred. Very collected. Like these crisis actors. It's like, yeah, they just lost someone, huge tragedy, but they're happy to go on camera. They're so happy they can't stop laughing. Nobody here says George Bush was arrested in a train car after JFK was shot. Skull and Bone, path that rabbit hole. Right. There is a connection there. There's an interesting one. It has to do with the Skull and Bone Society and the Bushes, of course. On 7/6/2022, which was the birthday of George W. Bush, on 7/6, the Georgia Guidestones had that explosion where the capstone blew up. And when you look at the Guidestones from the top, you had the four pillars and the capstone. It looked like a skull and crossbones. And I thought that was symbolic. The headshot. That's what I think it meant. George W. Bush. And then a couple of days later, Trump's friend, Abe, I know it's not pronounced Abe, but A-B-E, think Abe Lincoln, gets assassinated on TV. And this was, of course, against the backdrop of this Highland Park shooter with his Lee Harvey Oswald fixation. And then you had the shooter of Ronald Reagan, who was, I guess, John Hinckley was performing music at hotels, and then he went on ABC News to talk to them about how America has a gun problem. Then you had the assassin of Nipsey Hussle. His name is Eric Holder, weirdly enough. Eric Holder. That name is just synonymous with gun control. But Eric Holder is the name of Nipsey's assassin. He was in the news at the time. My point being, there was a lot of assassination in the air at the time, around the time of the Georgia Guidestone explosion. And I think all of this might be some kind of cryptic reference to the killing of the king ritual from 11/22/63. All right, let's continue going through my Twitter feed. I find so many good examples of why the burden of proof needs to be shifted to the Moonies. I mean, if you believe in the moon landings, if you're a Moonie, explain this. A moon rock that the astronauts and the U.S. Embassy donated to the Amsterdam Museum was a petrified rock. I mean, a petrified wood, a stone. I mean, this is just from Earth, a petrified tree. This is why they don't want you to have these. You could figure this out for yourself. With the compliments of the Ambassador of the United States of America to commemorate the visit to the Netherlands of the Apollo 11 astronauts, Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Edwin Aldrin Jr. How does this happen? How do you mistake a moon rock for petrified wood? Again, I'm not a Moonie. I don't believe in this stuff. If you're going to go with the evidence, your only logical conclusion can be, well, A or B. The landings were faked, or the moon is made out of petrified wood. And if you accept the moon landing, you must therefore accept wooden moon. Nobody here says mountains are petrified tree stumps. I can't unsee that. I watched that documentary. I think it was called No Forests on Flat Earth. And the contention of this documentary, this video, was that all of the mountains are actual remnants of what were gigantic trees that were all taken down. That the Devil's Tower is a tree stump. They sure look like tree stumps. Somebody comments that alien. Oh, I see. Neil A. as in Neil Armstrong. Neil A. Armstrong, alien. I see that. All right, let's continue. Her Majesty Queen Ramona. Okay, Queen Ramona. That's the QAnon Queen of Canada. She's got Roger Stone mad because he was used. The QAnon Queen used a Roger Stone cameo to raise money. And now he's warning people about the scam. He's like, don't get scammed by the QAnon Queen. And it's just kind of funny. You hear someone like Roger Stone trying to warn you about not getting scammed. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, it's just dishonest people on both sides. Is there actual election? Were there any true fair elections, or have we always just had these election rigging contests? Anyway, Queen Ramona is telling her followers not to pay their bills. That there's this thing called Nasara and Jasara. You know how the Great Reset has the universal basic income? And people who aren't on the left, who aren't on the side of global fascism, they're like, no, we don't want a universal basic income. That's terrible. But then you have the fringe right, the QAnoners, who say, Nasara Jasara. Yes, Nasara Jasara equals universal basic income. And this is because the Great Reset equals the Great Awakening. It's the same thing. There's like virtually no difference. So the Queen's followers are believing that they don't have to pay their bills because of Nasara Jasara. And here's the result. Your Majesty, I just called Enbridge about turning my gas on and they said I have to pay. They are not following your royal decree. I have a young child living with us. Please help. Thanks. So QAnon Queen of Canada is encouraging her followers not to pay their bills, and look at that. Bad hopium. That's all it is. Restless Bear says, I know it's been rigged at least since Lincoln. A lot of the South didn't even get to vote. There's some very interesting Lincoln and JFK assassination connections. And I've read about these many times. I've seen them in many different contexts. What it kind of confirms here is that what we're describing as meta-scripted news, or history being written in advance, newsbenders being a reality, it's always been the case. And there's so many clues in here. It's like they enjoy whoever writes this, they like putting their clever little jokes, their word plays. We have an entire thread on our Discord server dedicated to the world stage names that explain the person's role. But you get Lincoln being shot in the Ford Theater, Kennedy shot in a Ford Lincoln. A lot of mirroring in the symbols, like it mirrors the other event. The histories on these things rhyme. Okay, let's continue. Oh yeah, CERN, that's right. CERN was cranked up really high the day after the Guidestones blew up, if you recall. They cranked up CERN all the way, but they just turned it off again to save power or something, to be green. All right, let's continue going through your comments. Peter W. says the Great Deception. Well, both sides are clamoring for the same thing. This is kind of my point. Great Reset, Great Awakening. Is there a difference? I would say no. It's the narrative and counter-narrative. Incidentally, I feel the same way about pro and anti-vax. And a lot of anti-vaxxers don't appreciate it. But I truly think that pro-vax equals anti-vax. I think these are equivalent positions to take. Narrative, counter-narrative. Okay, I've got so many examples of hopium. I collect this stuff. A lot of other people are starting to as well. God's Trojan Horse tweeted this. JFK Jr., he's alive. Oh, and by the way, he's currently Vice President of the United States. Wakey, wakey, good people. Now, how does a dead man... Well, let's say he's not dead. Let's say he's a death faker. How does a death-faking Democrat come back as vice president on the other side? Like, did he register as a Republican? Did he change his party affiliation? Phase Polarizer says to keep CERN going, they're shipping in more hamsters. Now, isn't CERN like 17 miles across? And you take into account the curvature of the Earth. And I'd imagine this CERN loop, would have to be perfectly level to do its work. And I'm wondering, how does that work around the curvature of the Earth? Wouldn't it imply there's a hill in the middle of the thing? That it's shallower near the... I mean, I guess I'm overthinking it, but there's got to be some curvature calculated into this thing. Is CERN flat? I've looked at the designs on the place and the layout, and I don't think they accounted for the curvature of the Earth. Could be screwing up their experiments. Maybe that's why we have Mandela effects. We have Mandela effects because the CERN people have treated the Earth as flat for the purpose of their construction. Here's an old video. This was circulating for years. It has a couple in a helicopter, and they're watching what appears to be a flying disc hovering around the World Trade Towers, and then it flies up into the clouds. And this has been shared thousands of times. People love this video. They think it's a UFO.
What is that? It's over there.
There you have a flying saucer shooting up into the sky. Now people are convinced that this is real because it's on video. Just like they were convinced 9/11 was real because it's on video. Turns out this was some kind of promo for the X-Files. It takes like 5 seconds to fact check something. People are like, that didn't look like an airplane. Maybe it was a missile. The error there, the philosophical error, the logical error, is in assuming that it is not a lie, that the video is telling the truth. So let's just assume this was true and then figure it out from there. That didn't look like no plane. Was it a missile? Probably part of a movie. This looks like CGI. Someone else says it could be direct energy weapons. Anyway, people are pretty much convinced that this is real until they're told it's fake. And so their operating system says it's real until proven fake. And that's how they get over on so many people. I don't want to spend too much time on 9/11 predictive programming. However, there are some things that are just worth re-examining. you have the predictive programming. The idea is pretty obvious. I think it makes sense that you would want to condition people to accept the reality that they are going to be presented with through the news. But what do you make of this kind of stuff? Here is the classroom where George W. Bush was reading a goat story to the students when 9/11 happened. And this is where the children are sitting around chanting, "Plane must hit, kite steal." Again, plane must hit, kite steal. And this was one of these videos that, I mean, I've seen it before, but the more I watch it, the more I think, okay, this seems very, I guess the best way to describe it would be ritualistic. I mean, what are the odds? This is during the event. George Bush in the room, and they're chanting, "Plane must hit steal." I'm going to play this clip. Again, this is some vintage predictive programming, a classic little clip here.
Look at the letter at the end and remember the sound it makes. Get ready. Kite. Yes, kite. Get ready to read this word the fast way. Get ready. Kid. Yes, kid. Sound it out. Get ready. Kid. Sound it out. Get ready. Kid. What word? Kid. Yes, kid. Boys and girls, sound this word out. Get ready. Steal. What word? Steal. Yes, steal. Read these words the fast way. Get ready. Play. Yes, playing. Get ready. Must. Yes, must. Let's read these words the fast way without making a mistake. Get ready. Kite. Yes, kite. Get ready. Kit. Yes, kit. Get ready. Steal. Yes, steal. Get ready. Play. Yes, playing. Get ready. Must. Yes, must. Boys and girls, pick your reader up from under your seat.
And then they duck and cover. They get something from beneath their seats, but after they chant, "Plane must hit steal," they all hit the floor.
Open your...
And of course, Bush's skull and bonesman over there in the corner is just lurking and watching. Very creepy. Phase Polarizer says later in the video, I'll have to watch the rest of it. Like, I'm definitely going to find the full clip, but just on the face of it, its timing suggests that this is part of the story. We have a lot of witness footage. People are saying that they definitely heard a bomb. They saw the explosion. We even have many handheld cameras that weren't from CNN or ABC. These are actual independently recorded bits of footage where you see explosions, no planes.
God. Oh my God. Lloyd, Clifton. Lloyd, do you know about the World Trade?
Now this one's interesting. This guy is on a parking garage and he's talking to someone on his phone, and he's saying to him, he's reiterating to him, "No, I'm watching. There's an explosion, no plane."
Center? All right, I'm on the second tower just exploded. No, I went to go vote this morning, and I went to park my car, and I'm on the roof of this garage, and as a matter of fact, it just caught the second explosion on videotape. No, a bomb, I saw it. No plane hit, nothing. The building exploded from the other tower.
Again, eyewitness here describing to a friend who saw it on TV, and his friend sees it on TV, but he's downtown, he just voted, he's on a parking garage, and he says, no plane. This is why we have reporters. This is why we sent people out during the lockdowns to make sure, or to rather fact check things. And we found a lot of empty tents and a lot of empty hospitals. But this is exactly why you need fact checkers. You have to fact check. You have to reality test the claims of the media. There's a big difference between what you saw on the screen and what you saw if you were there in person. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. What are your favorite 9/11 memories? 20 years later, I don't think anybody cares. They shut down the Ground Zero Memorial Hospital. They've moved past it, or they're preparing for the next thing, which is what I'm thinking. I think the next major 9/11 is going to be space-based, some kind of space based event. I figured it'd be Russia or China shooting down the space station. But my point is, the PSYOP is expired. They got to bring about a new one. COVID definitely was a replacement, but there was nothing spectacular about it. They haven't shocked us all. Okay, let us continue here, going through my Twitter feed. If you go to Real Tim Osman, you can follow on Twitter. I follow a lot of very interesting channels. I retweet anything I find interesting. And I highly recommend you follow Donnie Darkened if you want to keep up with this Donald Trump Antichrist narrative, which is building. All right, here's an interesting clip. Many of you have seen this already, but this is, it says, this is a satellite that fell in someone's front yard. And you'll see here it says space selfies on the side of it. But the first thing you'll notice about this satellite is that it's attached to a balloon.
To happen. This baby fell out of the sky and landed in our yard. It's never boring on the Welke farm. Thank God there's no horses out or it didn't hit the house. And it's still going and flashing. It's gonna happen. This baby.
Fascinating. This is the Samsung selfie satellite. They had an event where they had a satellite in space with a camera. And if you were to get up on stage, it would put your face on that camera in space. And then it would take your selfie against the backdrop of the earth. So all kinds of true believers, ball worshippers of the big CGI ball, gathered round to have their selfie taken with the face of God, the globe. Little did they know, this Samsung selfie space satellite was only 20 miles up, if that, because it was on a balloon. It never went to space. But you wouldn't know that because the perverts bend the horizon with GoPro. Again, all these dupes thought they were in space and they weren't. And the thing landed in somebody's backyard. Sataloons. Sataloons make a lot more sense than almost anything else, especially when you look at the convoys of Starlink satellites. It's pretty obvious what you're actually seeing are, in all likelihood, Sataloons on a kind of a convoy tied together. All right, we've already talked about the fake moon rocks. We got fake astronaut Mark Kelly playing with a ball of water between a couple of paddles. And this is an example, this is a prime example of computer-generated special effects that don't age well. Like, this must have been so cool in 2011, but in 2022, it looks ridiculous. I could have done better. And what's worse, this little ball that he's bouncing, this ball of water, it is completely out of sync with his eyeballs. His eyes don't even match it. Scott Kelly's been called out publicly for bubbles in space. He played dumb. He used to run from the question. And if you didn't know, they film the spacewalks underwater. And if you can't tell, it's because you're visually illiterate to their special effects. You can see the diffusion of the lighting, and it tells you that you're looking at an underwater scene. It's literally obvious. Okay, let's continue. This is an interesting statement by Joe Biden.
And there's simply no reason for it. This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
The United States America.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
United States America? That's a tough one.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
Do they write it like this? Like, is this unintentional comedy? I sometimes wonder, are they allowing him to self-sabotage, or is this a controlled demolition? I thought that might be the case. Like let's put an old, corrupt dinosaur in office and have him as an effigy of like dying white America or something. There's got to be some symbolism here. I think this is controlled demolition. There's no way that this is legit.
Reason for it. This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
All right, let us continue. Here's Rudy Giuliani. I guess his excuse, he's drunk, but here he is impersonating Queen Elizabeth.
She said, you did a wonderful job on September 11th. And then
Anyway, nothing will ever beat the video of Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump making out. Donald Trump motorboating him. The term is motorboating. Very, very sick stuff. They were part of some club. I don't know how the QAnoners overlook this stuff. They're so triggered by everything, and yet you get Donald Trump and Giuliani making out, and Giuliani's dressed up as a woman. 2005 tape, Trump brags about groping and kissing. Here it is. No, that's not the one. There's so many of these videos. Anyway, I just think that it's all just such a clown show. I mean, at this point, you can take it seriously if you want to. Remember when they made a giant Eye of Horus out of people on the first anniversary of 9/11? Yes, there was this Ground Zero ceremony. Looks very cerny.
We're on, as a nation, deficient now. The suicide bombers, it happens in Israel on a daily basis. Those are the things we have to be careful of now. We have to watch for now.
Yeah, they literally make an Eye of Horus out of the... what is this thing? I mean, it's all ritual is what it is. And there really is a monolith at Ground Zero, based on Stanley Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey. We were also looking into the Oculus and the symbolism in that architecture, how the sun lights up perfectly the ground of the Oculus from 846 until 1028, marking the start of 9/11, 846, when the first plane hits the tower, to the collapse of the second tower. I mean, very precise alignments. It's a temple. What do we have here? This is One America News Network. They have Alex Stein, 99, on One America News. I'm going to play this clip. It's 27 seconds. I'm sure it's still funny. I must be missing something. I'm sure I'm missing something.
And I just want to say, I'm a pimp on a blimp. OAN, you are my friend to the end. No, we don't need to end the show right now. Don't have a cow. I miss you every day. You can watch the show if you're straight, if you're gay. Dr. Fauci, give me that ouchie. Stick that booster in my goose.
Now, is this a meltdown? I don't know what this is. This is One America News. Like, what are the qualifications to get onto One America News? What are the requirements? Background in journalism? Nah. Just go twerk at a city council meeting.
My gooster! I'm going to miss all of you so much.
But they continue to platform this, and I wonder, what is really going on with this? I must be missing something. Or cringertainment is a thing. I mean, I happen to enjoy cringertainment myself. But this is One America News Network. I guess their standard of value is, if it's trendy, if it goes viral, we must put it in front. Okay, this is a good one. Here's an actor on the day of 9/11, a crisis actor. This person literally laughs and walks off.
Water, Fatidi Waterhouse, we saw the whole thing. You saw everything. The plane hit, we saw the second plane, we saw when the thing blew up, the fire, and we lost it. Everybody just left. That was it.
Can you just tell me, you were on the ground, tell me your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, my name is Jeanette.
Jeanette.
Oh, God.
You're obviously very emotional.
She forgot her lines, and she laughed and got off the set there. You're very emotional. No, she was laughing. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Oh, this is one of my favorite clips right now. This is circulating now. This is Eric Trump explaining how no one, not even Jesus, has done as much for Christianity as Donald Trump.
Fighting for religious liberty, there's no one that's done more for Christianity than Donald Trump. No one.
There's no one that's done more for Christianity than Donald Trump.
Christianity than Donald Trump. No one. Fighting for...
Wow, okay. And there's so many 9/11 references and compilations circulating right now. But I think it's important to point out that this this phenomenon is not limited to 9/11. This truth in plain sight, this conditioning, it's for everything. It's for COVID, it's for the alien invasion, it's for any agenda you can possibly think of. I was watching the first episode of the new Game of Thrones, and instantly I could see the Roe v. Wade tie-ins. They definitely know how to get into people's heads. Here's another really good clip. This is Donald Trump talking about how now that the Twin Towers are down, he's got the tallest building in Manhattan.
An amazing phone call I made. 40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest.
Now he's the tallest. Okay, let's see. Roger Stone is now warning others about Romana Diddley and the scam. Again, the QAnon queen used Roger Stone to raise money. Look, $131, Roger Stone will say anything. But apparently, if you make a lot of money off of it, he gets kind of mad. She should just give him royalties. Prince Andrew groping women at the funeral. Very disgusting. King Charles's sausage fingers. I don't know what the hell that is. Here's the original post. Let me know if you think this sounds like fanfic. The story is a QAnoner was in a fit of election denialist rage, and he killed his family. Now, one of his daughters was not home at the time, and so she's explaining that the reason why he did it is probably because Trump lost. Here's what she wrote. My Q dad snapped and killed my family this morning. Yup, the internet ruined him. Growing up, my parents were extremely loving and happy. I had a special bond with both. In 2020, after Trump lost, my dad started going down the Q rabbit hole. He kept reading conspiracy theories about the stolen election. He said he wanted to keep us safe and happy. At 4 a.m. on September the 11th, he had an argument with my mother and decided to get our guns and shoot her, my dog, and my sister. My dad fired back at the cops, and they killed him. I don't know what to say. I hope the FBI tightens its grip on QAnon for poisoning so many people. Again, the story here is father shoots his family, daughter blames Q, and now thinks that the QAnon promoters, popularizers need to be sued. Listen to these headlines. It's all over. QAnon follower who killed wife was into Trump election and COVID-19 vaccine conspiracy theories. QAnon fan killed wife after falling down the conspiracy rabbit hole. And then you have the armed man with the rainbow clown wig going into the Dairy Queen, stating that he wanted to kill liberals, Democrats, and he wanted to restore Trump to President King. I'm thinking it's a fake story. Peter W. says fake story. A number of people have said it sounds like fan fiction. I thought so too. It's just too perfectly timed. And it's also Reddit. I don't trust Reddit very much. In fact, I sued one of the main conspiracy subreddit editors. I sued him for cyber stalking, but he backed off. He was working for some IT company, but he was charged with stalking this channel and me. Look, I've sued 3 or 4 trolls so far. The last one countersued me for $642,000. You believe that? Over trademark libel because I vandalized a meme. And he and his attorneys worked out this scheme to say that it was trademark libel, and I owe them $600,000 in damages, throw on $30,000 for attorney fees, and $12,000 for hurt feelings. So $642,000, and I didn't sell one single product with that logo on it. The only way they would have a case is if I took their logo, modified it, and sold it for a lot of money. But that not only did that not happen, but the logo in question is public domain. This fool registered a public domain piece of clip art as his own trademarked creation so he could come after me in court. It's what you would call malicious prosecution. I'm waiting for the judgment so I can laugh and obviously refute it. Is anyone here convinced that this story about the Michigan father shooting his family was real? Salty says AI written. Right, it could be. It sounds like it is written by AI. Again, if you're looking at the top right of the screen, that would be me as Ned Stark decapitating one of the night watchmen that abandoned his post, but superimposed or deepfaked is Marcus Goldfinch, who's actually Q. Pippi says, I'm a meme queen, in all caps. Oh yes, Pippi Langstruff is a meme queen. You have to go to our Discord server to see. Goes back years. We have some of the best meme techs on the internet working 24/7. That's why on the top right of the screen I've added the meme stream function. So whenever we're on the 24/7 stream and I'm not live and you're here posting stuff, you can put images, you can put whatever, you can post links, and it will pop up on the top right. Peter says, Bart Sibrel released this video today, Moon Landing Hoax Confessions. Interesting, let me take a look. Bart Sibrel thinks we're on a ball. That's all you need to know. If you believe in the space station, but you don't believe in the moon landings, you've made an error. So what do we have here? Moon Landing Hoax Confession. He says, 1 year to the day, and this is Bart's YouTube channel, after the publication of Moon Man, the true story of a filmmaker on the CIA hit list, which divulges the deathbed confessions of the former chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base in Clovis, New Mexico, who confessed to his participation in the falsification of the first moon landing. His identity is finally revealed. This predetermined waiting period was negotiated with his sole surviving son, who passed away this year. All right, so what we're looking at here is a video that would apparently have somebody. I'll have to watch the whole thing. Let me just play a clip. I'm going to play the first minute. Moon Landing Hoax Confession. And if you want to get a head start on investigating this lead, I'll put a link in my Minds account.
Hello, my name is Gene Gilmore. My birth given name is Eugene Reuben Akers. I don't want any money for what I'm doing because hopefully this video won't come out until after my death. So I have nothing to gain, nothing to profit.
He died February 13th of this year.
By telling you what I'm going to tell you. And a lot of what I'm going to tell you is available online until they see this video. And I'm sure things will start getting scrubbed. As well as moon photos. But anyway, my father in 1968 was stationed at Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico. I made notes on my computer so that I wouldn't forget anything, because there's a lot of little things and stuff that I'd forget. So these notes were made a long time ago. The original recording that my father made on his deathbed was destroyed.
Again, what you're seeing here, this is 1 year to the day after the publication of Moon Man, the true story of a filmmaker on the CIA hit list, which divulges the deathbed confession of the former chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base, who confessed to his participation in the falsification of the moon landing. This predetermined waiting period of a year was negotiated with his son, who died earlier this year. This is a dead man's switch type of situation, and this was released today, September the 13th, 2022.
My father was stationed at Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico. We lived in Clovis, New Mexico. He was in the military police for over 20 years, and on his deathbed in 2002, we made a recording of what happened. Now, I already told you what happened to the recording. But it doesn't matter because all the facts are there, so it doesn't matter who's telling the story or whatever. I will, at the end of the video, I'll supply a picture of my father, his badge.
More information at Sibrel.com. Again, I put the link in Minds.com. Moon Man, the true story of a filmmaker on the CIA hit list. There's quite a lot here. It goes on to say, Cyrus Akers detailed the information in the book, not only the location of the filming of the first fake moon landing, the dates it was filmed, the CIA code name for the operation, but he gave the name of 15 government scientists and officials who were allowed exclusive observation of this historic government fraud. Many of them are still alive today. Threatened with execution if he ever revealed the information, Security Chief Akers kept all of this to himself until his deathbed, the guilt from which prompted his tearful confession to his son, who was also threatened with assassination, after sharing this information with Bart Sibrel, author of Moon Man. Fascinating. It says, today, with 50 years of more advanced rocket and computer tech, the current Artemis moon rocket took 18 years to develop, has had 3 failures, and is not safe enough to carry astronauts. The farthest that the government can send astronauts today, 50 years later, is to the space station, which is 1,000th of the distance to the moon. Okay, this should be very interesting. I'm going to go ahead and follow this. Bart Sibrel, very well known. He's been interviewed everywhere. Tonight Show, Daily Show, Geraldo, Washington Post, USA Today, LA Times. And I think he's safe. Bart Sibrel is safe because he believes in outer space. He's not questioning the worldview. He's questioning the moon landing. And that's where a lot of people stop. They can't go further than that for some reason. Appreciate the link, whoever put it there. Peter W. Again, that video came out today. Go to minds.com/Infinite Plane Society, and you'll be able to find that. Chief of Disguise explains the use of human masks.
Yeah.
You know, I'm doing a video on deep fakes. It's actually a compilation of many different videos. We had done this thing, it was called Sunday School. I'd focus on one topic, usually 3 hours. We did one on Cult of the Obelisk, the symbolism of the mystery Babylon inherent within our space program. I did another one on deepfakes, and I'm developing this into a course for the IPS Institute. Again, if you're not familiar, the IPS Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction is one of the places where we are archiving our best ideas by putting it into a format that will not be censorable. I'm going to go ahead and play a clip here. This is something I'm going to be sourcing in this next course. This is Jonah Mendez, former chief of disguise for the CIA, explaining the use of human masks. And the reason why this matters is they have been using, quote, deepfake technology long before computer-generated deepfakes.
My fellow Americans, you deserve the truth, and I know you can handle it.
My name is Jonna Mendez, and I was chief of disguise at the CIA. One of the things that was going on when I was chief of disguise was an enormous research program into the new advanced disguise system. It was basically the masks that everybody always wondered if we used masks, and this was the beginning. This is a series of photographs of when I met George H.W. Bush in the Oval Office and revealed to him that I was briefing him wearing a mask.
The image of the mask that she was showing, the photo, was censored. It was erased. But it's literally foolproof. There's really no other way to explain it. Foolproof masks. She describes examples of being in the room with half a dozen Saddam Husseins, not knowing which one was the real one. And that pretty much explains why I think it's perfectly reasonable to doubt the death date of the Queen. Okay, this has been great. I want to say thanks to everyone for joining earlier today as well. We're going to be back likely 7 to 9. I usually start earlier. But also, I'm doing a lot of recording in the morning for the IPS Institute. I'm doing these recordings early in the day. You're welcome to join in. Most of that will end up in these courses, but I'm using the first half of the day to do that. And in the evenings, we'll be doing open phone calls. Let me go ahead and play one more clip here. This is from the Daily Show. I mean, I don't know if these are actors who are there to make people look dumb or if it's just selective editing, but this is pretty bad.
Barack Obama had big part of 9/11.
Which part?
Not being around, always on vacation, never in the office.
Why do you think Barack Obama wasn't in the Oval Office on 9/11?
That I don't know. Would like to get to the bottom of that.
Like to get to the bottom of it. Why, why wasn't Obama in the White House on 9/11? Incredible. All right, this is COVID Cooties by Symbia. See you all tomorrow morning. If you want to join the newsletter, click the link below, infiniteplane.media. Stick around for the 24/7.
Instead of doing what you tell me to, I caught the COVID cooties. Now my life is like a movie. I'm not staying home. I'm filming all the empty hospitals. Classic action sheep running through all of these It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast.
All right, it's September the 6th, 2022. And according to one dubious report, we now have President Kamala Harris at the helm. We'll look into that first, and then we'll move forward. A lot of interesting things to talk about. A lot of the usual stuff, the normal stuff, like Disney normalizing the occult and distributing satanic cartoons to children. We have, yes, here's the report. Kamala Harris is now President of the United States. Hasn't been thoroughly vetted or verified, but we're going to go ahead and roll with it and see if there's anything to it. Looks kind of like Gavin McInnes, who recently pulled a Jussie Smollett and he faked his own persecution in order to gain clout and clicks. And, well, I think he's back. We'll look into Gavin McInnes in a minute. We're talking about
just now.
This is the guy saying that Kamala Harris
getting message that, one second here, that Kamala Harris is now the acting president of the United States. Again, you're hearing this right now. Kamala Harris is now acting president of the United States.
Now, weirdly, this is just how media works. I think a lot of it, just the imagery, can sell a story. And the fact that he's wearing a backpack and it looks like he has an earpiece in, and it sounds like there's a helicopter in the background, makes it sound very credible. And when I first heard the thing, I saw that, well, he has 395,000 subs. It sounds legit, but let me go ahead and play the rest of this clip.
Waiting to hear also, I'm hearing that this is being officially released even now as we speak. And so we will be waiting to get another confirmation of this. But I just got a text in from the White House that Kamala Harris...
So he's claiming he got a text from the White House. And this is Israeli News Live. I know how credible this sounds. Some random guy on the internet looks like the leader of the Proud Boys. And again, all these feds look alike. Kamala Harris is now president of the United States. I know it sounds nightmarish and fake. I really don't believe this is true based on this one account. But I'm just sharing this information.
She is now the acting president of the United States. She will be speaking tomorrow. And so we're waiting to see how that's coming out. If any of you can confirm that, if you've actually seen that as well.
I love this guy. He's like, if any of you can confirm this. Like, you're the guy with 395,000 subs. Reckless speculation, really, from someone with a channel that big is, at this time, it's frowned upon already, but it's ill-advised from the perspective of if you want to keep your channel. But I think he's probably doing this for clicks, and people do whatever they have to do for clicks. I've seen on TikTok especially monkeypox. What do you want to call them? Those afflicted with the monkeypox are going on to TikTok and showing it off for clicks. I happen to think it's fake. I know it's fakeable. I've actually seen a monkeypox filter you can get. Doesn't Beto O'Rourke have the monkeypox? All right, Diana South is here. Got notified on D Live. Yes, we're on D Live, YouTube, Twitch, and Echo Charlie's joining us here. Says they found the Memphis woman's body. Yes, they did. This year's Gabby Petito. I knew it was going to happen in the month of September for Virgo. I believe what we're seeing with Gabby Petito and now the heiress who was just kidnapped and now they found her body. What we're seeing, I believe, is a ritualization, a ritual sacrament in a way to the goddess and their gods. And I believe this one in particular pays homage to Virgo, the spring maiden, personified and then kidnapped by a personification of Hades. This kidnapping rite corresponds to the astrological change as we go from Virgo into Libra, the equinox, where we go into the dark half of the year, and it symbolizes the kidnapping of the goddess. And being taken into the underworld refers to fall and winter. I think that's what we're seeing. I think it's theater. It's pageantry, because we do have a pagan world order. All right, we're joined by Nama. AA says serial killers are sensational and cause panic. They will bring them back. I think they are. I think they're trying to bring back some form of fear of the outside, fear of other people. They're recycling a lot, which we've been discussing at length. Your Mama says the Memphis ritual so much resembles Gabby Petito. Right. We'll go back into that story if you all like. But tonight the topic is Noah's flood and the 614 code. We're often discussing the patterns, even if we don't know what these numbers mean, even if we don't have all the answers. We're just recognizing the patterns that are there. And one of the patterns we recognized is one, the templating off of Old Testament myths when it comes to climate change. And NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, is a counterpart to NOAA. It's a direct one-to-one piece-by-piece template. They've literally just took the Old Testament and they superimposed it so that the atheists would go along with their flood god myth. I believe it's used for psychological intimidation, control, religion in general. But there's been something that's correlated with this and with a lot of the predictive programming for climate change. A lot of it is, of course, in the movies, sometimes in the scripted news events. But one of the reoccurring numbers that we have noted has been 614. Don't Look Up, the movie about a comet about to hit the Earth, which I've said is about the Earth as the Titanic, and the comet represents the iceberg. And it's just describing how if we don't confront climate change, if we don't listen to the scientists, the Noahs of our day, who are getting messages from the angels / satellites, we're all going to get flooded by the angry globe / God. It's a myth brought back into a modern context. But in that movie they specified the comet's going to hit us in 6 months, 14 days. Shortly after this, I was noting how Alec Baldwin shot that director Joel Souza, who survived, the one who wasn't killed, and his birthday was Donald Trump's birthday, 6/14. And we correlated this with Alec Baldwin's Trump derangement syndrome, where he said he wished for a meteor to hit the White House. So this theme of something from space, judgment from above, hitting the Earth, is the reoccurring theme. But again, the 614, that date, that number, has been a reoccurring theme in our discussions, but I think I might have an answer as to what it actually means. Again, oftentimes we note the patterns even if we don't know what the ultimate meaning is, and I think we may have discerned something with regard to the 614. So the title of the live stream, Noah's Flood and the 614 Code, which we'll get into here shortly. But I want to just reiterate a few things about the bigger picture, just so we're all on the same sheet. Joined here by Kevin Mooring, says he got the text alerts. Cubstar AJ206, Moon Harvest. Yeah, if you're not getting text alerts, go to infiniteplane.media. Re-enter your number if you're not getting them anymore. I had to start a new account, so you might not be receiving them, but it's easy to get it reinstated. All right, Bullet 1536 says text is working great. Joined by also getting a text. I appreciate everybody who signs up. The more of you who get on the text alerts, the more resilient the channel becomes. We get deleted, canceled. In fact, my last channel that was Infinite Plane Society, I just shared it on my Patreon. I said, hey, check it out, youtube.com/Infinite Plane Society. Less than 12 hours after updating my URL, with no strikes, they yanked the channel. No warnings. And I think it's because that was the name of my original channel 125 channels ago. But again, it's no big deal so long as we're all signed up for the text alerts. All right, Beans is here. G33, Crackle D-Man says no one we know is president of the United States. Yeah, I've heard all kinds of rumors. Some say it's still Trump. They call it devolution. The whole devolution thing is the idea that the government is going through some kind of transition and now the military is in control, and everything we see on TV is some kind of a facade to keep us distracted from the enormity of the real situation. Apparently it would be too chaotic if we found out the truth. I don't believe that. I think it's just bad hopium. I mean, what's worse for the country, all the fentanyl or all the hopium? The whole QAnon thing is based on this Kool-Aid, is what I call it, but technically it's just Kool-Aid spiked with a little too much hope, and it's not a good hope. This is, I mean, utopianism generally leads to hell. The whole thing about the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Well, that's what utopianism is about. One of the comments or memes I closed on yesterday was just the comment about how one of the greatest achievements of the space program has been to convince people that progress lies in colonizing Mars, when if you objectively analyze Mars, it's gulag life, essentially forced labor, the loss of all private property, privacy, everything that you know is freedom. And this is the space program's greatest accomplishment. It's selling you on this as an ideal. And then they tell you, well, we should just realize this ideal here on Earth. Why should we just limit it to up there? In fact, I first heard this line of thinking from Jeff Bezos / Nimrod / Dr. Evil / the man who fell to Earth. Jeff Bezos had remarked back in 2017 about the need to enter a civilization of stasis, and that if you want freedom and liberty, you can't have it here because it's not sustainable, but that we're going to have to go through some kind of authoritarian system to maintain Earth in a stasis. However, you can have your freedom and liberty if you go to space. How convenient, because he's the guy who sells the tickets. That's how all these religions work. They construct a utopian vision, they sell it to you, they condemn the world as it is, and then they make you pay. John Cordone says we have a deep fake, deep state. What we have is a monolithic media that controls the minds of the multitudes with pageantry and theater. Mind-controlled magic, somewhere in there, there's a mechanism by which they are able to tap into the sentient beings' co-creative capacities and turn it towards their designs. Flat Earth is here, says welcome back Tim. That SOB is here from DLive. I've never actually left. You just have to stay in touch. Get on the newsletter, infiniteplane.media. Pete Shea is here, says monkeypox, max vax, and mask packs are on the way to the local store here. I keep asking him when they're due in, says soon. Not soon enough, says I. So there's Pete Shea, eager for his monkeypox, max vax, and mask packs. I think you can find those on Amazon. Alright, joined by Turbo Nubero, says female serial killers are usually nurses or caretakers. And the Black Widow types. I've noticed that. But the movie Monster, which stars Christina Ricci and who's the other one? The one who plays the serial killer. I mean, this was a really disturbing movie, and I don't even know if I would consider that, Charlize Theron, I don't know if I would consider that to be a serial killer. It seemed like not exactly the same. I guess we should differentiate between spree killers, just general psychopaths, and this mostly media creation of predators or interspecies predators, the Hannibal Lecter types, which I contend don't really exist. I think most of them are fake. It was last year, a couple days ago was the anniversary that Gabby Petito disappeared. And I'm just pointing out that Eliza Fletcher is this year's Gabby Petito. It's almost as though they're not even trying to hide it. New details surrounding the death of Eliza Fletcher. Body found in Memphis. Is that of abducted teacher? Timeline of events. The murder of a Memphis teacher who was abducted on Friday. Now, Friday is significant. Friday is associated with, Frida, Venus. It's the goddess day. In fact, the number 13 is heavily associated with the goddess, many associated with the moon, 13 lunar months. Diana is a lunar goddess. We've been discussing the lunar goddesses because of the Artemis rocket, which has failed to launch twice. But Artemis is the Greek counterpart to Roman Diana. Again, lunar goddess. And I would say this all connects. This disappearing goddess, or the kidnapped physical personification of Virgo. And of course, this all ties into the end of the summer as we enter the dark half of the year. I think this might all just be ritual. So Liza was, in quotes, Liza's her name, Liza Fletcher, 34. I'm surprised she wasn't 33. And speaking of the Artemis missile launch or rocket launch that's failed to go off, they've made a couple of interesting links here. One, they suggest that its leak was somehow comparable to what happened with the Challenger. So they brought up the Challenger, kind of invoking the explosion. Again, the Challenger exploded 1 minute 13 seconds. Very significant number. But I thought that was interesting to bring that back up. And the broken arrow is a significant symbol here. You have Artemis like a broken arrow. And then on August 31st, there's all kinds of talk about Princess Diana, whose car crashed into the 13th pillar in the tunnel when she crashed and died. Again, a cracked pillar, broken arrow, Diana. There's a pattern here. And again, it was the 13th. So what does this mean? In my view, I think we're looking at a Virgo/virgin sacrifice ritual, but there may be more to it. Like, for example, broken arrow is a military term for a nuke, a stolen nuke, a nuclear accident, one that's been perhaps, there's a movie about it called Broken Arrow, but one that is compromised in some manner. So the broken arrow symbolism does correspond to a lot of the preparation that we've seen for some kind of nuclear fallout. Like in New York, they're getting their go bags ready. So broken arrow is one of the themes here. So they just found that body. Good to know. We'll continue to follow that story as it develops. Again, I'm saying that this is a repeat of Gabby Petito's disappearance. And I brought up a picture, if you look. And this was just shared from patch.com. In case you missed it, Gabby Petito's dad, 1 year later, quote, "We cry every day." If you look at this picture they show you, it has a very, very interesting bit of, I would say, clue. I mean, you could call this a clue. It's a bit of intrigue here. Look at Gabby Petito, recently disappeared. She's wearing a shirt that says guess with a question mark. And then in her glasses, you can clearly see the word fake. And it's reflected from whatever sign is in front of her, but it actually says fake. So even right there, that's just an obvious hint, if you ask me. And the fact that MTG, Dog the Bounty Hunter, was involved in the hunt for Gabby Petito kind of seals the deal. The whole thing was fake. And I think it's all about brainwashing. Ultimately, if you recall, she was kidnapped by Brian Laundrie, which sounds proximal to brain laundry, brainwashing. And I thought maybe this is just an allegory for how those of us who are hooked into this thing are basically kidnapped. They are a captive audience, and they're being taken down to Hades or whatever dark place that their captors decide to take them. I think that we're looking at just mind control allegory. Like we're all basically under the spell. And this all does tie in to the recent return of Pluto. Look, everything about the world stage drama does tie into astrology. Was it J.P. Morgan who said that millionaires don't use astrology, but billionaires? Now I guess we should update it to trillionaires. Millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do. That's absolutely true. Not in the way that he intends here, but it is certainly true if you ask me. with regard to how everything is timed. In fact, 9/11 was timed, coordinated 8:46 a.m. with the rise of Mercury, corresponds to the timing of the death ritual asphyxiation of George Floyd, 8:46, times with the, or coordinates with the Jay Walker execution, 8 cops, 46 shots, 8:46. Everything here is timed. It's time stamped, like when they let Derek Chauvin out, 11:22 a.m. Or they're going to actually charge one of the officers involved in the Breonna Taylor shooting. She's going to be, no, she's going to be sentenced rather on 11:22. Again, I'm just pointing out nothing is accidental and it's all timed by the stars. The Great Reset was a conspiracy theory up until the Great Conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn on a winter solstice, a conjunction the likes of which we won't have again for a long time. And the last time was 2,000 years ago. Last time we went to year 0. So you can see how the reset is even coordinated at that level. All right, going through some comments here. Day Raven says thanks for the chat invite. Oh yes, by all means, and jump into the Discord if you like, because the Discord stores all of our YouTube chats indefinitely. Joined by Will. Nedrick says thanks for the texts. Rocco is here. Black Apple, Tina Marie. It's 33 is D-Live is still a thing, and not only that, but we are now accepting lemons as currency. Manuel says no hopium. Yep, it's all bad hopium. And I thought it was going to just dry out, but then it just seems like they addicted all the former addicts because Trump started Truth Social, which is his version of Twitter, and he's just retweeting all the Q stuff. Gypsies says it's part of the fake Great Awakening. Agreed. I would say that the Great Awakening is just as fake and fallacious and undesirable as the Great Reset. One is for the left, one is for the right. I mean, take your pick, chemtrails or global warming. You have these partisan psyops. And they are. Nobody's in the middle. You don't have believers in both. Like Greta, you think Greta cares about chemtrails? Not at all. Doesn't believe in them. Why is that? Because she's pushing climate change. Anybody who pushes chemtrails will call climate change a laughable, ridiculous, unbelievable hoax. They have like mutual disdain for one another's conspiracy theories. Okay, continue going through my chat feed. Diana South says the nurses are the serial killers. No, the nurses are hard at twerk. I've seen nothing but dancing nurses in empty hospitals. I have no reason to believe that they're doing anything other than possibly having access to the pharmacies in the empty hospitals. But during the lockdowns, I saw nothing but a big charade. I don't even think that they're anything other than crisis actresses, most likely inadvertently. Joined by It's 33 Ren says Artemis missile launch. I use the word missile advisedly. Again, Artemis archery, Diana archery, the arrow, broken pillar, 13th pillar. There's a really strong connection here. And the story even ties in the Anne Hesh, who crashed her car. Another crash, blonde, short hair, fits the archetype. Virgo, Huntress. And what's more, this Anne Hesh story is deeply connected with the number 13. She was in the movie 13 Minutes, and now Girl in Room 13 about what? A kidnapped girl in Room 13 is going to be released this month at the end of Virgo. I believe on the 17th, Lifetime Network, Anne Hesh's story. And again, that story really became a big, I think it was the beginning of, yes, it was August 5th. Okay, so that was kind of a big dramatic story at the beginning of August, and I thought, this probably ties into this Virgo thing, and sure enough, I think it has, specifically the crash, and this is why I think the broken arrow scenario is likely. And to date, since 1950, there have been 32 broken arrow incidents. So what do you know about the number 33? I mean, we all seem to notice whenever it comes to Major League psyops, that's their magic number. How many bullets did Frank James fire into the subway? Just a pop quiz. Yeah, we could ask a whole lot of questions. How old was Wee Lion, the guy who blew the whistle about COVID in 2020? How old was the QAnon shaman when he ran with the spear into the Capitol? How old was Code Monkey Z, suspected of being Q? I don't think he's Q, but he's the number one suspect. How old was he when they were trying to flip the election at the Cyber Symposium? Like, you will find that every major instigator in every one of these events, how old was Timothy McVeigh when he was executed 90 days before 9/11? The answer is 33 on all of them. And this templating goes way back. Let's go ahead and continue. Joined by Salty Siren says it's my death day. Okay, 9/6. Yep, happy, what do you call it? Beak day or hatch day. We have a whole lot of penguin themed birthday cards that get generated whenever there's a birthday. It's kind of a tradition in our Discord server, so if you're not in the Discord server, you're missing out. And also we've added something to the server. It's called Midjourney, and it's an AI art generator. In fact, if you're looking at my avatar, the very muscular penguin, it looks like the penguin had his chest feathers plucked. You know, like you would expect, so that they put the oil on and they pose or whatever. It looks like a bodybuilding penguin. Anyway, my point is, I used the AI generator to create this piece, and it does look like a bodybuilding penguin. But I created that in the Discord server, and then I just added the wrench. All right, joined by Jennifer Lovecraft Reeves, says happy exit womb day. Well, the god of the world, apparently, the one they worship, is the god of recycling, and it apparently involves the recycling of souls. I haven't determined exactly, how literal this stuff is, but it seems like it might be. Hopefully, it's not, but seems to be the case that we might be caught in some kind of a loop here. Everything does seem to be recycled. So let's get back to the main topic, which is how they've reintroduced the flood myth for the modern age. And this is the 614 code I wanted to get into. I haven't seen the movie Evan Almighty. I don't really intend to watch it, but here's the breakdown. It's a 2007 comedy film, a spin-off of Bruce Almighty. And of course, Jim Carrey, Bruce Almighty. I may have to watch this now, because Jim Carrey's heavily associated with the dog star symbolism in all these various movies. And of course, The Truman Show, about a man in a movie set reality, doesn't know it's all just a stage. So he's technically a false man, because he's the only person there not in the know. But then the dog star falls from the sky, or the stage light that was posing as the dog star, and it triggers an awakening, and then he becomes a true man. It's an interesting story, very consistent with what we would expect from the subtexts of Jim Carrey's movies. I call it Hollywood archetype casting, but they give these actors, specific actors, roles, and they're conduits for certain types of symbolism, and it's very consistent. Anyway, it's not a surprise that he would be connected to this movie, Evan Almighty, about a retelling. It says here, it's a retelling of Noah's Ark, which he reluctantly reenacts because God commands him to do so. I looked into this movie because yesterday we were examining a whole lot of predictive programming, looking at the date 9/23, September the 23rd. And in many instances, it references a flood. And I noticed this movie was heavily represented in the predictive programming. So I thought, okay, this might be something worth looking at. I opened up the the Wikipedia article, and the first thing it mentions here is the significance of the number 614. So apparently, he is experiencing synchronicities. The number 614 starts appearing in various forms throughout his daily routines. Again, we're talking about newly elected to Congress, a former television news reporter, Evan Baxter, who is being given orders from God. And over the next several days, strange events in his life occur. Again, pairs of animals start following him. He starts to grow a beard. His clothes are replaced with robes. He begins to look like Noah. Then he sees the number 614 everywhere. Evan comes to realize that 614 refers to the verse 14 in chapter 6 of Genesis, where God instructs Noah to build an ark in preparation for the coming flood. Initially, he rejects the idea, then he builds the ark. Again, 614 is the number referenced in Don't Look Up. 614 is Donald Trump's birthday. Interestingly enough, we had that comedian Heather McDonald who fell and hit her head. Her birthday, 614. we were taking note of all these conspicuous uses of 614 as it relates to this idea of the meteor hitting the White House, hitting Trump. Of course, the thing with Alec Baldwin shooting that director with Trump's birthday also brings in Hunt for Red October into the picture, which might relate to this. Again, Hunt for Red October about a nuclear submarine, undetectable. Now here's what's more. God appears to Evan, gives him the robe, and says the flood is going to occur midday September 22nd. So midday September 22nd. Again, the tie-in here, there's plenty of predictive programming throughout many different movies, no doubt ones you've seen, many in The Simpsons, that reference 239 or 923. Very common thing, and it seems to all reference the flood. And of course, this movie from 2007 is also exhibiting the same exact pattern, and it references 6:14, chapter 6, verse 14, book of Genesis, where God instructs Noah to build the ark. And all of this relates to today's Noah, the modern flood myth. This is done under it's kind of tandem with NASA, but the idea is they have the satellites. They're warning us of the flood, specifically telling us it's your consumption, overconsumption of the dino juice. It's unsustainable. We're getting plenty of warnings. And when I say that we live in a doomsday cult, you just have to look at the climate change activists who say we have 1,028 days left before the world ends. We are in the end times. The end is near. Noah's warnings came from angels. Theirs come from satellites. Same exact story. They laughed, they mocked, they scoffed. I mean, we all laugh at these climate hysterics. But from Genesis 6:6, they laugh, they mock, they scoff until the ark door slams shut and the flood waters come pouring in. Don't wait until it's too late. So the flood warning that we're getting from the predictive programming suggests that we're going to be hit with some kind of object from above. I'm guessing Satan too, from Putin. Maybe a comet, iceberg, meteor, space junk thing, but in all likelihood it's going to be something man-made. But September 23rd is a likely date. Now, one more piece that ties this together. That would be the first day of the second half of the year after Artemis, or after, Virgo. And the whole broken arrow thing may tie into this. Again, if the broken arrow may be the event of 614, and this would be consistent with the symbolism of Alec Baldwin, Hunt for Red October, the nuke, and of course shooting a guy with the 614 birthday, a guy who specifically dresses up like Trump, and he hates Trump so much that he wishes for a meteor to hit Trump. And of course the meteor hitting Trump, the comet, it could all just be symbolic, and I'm thinking Satan too is the most likely candidate. All right, continuing through your comments. If anyone's seen that movie, let me know if it's worth watching. There might be more in there, but just the fact that it is showing somebody experiencing synchronicities with the number 614 and it's connected to a flood, very interesting. I may go back and play some more clips from that compilation in case anyone is interested in hearing, but the phenomenon of numbers and dates and projected calamities is not limited to merely 9/11. And of course, many of us have noted the Seattle predictive programming with 11/3. And on 3/11, we did have ground zero Seattle for the pandemic. No coincidences, but it does seem like November the 23rd would be consistent again with the broken arrow scenario. God Was Bored says, I saw the movie many years ago, worth a watch. Pete Shea says 9/11/22 adds to 42. Well, we are approaching the 21st anniversary of 9/11. And the 21st anniversary of 9/11 is occurring just a couple weeks after they shut down the 9/11 memorial, which says a lot. Okay, let us continue. Life in blackout Britain. Experts warn of energy rationing this winter. We had plenty of this, plenty of predictive programming for exactly this scenario of blackouts. That's going to be a reoccurring theme. Blackouts is part of I think, the coming lockdowns. They're going to have more lockdowns in the future, but it may not be for some kind of a pandemic, but it may be because of climate change, may even be because of fallout. Now, I have a really good instance here of predictive programming by Apoc Shaker. He found this from a movie called Modern Problems. This is an obscure movie from 1981. Chevy Chase, Modern Problems. At 17 minutes into the movie, there's a strange line that comes out of nowhere, and there's an awkward pause, and they're talking about how he's a pilot, and someone asks, have you ever hit a building or a tower? And he says, no. Then you hear some car honking. Then someone running across the street right behind him happens to be carrying a couple of speakers that look like twin towers. And all this is in Manhattan. I'm going to play the clip. It's very short, very subtle, but very consistent with the types of repetitive and ubiquitous predictive programming.
Get out of here. So, Max, what are you up to?
Oh, I'm an air traffic controller.
Heavy job. My hat's off to you, Max.
Hey, did you ever have a crash?
Crash? No. No crashes, not yet. Nope.
Well, how come in all those crashes they never hit the tower?
Oh, I guess they could.
So he's a tower. He's in air traffic control, and she says, how come in those crashes they never hit the tower? And right after, there's honk honk in the background, an awkward pause, and the jogger runs by with the speakers.
But if they wanted to.
So what do you do, Brian?
And there they are. There is the Twin Towers jogging right behind him. I'm going to play that one more time.
Get out of here. So, Max, what are you up to?
Oh, I'm an air traffic controller.
Heavy job. My hat's off to you, Max.
Hey, did you ever have a crash?
Crash? No. No crashes, not yet. Nope.
Well, how come in all those crashes they never hit the tower?
Oh, I guess they could if they wanted to.
I guess they could if they wanted to. Very ominous. And then you have a falling tower behind him, or twin towers. Cracked Magazine is another magazine worth looking at. Every cover seems to hint at it. Linda Curtis says the 9/11 comedy show goes way back. Yes, I think you can find examples of 9/11 predictive programming before the towers were built. Video, NASA's second launch attempt delayed due to fuel leaks. We keep seeing references to leaks and cracks. Roe v. Wade, leaks. Again, leaks are part of the meta script, the meta scripted story, the breaking of the dam, the flood the polls 2022. There's a really consistent theme here, and all of it ties into the Kraken symbolism that was originally corresponding to 11/3/2020, the election day. And of course, it also ties into 1/6. The Kraken thing is huge because, of course, we're talking about the symbol of a beast from the sea, the water. And again, the Artemis launch seems to correspond to the Broken Arrow scenario, which may be the Kraken that we've been expecting. And what's more, it is Pluto/Hades that releases the Kraken. Some more information on the Artemis mission when it actually takes off. The entire duration will be for 42 days. Which reminds me, Anne Hesh has another movie with a 13 reference, 7 days, or 7 nights, 7 days, 6 nights, and the whole thing is 7, 6, 13, or multiply them, you get 42. So it's a 42-day mission, a 322-foot rocket. And it's going around the moon these 3 times. And if you look at the diagram, the blue line, the yellow line, and the pink line show its orbit around the moon before it comes back, making a nice 666, not a coincidence. Go through your comments. Yeah, 6 days, 7 nights, Harrison Ford. That's the one. And my contention is that Anne Hesh is related symbolically to Gabby Petito, to the girl in room 13. It's this Persephone, this kidnapped storyline. And I think this also pertains to Princess Diana. And of course, her anniversary, or 25th death anniversary, has been very big news. Mark Dice is River Phoenix. I think we've already discussed that one. Gina Thomas also urged Wisconsin lawmakers to overturn the 2020 election. It's starting to look to me like this whole Q thing was a major sting, and it's nothing but crisis actors to get any last remnants of American nationalism into the spotlight so that they can frame them for something big. And I'm thinking that whatever this Kraken thing is that they have planned, I think it's going to tie in to this nuke scenario. In fact, the DHS has been doing drills for what they expect to be white nationalist domestic violent extremists using some kind of dirty bombs. Again, verse 14, chapter 6, 6:14, book of Noah, where God instructs Noah to build an ark. And this does correlate with this predictive programming that we've been examining, pointing at next September as potentially significant. Here's a nice find in our Discord server. This is posted by Salty Siren. You got Justin Bieber with a head wound in one of his music videos. It says, if you're reading this, it's too late. And behind Justin, you have this little bit of blood splatter on the wall. Kind of like The Weeknd with his bizarre fixation with having a head wound. Just putting it out there. I know that he recently canceled his tour. Look, for anybody who has any doubts about River Phoenix and Mark Dice, I have a video linked. I'm just going to post it in my Minds account if you want to see it. There's no sense really in playing the video for people who are listening only, but there's a mole that gives it away. Mark Dice, River Phoenix. It's fascinating to think about if you know who Mark Dice is. Originally John Connor. He changed his name. But his role as a right-wing provocateur is the complete opposite of his brother, Joaquin Phoenix, the Joker, who was doing a lot of climate change activism before the Joker movie came out. And these things are connected because the Joker movie really does introduce class warfare, rich against the poor, kill the rich, eat the rich. That's one of the themes in the Joker movie. And climate change is nothing more than class warfare in a disguise. That's how they've reintroduced it. That's why the Joaquin Phoenix / Joker would be about that particular thing. Seabay says, just got here, not sure if it was mentioned, but 614 is the area code for Vancouver where it rains a lot, an hour from Seattle. I'm glad you mentioned that. Again, to reiterate, 614, biblical reference, Genesis, God says for Noah to build the ark. This ties the movie Evan Almighty to Noah's ark, that myth, but also the date, September the 23rd, which is referenced in many, many movies in connection with some kind of a flood. So we have a strong connection there also with the birth date of Donald Trump and the Alec Baldwin Rust ritual, where he brings the Hunt for Red October storyline of the Russian nuke into the story. And then, of course, the shooting of somebody with that birthday, 614, and the movie Don't Look Up, 6 months and 14 days. We have 6 months and 14 days until the Earth is hit by a comet. All of these things are very well, I think, articulated. This is definitely a pattern. I want to point out, too, that the Seattle Space Needle is one of the reoccurring symbols that you see throughout many of these movies with catastrophes, but space needles in general. And the Space Needle is a very important and key symbol in a lot of the predictive programming, and it represents the same thing as the obelisk, but instead of the golden tip or with the rocket, instead of a capsule, they have a UFO. It represents the gods descending. It represents the rapture. Of course, the Space Needle in Seattle has a lot of interesting bits of symbolism attached to it. The number 42, Washington State 42, it's a 42-second ride to the top of the Space Needle. It's 42 meters wide. All of this ties in to the central god or archetype, L, or Saturn. All of this stuff is interrelated. But the fact is, the Westworld movie is really focused on, apparently, this symbol. It's not exactly Seattle. They focus on the one in Vegas and the Hoover Dam. They reference the Hoover Dam. The dam is about to break. It's cracking. We were remarking on Westworld's use of the dam right before there was an actual explosion on Hoover Dam. One of the transformers exploded. And I was also correlating the beginning of Westworld Season 4 with the beginning of Strangeland World 4. Stranger Things Season 4. And in Stranger Things, it starts off with a reference to a dam that's about to break. A dam that is, quote, cracking. Cracks in the dam. And all of this does connect because at the end of each of these seasons, of these two different shows that are on concurrently on Netflix, they both seem to reference a calamity to come in Seattle. For example, the first one, Westworld, ends with this Space Needle as the main symbol, and there's some kind of a major EMP blast that takes everybody out. The end of Stranger Things has a 7.4 magnitude earthquake. Now again, 7.4, think July 4th. This July 4th has a very special meaning in the bigger context because Pluto returned to its July 4th, 1776 position earlier this year. And again, Pluto equals Hades. The character corresponding to Hades in Westworld was on the dam at the very beginning when he's looking at this Space Needle. Again, it ends with the Space Needle and this big pulse, electromagnetic pulse. The end of the Stranger Things has Hawkins, which I believe corresponds to Seattle, and it literally cracks. It cracks open. In fact, the end scene looks just like Dawn Day 2 with the cracked house and that whole ritual, which was welcoming the return of Pluto. So Stranger Things ends with a Seattle-like place cracking. But again, 7.4 magnitude earthquake obviously relates to July 4th, but also it relates to the drills being done earlier this summer in Seattle for a 7.5 magnitude earthquake, which they said would bring a 42-foot wave tsunami. A 42-foot wave tsunami corresponds to Season 4, Episode 2. It corresponds to the 42s I mentioned. Here's the article. Simulation shows tsunami waves high as 42 feet could hit Seattle at the Great Wheel, as far as Lumen Field and T-Mobile Park. Seattle earthquake could cause 42-foot tsunami. 7.5 magnitude earthquake would cause a 42. Again, I'm correlating here the dam and Seattle, an EMP, and a flood. All of this relates. These very popular concurrent Netflix shows, and it all does relate to what's going on, of course, in the, quote, real world in the news. Now, here's a video, terrifying moment. Amusement park ride in India breaks and crashes down violently. This is on September the 4th. And the interesting thing about it to me is just the shape of it. This looks like a big Space Needle. Now, this video has gone viral. You may have seen it. But the main thing that stands out to me is that it looks like a Space Needle. Nobody died. I don't think it was fake necessarily. I would hate to think that it was intentional. That's pretty sadistic. Because the UFO part of it fell about 50 feet and 16 people were flung off roughly. I don't even think this was fake at all. But it's definitely reminiscent of a Space Needle. Fascinating. Again, this ties in, I think it may tie in. There's so many stories that this last year about people falling from towers, and you had the Bed Bath & Beyond CEO just falling from that tower. Fascinating. Okay, I'm going through some comments. Again, 614 is the area code for Vancouver from Seabase. Appreciate that. Oh, that's 604. 604. Thanks for the correction. All right, Pete Shea says, nobody died, nobody cries, somebody flied. Look, I don't say everything's fake, but I say that everything is potentially fake until proven real. And when your source is a known liar, a pathological liar, as the television is known to be, you would be remiss if you didn't do some basic fact checking. And most people don't. In fact, they consider you to be some kind of extremist if you demand a little bit of reality testing of the media's claims. California declares level 3 grid emergency, one step away from rolling power outages. No surprise there. Yeah, Linda Curtis remarks that 614's Ohio. I believe that Jurassic Liars has remarked on that. In fact, he thinks, or he's concluded, or rather, actually, he's discerned that in all likelihood, if there is some kind of a Trump head wound scenario planned, it would be taking place in Ohio. I got to respond to a tweet from Fakeologist. I wasn't being serious. He said she's 90 something FFS, referring to the Queen. I had said that her hand is blue from initiating people into the Black Eye Club. New York Post, frail Queen's blue hand sparks health concerns at Liz Truss meeting. Well, the Queen's blue hand could have a number of explanations. I don't know why the media would focus on it other than just being exploitative as usual. However, I have said in the past that she's the only one. If you look at all the people who are part of the Black Eye Club, and these are all these elite, these celebrities and politicians who show up with a conspicuous black eye and they don't even cover it up. They go out into public with it. It's like a humiliation, right? But I thought of all the people, royalty, politicians, celebrities, and otherwise, she's the only one conspicuously out of the club, which made me think, well, maybe she's the boss. Maybe she's high enough in the club that she's the one who does the punching. That was my best explanation. I didn't mean it seriously. Just for the Fakeologist's information. By the way, we are on FakeOTube, which I'm going to be promoting now that I understand how to best use it. So FakeOTube will be an archive. I will be using FakeOTube specifically when we're live, and I'll turn it off right after. So it's not a 24/7 stream, but it will be a consistent archive location. So stay tuned for that. If you're in the newsletter, of course, you'll be getting that information. Lean Dion draws a reference to Lumen Field and the light bulb. Yes, EMP. Also says there's an occult meaning to Bed Bath & Beyond, with all the celebs having ritual pics in bathtubs, and then the beyond part, the place they're going to, apparently sex magic-y. You know, I agree. There must be something. I mean, we have so many examples of these celebrities, and a lot of them dying in the bath. Was it Whitney Houston? And you could look at these as baptisms, symbolic of death, rebirth into a new life. All symbolic for sure, but Bed Bath & Beyond. And then falling from the tower may be symbolic, incarnating into a new life. And then BBB, we've constantly seen this. You could extrapolate 666, build back better. Again, reaffirming the idea of burning down and building back, death and rebirth. May tie into the baptism, which is older than Christianity. The Devil's Playground says, I think the Queen died years ago, likely to be announced soon. Yeah, she could be a hologram. It could be deep. She's deep fakeable. How easy would it be to put on a mask? Pete Shea says, take a punch in the eyeball from the Queen or else you're nothing. Salty says, the Twin Towers are literally the temples in your skull. All kinds of occult symbolism in the architecture, that's for sure. I think you could also correlate the Twin Towers with the Masonic pillars. Tom Cruise is in the news again, flying around on a bi-wing plane, just stands on it, real, daredevil, I guess you could say, stunt devil. But what I like pointing out here is that in the book Metascript Decoded, I had already mentioned the significance of Tom Cruise on the world stage. I published the book early in 2020 because I wanted this information in print so I could point to it later. And what I was pointing out was his association with Kubrick and Vanilla Sky, and the Kubrick's connection to the space program had a lot to say about the future for Tom Cruise, since he had recently announced his intention on going into the space station. And I started decoding Tom Cruise. The character we know as Tom Cruise. Anyway, the name Thomas means twin, Cruise is cross. Twin cross has a very specific meaning to Second Coming, resurrection. Top Gun 2. Movies spaced 33 years apart chronologically. The production starts 33 years apart. He divorces all his wives at 33. Vanilla Sky. jumps from a building, is reborn at the age of 33. All kinds of fascinating 33s with this character. Now, my point is, I had said that there is going to be some kind of psyop where Tom Cruise is falling from the sky. I figured maybe he's going to be part of the space station drama when it comes down, but that would be seeing him in the sky somehow. And I thought that the space station would somehow be representative of a twin cross. But instead, at the time that I would have expected all of this, Tom Cruise is constantly being depicted in the sky with a bi-wing plane, which is very twin crossy. Now, the meaning of the twin cross, again, I think in this context has to do with resurrection, and this has been reaffirmed by the characters in Top Gun 2. Every character's name has some relationship to the resurrection. Phoenix, Rooster, Hangman, played by an actor who's actually 33, who flies to the flames like a phoenix. His plane arrives out and he saves Tom Cruise and he says, "This is your savior speaking." The cross again reflects the resurrection, and that's my point, the twin cross, the second coming. Tom Cruise is part of this big script. Also in the new Top Gun movie, it opens up where he's more or less reenacting Yuri Gagarin and the first man in space, and he goes Mach 10. The movie's replete with symbolism, 33s, all kinds of occult meaning behind every single detail. I have a blog post about it, which I'll reshare here soon. But I just want to point out that Tom Cruise in the sky on a twin cross, for all intents and purposes, or hanging from a bi-wing plane, as he was originally shown, it's all significant. Tom Cruise is always depicted hanging. And it has to do with this hanged man. That's why that character was called Hangman. If you look up Tom Cruise hanging, you'll see how many different movies where he's hanging from airplanes, hanging from a wall, hanging from a cliff. In many of the images, it's very overtly Christ-like. In fact, the one, I believe it's one of the Mission Impossibles where he's hanging from a cliff, and the way his hair is blowing in the wind in the promo shots, it gives him a crown of thorns. No coincidences. Many of the movie posters that you'll see will show him jumping from a plane, his arms out, the plane have two wings, his arms constitute the second bar on the cross. Again, this is the Scientology Jesus, which makes him even more significant when you get into L. Ron Hubbard and his importance in the modern paradigm, that is the space program, and how at the very beginning of the space program it was always connected with what most people would just call Satanism, but the Thelemite cult of Aleister Crowley, Mystery Babylon, being dressed up like science fiction. There's a direct lineage with Tom Cruise, and all the occult signatures are there. The Eyes Wide Shut stuff, it's all there with him to show that he's not just an actor playing a bunch of action roles, but he's depicting a very specific deity. He's an idol, more or less. That's why Top Gun was the #1 movie on his birthday. He turned 60 on 7/3. Again, 7/3, his birthday is very significant. The Challenger explodes, 73 seconds. He was competing against the Russians to film the first movie in the space station. The movie that they were working on was called The Challenge. And again, they beat him. And what's the significance there? It's a reversal. The Russians are going to beat us in the space race. We beat them to the moon. They beat us in this space race. And the fact that he's corresponding to this hero character, this reoccurring role, relates to Yuri Gagarin, the first man who went into space, another person who died a very mysterious and fiery death. I actually think when you get into the space program's rollout with all the celebrity backup, like David Bowie corresponds to David Bowman from 2001 Space Odyssey, again, Kubrick. Not a coincidence, by the way, that Tom Cruise hosted the first Oscars after 9/11 and gave a lengthy shout out to Stanley Kubrick, who likely directed that operation. But David Bowie ties into this, correlates to David Bowman from 2001 A Space Odyssey. And the song's about Major Tom, and I think Major Tom may actually be a reference. It is correlated with Rocket Man, his reoccurring character from Starman, Tesla Roadster. This is the character, Starman. It represents the Savior. Probably not a coincidence that Starman's a perfect anagram for Mr. Satan. The Savior is constantly depicted as a savior falling from above. This ties into ties into this space needle symbolism and the UFO descending. Very fascinating story here, but it all ties in, again, to a resurrection theme. I don't think it's Tom Cruise. I think this is all predictive programming. That's what I'm suggesting here. Travis Cloud says, "Please, Lord, let Tom be the Jesus." No, I think there's more. You can find examples of Tom Cruise dying in space. Major Tom is dead on the moon in a posthumous video that Bowie put out. Dead on the moon in a South Park cartoon. And the story of Major Tom, of course, is he's dying in space. And one of the main themes of Top Gun 2, again, 2, Resurrection, think Pluto's Return, Satan 2, Dawn Day 2. Lots of this use of 2. But one of the significances of, I think, this Top Gun 2, the main theme was sacrifice. His character could have been a senator, but he chose to stay at his rank. He was sacrificing a very glorious future for the others. The whole movie was about sacrifice, for giving your life for your brother, etc. It had the same theme. It's all about sacrifice. Debuser says, Derek Chauvin, a famous hangman who hanged 3,000. Yep. Yeah, I discussed Derek Chauvin's symbolism in that book as well, because, of course, the name Derek later became attached to the crane. There's some part on a crane, a derrick, and it relates to the innovation that this famous hangman made to the gallows. But Derek Chauvin is the hangman. Hanging 3,000 correlates to 9/11. The event, of course, 8 minutes 46 seconds correlates to 9/11 starting point, 8:46 a.m. The name Chauvin is emblematic of Western chauvinism. Western chauvinism, kneeling on the oppressed. It's the class warfare narrative here. And that's why he was saying, I can't breathe. One, anagram for a better China. BLM, I can't breathe. Vanguard of the World Communist Revolution. Stooges, for sure. But the class warfare template has the poor being oppressed, and the reason why the police have to be oppressive is because they're defending property. And of course, we're looking at Derek Chauvin as representative of the group defending the property class against the poor. I can't breathe has been attached to the environmentalist cause, the environment. We can't breathe because the air. Why? Because Western chauvinism, capitalism, it's dirtying up our planet, not sustainable. So Derek, Western chauvinism versus BLM, the antithesis to Western chauvinism, bringing with it the CRT, critical race theory, examines everything in the context of systemic racism. Not a coincidence that Proud Boy patriot Aaron Danielson was shot at 8:46 p.m. a couple of months after Floyd. And it was covered in Vice. In fact, the shooter even said it was the first shot of the new Civil War. Garrett Summers says, a collective energies with TV broadcast reminds me of the Batman movie with Riddler and the mind suck thing. I'll have to look back into that. Again, the Riddler, symbolized by the question mark, represents Q. And don't look up. It's been one of the themes. Don't look up. You might question the scientists. You might question the experts. You might question Anderson Cooper or Rachel Maddow. Like, they don't want you questioning these pundits, who are all proxies, obviously, for the vampires that run the place. But the question mark has been designated a hate symbol. I've been saying for a while that they're going to send in the UN troops to take the question marks off your keyboards. They're not going to take you. They're going to take your question marks. They just won't include them. They're going to Mandela effect them out of all the textbooks. Why would you need to ask questions when they give you all the right answers? They don't give you access to the wrong answers. And the people who carry wrong answers will be excluded from mainstream society. Lean Dion comments, the Artemis mission was $2.22 billion. And of course you have the crack and the leak, and they have remarked that the leak corresponds in some way to the Challenger and what went wrong there. 222 is also the date of Pluto's return, specifically who brings the Kraken. Again, the crack, the leak. Roe v. Wade was leaked after a man named Win Bruce set himself on fire in front of the Supreme Court. And we're talking about Win Bruce, Batman, a Batman Phoenix, just like the Joker, played by a guy named Phoenix. And I said the Joker Phoenix character represents the coming of a left-wing uprising, and the Batman Phoenix represents the coming of the right-wing uprising. I said the Batman movie coming out on 3/4, March 4th, represents March 4th, right-wing terror. March 4th, armies of the Riddler. And sure enough, we've seen exactly that unfold. And what's more, it's right on cue. The flooding of the polls happens on 11/6 in the Batman movie, which is basically an upside-down 9/11 or 6/11. But the whole thing about flooding the polls 100% corresponds to the GOP's slogan of Flood the Polls 2022. You can see how they've integrated all of this stuff. I mean, it's not a coincidence that on March 4th, they reinstated the death penalty of the Boston bomber known as the Joker. So the Batman movie comes out, the Joker gets his death penalty, we have the Bat Phoenix in front of the Supreme Court. Then we have the leak, the Roe v. Wade leak. Now this leak was not the first. The original was a leak in 1973, and we've been discussing the overlapping, the parallels, the recycled news and storylines from 1973. Watergate reoccurring, just like 73. Elvis beamed from space to 1.3 some billion people in 1973, and Elvis has been beamed to at least as many people this year. Again, the Watergate ties into the symbolism of the dam in all the movies, even the references to the dam with regard to the 1/6 event, when Liz Cheney said the dam has begun to break. The Kraken, again, has always referenced the election. And I think the crack pipes of Hunter Biden play into this. It's the force memeing of this phrase. It's been very consistent. If you recall back in February, Joe Biden was trying to pass out crack pipes to everyone. Basically, a crack pipe in every pocket. The communists went from a chicken in every pot to a crack pipe in every pocket. And that's because they don't want you sharing crack pipes, because you might pass on COVID, because they care about you. At least that was the narrative. But at the time I was saying, no, this is all just a way of referencing something. You have Joe Biden. You know, Hades carries a two-pronged spear called a bident. So I'm like, Joe Biden and the Kraken, and the crack pipe. There's some kind of significance here. In fact, there was a story of Joe Biden pulling the tail of his dog, and you have these various images of Joe Biden and his dog, and I was thinking, Joe Biden does seem to represent in some ways this Hades-like persona. And more recently in that speech, he had I believe Monica Crowley from Fox said he had the satanic red lighting. Anyway, we'll continue to cover this storyline as it unfolds, but I'm just saying we're correct. Last summer, there were literal cracks in the ISS, and I said this is foreshadowing for when Russia leaves, and Russia is already preparing their new space station. Okay, let us continue. If you're looking at the screen, this is from the Flat Earther. The scuba diver who is filming the astronaut can be seen in the space helmet's reflection. That's correct, you can see a scuba diver. That's because they fake space in a pool of water. There's like 5 or 6 magic tricks that constitute the space program, and if you can get those, they will never fool you again. When I watch a rocket launch, I'm not thinking, maybe this one will be real. Oh no, the next one will be real. No, we have categorically debunked space travel. Our perspective is completely different, and yet we know more about outer space than the people who actually believe in it. The people who believe in space were duped en masse by a guy in charge of a $10 billion telescope. Yeah, you paid $10 billion for a telescope. They could have ended poverty, but no, they bought a telescope, and we can't even get a refund because it's 1,000,000 miles away. So the guy who's in charge of the thing produces an image of a salami and says it's a star, 4.2, and there's their number, 4.2 light years away. And the space-believing community groveled. They were in awe. They worshipped that star. They thought it was a sign. that their science had triumphed over everything else. We've seen basically God. This is their version of heaven, you see, their opulent heaven. But no, it turned out to be a slice of meat. They didn't know the difference because they just believe whatever they're told. The flat earthers, however, who generally don't even know the shape of the earth, they're just asking questions because we haven't seen any curve. The skeptical ones who are called flat earthers are the only ones who didn't fall for that. But there's like 5 magic tricks, and if you can see through it, you'll never fall for it again. I have a clip here. This is Bill Clinton talking about his desire to make America great again.
I believe that together we can make America great again. And with your help, your heart, your devotion, and your efforts, we can build a community of hope that will inspire the world. God bless you and thank you. I believe that together we can make America great again.
All right, there we have it, MAGA. Les Luthor tweeted, "Belief and participation in the illusion manifests the psyop into reality." That's a very important point. I've been discussing this idea of psychological operations as being in the realm of art. Like, for example, you have, two-dimensional art, then you have sculpture, three-dimensional, you have movies, which you could say fourth-dimensional. You're talking about images, the art over a period of time moving through space. But then when you have psychological operations, what you're doing is you're taking a movie, a work of art, but you're using it to influence reality, that is the future, that which has not manifested yet. You're tapping into a fifth-dimensional influence, like fifth-dimensional art, reality hijacking. And when people believe and participate in these illusions, in these lies, they manifest it into reality to some extent. So I agree, and I do think that we are co-creating a collective nightmare. Well, it's being done through the majority who don't filter their thoughts. They are not the final arbiters of what is true or not. No, they relegate that to the screen. The West African United Nations Center emblematic flat earth logo and the 666 number of the beast. Yeah, take a look. This is UN headquarters. Again, they're coming for your question marks. The West Africa United Nations Center has a flat earth map in the middle and an obvious 666 built into the design. Kind of like the 666 built into your Chrome logo. And pretty much every Vax company. And one thing about the UN flag, the laurel wreath, that would represent Apollo. And we're talking about a sun god. And that's also what Julius Caesar, we're talking again about the incarnation of the sun. The map of the earth is divided into 33 segments with an inner circle constituting the 33rd space. That is also notable because it looks like this area is surrounded, and the ruler would be the laurel wreath bearer. The 33 is a dead giveaway. Do I think this is a flat earth map? No, but it could be a representation of their false models areas, their zoos, because that's pretty much what this is. I think the elite are more or less treating this like a human zoo, and they can't wait to put us into enclosed cities and put everything else off limits, to save Gaia, which of course makes the animals free and the humans the encaged ones. I have a compilation here of the frequent use of the number 113 in Pixar films. Many of you are already aware of this. Now, they say it relates to this room 113 at their studios, but it appears in The Incredibles, it appears in Wall-E, A Bug's Life, and again, 113, Toy Story, Coco 2017, Monsters, Inc., has been consistently connected with some kind of calamity in Seattle, a nuke. It also correlates with a Challenger explosion, 1 minute 13 seconds. The Twin Towers were destroyed, and 13 years later, the new tower rose, the One World Trade Tower. That tower was opened on 113. A very significant number there. In Wall-E, Directive 113 refers to abandoned ship. The Earth is doomed, and everyone gets into the space ark. Another retelling of Noah's Ark. In Wall-E, they don't even explicitly say, by the way, this is a biblical story right out of the Old Testament. They don't even give a shout out to God or anything. They don't even mention it. They don't even mention it, which is surprising to me because they're selling the story to atheists. It starts off with the globe surrounded by space junk. Like it's a foregone conclusion that the future, that every dystopian movie has this, but yeah, in the future, we're eventually going to clog up the skies. You notice nobody cares about the whales anymore? Nobody cares about the oceans. I mean, the ocean levels may have risen in the last 34 years since they started that particular version of the ocean levels are going to rise, global warming. It's been 34 years. They haven't risen at all until measurably, just until 2020. I believe there was a half-inch rise, and I think it's blamed. I think you can exclusively blame PPE. Billions and billions of tons of PPE. That alone would explain it. All right, let us continue here. Did Marjorie Taylor Greene really audition for American Idol? Yeah, the 113 code, the 614, there's a reoccurring theme, as we've all seen. But we've been noticing this stuff for a long time, observing it in real time. But it's nice when you actually have answers to what these things mean. And so the Genesis 614, great explanation. Wall-E, they explicitly explain 113. Has to do with, of course, the end. Okay, so did Marjorie Taylor Greene audition for American Idol? I've examined this one closely, and it looks just like her. It really does. It's just a nose job away. It's exactly the kind of thing you would expect her to do. It was reported in TMZ. The pictures alone were convincing for me. I thought, yeah, this is easily her, but apparently it's not. Or so they say. I mean, do you want to trust the New York Post? My take on it is perhaps this is where they recruited her from. You know, when they recruit people for these types of jobs, they look for very specific personality types. In fact, let me show you. I have an example. There was a TV show. It was actually a hoax. It was called Space Cadets. Space Cadets was a British television program where they convinced 10 contestants that they were in low Earth orbit. No, 12 contestants. Now, these 12 contestants were going to be space tourists of the agency of Russia called STAR, Space Tourist Agency of Russia. They were going to go into low Earth orbit, and this was going to be a reality TV show. But this was an elaborate practical joke. This thing costed £5 million. This was like a Disneyland type experience. These were people who were convinced that they were actually orbiting. Now here's the rub here. The trick is that half of them were liars. Half of them were actors. And their job was to keep the dupes from communicating, because then they might become conspiracy theorists and come to question the basic nature of their realities. So what they did is they allowed them to be duped by, I guess, quarantining them from the truth. And it worked for a little while. But my point is, what we were examining here was something of a science experiment. But when they were casting, when they were recruiting people to be in the film, they had to find certain personality types that they knew would be dupable. And that was the main thing. They had to find people who'd be gullible, people who were very extroverted, who weren't prone to being self-conscious. In fact, when they were interviewing them, they would have them dance blindfolded in front of a room of people. They had various ways just to find out how far they would go. They also wanted, quote, wacky personalities, attention seekers. It says here, the intention was to obtain a group of candidates who were highly gullible and conformist and ignorant, but who would also be uninhibited and attention-seeking wacky personalities. Again, being asked to dance blindfolded without music was gauging their inhibition levels. They wanted to do a show about people being tricked, and they wanted to make sure they wouldn't be anyone who would know too much. If you were too interested in sci-fi, they wouldn't let you in. My point is, Marjorie Taylor Greene would be an easy contestant for the Space Cadet show, so it wouldn't surprise me. A resurfaced video from the first season of American Idol 2002 has Twitter users doing a double take at a blonde, energetic hopeful who very much resembles Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. The video has 1.2 million views. Reps for Taylor Greene say it's not her. Now I'm looking at the pictures. Her name is Stephanie Sugarman. Oh, that sounds fake. Stephanie Sugarman. Does anybody buy that? That sounds like a fake name in and of itself, but this seems to me very likely. Now, what did she do? Stephanie Sugarman performed some booty-shaking dance moves for the fellow contestants while they waited to audition. Let me play the clip.
My name is Stephanie Sugarman. I'm from Altaloma, California. My biggest worry right now is telling my work how I'm going to miss Monday.
I'm sorry, that's MTG. You know what? This is MTG. This has got to be her. This is some kind of a leak. Somebody knew. This is where she started. It's going to be very difficult to convince me otherwise. She's got it to win. Or it's her. That is so close. Stephanie Sugarman. Fascinating. Okay, Sugarman told the show she was born in 1979, where Greene was born in 1974, 5 years her senior. They could fake 5 years. Anyway, it's open. We'll open this investigation. X322X says, nah, that's Dog the Bounty Hunter. It could be both. Doesn't have to be either or. Joined by Penguin Doctor. There's a Penguin Doctor in the house. Says, hello, fellow Penguinati MDM infomaniacs. Mail, dis, and misinformation. That's correct. That's what we traffic in primarily here. We don't deal hopium. It's all bad anyway. In fact, the hopium dealers don't like us because we turn their addicts away from that and we lead them to MDM and really impartial analysis of the presentation of the world stage. We don't get too involved. I only condone inactivism. All right, let us continue through the headlines. Several more things. Again, Kamala Harris is now President of the United States. Has anyone been able to fact check this yet? Not that we have to debunk it. It hasn't been bunked. But this is from Israeli News Live. Kamala Harris is now president. Now, the guy looks and sounds kind of credible. It sounds like he's near a helicopter landing pad. It sounds like he's in a war zone, but he's actually in front of his garage.
I like that. Jock, your WT, hello. But yes, that is what I'm being told as of right now. If I had a way to show it to you, I would show it to you. It was sent to me by the advisor of the President of the United States, and that she's now the acting President of the United States. I don't know what the issue is with Joe Biden. Not sure as of yet, but there again, I don't want to say this as a 100% confirmation, but I'm hearing that it is being released today.
Okay, now to his credit, he has 395,000 subs, so that alone gives him credibility for many, and he looks like Gavin McInnes, and he says Kamala Harris is now the president. Salty Siren says that mouth is definitely hers. Lean Dion says that's her. Angst G says, yep, that's her. Robert Bell, MTG, World Star character. Okay, most people here agree that is MTG. Now, if anybody has any information as to whether or not Kamala is now president, I would like to know. Let us continue. No, a video doesn't show Marjorie Taylor Greene auditioning for American Idol. Snopes.com. The video of a woman who physically resembles Greene went viral, along with some false claims. No, I sense there's something else going on here. Again, when it comes to Snopes, you can generally take their conclusion and do 180 degrees on it. So if they're saying that's not her, chances are it's her. Deranged, adult, and depraved, Steve Schmidt torches Donald Trump's great national gaslighting. Yep, Trump called Biden an enemy of the state. We'll see how well that goes. Again, Donald Trump is in his Biff Tannen phase. Anx G says, well, we know it's her. Look, I'm willing to bet it's her. Penguin Doctor says Snopes equals a retired porn star's truthing. Yeah, I've read a few things about Snopes. I generally don't attack the source, but Snopes is the anti-conspiracy site. And the people who are anti-conspiracy are usually the least informed about conspiracies. It's actually quite pathetic. And they're usually the least informed about what they know or what they claim to know on their own side. That's why they all fell for the space chorizo and global warming and the moon landing. They just trust the screen. Risk of rejecting conspiracy theories. This could play a key role in their propagation in Western society. So there's been a study from phys.org suggesting that if we exclude conspiracy theories from our conversation, if we force them out of the conversation, we might actually be allowing them to fester. How deranged anti-Obama conspiracy theories led America to Donald Trump. I believe that was the birther thing. But Donald Trump did frame himself as some kind of truther, and he was going to release some information about 9/11. But Donald Trump was part of it. He was part of the PSYOP. He had to be. One of the names that they were going to give the new tower that opened on 11/3/2014, World Trade Center Phoenix. Donald Trump was part of that. Leaked Mission Impossible video shows Tom Cruise standing on an airborne 1943 biplane. Again, I'm just showing you this is a viral story, and Tom Cruise is going to the space station, hopefully, before they bring it down. I think he might be on it when it does go down, or that he'll eject. That's kind of the script I'm getting. Incredible clear photo shows a 50-foot disc-shaped UFO emerging from a storm before vanishing into space. Incredibly clear photo. You know, photos aren't evidence. What we have is a society that is accustomed to accepting what they see as evidence. It's the visual counterpart to hearsay. You could call it see-say. But as it pertains to they see it on the screen. The trouble with this is the sophisticated CGI fakery, all this computer-generated augmented reality fakery has allowed them to surpass the public's ability to discern real from fake from a photo or video alone. So it's kind of strange they are able to just throw this out there, an incredibly clear photo, but this is what they want. They want people to not know why something is categorically debunked or why it shouldn't even be considered as a possibility. Like before you would even reach to aliens, you would have to rule out more mundane explanations. Donald Trump calls Joe Biden an enemy of the state and condemns the president's condemnation of MAGA extremism. MAGA extremism has a new name, violent MAGAism. Someone from the NSA, some national security analyst came out with that. Violent MAGAism. It's the MAGA ban, the vanilla ISIS, white Al Qaeda. They introduced this concept and they've replaced radical Islam, and it's here. Okay, let's go ahead and scroll to my Twitter feed, Tim Osman. Real Tim Osman is where I retweet things that I find worth discussing, in addition to Minds.com, and many of the videos that we go over, like the one that shows that rockets are just balloons with jet-assisted takeoff. It's one of the magic tricks. The Queen of Canada, Romana Didulo, apparently now has the backing of Hell's Angels. Again, this is the QAnon Queen of Canada. She's making inroads into America, and there is a king. There is a king here in America. His name is King Carlson, not Tucker. There's another. His name is David. David Carlson. He's out there in Phoenix. He's the American counterpart to the Canadian Queen. But they are on a mission, of course, to, I guess, it's sort of like Game of Thrones at this point. But the Hell's Angels reached out to them, so apparently she's going to be driving through America very soon, attended by Hell's Angels motorcycle gangs. Penguin Doctor says, will you post a link to the podcast you mentioned? I'll look for it. Send me a message at infiniteplane.media. Infiniteplane.media has a form where you can send me a direct message, anonymously or otherwise. Tupac was at Trump's last rally, according to QAnoners, who believe that Tupac is one of theirs. The Queen is promoting NESARA, by the way. This is universal basic income. And earlier I had remarked that the Great Reset is the left-wing version of the right's Great Awakening. Well, the Great Awakening, like the Great Reset, has a universal basic income at the end of it, which to me makes it undesirable. I mean, we're talking about this utopian scheme. Really bad hopium. It's so bad that people in Canada are not paying their bills because they believe the Queen's going to cover them. Of course, she hasn't and she won't, and now they're being left in the dark. Australia's oldest man, 110, still worries about being useful and helping other living beings, devotes his time to knitting tiny sweaters for injured penguins. You can see that there on the screen. Great collection there. I'm bringing this up because there's a lot of new art at the shop if you haven't seen it lately, and new art will be introduced by X-Pac, one of our primary designers for a lot of our channel artwork, but you'll see a lot of new penguin art cards. I'll be sharing that via the newsletter. You won't want to miss those. They're better than NFTs. They're tangible. Meatverse art. We covered a few other things today. There's quite a lot happening. We're still waiting to find out if Kamala is our president. I think that would be a very notable development. I think that that's probably the next thing to go down. There's been a lot of predictive programming. I mentioned it the other night throughout Netflix and HBO. We are being prepared for Kamala. It's pretty clear to me. That's coming next. And I think that's when we're in the stage, probably the stage where the Kraken is officially released. I think Biden's death, or Biden's not death, but his role on the world stage may have been a physical reenactment of the death of a certain world view. I think that's the way that they've played this thing out. It's almost as though, like, all these movies are preparing us for the symbolic death of what he represents. And of course, he affirms all of the left-wing orthodoxies about America and systemic racism, etc. And of course, Kamala Harris has been predicted, as I remarked, in Wheel of Time pretty strongly. The 100 has a counterpart. It's a reoccurring theme, and nothing they show us in Netflix fails to manifest in reality, which is a way to kind of predict the future. So I guess we can look forward to a few things based on Netflix, stuff falling from the sky. And sure enough, just the other day, European satellite had to dodge space junk. That's happened. I guess we can also look forward to more of this. Again, NASA's new cartoon, with a girl called the Antichrist. John Podesta, big name in Pizzagate, is now in charge of a $316 billion climate change fund, which is, as you know, climate change is a cover for class warfare. Watermelon Marxism, green on the outside, red on the inside. Thanks everybody for joining. Same time, same place tomorrow. This is Fepe Akbar Stick around for the 24/7 stream.
Fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang are stressing. IPSC on a nesting, only real one's gonna get this. Fake ones only accept this, they can miss some message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host a message, squad are represented. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the uppers getting better. Oh, you're so affected, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yeah, it's honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no.
Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin, 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 fucking with the penguins, yeah, with the penguins. Coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. The rules just has paid with good intentions. I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing only the most superior, independent media. We got that real shit, fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your own claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing hoax events. Quick, the IPS are making an entrance. Busting doors down, cause now's the time for interventions. Did I mention we're affecting so many men across the spectrum? We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Did he gain a tremendous momentum? There's nothing close resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like temping, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the Hope's army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship, we ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin, 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 fucking with the penguins, yeah.
COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84.
All right, thank you for joining. It is September the 8th, 2022. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms, COVID-19 84. Let me go ahead and see who has joined us in the chat. You got the text alerts, likely. And if you're not getting those, just sign up at the website. They're free. The Penguin signal goes out to more than 100 people now. And many still are invited via Discord. Joined by Cat Bunny, Buffalo, Angst G, UC Jean, Heidi, Shannon Jones, AJ206. Truth Hurt says 911 days they can't help themselves. Yes, the Queen dies 911 days after 3/11/2020, after the day they declare the pandemic. And I recall on that day saying, maybe this is a new crown. Maybe that novel corona has a double meaning and all these politicians are kneeling to some hidden ruler we don't know about, or something's going on behind the scenes. But it struck me as having a significant meaning beyond a new corona. And of course, I think we've been vindicated, and here, 911 days from that specific day, we have this happen. The Queen dies. Angst G asks, was she already dead for a while? And maybe they waited for today to make the announcement. I don't think that's outside the realm of possibility. Unless we're going to venture into the area that perhaps killing people or sacrificing people in some kind of horror movie kind of way, but I don't think so. I think it's more likely, if anything, they had Joe Bidenized her, replaced her with a rubber mask and a bunch of CGI. I mean, it could be a cast of characters. We could have been looking at an animatronic this whole time. the deep fake tech is so good, it could have been Greta in a mask. That's how good it is. So we don't know. Now, if you say you know, I would ask, well, how? Are you backstage? Portal Complex says, the weekend starts now. Awesome. Thank you for joining. Jake McIntyre's here. Frank Mirror, Stand Up and Paddle Animal Rescue has joined us. JT says, lizard emoji, crown, X. David Icke used to say that the Queen was in fact a 12-foot tall shape-shifting reptilian, and that everybody knew it. They called her the Queen Lizard. Someone asks if her hubby died 666 days ago. You mean the one who talked about wanting the world to be depopulated by a virus, which would be him reincarnated? I don't think so. We'll look into it. Wouldn't surprise me. We should have been counting this, because I had remarked a couple of weeks ago that 8/16, which was Elvis Presley's 45th death anniversary, on 8/16 we were 1,776 days from Trump saying it's the calm before the storm. Now, just a few weeks later, we're that many days. This is all, if you ask me, significant for a few reasons. Let me go ahead and bring that back. Here's how it is. It's actually 1,776 days from the first Q drop, and then 911 from 311. So of course the QAnoners are reading into this. And if you're familiar with the QAnon orthodoxies and beliefs and everything they entertain, it really does revolve around a few central characters, bad guys in high places. One of the reasons why they think Princess Diana is coming back to save them is that the Queen is so evil, and Diana has the inside scoop on that. So there's some intrigue here. Diana's a good guy, Queen's a bad guy. In fact, the QAnoners are celebrating this kind of morbidly. I'll go through some of these headlines. Queen Elizabeth is dead. Prince Charles, who called for trillions to be at the disposal of the Antichrist, will be England's first king in a generation. Yes, some people are somewhat apprehensive about it, but others are, of course, more or less celebrating. We're also going to talk about the shooter in Memphis, which I think was real. I don't have a reason to think that one was fake. If you have some reason to think that one was fake, one of the indicators is the low body count. If it was real, there'd be some significant numbers of bodies. There'd be crisis actors, but this looks real. Jake McIntyre says she died in Scotland, Scottish rites. I don't know if there's any connection there. You can't, maybe there is, but listen to this. QAnon is losing it over the Queen's death. Quote, may she burn in hell for eternity, wrote one QAnon account. So happy the evil witch is dead. So how do they know this? How do they know that Tom Hanks is a child trafficker addicted to hot dogs? And it's pretty sick if you know what that means. Like, how do we actually know this? This is from Vice.com. For years, the Queen's been a central figure in the QAnon conspiracy as part of a cast of elites whose followers QAnon followers believe are operating a trafficking ring that traverses the globe. And this really did start back with David Icke. But let me go ahead and reiterate one more time. She dies 1,776 days from the first Q drop. That's a big deal. Q said this would happen. White hats are in control. Queen's death, 911 days from 311, novel corona, new crown. And there's even a little more about that one. I believe there's some more numerology here. 70-year reign, and here it is, 77 years and 7 days from the end of World War II. So you have a World War II connection, a 9/11 connection, and a 3/11 connection, and a connection to the whole 1776 Kraken Civil War QAnon story. So this numerology is not cherry-picked. It's actually pretty precise. Like, you know, there are 911 days from 9/11 and the 3/11 bombing in Madrid in 2004. We talk about this stuff a lot, but as you can see here, everything's going according to the script. Adam Geringer says Vice touches everything but flat Earth. I think they already debunked it. And they also debunked school shootings as being hoaxed. That's their gig. It's to debunk everything. Vice and Snopes. But they're useful. I think you do have to examine the misinformation, disinformation. Someone here says, okay, Teresa Pureblood Selby says, I have no sympathy for the Queen. I don't think anyone's asking it. I mean, it's not like Diana, who died young. Cope says it's live streamed and nationally televised. Oh, if it's live streamed and nationally televised. Fake as fuck. Nobody died. Nobody cried. Precisely. You know, for the most part, if it's live streamed and it's national, it has some agenda. But in this case, too, like every single live stream shooting has been used to shut down free speech. The Buffalo shooter killed Twitch. Brenton Tarrant out there in the New Zealand mosque shootings, he killed YouTube and BitChute, and they are able to curtail our ability to live stream. I don't want to rule out that this one in Memphis was fake because he did live stream part of it, and they do want to get rid of your ability to live stream. It's part of the de facto state church, the mainstream media, consolidating its stranglehold over mass perception. Too many perceivers out there not on the same sheet, on the same program. But I didn't find it to be all that. Look, here's the thing about the Memphis shooter. I have a few thoughts on it. I have a few images to take from it as well, just to look at and take apart. Like, he did have this image where he was standing on a square, wearing black and white. It looked very Masonic, almost like, I mean, the gang signs. My question is, you know, which gang? And of course, it could be entirely contrived. But he's a good actor. If it's not real, he's a great actor. He sounded legitimately unhinged. I've never seen a crisis actor act that good. Nick Cruz, pathetic. I watched the interview with Nick Cruz. It was clearly it was just a student actor, I should say. Now, I had entertained the idea that Q, as in QAnon, maybe it stood for Queen, and that maybe today we're going to get the final Q drop. It'll say, it was me the whole time, the Queen. Gavin McSmollett is now out and open about what he did. He admitted it. Talking about the leader of the Proud Boys who faked a swatting. He self-swatted like MTG and like Steve Bannon. And Steve Bannon even calls the swattings assassination attempts. That's what they do. This is all for clout. Oh, it was an attempt on my life. You mean somebody called 911 in a prank? They didn't kick down your door. They didn't almost pull the trigger on you. It wasn't a no-knock warrant running in there with guns. They always say this stuff, but Gavin McInnes played that card. He got called out because Owen Benjamin shared a private message exchange where Gavin said it was a prank. And it's because they're all, they're both comedians. You'll notice there's a lot of comedians who make it very high up on the suspected list of federal agitators. But here you have the leader of the Fed Boys, Proud Boys, faking like he's getting a sting, and he gets busted by Owen Benjamin. And this story is just even now getting out. I think the Daily Beast is finally reporting on it, and they didn't want to say Owen Benjamin's name. I see people, various agencies cropping the name off for some reason. Anyway, Gavin McInnes is a crisis actor. Gavin McInnes is Gavin Smollett, as far as I'm concerned. What's the difference? There is no difference. He got caught. Apparently now he's going to admit it, and he has a lot of hate mail from listeners who are not happy about it. And I suppose it's because a lot of Proud Boys actually went to jail. And think about it. They actually went to jail, and here he is making jokes about it. Okay, here's a picture of the shooter from yesterday. We have a few clips on this. Not a high body count. I don't think he was that fake, but it's definitely fakeable. What agenda does it serve? We can probably ask that question. So if you want to call in about the Memphis shooter, if you want to call in about the disappeared Eliza Fletcher, who they recently found, and look, that story ties into many other stories. The Fletcher is an archery reference, the person who puts the feathers on the arrow. It's a strong tie-in to the Diana Artemis narrative that has been laid out there. But if you have any comments on any of them, the number's on the screen. It's the office number 213-537-9983. So in this picture, he's making the gang sign. What gang is that? It looks like 33. Could be WW. He's standing on a very conspicuous square, black and white, and there looks to be about $10,000 in cash in front of him. Not sure what his job is. Probably not an Uber driver or a DoorDasher. Although I heard about this DoorDasher who was buying DiGiorno pizza from Walmart, putting his own label on it, cooking it, and selling it as a DoorDasher with a free kitchen, and made a lot of money until he showed it off on TikTok, and then they had to stop it. I think it's a trademark issue. You can't just take someone else's pizza and rebox it. I mean, you can, but I think it's called bootlegging. Like, I can go down to my local flea market and get some Ray-Bans, like some really nice shades for like $5. But you don't see them advertising on TikTok that they're selling really cheap knockoffs. All right, let's continue through the comments. Now, what is the significance of the death of the Queen? Feel free to call in again. The numerology's theirs, not ours. I'm not a billionaire. I have no use for astrology, but as J.P. Morgan says, millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do. And that would include the royalty. Not a coincidence that you have the new crown day, novel corona 3/11/2020, pandemic, everybody locks down, and all the leaders start kneeling inexplicably. 911 days later, the Queen dies. And again, the ominous connection to the first Q drop. And the first Q drop, 10/28/2017, that date happens to be Bill Gates' birthday. And the day that Elvis Presley took the polio shot on TV. Interesting day. Travis Claude says, okay, west side of Memphis, so it's just a street gang. But it wasn't a politically motivated murder. There's no ideology behind it. It wasn't like Tucker sent him. He wasn't watching CNN and decided to take it out on some MAGAs. So I don't see the political utility on this. And the MSM isn't afraid of handguns in the hands of gang members. They don't care. They care about assault rifle 15s in the hands of MAGA kids with bowl cuts in white neighborhood schools. Like, that's pretty much all they care about. They turn a blind eye to everything else. The media says a lot about their real intentions by what they selectively choose to report on, which is why you have to go extra media. You can't just be MSM informed. You know, you have to have some kind of real world connections, and that's why we have press pass carrying reporters everywhere. We actually had a reporter, Ground Zero, in, I believe it was Yorba Linda. Where the psychotic protester, leftist protester, ran over a bunch of Trumpers and broke their legs. Previously, she had maced and batoned our cameraman. Travis Cloud says, when the queen bee dies, the drones suffer too. Yep, our hearts go out to all the drones. There are people who really get tied up in this stuff. Do you remember when Princess Diana died, they brought out Elton John? And the whole world just pays attention to the pageantry. And this is, again, really, the timing of it stands out to me. Not just the spacing of the dates between these other key dates, but here we are closing in on the 21st anniversary of the mega ritual of 9/11/2001. And I saw this video. They're actually testing out the lights. You know how they worship light, Lucifer, etc. They have the 88 lights at the Ground Zero, where the towers used to be. And the Tower of Light, this is all very significant. It really is. When you look, okay, the numbers too. 9/11 has to do with Revelation and Abyss, but I believe also the reverse of it, 119, and the Tower of Babel and the story of it falling. It's all encoded into this thing. We have been doing some very interesting decodes lately. For example, 614 shows up everywhere. Donald Trump's birthday. The guy who gets shot by Alec Baldwin, who hated Donald Trump, has Donald Trump's birthday, 614. The movie Don't Look Up, the comet's going to hit the Earth, 6 months, 14 days. Then we find out 614 is one of the key symbols in this movie called Evan Almighty, the one about like a modern Noah's Ark story. And it's a direct reference to Genesis 6:14, where God instructs Noah to build the ark. Well, this all ties into the modern NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and their ark, their attempt to survive the coming climate change floods. So you have that connection, Genesis 14 and the floods. It's getting very interesting here overall. And we're just basically reading the scripts as they present them. We don't have to really connect any dots. It's all right there. Now, one more thing. We were examining that movie Evan Almighty because we were looking at the significance of the number 239 or 923, which is very prominent in many, many movies. That number is consistently correlated with a flood. So in the movie about the flood, Evan Almighty, it's scheduled to happen on 923. So there's a lot of people looking at 923 as a potential doomsday. So if you want something doomy to look forward to, you can set your doom hope on your sights on 923. Again, flood 923 might be something there. Artemis, by the way, is launching on that day, finally, after 2 failed attempts. And the significance of the Artemis mission, in my view, is that it's been delayed twice because of cracks, leaks, cracks. There's even been a comparison to the Challenger. So there's that, the specter of the Challenger. But what's more, Artemis, again, twin of Apollo, archer goddess, counterpart to the Roman Diana. The Artemis arrow, the rocket is cracked, broken arrow. Broken arrow happens to be code for a lost nuke or an emergency an accidental detonation, some kind of nuclear emergency. So the specter of Satan 2 dangling over our heads, nuclear holocaust, nukes constantly being threatened by Putin's people. It just seems like that's on the menu. Then you have PSAs in New York telling everyone to prepare for nuclear fallout. And if it happens, don't ask questions. Just run to the center of your house and watch TV. They'll tell you what to do. And get your go bags, which makes no sense if you're running to the center of your house. So I was suggesting pack a snack bag because you're just going to be eating and watching TV and absorbing the programming. But the programming's there. The predicted programming says there's going to be some kind of nuke event, nuclear catastrophe, most likely EMP, high altitude, so they can spread out the fallout across a wide area. When this happens, according to General Flynn, the heads of the thrice vaxxed will explode. I don't necessarily think that's true, but you may want to have your raincoat if you're going to be out among them, among the goo-bloods. Now, I don't believe this stuff. I'm just pointing out this is what has been presented. And Broken Arrow is a significant thing as well because since 1950 there have been 32 Broken Arrow events. The next one is the magic number 33. Connor G says, my birthday is today. Queen's robbing all the attention. Well, you were born 911 days from 311. Well, your birthday marks this. This day might have some significance. They're connecting everything. 311, 911, 1776. They're waking up the QAnons. The Kool-Aid has been passed around quite a lot lately. They're all punch drunk. I've been reading some of the QAnon stuff lately. And we'll go through some of it. Ms. L says, what did I miss? So far, a few topics, but for the most part, we're talking about the conspicuous timing of the death of the Queen, 1,776 days after the first Q drop, 911 days after 311. We're talking about how Artemis is going to finally launch on 923, a date connected to some kind of a flood in all the predictive programming. And of course the number 614, which with its connection to Don't Look Up and weirdly Donald Trump's birthday, but some kind of catastrophe also correlates with the Genesis 614. Salty Siren says it's raining meteorites. Yeah, I think that they could simulate that quite easily. I thought for some time, what if Elon Musk is some kind of megalomaniac? And what he's really doing is putting tungsten rods up in the sky, like Project Thor, the whole rods of God scenario where they have kinetic weapons, they just drop. He's putting 42,000 CubeSats into space. 42,000. It's a lot of metal. We says, what does Orion have to do with Artemis? We'll take a look at that. Good question. It's important to note that many of these gods have counterparts and they all correspond, so they can use them interchangeably. Like when Chesley Christ jumped off the Orion building at the end of January this year, landing on 42nd Street, hitting the ground at 7:13 a.m. We're decoding this event. It turns out Orion to the Egyptians is Osiris, which connects with the entire ritual. And we'll decode all of these in detail. I mean, we don't let anything get past us. But again, everything's going according to script. And what would have been just, a run-of-the-mill story about a queen dying, now it's tied into all kinds of occult numerology corresponding to a couple of major catastrophic events. 70 years, 7 days since the end of World War II. So you have World War II, World War III, 9/11 tie-in. And again, 1776, that number is key here, as we've been noting. Like, for example, the new tower that replaced the Twins is exactly that many feet high. Tribute in light tested ahead of the September 11th hoaxiversary. It's going to be the 21st. The 21st.
And profoundly touching tribute in the sky over lower Manhattan. The annual Tribute in Light, this time to mark 21 years since the 9/11 terror attack. Crews spent this night testing the giant stream of light, rising ghost light to symbolize the World Trade Center.
Now, we do have to give America credit, or Bush or whoever credit, for eliminating radical Islamic terror because it's gone. Or should we just credit COVID? It seems like all the money went to a different psyop. COVID killed radical Islam. And then along comes Putin. He kills COVID. And then what killed Putin? Was it Drag Queen Story Hour? It was Chris Rock getting slapped. That got rid of the Putin story. They try to bring back monkeypox. Nobody cared. And we've been in kind of a lull. But I think maybe things are going to pick up again. So here again, Tribute in Light, prepared for the 21st anniversary of the 9/11 event.
Towers that once stood in this spot. 88 light bulbs, each one 7,000 watts. They'll spend the rest of this week testing those lights, and will make changes with the lights by hand to mark the reading of the victims' names on the morning of September 11th.
Okay, reading of the victims' names. There are some names that we have found, that aren't on there, that we haven't been able to find. People who are reported to have died on that day. Very significant omissions. And I'll be looking into those. I'm putting that in my notes here. I have a bulletin board that I'm making use of. I do have a lot of notes in the real world. I go through many notebooks a week. And I now have apps that will actually translate my written notes into text. It's very convenient. G33 says Orion the Hunter. Good one. Orion the Hunter, Diana the Huntress, Artemis the Huntress. And again, I'm saying the connection here is Broken Arrow. They've emphasized the Broken Arrow of Artemis twice. Broken Arrow is military code for accident involving a nuke, just like in that movie. And we're in a movie for the most part, as we all understand here. So it would make sense, given their predilection for the number 33. They love to stamp their gang signs on everything. So why wouldn't it be the 33rd Broken Arrow event to be the one? G33 says Radical Islamic CIA. Right. Well, they just really kept the same actors, same costume department. They just changed the script a little bit. It went pretty cleanly over from Quran radicals to QAnon radicals, from Taliban to Magaban, from Al-Qaeda, which means the base, to the base. The white nationalists are called the base. They just replaced it. They had terrorist cells full of sexually repressed terrorists who would come out with bomb vests and blow themselves up so they can go have 72 virgins in heaven. And they replace them with incels, who are also repressed in a similar way, and they take it out with a gun. And again, same story. Their enemy is Western women and the Great Satan, or Western women and the Deep State. It's the same template, same ideology. Magaban, Taliban, there is no difference. And that's why we don't see them anymore, because the same actors have just been repurposed. And you can even go into several other aspects, to the present Psy-War. Especially now, they've replaced, for example, weapons of mass destruction with what the real weapon is for them, the one they're going after now, which are words and memes. So you have mal, dis, and misinformation. So WMD has been replaced, MDM. And now you have domestic violent extremists. And there's a few more things. So Osama bin Laden associated with 9/11. If you have an Osama bin Laden character on the other side, on the white nationalist side, it would be Timothy McVeigh. Timothy McVeigh, who is inspired by the Turner Diaries, died on 6/11. He was executed at the age of 33, 90 days before 9/11. The significance there, 9/11, turn it upside down. You can see how they mirror these numbers. They use ambigrams, they flip them, they mirror them. Well, 6/11 and 9/11, the inversion of it. One's an external threat, one's an internal threat. It's also notable that the Turner Diaries was written by a man who was born on September the 11th, 1933 no less. Every single one of these events is coded in the same way, and they're all connected in the same way. Take, for example, Rodney King. They beat Rodney King for 1 minute and 19 seconds, or reverse 9/11. Anyone in the chat want to guess how many times they hit Rodney King on the head with the batons, with the rod? Yep, 33. We do a lot of pop quizzes here. And just, here's your cheat sheet. The answer is 33. If I ever ask you, how many bullets did Frank James fire into the subway? How many years was General Flynn active duty before he retired? If I ask you any question, the answer is 33. Okay, let's continue. We're looking at how old were the Twin Towers before they were pulled? And I don't get heavy into the numerology. However, I was listening to Jurassic Liars yesterday or the day before, and he was showing how the word twin somehow adds to 66. And I thought that was interesting because the two Twin Towers, the Twin Towers were 33 years, so you have two towers. It's super encoded, as we've been saying. They waited 13 years to open up the new tower. A 13-year period symbolizes the Phoenix rebirth. They opened it up on 11/3. That is another highly significant date, just like 3/11. Again, it's all about the dates and how they invert and reverse them, but they're always saying the same thing. And you would know all this if you read Aleister Crowley's Magic and Theory and Practice, which apparently the people behind the people backstage behind these big stories, they have, because they employ all the techniques that I can find in all my research into neurolinguistic programming, into hypnosis, into magic. It's all part of what media is. Okay, let's continue. This is again the tribute in light tested ahead of the September 11th anniversary.
One of the first installations relied on automated light fixtures and the kind of things that you might see at a rock and roll concert, just a bigger version. And that ended up being the wrong answer because we couldn't get the type of precision control necessary to create what you see behind you.
It is about memory and the loss of the buildings, but it's about the souls of the people and going up to the heavens. But it also is about our resilience as a city, that we stand.
Okay, let's continue here. There's a very interesting cathedral. It's St. John the Divine in New York, and it has on its pillars what appears to be the Twin Towers being bowled over. It's the Cathedral of St. John the Divine on the Upper West Side, but the art there it's the apocalyptic pillar, but it has New York as Babylon. These apocalyptic pillars describe the tragic fate to New Yorkers as that of Babylon, illustrating the end of days for the city as it falls into the hands of God. Now, if you're looking at the screen, you can see the Twin Towers are carved into the pillar and everything's being bowled over. Very interesting imagery here. Of course, this was pre 9/11. And the significance here, too, I believe, is that the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center, the One World Trade Tower, in a way, I think they all represent the Tower of Babel. The monument to man's hubris. And the Tower of Babel, it's a path, or it's a mission to go from earth to the heavens, everyone united, specifically in contradiction to God's plan, which is to spread outward. So it's an insurgency. They're breaking into heaven in a way. And you can look at the builder of the tower, Nimrod, as this rebel type character who is opposing the. It's a fascinating story, but I'm bringing it up because just like many other aspects of the Old Testament that have been grafted onto our modern worldview, they have brought back this story, the Tower of Babel, and it's about to fall. That's what the whole Kraken thing has been about, the build-up. And I think that the key moment when this thing falls has to do with an EMP blast. It has to do with I believe, some kind of wiping out, a cleaning of the slate, scattering of the tongues. Nimrod on the world stage today is certainly represented by Jeff Bezos with his mega yacht, with his space program. There's a reason why Bezos launched into space on the anniversary of Apollo, and he launched at 9:11 a.m. There's a story here. But again, the Tower of Babel falling is an ongoing process, and I think that the story is still not quite complete, but it's after this that the reset begins. And it's also significant that Nimrod was one of the first to build a civilization post-flood. And again, the flood's supposed to happen on September the 23rd, if predictive programming be believed. But the fact is, Bezos is building a literal Tower of Babel in Virginia right now. It's the Helix headquarters. It looks like the Tower of Babel. That's what they call it. So if there was a flood, and everything does get wiped out, you're still going to see that. And he would be, I would imagine, one of those who would be building after the fact. I mean, it's a perfect composite character they've built. Nimrod, I guess, is credited also with being the first Mason. If you look up the Oath of Nimrod,